Shun Ruwashi was reborn. The first matter upon her resurrection was to confront the notoriously aloof and enigmatic ninth prince, Morong Hung, in a private room of a tea house. Shun Ruwashi gracefully closed the door behind her and raised her gaze to the strikingly handsome man within, offering a faint smile. Prince Ling, it has been quite some time. Morong Hung sat elegantly in an intricately carved pearwood chair, adorned in an ebony brocade robe, his hair bound by a jade crown. His exquisite features were accentuated by his excessively pale complexion, which lent him an air of noble melancholy. At that moment, his thin lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of inquisitive amusement. "Miss Shin, what brings you here?" Shun Ruwashi lifted her skirts and approached him slowly, eventually bending down to take a seat in his embrace. Morong Hung's gaze faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure. His pale, brooding face revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation, yet his cool eyes remained fixed intently upon her countenance. In her previous life, Shun Ruwashi had harbored fear towards him. But she was reborn. In her past existence, her spirit had lingered in the void. Witnessing the aftermath of her demise, the man she loved had stained the imperial lineage with blood, mercilessly avenging her by piercing Morong Ye's heart with a myriad of arrows, severing his head and casting it upon her grave. His crimson eyes had been filled with despair and sorrow as he knelt, professing his love. In that moment, she comprehended the depth of Morong Hung's devotion to her. Recalling this, Shun Ruwashi extended her hand, lifting her sleeve to reveal the mark of her fidelity. Upon seeing the vivid scarlet, Morong Hung's gaze deepened further into shadows. A playful smile danced upon her lips. "So, dear brother Chi, is it not feasible? However, if Miss Shin finds herself lonely, she may seek solace in others. Why would she think of me, this ailing wretch?" Shun Ruwashi leaned against him. "Morong Hang, I wish to leave Morong Yu. Will you assist me?" Morong Hang scoffed. "Everyone is aware of your long-standing affection for brother Chi, and now that you have achieved your desire to marry him, why perform this charade before me? I have regretted my choice. I do not desire Morong Yu, I long for you." The final word escaped her lips as she tilted her head back, closing her eyes. She bestowed a light kiss upon his finely shaped lips. The noble, frigid man finally revealed a crack in his stoic demeanor. He seized her delicate chin, his gaze imbued with a wicked intensity. "I was under the impression that Miss Shun was infatuated with Morong Yu. It appears you are not as demure as I believed. Do you truly think I would take an interest in a woman such as you?" Shun Ruwashi gazed at him with her dark, expressive eyes, then smiled unexpectedly. "You do." Morong Hang's grip slackened, his eyes deepening with intrigue. He tilted her chin, parting her crimson lips slightly, and kissed her. In the midst of their entanglement, his voice emerged cold and husky. "Shun Ruwashi, I sincerely hope you are not toying with me." Upon exiting the tea house, Tao Yi promptly approached. "Miss, we must return swiftly. Prince Chi has confined you to the estate. If he discovers you have left, he will surely be furious upon your return." Yet, Shun Ruwashi appeared oblivious to the warning. "I have heard that the finest tailor in the capital has received a plethora of exquisite silks. Let us go and select some new garments." Peach Leaf was taken aback, sensing an undeniable change in her mistress since she awoke that day. Filled with curiosity, she assisted her into the sedan chair. Once seated, Shun Ruwashi took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. As the legitimate daughter of the esteemed general's household, it was her first venture into such seductive endeavors. Moreover, the object of her intrigue was none other than the notoriously difficult-to-deal-with sickly Prince Ling of Dian. In the past, she would have never dared to entertain such thoughts. However, having faced death once, what was there to fear now? As she touched the faint ache on her neck, Shun Ruwaxi's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Morong Hung, though frail, proved unexpectedly forceful in his kiss, leaving her utterly unprepared. After visiting the tailor to have several outfits made, Shun Ruwashi procured some exquisite hairpins and jewelry before returning home. She had barely rested when someone came to announce, "Your Highness, Prince Chi has returned. He requests your presence in the orchid courtyard to discuss a matter of importance." Shun Ruwaxi's expression remained calm. "I understand," she replied, not rising immediately but turning to Peach Leaf. "Please assist me with my hair first." Peach Leaf promptly stepped forward to rearrange Shun Ruwaxi's disheveled hair. As the red hairpin slipped from her grasp, her long, lustrous tresses cascaded down like the finest silk, reaching her soft waist. Her fair face bore no makeup, yet radiated an enchanting grace. While tidying her hair, Peach Leaf couldn't help but murmur, "Miss, I just passed by the orchid courtyard and saw Ning Lanxua by Prince Chi's side, her complexion quite rosy. She hardly resembles someone unwell. I suspect she is feigning illness to provoke the prince's ire upon you. Shun Ruwashi remained silent. The time of her rebirth marked the first year since her marriage to Prince Morongyu. Half a month prior, a dispute had arisen between her and Ning Lanxue. With tears streaming down her face, Ning Lanxue clutched her chest and complained to Morongyu, claiming that she was suffering from heartache due to their quarrel. Enraged, Morongyu placed Shun Ruwashi under house arrest and took Ning Lanxue to a summer retreat, asserting that she needed to recuperate and find solace. A sardonic smile played at the corners of Shun Ruwaxi's lips. As the esteemed princess of the Qi kingdom and the legitimate daughter of a great general, it was utterly humiliating to be overshadowed by a lowly maid of the pleasure quarters. Yet, in her past life, she had endured more than this humiliation. She had loved Morongyu with unwavering devotion, disregarding the opposition from her family and ignoring the fact that he had a long-standing confidant, Ning Lanxue. She had insisted on marrying him regardless. Once within the royal palace, she had continuously lowered herself to win his affection, tending to his every need with meticulous care. However, Morongyu remained indifferent to her, not only neglecting her but also bringing Ning Lanxue into the palace, where she was kept as a cherished companion. The two of them spent their days in a world of romance, rendering her, the princess of Qi, a mere subject of ridicule. Shun Ruwashi had protested, but her pleas were met with even greater indifference. Ultimately, she had acquiesced. For the sake of Morongyu's scant tenderness, she had willingly relinquished her position as the principal consort, accepting the role of a concubine. She even humbly begged her own family to support his claim to the throne. With the unwavering support of the Shin family, Morongyu, once a prince of little favor, ultimately ascended to the throne as emperor. However, at the moment he achieved his grand ambitions, not only did he fail to grant her the promised title of queen, but he also issued a decree that cast her into the cold palace, allowing her to be humiliated and mistreated. Subsequently, Morongyu, fearing the formidable power of the Shin family, slaughtered them all under the pretext of fabricated crimes. The day of the massacre coincided with the onset of winter, as snow fell in a flurry. Barefoot, she rushed out of the cold palace, kneeling before the imperial hall, her forehead bleeding from the repeated blows, pleading with Morongyu to spare the Shin family. Not far away, Morongyu donned a resplendent yellow dragon robe, flanked by the elegant and noble Ning Lanxue, regarding her with the disdain one might reserve for refuse. With a cold demeanor, he commanded the guards to beat her to death with their clubs. In that moment, despair enveloped her completely. She collapsed in the snow, her vision consumed by the stark white and vivid red. The chill penetrated her skin and seeped into her blood, transforming into a deep-seated hatred and regret. Her eyes closed in eternal unrest. "Miss?" A gentle call from Taoya pulled Shun Ruwashi from her reverie. Only then did she realize her eyes were slightly warm, tears welling at the corners. Taoya assumed her sorrow stemmed from Morongyu. "Miss, please do not weep. Perhaps the prince's infatuation with that Ning Lanxue is but a fleeting fancy in time. He will come to appreciate your virtues." "Taoya, this attire is too plain. I have new clothes and jewelry, please adorn me with them today," Shun Ruwashi interjected softly, interrupting her. Taoya immediately complied, ultimately selecting a light-colored floral-patterned gauze dress. Over it, she draped a water-blue satin robe, embellished with golden threads in delicate patterns. It exuded both grace and an air of nobility. Peach Leaf marveled, "Miss, you truly deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. A mere touch of embellishment renders you utterly captivating. If I may be so bold, miss, you used to dress too plainly, which concealed your exquisite beauty." "I was indeed rather foolish back then," Shun Ruwashi replied with a hint of self-mockery. In the past, Ning Lanxue's jealousy over her beauty had prompted Morongyu to insist she dress modestly, and she complied without question. Standing beside the flamboyantly adorned Ning Lanxue, one could easily mistake her for a mere maid. "Let us go, I am quite curious as to why Morongyu seeks me," Shun Ruwashi remarked, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze as she stepped outside. In the orchid courtyard, Morongyu was embracing Ning Lanxue, standing on an arched bridge while feeding the fish. Ning Lanxue occasionally turned to whisper something to him, their intimacy evident. Shun Ruwaxi's eyes turned frosty, and she inwardly cursed them both. A pair of shameless lovers. Ning Lanxue was the first to notice her, softly saying, "Sister Ruwashi has arrived." Morongyu turned at once, his expression darkening. "I heard you left the residence today. I have commanded that you remain confined within the palace walls. How dare you venture out without permission?" Shun Ruashi maintained her composure. I received word from the steward of Tinjiakshuan, who informed me that my favorite spring tea has arrived. The prince is aware that my father shares a good rapport with the steward. I doubt you wish for my father to discover that I am under your confinement, do you? At her words, Yu fell silent. He would indeed need to rely on the general's manner and could not afford for Shin Tianrong to learn of his mistreatment of his daughter. Ning Lanxue leaned against Yu's side and suddenly exclaimed, Sister Ruashi looks exceptionally beautiful today. Are her clothes and accessories newly purchased? I can't help but feel envious. Upon hearing the hint of disappointment in Ning Lingxi's voice, Yu wrapped an arm around her waist and cast a glance at Shin Ruashi. Ruashi, this prince disapproves of your ostentatious attire. Please return home and change into something more modest. He understood that Ning Lanxue was always conscious of her status and wished not to witness Shin Ruashi flaunting the demeanor of a princess. Thus, he consistently encouraged Shin Ruashi to maintain a low profile in her apparel and adornments. He felt a pang of sympathy for Ning Lanxue, not wanting her to perceive a significant disparity between herself and Shin Ruashi. The prince's preferences are of little consequence, Shin Ruashi replied, lightly brushing her sleeve. As long as I am fond of it, that suffices. Yu furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by her response. After a fortnight apart, why had Shin Ruashi grown so distant? Shin Ruashi lifted her gaze. Did the prince summon me for a purpose? At her words, Yu recalled the matter at hand. He cleared his throat, unexpectedly softening his tone. This time, I took Lanxue to the summer resort for a while. After some reflection, I realized I had been neglecting you, and thus I returned. He continued, Ruashi, you are my princess, you will always hold a place in my heart. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruaxi's expression remained unchanged. Her dark, clear eyes fixed intently upon him, as if possessing the power to see through all. Yu felt a sudden wave of unease under her gaze. He pressed on, you are aware that Lanxue has accompanied me for many years. Were it not for her humble status, she should rightfully. The prince has something to say, so please speak candidly, Shin Ruashi interjected forcefully. Yu then stated plainly, Lanxue wishes to become this prince's consort. Ruashi, would you be willing to relinquish the position of the rightful princess to her? Chapter 2. A blend of softness and firmness. The moment the words left his lips, Ning Lanxue, standing behind Yu, raised an eyebrow slightly, anticipating the dramatic collapse and tears from Shin Ruashi. However, nothing of the sort occurred. Shin Ruashi displayed neither shock nor outrage. She did not even lift her eyelids. Instead, a trace of derision graced her features. Does the prince truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Ruashi, I understand this revelation is a significant blow to you. But Lanxue and I share mutual affection, and it is you who intruded upon our relationship, thus seizing the position of the principal consort. At these words, Shin Ruashi felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. In her previous life, she had been incessantly brainwashed by Yu, leading her to believe she had encroached upon his love for Ning Lanxue, which filled her with guilt and prompted her to endure in silence. Yet, how could a woman of such humble origins as Ning Lanxue ever ascend to the role of princess? If that were the case, Yu would have long since made grand arrangements to elevate her into his household. In those days, as the legitimate daughter of a general's estate, Shin Ruashi had harbored deep affections for Yu. The current emperor shared a close rapport with her father, Shin Tianrong, prompting her to implore her father to approach the emperor and seek a marriage decree. Her father, unable to withstand her persistence, eventually broached the subject with the emperor. The emperor, wishing to fulfill Shin Tianrong's desire for his beloved daughter and simultaneously quash Yu's aspirations to wed Ning Lanxue, acquiesced. Prior to the marriage decree, the emperor personally inquired in the imperial study whether Yu would consent to marry her. It was Yu himself who gave his affirmative response. Not for any other reason, but because of the Shin family's illustrious military achievements, Yu sought to secure their support in the struggle for succession. After the marriage, Yu feigned a reluctant demeanor, attributing all dissatisfaction to her. She yearned for the powerful support of the Shin family, while simultaneously seeking to fulfill her so-called true love. Yu truly exemplified the height of hypocrisy. Shin Ruashi gazed at the man before her, realizing how blind she had been in the past. Ning Lanxue, a lowly maid, was fortunate to even enter the royal residence, yet she aspired to be the crown princess? Did she truly believe she was worthy of such a title? As soon as the words left her mouth, Ning Lanxue's expression fell. She bit her lip, adopting an air of lofty disdain. One cannot choose their origins. My connection with the prince is genuine. It is my sister who has exploited her status to usurp this honor. If my sister could graciously relinquish the position of princess, we could refer to each other as sisters, and I would not make things difficult for her. Shun Ruashi nearly laughed in exasperation. Ning Lanxue, you possess an audacious sense of entitlement. Do you believe that without me, you could ascend to the position of the rightful princess? After your prolonged absence, have you been inundated with foolishness? Shake your head to clear your thoughts. Take a good look at yourself. Do you truly think you are worthy of being the princess? The emperor had consistently disapproved of the affair between Ning Lanxue and Morongyu. It was not merely Shun Ruashi who would become the crown princess. Others would enter the royal household, but Ning Lanxue would unequivocally not be among them. Furthermore, I am the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Spare me the condescending sister address. I have no need for a sister of your lowly stature. Shun Ruashi's words rendered Ning Lanxue's countenance ashen. That is enough. Morongyu reprimanded sternly, Shun Ruashi. Have you lost your senses? In just half a month, your behavior has grown increasingly unruly. It seems the one who has truly lost their mind is not I. With a calm demeanor, Shun Ruashi replied, It is indeed madness for His Highness to consider a courtesan as a princess. Perhaps it would be prudent to prepare some refreshing herbal tea to clear your mind, my lord, as I shall take my leave for the time being. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned away. As he watched her retreating figure, Morongyu felt a mix of shock and fury. Shun Ruashi. What has unsettled her today? Beside him, Ning Lanxue's eyes were red-rimmed. My lord, it appears that Shun Ruashi is unwilling to relinquish the position of the primary consort. Am I, an unmarried maiden, to remain in such an ambiguous situation with you at the palace? Morongyu furrowed his brows. Though angered by Shun Ruashi's outburst, clarity began to dawn upon him. The prospect of Ning Lanxue becoming the primary consort indeed posed significant challenges. Lanxue, how about I take you as a secondary consort? Rest assured, your treatment shall be no less than that of Shun Ruashi. What does the Lord take me for? I have given you my purity. And we once pledged to be together for eternity. How can you ask me to become a concubine? If that is the case, I would rather die. With those words, Ning Lanxue made to leap into the nearby lake. Morongyu swiftly caught her in his embrace, carefully soothing her. Guilt filled his gaze. Lanxue, blame me. As a prince, I am unable to choose the one I hold dear. I turned around to seek out Shun Ruashi to continue this discussion. She must acquiesce, whether she desires to or not. Ning Lanxue nestled in his embrace, obediently nodding. The Ling Wang residence. A shadow flitted over the wall, making its way directly to the study in the rear courtyard, and landed gracefully. Cold Night pushed the door open and entered. My lord, I have returned. Inside the study, the scent of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. Morong sat upright on an intricately carved pearwood chair, casually holding a leisure book, seemingly indifferent. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze slightly. His handsome visage resembled the bright moon in the sky, his complexion pale as snow, exuding an air of frailness. Yet his elongated, distant eyes bore a hint of wickedness that made one hesitant to meet his gaze directly. He spoke, My lord, the Qi Wang is becoming increasingly outrageous. Today he actually demanded that Shun Ruashi relinquish her position as princess to that courtesan. Cold Night furrowed his brows, an involuntary trace of anger lacing his tone. Morong's eyes grew even darker. Cold Night continued, however, Shun Ruashi did not agree. Not only did she refuse, but she also scolded the Qi Wang and that Ning Lanxue. It truly astonished me. Could it be that she has lost her senses? Morong shot him a cold glance. Cold Night immediately covered his mouth, realizing his mistake. Yet it is the truth. Shun Ruashi appears to be utterly consumed by matters of the heart, the kind that is beyond remedy. One cannot help but wonder what qualities in her have captured the attention of our prince. You may leave now. Morong spoke with a hint of indifference. After years of serving him, Leng Yi understood that his master was in a rather good mood. If one were to reflect upon it, their lord was not devoid of romantic inclinations himself. Go and fetch the 10 military staffs. Let us speak only when the matter is well contemplated. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew. Within the chamber, Morong's slender, jade-like fingers tightly gripped a book, and a chilling glint deepened in his gaze. Soon after, a faint smile graced his lips. What game is Shun Ruashi playing after all? My lady, you truly exude an air of authority today. I scarcely recognize you. Tao Yi exclaimed, following Shun Ruashi back to the study, her face radiant with delight. The mere thought of Ning Lanxue's disgraced expression brought her even greater joy. What was Ning Lanxue? After all, but a pretender, perpetually feigning fragility to sow discord? Yet, given my lady's resolute demeanor today, it is likely that Prince Qi will refrain from broaching the subject again. You think too highly of them. That pair of scoundrels will not relent so easily. Shun Ruashi raised her hand. Tao Yi, bring me the ink and brush. Scoundrels? A pair of scoundrels? Tao Yi was taken aback. To think her mistress would utter such words, and directed at the ever-cherished Prince Qi. How astonishing! Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of exhilaration accompanying her surprise. Tao Yi presented the ink and brush, unable to suppress her curiosity. My lady, what do you intend to write? You will find out shortly, Shun Ruashi replied, as she began to inscribe her thoughts, while Tao Yi ground the ink beside her. Before long, a notification indeed echoed from outside. Murongyu had arrived. Upon entering, his tone was unexpectedly gentle. Ruashi, are you still displeased with me for having restricted your freedom previously? I acknowledge that I may have shown favoritism in that matter. And I assure you that I will treat you well from now on. Please do not be angry, all right? Shun Ruashi remained silent, observing his clumsy performance with quiet disdain. In her past life, Murongyu had employed a similar tactic, alternating between harshness and indulgence, keeping her firmly in his grasp. In this lifetime, not a single word he utters will earn her trust. Chapter 3. Separation. Since the prince is aware of his bias, why not reprimand Ning Lanxue and impose a house arrest for a fortnight? Wouldn't that be fair? Murongyu was taken aback, unprepared for her obstinacy. An air of displeasure enveloped him. Lanxue's frail constitution precluded any form of confinement. The prince might inquire, but what affliction does she suffer? The physician in the estate has declared her well, and I, too, have taken her pulse. She is healthy. To suggest house arrest is preposterous, as she could endure kneeling for 3 days and nights without issue. Shun Ruashi's mother was exceptionally skilled in the arts of medicine and poison. It was her deft hands that once saved the injured emperor, earning the general's residents great esteem and trust. Shun Ruashi has inherited her mother's remarkable talents flawlessly. Ning Lanxue harbors no ailments. She merely feigns distress, clutching her chest daily. Yet, Murongyu indulges that white lotus. At this, Murongyu's expression darkened further. Shun Ruashi, how dare you be so audacious today? I am determined to bestow the position of principal consort upon Lanxue. You shall concede, whether you desire to or not. Should you continue this selfishness, I vow never to set foot in your courtyard again. In response, Shun Ruashi displayed an air of disdain. She held no desire for his presence in her courtyard. Seeing him was as revolting as encountering a fly. However, her aspirations did not lie in never meeting him again. She yearned for his retribution, wishing for him to meet a gruesome end. Shun Ruashi lifted a cup of tea, savoring a sip. The position of principal consort is not one to be relinquished lightly. The prince may ask, but how could I possibly yield? According to the laws of the Dian Kingdom, such a title can only be relinquished upon the death of the principal wife, divorce, or separation. Otherwise, one cannot relinquish their position to another. Upon hearing her say this, Murongyu assumed she had relented. He promptly responded, I intend to first divorce you, and then marry Lanxue. However, rest assured, I shall take you as a concubine and will never abandon you, Ruashi. After all, a mere title should not be a source of such narrow-mindedness, should it? As soon as the words left his lips, Tao Yi beside him could no longer contain herself. She interjected, My lady has not committed any offense warranting divorce. What reason does the prince have to cast her aside? Murongyu turned to Shun Ruashi, stating, I have already devised a plan. I shall claim that you are unable to bear me an heir, and thus I will demote you to a secondary consort. However, it may be somewhat difficult to explain this to my father and the general's residents, so I hope, Ruashi, that you might assist me in this matter. After speaking, Murongyu let out a sigh. Ruashi, I understand that this situation is indeed unfair to you. As long as you agree to this, I swear I shall treat you twice as well in the future. Given time, should I truly ascend to the throne, you will be the matriarch of the harem. Shun Ruashi arched her delicate, pale fingers, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The audacity of Murongyu to propose such an absurd notion was astonishing. Yet, in her past life, she had indeed believed his words. How foolish she had been. In this lifetime, he should not even dare to entertain such thoughts. A divorce? If she were cast aside, she would only become the laughingstock of the realm. Not only would she suffer humiliation, but it would also tarnish the reputation of the general's residence and affect the marriage prospects of the women in her family. Murongyu, you are truly malicious and repugnant. Your shamelessness has opened my eyes today. The moment the words escaped her lips, Murongyu was taken aback. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Shinruashi, what did you say? The prince intends to marry that lowly maid. I shall not obstruct him, and I have already devised a plan for the prince. Shinruashi rose and approached the desk, hurling the divorce agreement she had previously written into Murongyu's face. Murongyu, once you sign this divorce agreement, our marriage shall be entirely severed. Do not say that you wish to marry Ning Lanxue, a courtesan. You are free to bring an entire brothel into the royal residence if you so desire. Murongyu, staring at the divorce agreement in his hand, turned pale. He then exclaimed angrily, have you lost your mind? I will not divorce you. You have always believed that I hindered your pursuit of true love. Now, as I offer you this divorce, allowing you to revel in your affection with Ning Lanxue, why do you suddenly object? Murongyu, do you not find this amusing? Murongyu's face grew increasingly ashen. He certainly did not wish to sever all ties with Shinruashi. He merely sought to take her as a concubine. He needed the support of the general's residence. As an uncherished prince, without the substantial backing of the general's house, aspiring to ascend the throne was nothing more than a fool's errand. Moreover, should he divorce her, all blame would fall solely upon Shinruashi. A separation would be different. Outsiders might think he was indulging a mistress while neglecting his legitimate wife, causing severe damage to his reputation. Murongyu took a sip of cold tea to compose himself. His disdain for Shinruashi stemmed from his certainty that her unwavering love for him rendered her devoid of dignity. No matter how outrageous his demands, she would never leave him. However, the course of events far exceeded his expectations. Shinruashi, your mind is clouded. I shall not hold this against you. Please, take a moment to collect yourself. Shinruashi responded with a cold laugh. If you are unwilling to divorce, then do not waste my time here. Farewell. Was she truly sending him away? Murongyu was taken aback and furious. Yet, Shinruashi's actions today perplexed him, leaving his heart in turmoil. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave, feeling somewhat disheveled. The following day, as dawn broke, Shinruashi was awakened by Tao Ye's gentle call. Miss, it is time to rise. Today is the day you and Prince Qi pay your respects to concubine Fong. Shinruashi squinted. Is it not still early? Indeed. It is still early, but you must rise to prepare breakfast for the prince. Having been married into the royal residence for over half a year, Shinruashi had risen early each day to personally prepare breakfast for Murongyu. She not only cooked but also sewed his clothes, ground tea, and brewed it herself. Reflecting on those days, Shinruashi nearly wished to strangle herself. She lay still, unmovable. Have all the servants in the manor vanished? Such tasks can be handled by them. Do not call for me again. Yes, miss. Taoyu replied cheerfully. If she had hesitated yesterday about whether Shinruashi was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, she was now certain that her mistress had genuinely altered her attitude towards Prince Qi. Humph. In truth, she harbored no affection for Murongyu in her heart, deeming him hypocritical and blind, for he neglected his own esteemed lady, a beauty of exceptional grace, while indulging the pure and innocent Ning Lanxue. It was high time she treated him this way. Shinruashi lay on her bed for another half an hour before she languidly rose. Today she was to pay her respects at the palace, and needed to rise early. Although she was resolute in her intention to part ways with Murongyu, she remained the princess consort of Qi and had to uphold the necessary courtesies. After washing and dressing, she instructed Taoya to bring her breakfast to her room. Choosing to dine alone, she wished to avoid the sight of Murongyu's face, fearing it would spoil her appetite. After finishing her meal, the two women stepped outside, only to be informed that Ning Lanxue claimed to have a headache, and Murongyu was presently in her chamber comforting her. At the entrance stood Jinglu, Murongyu's personal attendant, who lazily remarked, Princess consort, the prince may take a while longer. Please wait. The Qi prince had always looked down upon this princess consort, so his attendant naturally displayed no courtesy. Shinruashi replied, since Murongyu cannot free himself, I see no reason to wait for him any longer. I shall go to the palace on my own. Jinglu appeared visibly startled and immediately countered. No, princess consort, it would be improper for you to go alone. Is it proper for Murongyu to delay his visit to the palace for an extraneous woman? Upon hearing this, Jing Lu hesitated, somewhat at a loss for words. It is still early. The prince may emerge shortly. What harm is there in waiting a little longer? Taoya interjected with anger. Who do you think you are to speak to the princess consort in such a manner? Jing Lu remained silent, wearing an expression of indifference. After enduring a sense of helplessness for over half a year, he suddenly chose to adopt the demeanor of a princess. Who was he trying to intimidate? Shin Ruashi remarked with a hint of disdain. Tao Yi, pay him no mind. Assist me in mounting the carriage. After uttering this, she turned her head and added suddenly. However, this carriage is rather elevated, and the footrest is uncomfortable. Jing Lu, bend down, so that this princess may step upon you to board the carriage. Chapter 4. What? This is quite inappropriate. Jing Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tao Yi approached him and swiftly kicked him down. If I say lie down, then lie down. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Tao Yi, having grown up under her care, was clever, diligent, and possessed some martial prowess. Jing Lu found himself on the ground in an instant. Shun Ruashi placed a hand on Tao Yi's shoulder and stepped on Jing Lu as she boarded the carriage. In her haste, she accidentally stepped on his head, causing him to yelp in pain. Shun Ruashi entered the carriage and departed with a flourish. Jing Lu, grimacing in pain, scrambled to his feet and rushed into the Wangfu to complain to Murongyu. Murongyu was with Ning Lanxue, waiting for Shin Ruashi to serve him breakfast. However, instead of Shin Ruashi, Jing Lu arrived. Upon hearing Jing Lu's report, Murongyu felt a mix of shock and anger, tinged with unease. The previous day, Shun Ruashi had angered him, and he had intended to teach her a lesson during breakfast. Yet, to his surprise, she hadn't even prepared a meal for herself. Not only that, but she had ventured into the palace alone. Could it be that the suggestion of making Ning Lanxue the princess had disturbed her so profoundly that she truly intended to sever ties with him? Contemplating this, Murongyu felt restless. He immediately ordered Jing Lu to accompany him to the palace. He glanced back at Ning Lanxue. Lanxue, if I do not enter the palace with Shun Ruashi, it may not reflect well on me. I shall take my leave first and forgo breakfast with you. Your Highness. Travel safely, Ning Lanxue replied, appearing considerate, yet harboring deep discontent within. Shun Ruashi, that foolish girl, seems to have learned her lesson now. No longer stubbornly pursuing, she has adopted the strategy of feigned indifference. Upon arriving at the palace, Shun Ruashi was assisted down by Tao Yi and happened to witness a grand 6-horse carriage entering the imperial city. The carriage was lavishly adorned with exquisite silk, its windows inlaid with gold and jade, exuding unparalleled opulence. Tao Yi whispered, who could this be? Such a grand display. It is the Ling Wang. Shun Ruashi replied in a subdued tone. Tao Yi turned to her, Miss. How do you know? Among the princes, who else could command such treatment and audacity? The current sovereign, Murong Ting, is known as Emperor Rinjing. He has 4 sons, all of whom were granted titles and left the palace upon reaching adulthood. The eldest, Murong Xiao, the 4th, Murong Yu, the 11th, Murong Yao, and the 9th, Murong Hang. Among them, Murong Hang stands out as particularly unique. In the harem of Emperor Rinjing, there was originally only one empress, Su Wana, with whom he shared a deep bond, their hearts in perfect harmony. Despite their affectionate relationship, Su Wana remained childless for many years. In pursuit of an heir to the throne, Emperor Rinjing took several concubines into the palace. Gradually, several princes and princesses were born. Unexpectedly, at the age of 27, Empress Su Wana became pregnant, much to Emperor Rinjing's delight, prompting him to grant amnesty across the realm. After a 10-month pregnancy, however, Su Wana faced complications during childbirth. She bravely delivered Murong Hang but tragically passed away shortly thereafter. From birth, Murong Hang was frail and plagued by ailments. As he grew older, all the court physicians declared that not only was his life expectancy short, but he would also struggle to bear offspring. Emperor Rinjing was profoundly sorrowful. Initially, he had intended to designate his legitimate son, Murong Hang, as the crown prince, but given the current circumstances, such plans had to be postponed. Despite his physical weaknesses, Murong Hang's talents were unparalleled. He excelled in military strategy and governance, possessing an extraordinary aptitude for both. Emperor Rinjing cherished him deeply. Although he had not formally named him as heir, he afforded him the same privileges as a crown prince, allowing him to reside in the Eastern Palace and even tacitly permitting him to raise his own troops. Many officials had voiced their concerns, but Emperor Renjing remained steadfast in his decision. Eventually, the court came to terms with the reality that Morong Hang's time was limited. Even if he were to cultivate an army, it would hardly pose a significant threat, and thus the matter was no longer discussed. The emperor's favoritism, coupled with the flamboyant nature of Prince Ling, who wielded considerable influence, made Morong Hang's reputation resound throughout the capital. As the golden-clawed curtains of his carriage were gently lifted, Morong Hang's profile emerged in the sunlight. Tao Yi whispered, "Miss, the Prince Ling is surprisingly handsome. Everyone claims the ninth prince is but a sickly wretch. I imagined him to be emaciated and pallid." Seemingly sensing something, Morong Hang suddenly turned his gaze towards them, locking eyes with Shun Ruashi. He regarded her for a moment before slowly lowering the carriage curtain. In that instant, Shun Ruashi recalled their earlier encounter at the tea house, struggling to reconcile it with the cold and noble figure before her. In the eyes of Tao Yi, a lingering brilliance remained. It is said that Prince Qi, Morong Yu, is refined and handsome, a fitting match for the young lady. However, in my opinion, it is actually King Ling who is more suited to you. Tao Yi, do not speak so recklessly. She playfully stuck out her tongue, asserting that she was merely speaking the truth. That hypocrite, Morong Yu, is nothing but a facade. Within the palace, Empress Su Luer was accompanied by several concubines, preparing to showcase her newly planted night-blooming Sirius. Consort Fong Hui followed closely behind. At that moment, one of her palace attendants hurriedly approached to announce that Lady Shinruashi, the wife of Prince Qi, had come to pay her respects. Su Luer glanced over and casually inquired Consort Fong, "Is there something amiss?" "Your Majesty, Prince Qi and Princess Qi wish to pay their respects today, and I fear I must take my leave," Fong Hui replied. Upon hearing this, Su Luer displayed a gentle smile. "I have heard that Princess Qi, Shinruashi, is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. I have yet to see her closely. Why not invite her and so I may behold her beauty?" Fong Hui could only acquiesce. Nearby, the favored consort, Qin Haidang, scoffed softly. "The most beautiful woman in the capital? Surely, she is merely a pretty face devoid of substance. It is said she has entangled Prince Qi for many years, and as the legitimate daughter of a general's house, she possesses no sense of propriety whatsoever. She is a noblewoman, a descendant of warriors. I have heard whispers of Shun Ruashi's behavior and find it utterly contemptible to be so consumed by a man. Such a naive romantic. How foolish." Consort Fong Hui felt somewhat embarrassed by this remark, though she did not particularly care for Shun Ruashi. Qin Haitong's words undoubtedly struck a chord of self-critique. The noble consort, Yuer and Ruashi, had been childhood companions, their bond flourishing since youth. After their marriage, they remained deeply devoted to one another, perfectly in tune with each other's sentiments. Qin Haitong smiled, clearly dismissing her. She had also heard whispers regarding Morong Yu's association with a courtesan. Such matters rarely arise without substance. What was the intent behind this charade? Not long after Fong Fei's remarks, a palace maid appeared, escorting Shinruashi. Compared to her usual simplicity, today Shinruashi was evidently adorned with great care, elegant and radiant. Upon her arrival, she graciously performed her salutations to the gathering. With a discreet glance, she surveyed the scene. The harem of Emperor Renjing was sparse, and she recognized most of the principal consorts: Empress Su Luer, noble consort Qin Haidang, her mother-in-law Fong Fei Fong Hui, and Lan Pin Nia Yulan, along with a few new faces among the beauties. As she entered, the empress could not help but sing her praises, remarking that the Qi Wangfei was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. Truly, seeing her was more enlightening than mere hearsay. Shun Ruashi bowed her head, responding humbly, "Your Majesty is too kind. It is you who embodies grace unmatched." Su Luer, the younger sister of the late Empress Su Wana, was known for her kindness and benevolence, acting as a maternal figure to Morong Hang, who had grown up under her care. Shun Ruashi, appreciating the connection, held a measure of respect for Su Luer. This compliment brought considerable joy to Su Luer, who continued to praise Shun Ruashi. Suddenly, Qin Haidang interjected, "Did not the Qi Wang recently retreat to the summer resort?" Recently, Princess Manhwa, feeling rather bored, visited the summer resort and inadvertently encountered Prince Qi, accompanied by a lady. Qin Haidang turned to her and said, "Shinruashi, did I not hear that the person by Prince Qi's side is not you?" Upon hearing this, Fong Hui's expression slightly stiffened. Qin Haidang, relying on her illustrious family background, had always regarded others with disdain in the palace, particularly looking down on Feng Hui, which resulted in a strained relationship. If she were to discover that her son had brought Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, it would undoubtedly provide her with further amusement at Feng Hui's expense. Contemplating this, Feng Hui immediately turned her gaze towards Shen Ruoxi. Ruoxi, what is the matter? Do enlighten us, she prompted. Aware that Shen Ruoxi harbored deep affections for her son and would surely defend Morongyu's reputation, Shen Ruoxi promptly began to speak. Chapter 5. Provocation. Shen Ruoxi immediately spoke up. The king of Qi indeed went to the summer resort. I did not accompany him. As Miss Ning expressed that her heart ailment had flared up, prompting the king to take her there. As the words left her lips, Feng Hui's complexion paled first. She exclaimed sharply, Ruoxi, what are you saying? How could she possibly claim in front of so many that Morongyu had taken Ning Lanxue to the summer resort? Such a statement would only solidify those malicious rumors. Qin Haidang raised an eyebrow. Miss Ning? Could it be that she is the courtesan who has captivated the king of Qi to the point of distraction? Feng Hui interjected hastily, Your Highness, you misunderstand. Ning Lanxue is not a courtesan. Miss Ning is not a courtesan, Shen Ruoxi interrupted Feng Hui. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui exhaled in relief. The truth was that Ning Lanxue's background was hardly respectable. Morongyu had redeemed her from the brothel. Subsequently, he publicly declared that Ning Lanxue was a distant cousin of Shen Ruoxi. Although Shen Ruoxi was reluctant about this arrangement, her heart was tethered to Morongyu, and she ultimately acquiesced. Now, her direct explanation was the most favorable course of action. Shen Ruoxi continued, Your Highness, Miss Ning is not a courtesan. Though she hails from a brothel, she is an artist, not one who sells her body. When she was with the king, she remained virtuous. Qin Haidang scoffed. Indeed, a lowly creature from a brothel, utterly disgraceful to their royal dignity. With that, she lifted her gaze to Feng Hui beside her. Feng Fei, if I were to bear such an ungrateful son, I would rather end his life with a swift blow. The Qiwang's outrageous behavior reflects poorly on you as a mother and consort. Feng Hui tightened her fingers, pinching the flesh of her palm. Shen Ruoxi has truly lost her senses today, brazenly spouting nonsense in public. Yet after so many years in the palace, Feng Hui had weathered numerous storms and maintained an impeccable facade. Your Highness, you merely took pity on that girl's plight and offered her a position as a maid in our residence. The ensuing rumors are utterly unfounded, she asserted, casting a discreet glance toward Shen Ruoxi. Shen Ruoxi blinked innocently, seemingly oblivious to the unspoken warning, and even bestowed upon Feng Hui a sweet smile. Feng Hui struggled to maintain her composure. Qin Haidang was relentless. That woman suffers from a heart ailment. Surely a doctor could suffice. Why must the Qi Wang personally escort her to the summer retreat? Which maid enjoys such privilege? Feng Fei, if you wish to deceive yourself, that is one matter. But do not present such absurdity to others. It is utterly disgraceful. Shen Ruoxi stood silently by, having heard of Qin Guifei's haughty disposition and difficult nature. Today's encounter confirmed those rumors, and it appeared that she and Feng Hui were not on amicable terms. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. As Qin Haitang's words echoed, the other concubines cast meaningful glances at Feng Hui, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, although most were unaware of the underlying context. Feng Hui felt the weight of their scrutiny and was concerned about the spread of further rumors. Turning towards Su Luer, she implored, Your Majesty, Yuer has always possessed a kind heart, as you are well aware. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Su Luer was uncertain about the situation, yet she did not wish to see the two continue their quarrel. She spoke up, Rumors can be dreadful. The Crown Prince and Ruoxi have grown up together, their bond transcending that of ordinary relationships, as I am well aware. Empress Qin, this matter concerns the royal reputation. Please tread carefully with your words.
Feng Hui immediately bowed.
Your Majesty, your insight is appreciated. She then turned to Shen Ruoxi, saying, Ruoxi, you should go outside. Yuer is likely waiting anxiously for you. Perhaps it would be best for you to find him first. She intended to send Shen Ruoxi away. However, to her surprise, Shen Ruoxi, with her dark eyes wide open, replied, Mother, it is of no concern. Today, His Highness the Crown Prince did not enter the palace with me. I arrived first. The moment those words left her lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They had not even entered the palace together to pay respects. The esteemed Crown Prince, it seemed, had indeed been neglecting his legitimate wife. The rumors, it appeared, held a grain of truth. Su Luer furrowed her brow. Fong Fei. Though Morongyu is your son, he also addresses me as Mother Empress. As a mother, I feel compelled to speak a few truths. She turned her gaze toward Shun Ruoshi. As the daughter of General Shin, hailing from a distinguished family and possessing such unparalleled beauty, he should cherish those before him. Fong Hui lowered her head. Yes, I shall heed your counsel. Su Luer refrained from further comments and continued to admire the flowers with the others. Shortly thereafter, a palace servant arrived to report that the crown prince had come and was summoned by His Majesty to the study. Fong Hui then escorted Shin Ruoshi away from Su Luer's Changqiu Palace. As they prepared to return to their serene residence, Yue Palace, the expression on Fong Hui's face darkened. Have you lost your mind today? Shin Ruoshi displayed a look of confusion. Why was her mother so enraged? Did she dare to inquire? Just as Fong Hui was about to unleash her ire, her gaze caught sight of a woman dressed in a deep purple gown accompanied by two maidservants, emerging from the Changqiu Palace. It was the recently favored noblewoman, Wei Jinjin. Fong Hui's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Ruoshi, my dear, the Empress Dowager has specially arranged your favorite pastries. Let us return to Yue Palace now. The swiftness of her change was remarkable. Shun Ruoshi felt a twinge of irony in her heart, though her face betrayed nothing. Very well. As Wei Jinjin approached, she bowed respectfully while passing by Fong Hui, her steps hurried and her complexion somewhat pale. Suddenly, she faltered as she bowed. Shun Ruoshi instinctively reached out to steady her, inadvertently brushing against Wei Jinjin's wrist, causing the latter to startle. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Jinjin stumbled to her feet. Your Highness, I beg your pardon, I am feeling a bit unwell today. No matter, if you are unwell, it is best to return and rest, Fong Hui replied with a gentle smile. In public, she consistently maintained an unassuming and gentle demeanor. Shun Ruoshi interjected, Noble Lady Wei. Your health is of utmost importance. If you are unwell, it would be wise to summon the imperial physician. Wei Jinjin, seemingly distracted, replied absently, Thank you, Princess Qi, for your concern, before continuing on her way, leaving it uncertain whether she had truly absorbed the advice given. As she gazed at her retreating figure, Shun Ruoshi's eyes flickered momentarily. She had just performed a cursory examination of Wei Jinjin's pulse, and to her astonishment, it revealed signs of joyousness. However, the pulse exhibited some abnormalities, indicative of potential poisoning. Shun Ruoshi felt a surge of complexity within her heart. The intrigues of the harem were swirling, and since she and Wei Jinjin were strangers, she could not speak candidly. She could only allow her to discover the truth on her own. If Fong Hui were genuinely benevolent, she might have confided in her. Yet, in reality, she was far from virtuous. What are you staring at? Come here. Once Wei Jinjin departed, Fong Hui's expression darkened immediately. Shun Ruoshi remained silent, trailing behind her. Upon arriving at the Yue Palace, Fong Hui was engulfed in fury. Kneel. Shun Ruoshi stood her ground, responding slowly, Is your Majesty addressing me? Who else? Fong Hui glared at her, her demeanor devoid of the previous gentleness. Unmoved, Shun Ruoshi continued. Why must I kneel, Mother Empress? You spoke before the Empress and the other concubines about your taking Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, claiming you did not accompany him into the palace. Is that not utter nonsense? Kneel. Shun Ruoshi's gaze remained placid as she replied. It was the prince who intended to take Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, and it was also the prince who did not accompany me to pay respects. I merely spoke the truth. If speaking the truth is a fault, then is it not a greater offense for the prince to have acted thus? If someone should kneel, it seems that it ought to be the prince. What do you think, Mother Empress? Fong Hui was rendered speechless by her words. Subsequently, a sense of confusion arose. Shun Ruoshi's love for her son had rendered her devoid of dignity, yet now she was allowing her Yuer to kneel? What had prompted such a turn of events today? Fong Hui furrowed her brows. After all, Yuer was a prince and you, as his princess, ought to consider his reputation in public. To speak so openly today is tantamount to slapping his face. I fear my position as princess may not endure much longer. Shun Ruoshi sighed, stating, The prince has instructed me to relinquish the position of the legitimate wife in favor of Ning Lanxue. What? Fong Hui was taken aback. She exclaimed in astonishment, Is it truly what Yue has said? Shun Ruoshi's expression remained indifferent. The prince will arrive shortly. Whether it is true, mother will know upon inquiry. Chapter 6. The son wishes to go at this moment. The atmosphere within the imperial study was far from pleasant. Murongyu knelt upon the cold tiled floor, his countenance betraying a hint of panic. Father, I am not captivated by beauty. I merely wish to take Lan Shui to recuperate. The Qi Wang, Emperor Rinjing, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne, casting a sidelong glance at the kneeling Murongyu. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. I do not wish to hear that woman's name from your lips again. Murongyu trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head. I acknowledge my mistake. Today was originally intended for paying respects to his mother, yet upon entering the palace, he was summoned by Emperor Rinjing. The moment he stepped into the imperial study, the emperor unleashed his fury, stating that several memorials had arrived this morning, denouncing him for his indulgence in feminine charms, rendering him unfit for duty. It was even claimed that he favored his concubine to the detriment of his legitimate wife, a grave offense that left him utterly flustered. The emperor pinched the bridge of his nose. You must understand, had it not been for Shen Ruoshi personally advocating for you, I would never have permitted that Ning Lan Shui to enter the manor. You assured me, then, that by bringing Ning Lan Shui into the Wang residence, you would exercise discretion, prioritizing Ruoshi above all else. Yet, this incident has truly disappointed me. Murongyu, in desperation, implored, Father, these are mere baseless rumors. My relationship with Ruoshi is quite good. You need only to inquire with her to ascertain the truth. Humph. Emperor Rinjing scoffed softly, fully aware that should he question Shin Ruoshi, she would undoubtedly defend Murongyu. It is futile to inquire further. Emperor Rinjing furrowed his brow, stating, You have mishandled matters within the inner court. As I see it, you need not bear responsibility for the flooding in Jinan. Father Emperor, Murongyu exclaimed in astonishment, quickly adding, Your humble son is wholeheartedly devoted to alleviating the burdens of the nation and to you, Father Emperor. I have prepared myself to journey to Jinan. Please grant me this opportunity. Floods have occurred in previous years. Emperor Rinjing governs with wisdom, and there are many capable ministers in the court. Each time disaster strikes, their responses have been impeccable. This task not only offers substantial rewards but also presents an opportunity to garner a commendable reputation and win the hearts of the people.
Consequently,
the high-ranking officials in the court, along with several of his brothers, have all vied for this responsibility. This year's disaster in Jinan was no exception. Yet, astonishingly, this duty had fallen upon a prince who was not particularly favored. Deep down, he understood that Emperor Rinjing, seeing him as the son-in-law of Shen Tianrong, wished to provide him with a chance to prove himself. However, now, Murongyu felt a surge of anxiety. Kneeling on the ground, he implored, Father Emperor, I have already organized all matters pertaining to this flood. To replace me at this juncture would only result in delays, and if the response falters, countless citizens will suffer. Please allow me to proceed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Rinjing hesitated momentarily. It was indeed true. If he were to replace the fourth prince now, further delays would ensue, and the people could not afford such setbacks. Your humble son wishes to go, a voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Murongyu turned to see a tall figure entering the room, draped in a robe of ebony adorned with golden threads and crowned with a jade diadem. Even with his pallid complexion exuding an air of fragility, the exquisite beauty of Murong-hang could not be concealed. Murongyu was momentarily taken aback. Why had the ninth prince come as well? Murong-hang strode forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Rinjing. Your humble son wishes to alleviate the burdens of Father Emperor. I beseech you to grant me the opportunity. In light of the recent floods in Jinan, I am willing to lend my efforts to aid you. Hanger, do you truly wish to go? The astonishment in Emperor Rinjing's eyes was unmistakable, soon replaced by concern. Your health is fragile, and the journey to Jinan is long. I fear your constitution may not withstand it. This youngest son was the sole legitimate heir of him and the late empress, and he cherished him dearly. However, his health was poor, with court physicians foretelling a short life. Thus, he had never considered him for the calamities of past floods. Murong-hang, astute and perceptive, understood his father's sentiments and had refrained from mentioning it. But today, what had prompted this sudden request? Murong-hang replied, Father, I assure you, my health is not a hindrance. The arduous tasks are undertaken by the subordinates. I merely need to lend my voice. With that, he raised a hand to his mouth, coughing gently a few times. Emperor Rinjing immediately gestured to the chief eunuch beside him, Wang Difu, Provide him a seat. The eunuch promptly brought over a chair for Morong Hang to sit upon, followed by a bowl of steaming tea. Morong Hang idly stirred the floating leaves on the surface of the tea, his glass-like eyes shifting, as if he had just noticed Morong Yu. Why is Brother Chi kneeling? Morong Yu's face turned a shade of pale. A persistent suspicion lingered in the air, suggesting that Morong Hang's actions were deliberate. Morong Hang suddenly spoke. Could it be that my brother, the Prince of Qi, has drawn attention due to his favoritism towards a concubine? Morong Yu, taken aback, inquired. How does the 9th prince know this? Is it possible he orchestrated it? After all, numerous ministers within the court had been won over by Morong Hang. Yet, he bore no grudge against him and had no reason to act thus. As he pondered this, he heard Morong Hang's light laughter. I merely heard rumors. Heard from whom? Morong Yu's gaze flickered. Could it be that my affair with Ning Lanxue has been distorted and spread by malicious intent? Emperor Renjing turned to Morong Hang, stating, My child, with our departure for Jinan in merely 2 days, your assumption of this responsibility seems rather rushed. Morong Yu quickly added, 9th prince, such matters require considerable effort. The king fears you may not withstand the strain, and moreover, changing personnel at this juncture would certainly not suffice within 2 days. 1 day is ample. Morong Hang replied with a calm demeanor. Does the Prince of Qi doubt my capabilities? Morong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the court, no one harbored doubts regarding Morong Hang's competence. Were it not for his short lifespan, he would have long ascended as the crown prince. Witnessing Morong Hang's resolute attitude, Emperor Renjing displayed a reassuring smile. Since you are so eager, I shall entrust this matter to you. I will ensure the chief physician accompanies you. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to withdraw. Rising from his seat, Morong Hang responded, I accept my orders. As Emperor Renjing turned, his gaze fell upon Morong Yu, whose expression was one of evident distress. The Qi Wang, regarding subsequent matters, please hand over the details to Hunger, ensuring that every aspect is meticulously addressed. Emperor Renjing has already spoken. Morong Yu is aware that further words would be futile. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Suddenly, Morong Hung interjected. However, this matter has always been proclaimed as under the purview of my elder brother, the Qi Wang. Now that it has been transferred to my hands, there must be a justification. Otherwise, those unaware might presume my elder brother's capabilities are insufficient, rendering him unfit for responsibility. Emperor Renjing pondered briefly before responding. Qi Wang, you shall publicly claim illness for the time being and refrain from leaving the royal residence. Morong Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. This implication was tantamount to house arrest.
Was it not?
Deeply displeased, Morong Yu contemplated voicing his objections, but upon meeting Emperor Renjing's indifferent gaze, he swallowed his words. Speaking further would be of no avail. Once outside the imperial study, Morong Yu called out to Morong Hung, 9th prince. Yet, Morong Hung did not turn around. Instead, he stepped onto the footstool and ascended into the carriage. The 6-horse carriage moved grandly towards the eastern palace. Morong Yu could only come to a halt. Beside him, Jing Lu approached cautiously. Your Highness, why does your expression appear so grim? Morong Yu gritted his teeth. To Iyue Palace. Upon arriving at Iyue Palace, Morong Yu beheld Fong Hui seated with a sullen expression on the soft couch, while Shun Ruashi stood nearby. She wore a delicate peach-pink dress today, adorned with an unusual hairpin of pearls, exuding poise and nobility. He instantly took note of her presence. Hearing the sound, Shun Ruashi turned her head. Her already exquisite visage was enhanced with a touch of makeup, rendering her even more breathtaking. Morong Yu's gaze lingered momentarily. Shun Ruashi spoke softly. Since the prince has arrived, it would be best for you to converse with Mother Empress. I shall not intrude. With that, she performed a graceful bow and departed with Tao Yi. Morong Yu felt somewhat unsettled by her aloofness. Just as he intended to call her back, he heard Fong Hui's voice. You come here. Morong Yu had no choice but to comply. Fong Hui instructed everyone else to withdraw, leaving only herself and Morong Yu. A sense of confusion washed over him. Mother Empress, what is the matter? Are you truly considering making Ning Lanxue the legitimate wife?
Fong Hui abruptly inquired.
Morong Yu was taken aback, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Did Shun Ruashi say something to you? That wretched woman. Her audacity grows bolder by the day. Chapter 7. Sweet words. Fong Hui grew increasingly irate. Do you truly harbor such thoughts, Yu? You are being foolish. What is Ning Lanxue? How could she possibly become the crown princess? No matter how one might regard Shun Ruashi, She remains the legitimate daughter of a general's household, while Ning Lanxue is not even worthy to hold her shoes. Murong Yu's expression darkened. Mother, your words are rather harsh. I have long been out of favor with father, languishing in obscurity, and it was Lanxue who guided and accompanied me. Without her, I fear I would have become a mere shadow of a person. Furthermore, Murong Yu paused for a moment. Mother, you also rose from humble beginnings to attain your current status. Why should Lanxue be any different? Fang Hui felt a twinge of discomfort. She had once been a maidservant, tasked with attending to Emperor Renji's feet. On one occasion, emboldened by the Emperor's drunken state, she dared to ascend the dragon bed. When the Emperor awoke and discovered her, he was furious and threatened to execute her. It was only through the intercession of the late Empress Su Wanner that her life was spared and she was admitted to the harem, granted the title of concubine. After enduring 20 years, she finally achieved the rank of favored consort. However, due to the dubious nature of her ascent, Emperor Renji had always looked down upon her, which in turn affected Murong Yu's standing. Fang Hui asserted, that was merely due to your fortuitous destiny, mother, which granted you such wealth and honor. Does Ning Lanxue possess such fortune? She then lowered her voice. Your foremost priority now is to capture your father's attention and prepare for your path to succession. Just imagine, once you inherit the throne, should you wish for Ning Lanxue to enter the harem, who would dare oppose you? Murong Yu's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim once more. However, today, Father Emperor has relieved me of the duty to aid in disaster relief in Jinan, assigning it to King Ling instead. What? Fang Hui's complexion turned pale, her teeth clenched in indignation. That short-lived Murong Hung. When Su Wanner was in labor, why did he not accompany her? It would have been a 2-for-1 demise, bringing peace at last. Murong Yu murmured. Mother, please be cautious with your words. Fang Hui adjusted her expression. Murong Hung is destined for a short life, and devoid of humanity, he will not leave any descendants. Even with extraordinary talent, he cannot inherit the great enterprise. Among the remaining princes, Prince Duan, Murong Xiao, is idle, while Prince Rue, Murong Yao, is simple-minded and lacks cunning. You are among them. You are the only one endowed with both virtue and talent, possessing both courage and strategy. You are the most suitable candidate for the heir. Listen to your mother. Do not let a woman hinder your progress. That Ning Lanxue should be kept in check for the time being. Yes, mother. Upon hearing Murong Yu's acquiescence, Fang Hui finally felt at ease, further advising him to secure Shun Ruashi's affections. Though she deemed Shun Ruashi unimportant, the general's residence behind her was of great significance. A flicker of complexity crossed Murong Yu's eyes. Mother, in fact. Ruashi expressed her desire for a divorce yesterday. What has gotten into her lately? Fang Hui's expression turned impatient as she rubbed her temples. She is likely throwing a tantrum to gain your attention. You need only to utter a few kind words to her over the next few days. It is truly bothersome. Fang Hui regarded the matter with indifference. She saw through Shun Ruashi's unwavering affection for her son. She had long since lost her wits. Divorce? It is impossible. The sun shone warmly, casting a dazzling brilliance upon the resplendent glazed tiles of the palace. Shun Ruashi, accompanied by Tao Yi, stepped out of the Yue Hall. As they approached a corridor, a young maid suddenly appeared beside them, her attire neat and distinct from the ordinary palace maids. Miss Shun, our master requests your presence. Shun Ruashi, puzzled, inquired. Who is your master? You shall find out if you follow me. After scrutinizing the maid for a moment, Shun Ruashi nodded. Very well, lead the way.
Tao Yi.
At her side, attempted to follow, but was halted by the maid. My master insists on seeing only Miss Shun. Tao Yi, concerned, protested that cannot be. I must accompany my lady.
Tao Yi, it is all right.
Please wait for me here. Shun Ruashi offered her a reassuring glance before following the maid, turning through the corridor until they arrived at a pavilion. Please enter. My master awaits you inside. Shun Ruashi nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The pavilion was adorned with various porcelain wares and scrolls, exuding an air of exquisite value. A subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a serene and elegant ambience. In the center of the room, Murong Hang reclined in a chair, idly toying with a jade flute. Upon noticing Shun Ruashi, he looked up, his handsome countenance marked by a hint of aloofness in his gaze. You actually came. You are quite bold. I knew it was you. Oh? Just a guess. Shun Ruashi's lips curled into a smile, her expression tinged with a trace of pride. Today, she donned a peach blossom-hued dress, and her smile was more radiant than the blossoms of March. Murong felt a stir within him. "Come here," he beckoned. Shun Ruashi stepped forward, slowly approaching him. As she drew near, his hand suddenly seized her wrist and pulled her closer. Startled, Shun Ruashi found herself nestled in Murong embrace. He bore a faint scent of medicine, mingled with his unique, frosty aura. Murong pressed his forehead against hers and inquired, "Tell me, how did you deduce it?" Shun Ruashi's gaze was clear. "The maid just now should have addressed me as Princess Qi, yet she referred to me as Miss Shin. That led me to conclude you were behind it." She responded softly. "You must not enjoy others calling me Princess Qi, nor have you ever addressed me as sister-in-law Wang." It was the affection in his heart that made him reluctant to accept her marital status. In her past life, Shun Ruashi had also noticed his differing manner of address towards her. However, she had presumed it to be his casual nature, not giving it much thought. It was only in this lifetime that she realized his love for her had long been evident. "I truly dislike that form of address," Murong remarked, tilting her chin upward. His pale eyes deepened with a mischievous glint. "Yet it depends on the circumstances." He suddenly leaned closer, his cool lips brushing against her neck, like a languid cat, his gentle breaths dancing across her porcelain skin, eliciting a tantalizing shiver. Shun Ruashi instinctively clutched his robe, feeling a flutter of nervousness as his hand caressed her slender waist. Qi Wang's sister-in-law, Shun Ruashi, stiffened momentarily. "Did you not express your dislike for such a form of address?" she inquired. "Yet at this moment, does it not feel rather exhilarating?" Shun Ruashi fell silent, realizing that beneath this fade, he harbored a rather perverse inclination. After a brief contemplation, she spoke up, "I have always wondered, as the Princess of Qi, does my affectionate overture not provoke disdain in your heart, as a reflection of my unfaithfulness?" Murong chuckled softly. "Society insists that women should remain loyal to the end, even if their husbands have passed, living out their days in solitude, deemed virtuous and chaste. Yet men are permitted to have multiple wives and endless romantic entanglements. It is indeed a bitter irony. It is Qi Wang who has wronged you first, favoring a concubine while neglecting his rightful wife. You merely return the favor, which seems only just." Shun Ruashi was somewhat taken aback. Murong's words were rather shocking, yet she couldn't help but find a semblance of truth in them. Steadying her thoughts, she declared, "I have something for you." She then retrieved a fragrant pouch from her bosom and placed it in his palm. The purple sachet was adorned with a peony embroidered in gold thread. "When I last saw you at the tea house, I sensed your pulse was weak, suggesting you suffer from insomnia. This pouch contains a blend of herbs I personally concocted, intended to soothe and promote restful sleep." Murong's gaze deepened with intrigue. "In that previous encounter, you still had the presence of mind to attend to ailments. It appears I have not exerted enough effort." Shun Ruashi cleared her throat softly.
Well,
"The Prince of Ling has indeed worked diligently, exceeding my expectations. For a frail individual incapable of humane conduct, he has indeed exhibited remarkable prowess. Although he has not yet reached the final stage, he has nearly driven her to the brink of losing her sanity. If he were truly capable of intimate relations, the consequences would be unimaginable." Murong remains oblivious to her inner calculations, interpreting her words as mere flattery. He gazes at the fragrant pouch in his hand, adorned with a peony. Does it hold any significance? Not particularly. She simply believes the peony embodies opulence and grace, a perfect match for the prince. Shun Ruashi gazes at the enchanting visage before her and speaks earnestly. A deeper smile graces Murong's lips as he leans down to plant a light kiss upon hers. How sweet his lips are. Shun Ruashi's heart quickens momentarily. This captivating figure. Chapter 8. The miscarriage. After delivering the items, Shun Ruashi departed. In the palace, although Murong was meticulous in his affairs, ensuring that no one would discover their meeting, caution remained paramount. As she exited, the maid who had accompanied her earlier followed closely behind. She bowed and introduced herself. "Miss Shen, I am Lung Shuang, one of the secret guards of the Ling Prince, assigned to protect you. From now on, I am at your service, ready to fulfill your commands." Shun Ruashi was somewhat taken aback. The secret guards of the royal household were typically the most trusted subordinates of Murong, and it was surprising that he had entrusted one to her. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, Lung Shuang, you shall accompany me from now on. If anyone inquires, simply say you are from the general's residence." "Understood." The two turned and exited the courtyard, making their way back to the corridor where they would find Tao Yi. Upon seeing her, Tao Yi rushed forward.
Miss, who was it that called for you?
I was beside myself with worry. It was nothing of consequence. Shun Ruashi gestured subtly towards Leng Shuang. Tao Yi, this is Leng Shuang. She will be serving alongside you from now on, and is also from the general's residence. Shun Ruashi refrained from revealing the truth, fearing that Tao Yi might be horrified to learn of her connection with the Ling prince.
Wait a moment, miss.
I have been in the residence for so many years and have never heard of anyone by the name of Leng Shuang. Leng Shuang interjected. I am new. Shun Ruashi added, there is no need for further inquiries. Henceforth, we shall refer to each other as sisters. Their exchange, though seemingly harmonious, betrayed an underlying secrecy that left Tao Yi with a pang of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. The young lady has welcomed a new arrival, and she is no longer the favored maid. As several individuals were preparing to return to the estate, they were suddenly startled by a frantic voice. Help! Someone please! Shun Ruashi halted, accompanied by Tao Yi and Leng Shuang, and they circumvented a nearby rockery. They beheld Wei Xinjin sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Two of her maidservants were attempting to support her, anxiously calling for assistance. Help! Someone! Please save my esteemed lady. Shun Ruashi hesitated for a moment before approaching and kneeling before Wei Xinjin. Lady Wei, Qiqi, the princess consort, it hurts so much. Wei Xinjin's expression was one of torment as she reached out, grasping Shun Ruashi's sleeve tightly. Shun Ruashi extended her hand to check her pulse and then furrowed her brow. The situation was rather dire. What is the meaning of this raucous disturbance? Came an angry voice from behind. The group turned to see Qin Haidang accompanied by palace attendants, flanked by none other than Emperor Rinjing, clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe. The crowd immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress! Upon noticing Wei Xinjin lying on the ground, Emperor Rinjing's expression turned grave. What has happened? One of Wei Xinjin's maidservants, Lian Xiang, promptly responded, Your Majesty, my lady stated she was unwell and wished to return to the palace. However, as she was walking, she suddenly complained of abdominal pain, and this is how it resulted. Qin Haitong's eyes flashed with impatience. Wasn't she perfectly fine earlier in Changqiu Palace? At present, pain is expressed in abundance. Wei Guoran, it seems you are merely seeking trouble. Throughout, the emperor has shown her, this esteemed concubine, the utmost favor. 6 months ago, Wei Xinjin entered the palace, leveraging her melodious voice, which greatly delighted Emperor Rinjing. And her act of feigned fragility has ensnared him to the extent that he has spent many nights in her quarters. Today, as the emperor emerged from the study, he was finally intercepted by her, just as he was heading to her Fuyang palace. However, he was met with quite the spectacle from Wei Xinjin. She reasonably suspected that this seductress was feigning illness. With both hands clasped over her abdomen, her exquisite visage contorted in agony, she implored, Your Majesty. Someone seeks to harm me, Your Majesty. Upon uttering these words, a sudden surge of crimson erupted beneath her, saturating her garments. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Emperor Rinjing barked, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and escort Wei Guoran to Yaguang Palace and summon the imperial physician. The crowd appeared flustered, hastening to comply. As Emperor Rinjing prepared to depart, his gaze fell upon Shun Ruashi. Princess Qi, what brings you here? He inquired. Your Majesty, I came to pay my respects to Mother Empress and happened to pass by, she replied. What has befallen Wei Guoran? Did she truly collapse without warning?
She.
Shun Ruashi hesitated briefly before responding. She has suffered a miscarriage. If she refrained from speaking, the physician would certainly discern the truth. Qin Haitang interjected with astonishment. A miscarriage? When did she ever conceive? Enough. Emperor Rinjing turned to glare at her, clearly displeased. Just moments ago, Qin Haitong's provocation was clearly observed. Without seeking clarification, he hastily concluded that Wei Xinjin was feigning illness, which was indeed excessive. Guifei, come with me, the Renjing Emperor instructed Qin Haitang, then unexpectedly turned his gaze toward Shun Ruashi. You too, please accompany us. Yes, Shun Ruashi replied. Inside the Yaguang Hall, apart from the Renjing Emperor, other concubines and nobles had also gathered. Empress Su Luer expressed her astonishment. What has happened to noble consort Wei? She seemed perfectly well in my Changqiu Palace just moments ago. After the imperial physician checked Wei Jinjin's pulse, he responded, "Your Majesty, noble consort Wei, has suffered a miscarriage." "A miscarriage?" Su Luer exclaimed, utterly perplexed. The Renjing Emperor's expression remained unchanged. He had already learned of this matter from Shun Ruashi. "When did she become pregnant?" "According to the pulse, it has been over a month," the physician replied. "Over a month, and yet your imperial hospital was unaware?" The Renjing Emperor's fury escalated. The physician quickly knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, during this month, when I attempted to take noble consort Wei's pulse for reassurance, she vehemently refused, insisting she must go to the Chengqian Palace to sing for you. She claimed it would delay the time and demanded my life. I was powerless to act." The Renjing Emperor then turned his gaze to the bed where Wei Jinjin lay. What exactly transpired? Wei Jinjin wept. "I indeed was with child. Half a month ago, my aunt visited me. She is versed in medicine and discerned my pregnancy." The Renjing Emperor interjected. "Then why did you conceal this?" The concubine, Wei Jinjin, wept profusely, her tears flowing like a torrent. "I had heard that her pregnancy was unstable a few months prior, and I thought it prudent to wait until it stabilized before discussing it further. Little did I know." Observing Wei Jinjin's distressed visage, Shun Ruashi felt a stir of emotion. It seemed she feared that the revelation of her pregnancy would expose her to malicious intent, compelling her to keep it a secret. Yet, despite her vigilance, she had still fallen victim to treachery. Wei Jinjin bit her lip, her voice laced with resentment. "Physician, I was perfectly well before. Why am I in this state today?" The physician hesitated momentarily. "Well," Emperor Renjing urged, "speak plainly." Upon examining the pulse of Lady Wei, I indeed detected signs of poisoning, specifically from the herb known as half-day lotus. However, this herb possesses low toxicity and typically results in mere depletion of vital energy over time, leading to health issues only after prolonged exposure. The amount ingested by Lady Wei was minimal, and it should not cause a miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Wei Jinjin was overcome with a mix of sorrow and indignation. "Indeed, someone seeks to harm me. Your Majesty, did you hear? Someone wishes to bring me to ruin." Qin Haitang furrowed her brows. "Silence. Did you not hear the physician's words?" With that, she turned to the physician. "Are you certain that the amount ingested by Lady Wei is insufficient to induce a miscarriage?" "I can assure you, my humble self is certain." Qin Haitang sighed deeply. "If that is the case, Lady Wei, it seems your miscarriage may have other causes." At this revelation, Su Luer's face displayed a trace of guilt. "Your Majesty, it is my fault. As the matriarch of the harem, I failed to notice that Lady Wei was already with child. Moreover, she invited the ladies of the court to admire the blossoms, despite her delicate condition. I fear the long journey may have exhausted her." Emperor Renjing waved his hand. "This cannot be laid at your feet. Lady Wei bears responsibility for not disclosing her pregnancy. However, the matter concerning the half-day lotus must be investigated thoroughly. The harem cannot harbor individuals with ulterior motives." Su Luer immediately bowed. "I shall obey your command." Wei Jinjin felt a sense of injustice. "Your Majesty, this is not an accident. I refuse to believe it to be mere chance." Emperor Renjing interjected. "You should rest and take care of your health." "No, Your Majesty." "Father." Shun Ruashi suddenly stepped forward. Emperor Renjing turned to her. "Princess Qi, do you have something to say?" In response to father, Lady Wei's miscarriage was indeed due to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Fang Hui interjected first. "Ruashi, the imperial physician has stated that the toxicity was not sufficient to cause a miscarriage. Do not speak recklessly." Chapter 9. Poisoning. Shun Ruashi regarded her words as mere barking. She continued, "While the toxicity of the half-day lotus may not be sufficient to cause the miscarriage of Lady Wei, there exists a plant known as the muddlehead grass, which, when combined with the half-day lotus, could swiftly induce a miscarriage." Emperor Renjing inquired, "Muddlehead grass?" The court physician, standing nearby, affirmed, "Your Majesty, I have indeed heard that these two herbs, when combined, could lead to such tragic outcomes." The emperor's gaze darkened. The meals of the palace's esteemed ladies are subjected to rigorous scrutiny each day, rendering the likelihood of poisoning exceedingly low. Unless, he pondered aloud, it was something sent by the concubines. He then asked, "Aside from the palace-provided meals, has Lady Wei consumed anything else recently?" The maid, Lianxiang, immediately knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, the Empress Dowager sent over some pastries." At this revelation, a wave of unrest rippled through the crowd. apart from the Empress. Was there anyone else? Your Majesty, no one else, she answered. Su Luer promptly rose and bowed deeply to Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, on that day, I personally prepared some pastries, which I distributed to each of my sisters in the harem. During the preparation, did anyone else handle them? Su Luer shook her head with difficulty. No, it was solely under my supervision. Then, it seems your suspicion is the greatest? As the words fell, another maidservant of Lady Wei, Hua, suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, apart from the Empress, the Lan concubine, who resides in Yaguang Hall, also provided food. Lan concubine? Indeed. Your Majesty. Yesterday, the esteemed noble encountered Consort Lan while taking a stroll in the garden with Princess manhwa. The young princess bestowed upon the noble a dried plum, which she consumed. It seemed to evoke a memory, as Hua spoke aloud. The noble had expressed discomfort last night, citing dizziness and fatigue, lacking in vitality, and this morning. Emperor Renjing surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Nia Yulan. Where is Consort Lan? Summon her forth. A palace attendant promptly departed. Before long,
Nia Yulan hurriedly arrived.
She possessed a striking beauty, her slender waist easily encircled by one hand, her gaze shimmering like water. Instantly, she inspired a sense of protective instinct in men. She had entered the palace at the tender age of 14, and now at 20. She was accompanied by her 5-year-old daughter, Princess manhwa. Nia Yulan appeared somewhat apprehensive, secretly twisting her fingers, fearing that her own matters might have been uncovered. The more she pondered, the paler her countenance became. It was only when Emperor Renjing spoke of Wei Jinjin's affair that she exhaled with relief. Nia Yulan immediately knelt. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The dried plum given to noble consort Wei was also consumed by the young princess. Even in my utmost confusion, I would never jest with my daughter's life. Su Luer observed her unwavering demeanor and added, Your Majesty, Consort Lan has always adhered to propriety. For many years, she has maintained a low profile, unlike one who would engage in such misdeeds. Qin Haidang, with an elegantly arched finger, interjected, That is not necessarily the case. All matters require evidence. A thorough search would reveal the truth. Emperor Renjing gazed at Nia Yulan, her eyes brimming with tears, feeling a sense of weariness. He turned his attention to the imperial physician. Dr. Yu, are you certain that concubine Wei has been poisoned with the choking herb?
I
cannot be certain, replied the minister, Feng Hui. Then it stands to reason, Your Majesty, that this matter concerning concubine Wei is likely a mere accident. Emperor Renjing did not respond to her, but turned his gaze towards Shinruashi. Princess Qi, what is your opinion? I am convinced that the concubine has indeed been subjected to the choking herb, she asserted. As her words hung in the air, an unsettling tension enveloped the atmosphere. Under the weight of the complex gazes from the assembly, Shinruashi remained composed. Her senses, more attuned than most, detected a faint scent of the choking herb when she drew near to Wei Jinjin. However, there is currently no evidence to prove that anyone has poisoned concubine Wei's food or drink, Emperor Renjing remarked. Shinruashi pondered for a moment before responding. It is not necessarily required to ingest it. I implore you to consider, dear concubine, whether any unusual spices have been used recently, or if any tampering occurred during your bathing or changing of garments. No. Since learning of my pregnancy, I have been exceedingly cautious and have refrained from applying any powders. But, wait. Concubine Wei suddenly recalled something. Chapter 10. Manipulation. She opened her eyes wide. I have been experiencing some insomnia these days. My maid, Lianxiang, suggested that I soak my feet in hot water for its calming effects, so I have been indulging in this practice for the past couple of days. Does the esteemed one sense anything amiss? While soaking my feet, I indeed detected a peculiar scent. However, Lianxiang insisted that I was mistaken and that she had merely lit a soothing incense. Upon hearing this, Shinruashi felt assured. She turned to Emperor Renjing and said, Father, if the herb known as mantikeo was truly used in the footbath, then the remnants must be disposed of. Given the time constraints, it is likely that the remnants were not handled meticulously and should still be within the Yaguang Hall. We should dispatch someone to search, particularly noting any loose soil outside, as it may conceal the remnants. Emperor Renjing nodded in agreement. Very well. With a command, the elderly matrons of the palace set out to search Yaguang Hall. Before long, the matron returned, carrying a bundle. Your Majesty, this is what the servant found in the flower bed outside. Emperor Renjing gestured for them to proceed. Shinruashi and Physician Yu stepped forward to unveil the bundle. Inside lay dark remnants of the herb. Physician Yu inhaled deeply and then bowed, saying, Your Majesty, this herb is rarely seen in the Central Plains. I cannot definitively ascertain if it is meant to KO. Perhaps we should summon others from the Imperial Medical Institute for verification. Shun Ruwashi interjected. Father, this is indeed meant to KO. Physician Yu appeared astonished. Princess Qi, meant to KO is not commonly encountered. How can you be so certain? My mother was once skilled in the art of medicine, and she later imparted her knowledge to me. What Shun Ruwashi did not disclose was that she surpassed her mentor, mastering the craft by the tender age of 12. Initially, she intended to delve deeply into this field. However, her heart became entangled with that scoundrel, Murongyu, causing her to squander her potential. There is no need for further authentication. It was indeed her mother who saved my life in the past, and I have faith in Ruwashi's medical abilities. Emperor Renjing spoke, his piercing gaze sweeping over Lianxiang. You audacious servant. Lianxiang's face turned ashen, and she immediately knelt down. No, Your Majesty, it is not I. I would never harm the noble one. I have been by her side since childhood. How could I commit such an act? Wei Xinjin struggled to rise. Healy, bring forth that residue. Healy hurriedly presented the remnants from the ground before Wei Xinjin. Upon merely inhaling its scent, her expression shifted dramatically. She reached out and hurled the nearby pillow fiercely at Lianxiang. This is the scent I detected. Lianxiang, you wretched girl. How could you betray me after all the kindness I've shown you and the years I've kept you by my side? She staggered as she attempted to rise from the bed. I shall kill her. I will slay this vile creature. Noble one, be careful. A nearby maid rushed forward to assist Wei Xinjin back onto the bed, soothing her to remain calm. Su Luer looked at Wei Xinjin, her eyes filled with sympathy. Lady Wei, the pressing matter at hand is to deal with this wretched maid. She is but a mere palace servant, lacking the audacity to act alone. There must certainly be someone orchestrating her actions from behind the scenes. Nye Yulon nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lady Wei, you have recently suffered a miscarriage and should refrain from anger. Both the Emperor and the Empress are present and will undoubtedly seek justice on your behalf. Upon hearing these words, Wei Xinjin finally ceased her commotion, though her gaze remained fixed upon Lianxiang, filled with a desire to see her suffer. Su Luer turned to Lianxiang and spoke sharply. Lianxiang, are you being manipulated by someone? Speak the truth, and perhaps you may save your life. But if you remain silent, no one will be able to protect you. Lianxiang bit her lip. At this juncture, feigning ignorance was futile. It was my own doing. No one instructed me. Why did you act thus? Because I too wish to be a mistress. I no longer want to be a servant. Lianxiang's eyes met those of Emperor Renjing. I have longed for the Emperor's favor, yet the noble lady has consistently denied me the opportunity. Each time the Emperor arrives, I am dismissed, and I cannot bear this indignity. Thus, I harbored resentment and sought revenge. Qin Haidang let out a scornful laugh. You ought to consider your own station. How dare you covet the Emperor? Your excuse is utterly feeble, and I fear no one will believe you. At the very least, craft a more plausible tale. Emperor Renjing's expression grew impatient. Take her away and compel her to speak. With that command, two eunuchs approached, seizing Lianxiang by the arms to drag her away. Once taken, she would be subjected to interrogation by the Ministry of Justice, and it would be no small punishment. Lianxiang was momentarily taken aback. I shall speak. I will reveal everything. The eunuch released her grip. Lianxiang fell to the ground, her expression one of sheer panic. She stammered for an extended period, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. Su Luer, in a fit of anger, struck the nearby table. Speak swiftly. Who commanded you? With trembling hands, Lianxiang uttered, It was the noble concubine Qin. She instructed me. Qin Haidang, who had been sipping her tea, was seized by rage upon hearing these words and immediately hurled her teacup. You insolent wretch! How dare you slander me? Lianxiang was struck, her head tilting as blood trickled down her forehead. She crawled on the ground towards Qin Haidang. Your Highness, noble concubine, you promised you would ensure my safety. You cannot go back on your word. Qin Haidang seethed with fury. Someone, seize this delusional servant and torture her until she reveals the truth. Su Luer frowned. Concubine Qin, this matter is for His Majesty to decide. When did it become your prerogative to act unilaterally? The Empress is jesting. It is an egregious accusation against me. It is a miracle I have not executed this servant. On the bed, Wei Xinjin became agitated once more.
It is you, Qin Haidang. No wonder you mocked me when I collapsed. You have long wished for my demise. She pointed a trembling finger at Lianxiang. Wretched girl. Speak of how she commanded you. Lianxiang quivered with trepidation. The favored concubine, Qin, had a maid named Cui Zhu approach me, urging me to terminate the child within the noblewoman's womb. She promised that should I succeed, I could ascend to the dragon bed and become the mistress. In a moment of folly, I implore the noblewoman for forgiveness. As soon as the words left my lips, Qin Haidang could no longer contain herself. Silence. You speak falsehoods. She turned and knelt before Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Despite my arrogance, I would never commit such a cruel act. Witnessing this, Feng Hui slowly interjected. Indeed, Qin does not seem the type to engage in such treachery. Yet, a mere girl like Lianxiang would not act without support. It is truly perplexing. Feng Fei, be silent. Qin Haitang's almond-shaped eyes widened as she shouted in fury. This wretched woman seizes the opportunity to cast me into the pit. Feng Hui displayed a look of grievance. I merely spoke in passing. The truth is evident. Suddenly, Shen Ruashi spoke up. This matter should have no connection to the noblewoman. Chapter 11. The fatal collision. As her words fell, the attention of the assembly immediately shifted towards her. Shen Ruashi began to explain that the muffled grass is a poisonous plant that thrives in the Miao region, rather rare in the Central Plains, especially within the palace, where it is seldom utilized. The esteemed physician should be well aware of this. Otherwise, given his high reputation, he would surely be familiar with such a plant. The physician nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. Thus, it follows that an ordinary person would not recognize the muffled grass, nor comprehend its purpose. Given that concubine Qin hails from a noble family, it is improbable that she would be acquainted with this poison. Therefore, I surmise that there is another party involved. A brief silence enveloped the room before Qin Haitang turned her gaze. Lady Feng, I recall that your ancestral home is in the Miao region, and you possess some knowledge of medicine, do you not? Feng Hui immediately refuted, asserting, though I am indeed from the Miao region, I have resided in the Central Plains since my youth, and I know nothing of the muffled grass. How can the concubine speak so carelessly? Carelessly? Feng Haitang retorted. This palace has but one daughter, Princess Manhwa, who will not inherit the throne. There is no motive for me to harm her. Yet you, on the contrary, have a son, and must be wary of concubine Wei bearing a prince. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Feng Hui knelt down. She gazed intently at Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, I have adhered to my duties for many years and would never dare to commit such an unpardonable act. I swear, should I be guilty of this, I shall not meet a good end. Her declaration was imbued with utmost sincerity. Emperor Renjing scrutinized her for a moment before his gaze shifted back to Lianxiang. It appears that the fixed-point method is beyond your comprehension. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for her to be taken away. At that moment, Lianxiang suddenly gritted her teeth and turned to Qin Haidang. You deceived me, concubine Qin. Even in death, I shall not let you escape.
With that,
She abruptly sprang to her feet and hurled herself against the side table. A loud bang resonated as her head struck the corner, blood splattering forth. A gasp escaped the lips of a timid concubine, who immediately shrieked in terror. Physician Yu approached, checked Lianxiang's breath, and shook his head. She was already deceased. Anger coursed through the beautiful face of Qin Haidang. This wretched servant, under some foul influence, seeks to malign me. Your Majesty, you must uncover the mastermind behind this. Wei Xinjin wept bitterly. You are still feigning innocence. Lianxiang has already revealed that it was you who orchestrated this. It was you, Qin Haidang, who caused my suffering. With that, she suddenly collapsed from the bed, kneeling on the ground, her head bowing fervently towards Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. Qin Haidang is the murderer. She is responsible for the death of my child. Each word was a heart-wrenching cry, stirring deep emotions. The emperor rose and personally assisted her to her feet. In the midst of Wei Xinjin's despair mingled with hope, he spoke slowly. During this time, I shall ensure that the empress attends to your needs. Your foremost concern should be your recovery. Finally, he patted Wei Xinjin's hand gently, adding, however, concubine Qin is certainly not the one who has harmed you. The light in Wei Xinjin's eyes extinguished in an instant. She swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. After speaking, Emperor Ren turned and directed his gaze towards Su Luer. Your Majesty, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Ruashi, come with me, he said, striding towards the palace exit. Shun Ruashi immediately followed suit. As Emperor Rin departed, others began to take their leave as well. Wei Jinjin, pale as a ghost, was assisted to the bed, as if her soul had been lost. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Qin Haidang, seething with resentment. Qin Haidang did not spare her a glance. She slowly rose from her seat. I am weary and must return, she declared, offering a slight bow to Su Luer before preparing to depart. As she passed by Feng Hui, Qin Haidang paused momentarily.
Suddenly,
she raised her hand and struck her across the face.
Ah!
Feng Hui was caught off guard, nearly toppling over. She covered her face, astonished and enraged.
You!
Consider this a minor lesson for today. Should you attempt to play tricks on me in the future, it will not be as simple as a slap.
Shulued manis sharply.
Qin Guifei. Qin Haidang smoothed her elegant attire and turned to leave. Feng Hui, still covering her face, looked at Su Luer with resentment. Your Majesty.
She.
Su Luer sighed. You are well aware of Qin Guifei's temperament. Why provoke her? Choose your words wisely in the future.
You may leave now.
With red-rimmed eyes, Feng Hui could only retreat. Upon exiting the Yaguang Hall and finding herself alone, Feng Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Wretched woman. No matter how arrogant one may be, it serves little purpose. Beneath my knee lies but a single princess, and when my Yura ascends to the throne, I shall ensure she meets a most untimely demise. As for that coward, Su Luer, she has languished in the palace for years, merely tending to flowers and offering prayers, squandering the esteemed position of the queen. If she lacks the ability to govern the harem, she would be better off relinquishing her title sooner rather than later. Her devoted maid, Zhu Xian, spoke up, Your Highness, please do not be angered. You have endured for so long. Why concern yourself with this fleeting moment? I am well aware of this principle. The princess retorted, her frustration boiling over, seeking an outlet for her ire. My lady, what truly transpired with Lady Wei's miscarriage? I, too, am perplexed, yet today Lian Xiang's unyielding accusation against Qin Haidang has stirred up quite the trouble. Covering her flushed face, Feng Hui's eyes glimmered with cold disdain. Today, that foolish Shun Ruashi unexpectedly mentioned that the dull-headed grass originates from the Miao region. I cannot discern whether it was intentional or inadvertent. Next time she graces my presence, I shall surely impose a fitting punishment upon her. With a heart full of resentment, Feng Hui returned with a darkened countenance. Meanwhile, in the Yaguang Hall, Wei Jinjin lay upon the bed like a marionette, her tears flowing silently. Su Luer approached her gently. Lady Wei, I possess some superior tonics which I shall send over shortly. For the time being, you need not come to my quarters to pay your respects. Focus on recuperating your health first. Your Majesty. Wei Jinjin extended her hand, gripping the princess's sleeve tightly, her gaze ablaze with intensity. It was the imperial concubine Qin who harmed my child. The emperor shall undoubtedly seek justice for me. He will perceive the concubine as ruthless and a venomous woman incapable of forgiveness, will he not? Su Luer, with her graceful and delicate visage, wore an expression of compassion. Even I can discern that this matter was not orchestrated by the concubine. How could the emperor be oblivious to such truths? Wei Jinjin stood in shock, her grip loosening. As if her soul had momentarily departed, her countenance pale as parchment. Observing this, Su Luer let out a sigh, instructing the maid beside Wei Jinjin to take good care of her, while also advising the kitchen to be particularly attentive to Wei Jinjin's nourishment in the days to come. Before turning to leave, as she stepped through the door, the sound of Wei Jinjin's sudden, heart-wrenching sobs reached her ears, an outpouring of grief mixed with despair. Su Luer grasped the prayer beads in her hand, shaking her head in sorrow. What agony she brings upon herself. The head maid, Yuji, supported her arm and quietly inquired, Your Majesty, why must Lady Wei cast aspersions upon Qin Haidang? It is likely due to past grievances, she responded. I have heard that during the previous dynasty, when the father of the concubine Qin was tasked with eliminating the remnants of rebels, he uncovered a conspiracy involving Wei Jinjin's father. In his pursuit of justice, he found evidence and annihilated the Wei family entirely. The benevolent Emperor Rinjing, far from holding any wrath against Wei Jinjin, has recently taken to frequently sojourning with her, feeling pity for her as the sole surviving daughter of the Wei lineage. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Jinjin, having received imperial favor, failed to cherish it. Not only was she pregnant, but she also sought to exploit the child within her, aiming to exact revenge on the Qin family by dragging Qin Haiyang into the mire. Now, not only has the child in her womb been lost, but she has also lost the favor she once enjoyed. Truly, it is an act of utmost folly. Poor Lianxiang, that girl has chosen the wrong master. Yuji was somewhat perplexed. Did Lianxiang not betray Wei Jinjin? Su Luer shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon stepping outside the palace, she seemed to recall something. Recently, Hinger had not visited her much. Yuji smiled, attributing it to the fact that the Empress had been persistently urging a marriage with the Ling Wang. Now, the Ling Wang has been avoiding her. Avoiding is futile. He is not young anymore, and should consider wedlock. Su Luer pondered. I have heard that he volunteered to go to Jinan to manage the flood disaster. When he returns, I shall speak with the Emperor about proposing a marriage for him. Chapter 12. The Canine Servant. After emerging with Shen Ruoxi, Emperor Renjing expressed his admiration for her meticulousness and exceptional medical skills. He subtly inquired about her experiences at the Qi Wangfu. Shen Ruoxi smiled faintly, responding that everything was quite well. However, she soon averted her gaze, her eyes drifting toward the distant, mottled lights, revealing a sense of melancholy. Observing this, Emperor Renjing furrowed his brow. In the past, Shen Ruoxi had always appeared composed, assuring him that she had not suffered any grievances and urging him not to heed baseless rumors. She would even speak highly of Moromyu. Yet today, she seemed lost in thought, suggesting that her time at the Qi Wangfu was perhaps more challenging than he had anticipated. Emperor Renjing inquired, "How has your relationship with the Qi Wang been of late?" Before she could respond, Taoya interjected, "Your Majesty, the Qi Wang recently mentioned that he would like Ninglan Xue."
Taoya.
Shen Ruoxi reprimanded her sharply. Then she turned to Emperor Renjing, bowing respectfully. "Father, the Qi Wang is quite amiable, and the servants in the household treat me with great respect." As she spoke, her voice suddenly tightened, and a tear fell unexpectedly. She hastily wiped it away. Witnessing this, Emperor Renjing's frown deepened, and a sense of indignation welled within him. It seemed that not only the Qi Wang but even the servants in the household dared to bully her. Though Shen Tianrong was his subject, he also considered him a close friend. At this moment, he felt utterly ashamed to face Shen Tianrong, knowing that his daughter was enduring such hardship at the Qi Wangfu. Emperor Renjing spoke in a somber tone. "If you wish, my dear, as the princess of the Qi Palace, you may act as you please. Even when it comes before me, I shall remain impartial, offering no favoritism." This statement was a pledge of support for her. Shen Ruoxi nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you,
Father."
The benevolent Emperor Renjing had someone assist her to her feet, then gently patted her shoulder before turning to depart. Once the Emperor was gone, Shen Ruoxi's tears were instantly stifled. On her stunningly beautiful visage, a tranquil indifference took hold. Was it merely an act of feigned innocence?
She was quite capable of that.
Shen Ruoxi feigned illness as an excuse to avoid luncheon at the palace, returning home early. Accompanied by Taoya and Lingshuang, she boarded the carriage. Without informing Moromyu, she promptly turned back to the Qi Palace. Inside the carriage, Taoya pouted. "Miss, why did you not allow me to inform the Emperor? To say that the Qi Prince intends to divorce you and elevate that wretched Ninglan Xue to the position of primary consort? And what would that accomplish? The Emperor would undoubtedly intercede on your behalf to thwart the Qi Prince. That is precisely why I shall remain silent." Shen Ruoxi offered a smile devoid of warmth. "Since Moromyu is so enamored with Ninglan Xue, I shall facilitate their union. I genuinely fear a reprimand from father. The water in his brain might spill out, and he would refuse to relent." Taoya's eyes widened. "Miss, do you truly wish to sever ties with the Qi Prince?" More sincerely than pearls. At this, a flicker of joy glimmered in Taoya's eyes, but it swiftly gave way to concern. "But after the divorce, what shall you do?" After a divorce, women typically lead solitary lives, often akin to a flickering lamp beside ancient Buddhist statues. Such women seldom find suitors. At this juncture, the previously silent Lung Shuang suddenly spoke. "The young lady is exceptionally beautiful and possesses both virtue and talent. After her divorce, she will undoubtedly attract suitors far superior to the Qi Wang." Taoyu was taken aback by this newcomer's flattery. Determined not to be outdone, she chimed in, "Indeed, what is Qi Wang? He isn't even worthy to wash Our Lady's feet. She will surely marry someone of far greater stature." After saying this, Taoyi had a sudden thought.
By the way, my lady, what are your thoughts on today's events in the Yagwang Hall? She tilted her head, pondering. Could the culprit behind Lady Wei's misfortune be Consort Fong? Unlikely, Shen Ruashi replied. Lady Wei's pregnancy has been kept under wraps. Even the Empress is unaware. How could she know? Moreover, even if she wished to harm Lady Wei, she would not resort to the obscure herbs unique to Miao territory, for that would draw immediate suspicion upon her. Tao Yi inquired, then could it truly be Consort Qin? Not quite, Shen Ruashi responded. As she herself has stated, she has only one princess. Even if Lady Wei gives birth to a prince, it would not significantly affect her. Then who could it be? She mused. Lian Xiang's testimony and reactions were indeed peculiar.
Y do harbor a suspicion.
What suspicion? Shen Ruashi blinked her long eyelashes. It is possible that Lian Xiang was acting under Lady Wei's instructions.
Ah.
Peach Leaf was taken aback. Miss, do you mean to suggest that Lady Wei orchestrated this herself? Shen Ruashi nodded slowly. However, I cannot be entirely certain, as I have heard of no deep-seated enmity between Lady Wei and concubine Qin that would compel her to sacrifice both her unborn child and a maid she grew up with. Cold Frost interjected, this is a matter from the previous dynasty. Is that so? No wonder, Shen Ruashi mused thoughtfully. Though the imperial harem may not be as tumultuous as the previous court, it is still fraught with peril. A single action can have far-reaching consequences, as everyone is ensnared in their own circumstances. Cold Frost leaned in closer and whispered, do not worry, Mississippi. In the future, there will only be you as the mistress. I shall ensure you are spared from such distressing matters. Shen Ruashi felt a twinge of discomfort. She was merely expressing her thoughts. Why had the conversation turned to her? Upon arriving at the Wang residence, it was already noon. Peach Leaf went to the kitchen to instruct the servants to prepare lunch for Shen Ruashi, while Shen Ruashi briefly updated Cold Frost on the current state of the Qi Wangfu. Soon after, Peach Leaf returned with a grimace. A pack of insolent dogs. Shen Ruashi inquired, what happened? The servants said they were instructed to prepare your meal, but they assumed you would be dining at the palace today. So they did not prepare your portion and asked you to wait. Just a short wait. Why such anger? You do not understand. They had already prepared the meal. When I pointed out that there was freshly cooked food, they insisted it was not for you. Peach Leaf exclaimed in exasperation. In the entire royal residence, apart from the Prince Qi, is there anyone of greater stature than yourself? How could they keep you waiting? Do you not think them akin to sycophants? Shen Ruashi's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Come, let us go outside and take a look. Cold Frost and Peach Leaf promptly followed her. As they stepped outside, they beheld a throng of servants, each bearing trays of dishes, all heading towards the orchid courtyard. Peach Leaf immediately halted their progress. You there, stand where you are. The group of servants, taken aback, exchanged bewildered glances. Isn't this Miss Peach Leaf? Why are you stopping us? If there's no issue, kindly step aside, lest the food grow cold. Our princess has stated that she is hungry. All these dishes should be taken to the Yuxiang courtyard. The servants looked at one another, uncertainty etched upon their faces. At that moment, the steward, Ding Lixian, hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, he instantly donned a fawning smile. My lady, what brings you back today? Did these servants offend you? I shall scold them on your behalf. He then turned to one of the servants beside him. What is the matter with you? How could you possibly bump into our princess while walking? Off you go, you eyesore. As he spoke, he gestured for the others to depart swiftly. The servants, heads bowed, repeatedly apologized to Shen Ruashi before hastily continuing on their way with the dishes. Chapter 13. Whom do you intend to dismiss? However, after taking a few steps, she was halted by Leng Shuang. She extended her arm to block the crowd, her gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. The onlookers found themselves in a quandary, unsure whether to advance or retreat, and thus turned their pleading eyes towards Ding Lixian. Upon noticing this, Ding Lixian's expression stiffened momentarily. He glanced at Shen Ruashi. Your Highness, what is your intention? These dishes are to be delivered to my Yuxiang garden. This may not be entirely appropriate, Ding Lixian replied. Your Highness, these meals are intended for Miss Ning. Should you desire something, I can have the kitchen prepared immediately. What do you think? Tao Yi erupted in indignation. Bah! What is that Ning Lanxue to command our princess to wait? Ding Lixian feigned ignorance, maintaining a congenial smile. Your Highness, unless there are other matters at hand, we shall proceed to deliver the meals. Shen Ruashi chuckled softly before speaking. Tao Yi, silence him.
Yes.
Tao Yi sprang into action. She rushed forward and, before Ding Lixian could react, raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Ding Lixian staggered back. Momentarily taken aback, he prepared to speak, only to receive another swift slap on the opposite side of his face. Ding Lixian, clutching his stinging cheek, was utterly astonished. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Shen Ruoshi revealed a subtle smile. "You seem to be still half asleep. Let me rouse your senses. Do you comprehend my words now?" A flicker of anger ignited in Ding Lixian's eyes. He wore a stern expression and waved his hand dismissively. "Go, deliver the meals to Yuxiang Garden." A group of servants promptly turned on their heels, carrying the dishes in the direction of Yuxiang Garden. Shen Ruoshi withdrew her gaze. "Taoye, Lingshuang, let us return." Just as she turned, Ding Lixian spoke softly from behind. "Your Highness, do not blame this servant for not warning you. Miss Ning is someone the prince holds dear. If he were to return and learn of your actions, he would likely be exceedingly enraged." Shen Ruoshi turned back. "Are you threatening me?" This servant would not dare. Ding Lixian's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. Taoye, incensed, was about to step forward to argue with him, but was restrained by Shen Ruoshi. She exchanged a glance with Ling Shuang, who nodded in understanding. Ling Shuang approached Ding Lixian from behind and suddenly kicked him sharply in the knee. With a cry of pain, Ding Lixian sank to his knees. Ling Shuang seized his chin, forcing his mouth open. Shen Ruoshi then tossed a pill into his mouth. Ding Lixian clutched at his throat. "What have you given me?" "I was unaware that Ding's steward spoke so indiscreetly," Shen Ruoshi replied, her tone deceptively gentle. Yet, her words caused Ding Lixian's expression to pale. "The poison I administered will not endanger your life, but it will render your throat painfully itchy and sore, making speech unbearable. You must endure, Steward Ding, refrain from drinking or eating, and most certainly do not scratch, lest you become mute for the rest of your days." Ding Lixian's eyes widened in shock, and just as he attempted to speak, a sudden wave of pain surged through his throat, gradually intensifying. It feels as if countless ants are gnawing at his throat, an excruciating torment. Wang, the princess. He yearns for mercy. Yet, Shen Ruoshi merely smiles indifferently. "Rest assured, Steward Ding, once 12 hours have passed, it will naturally be resolved." 12 hours? Better to end his life. Ding Lixian's puffy face contorted in pain as he knelt on the ground, tears streaming as he prostrated himself before Shen Ruoshi. She did not spare him a glance. Departing with Tao Yi and Leng Shuang. As they left, Tao Yi turned her head and coldly huffed at Ding Lixian. "From now on, open your eyes wide and recognize who truly commands the Wangfu." Upon arriving at Yuxiang Garden, a sumptuous feast awaited, a splendid array of dishes laid out before them. Tao Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "A bunch of sycophants, truly treating Ning Lanxue as their master." Shen Ruoshi remained silent. The servants served according to their whims. Their excessive flattery towards Ning Lanxue ultimately stemmed from Moromyu. She took a seat. "Tao Yi, Leng Shuang, you must be hungry as well. Let us dine together, for there is more than enough to savor." "Yes, yes, miss." The two seated themselves and picked up their chopsticks, beginning their meal. After finishing their repast, Shen Ruoshi instructed Tao Yi to bring forth the account books. Tao Yi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is it, miss? Aren't you planning to part ways with Prince Qi? Why concern yourself with the accounts of the Wangfu?" "Precisely because I intend to leave. I must meticulously inventory my dowry," Shen Ruoshi replied, leafing through the account pages. "Not a single item that rightfully belongs to me shall be left behind." As she gazed at the ledger, Shen Ruoshi's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. In her previous life, she had always dressed modestly, remaining in the shadows, her heart solely devoted to Moromyu. She had never adorned herself nor cared about the whereabouts of her dowry. Being the only legitimate daughter in her family, with only 2 elder brothers, her dowry was particularly substantial when she married. However, upon inspection today, she discovered that a small portion of it was inexplicably located in the lawn courtyard. It had barely been a year since her marriage to the royal household. Shen Ruoshi's fingers tightened. In such a brief span, so much of her dowry had been appropriated. Thus, in her past life, it was certain that all her possessions had been monopolized by Ning Lanxue. Not only had she usurped her position as the legitimate wife, but she had also seized her dowry. Shen Ruoshi, in her fury, could only laugh bitterly. These individuals truly left her no moment of respite.
Taoye, Leng Shuang.
Take a trip to the lawn courtyard.
Ning Lanxue resided in the eastern wing of the estate, a place personally named Lawn Courtyard by Morongyu. In her previous life, Shen Ruashi had never set foot in the Lawn Courtyard, presumably fearing that she might confront Ning Lanxue. Morongyu had commanded her upon bringing Ning Lanxue back to never step foot in the Lawn Courtyard. She had obediently complied. Now, however, she regarded Morongyu's words as mere barking. As the group approached the Lawn Courtyard, they noticed a cluster of maidservants tending to the flowers and plants outside. The expansive courtyard was serene and immaculate, adorned with intricately carved beams and exotic rocks, all contributing to its beauty. Even the air was imbued with a delicate fragrance, far surpassing her own Yuxiang courtyard. A maidservant caught sight of her and paused in astonishment. Suddenly she arrived. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "I shall inform Miss Ning at once." "No need," Shen Ruashi replied, stepping towards Ning Lanxue's chamber. Upon reaching the door, she overheard a conversation. "Do not be upset, Mississippi. It's merely a lunch, nothing extraordinary. Shen Ruashi is taking advantage of Prince Qi's absence to bully you. Just wait until he returns. She shall have her comeuppance. Yesterday, she clamored for a divorce, and today, she has snatched my lunch. I cannot fathom whether Shen Ruashi has lost her mind. It is clear she is simply envious of your favor with the prince, seeking a means to vent her frustrations. Despite bearing the title of princess, what does it matter? Everyone in this household knows that you are the true mistress." Though they spoke thus, she still held the position of princess, which was indeed vexing. "Do not worry, Mississippi. The prince will eventually cast her aside." The two shared a laugh. Shen Ruashi's eyes turned cold as she lifted her skirts and entered. "Who do you claim will be cast aside?" Chapter 14. Inferior to a concubine within the chamber, Ning Lanxue reclined gracefully upon the soft couch, attended by her maid, Kaidai, who was peeling an orange while engaging her in conversation. The sudden arrival of Shen Ruashi startled both of them. Kaidai hastily set the orange aside and approached to pay her respects. "This servant greets the princess." Shen Ruashi lowered her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at her. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and she was taken aback by the utter lack of decorum displayed by the servants of Lanyuan. "Ling Shuang, take her away and have her tongue severed." Kaidai was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the usually timid Shen Ruashi would act so decisively today. Initially, she thought Shen Ruashi was merely attempting to intimidate her, but her apprehensions intensified as Ling Shuang seized her and began to drag her away. Kaidai exclaimed in distress, "Miss Ning, miss, help me."
Stop.
Ning Lanxue descended from the couch and swiftly intercepted Kaidai. Her delicate and beautiful visage was marred by a fierce expression. "Shen Ruashi, what do you think you are doing? You snatched my meal at noon, and now you intend to punish my maid? This is utterly outrageous." "Your meal?" Shen Ruashi replied with a faint smile. Her striking beauty, which had been understated until now, was enhanced by her elaborate attire, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance that ignited Ning Lanxue's anger. "Ning Lanxue, everything you wear and consume is provided by the prince's residence. How can you claim it as your own? Initially, I thought your persistent presence was merely that of a beggar. But who knew you would be so utterly lacking in propriety?" Ning Lanxue lifted her chin defiantly.
Beggar?
"Shen Ruashi, I was personally brought back to the residence by the prince. It is the prince who has permitted me to reside here."
So what?
Shen Ruashi's gaze was filled with disdain. "By what right do you dwell here? As a concubine? Ning Lanxue, you are even inferior to a mere concubine. Yet you dare to raise your voice at me?"
Taoye, instruct her on proper conduct. Certainly.
Taoyi sprang up and dealt a resounding slap to Ning Lanxue, sending her crashing onto the soft couch. She clutched her stinging face, eyes wide with disbelief. "How dare you, a lowly servant, strike me? To strike you is no matter. What are you to prevent it?" Taoyi brushed her hands together, her tone dripping with contempt.
Today?
She had struck two scoundrels in succession. Her spirits were exceptionally high. Shen Ruashi paid no further heed to Ning Lanxue, casting a glance around the decor of Ning Lanxue's chamber, her brows knitting slightly. "Go outside and summon the servants of the prince's household." Taoyi nodded and dashed out. Before long, a dozen or so servants arrived. Shen Ruashi extended her hand, retrieving the dowry list and placing it into Taoye's hands. Then addressed the servants. "The items on this list, upon being called out by Taoyi, you are to carry to Yuxiang Courtyard. Anyone who refuses to move can take their wages and leave the prince's residence immediately. Is there any dissent?" Upon hearing this, the servants exchanged glances. then promptly shook their heads. The servants all heed the princess's commands. The events concerning Ding Lixian have spread throughout the residence today, and everyone now regards this princess with a sense of trepidation. Shen Ruoshi nodded and then settled into the nearby rattan chair, propping her head up with one hand, her gaze languidly sweeping over the crowd. "Let us begin," Tao Yi announced. The room was adorned with exquisite furnishings, a pearwood carved chair, a coral calm table, a square table made of golden silk namu, a cabinet inlaid with precious gems, a zeton wood beauty couch, a fragrant sandalwood carved bed, a phoenix carved jade box, a white jade goblet on a tall foot, a redwood silver-threaded longevity rue, a pair of emerald-tipped hairpins, and countless other treasures. With each item mentioned, the servants moved it, and soon half of the room was emptied. Ning Lanxue sat on the soft couch, her eyes nearly bulging as she watched her possessions being removed from her quarters. "Shinruashi, these are all gifts from the prince. This Chiwang residence belongs to the prince. Not to you, Shinruashi. By what right do you touch my belongings? Did Morong you not mention that these items were part of my dowry when he gave them to you?" Shen Ruoshi retorted sharply, a knowing look in her eyes. Ning Lanxue's gaze flickered. She was well aware of the truth. In fact, she had specifically requested these items from Morong Yu. Seeing Ning Lanxue's reaction, Shen Ruoshi made an astute deduction. With a scoff, she commanded, "Tao Yi, continue." Soon, the entirety of Ning Lanxue's room had been stripped bare. Even the soft couch she had been seated upon was lifted away. The room resembled a scene of desolation, utterly emptied. Ning Lanxue stood to the side, her lips bitten until they bled. Each item that had been removed was of considerable worth. Now they had all been taken, leaving her feeling as if her very lifeblood had been drained away. She has been here for over half a year, yet Shen Ruoshi has not uttered a word.
Now.
Inexplicably, she dares to publicly insult her. When Morong Yu returns, this wretched woman shall pay dearly. Tao Yi gathered the list. "Miss, it's almost time." Shen Ruoshi responded softly, and was about to leave when her gaze suddenly shifted to Ning Lanxue's face. Ning Lanxue froze for a moment before her expression darkened. "What are you staring at?" "Shen Ruoshi, you've taken everything. What more do you want?" "Is that so? It seems there is still one item missing." Shen Ruoshi advanced a step towards her. Suddenly, she reached out and seized a phoenix hairpin from Ning Lanxue's head. With a swift tug, she yanked it free, taking a few strands of hair with it.
Ah!
Ning Lanxue cried out in pain, then immediately reached to reclaim it. "Give it back. This was given to me by the prince. It is not your dowry." Holding the hairpin, Shen Ruoshi cast a cold, piercing glance as Ning Lanxue lunged at her. Their eyes met, and Ning Lanxue found herself rooted to the spot.
Damn.
Why does it seem that Shen Ruoshi is particularly strange today? Twirling the hairpin between her fingers, Shen Ruoshi declared, "This was a gift from the emperor on my wedding day. It is not something just anyone can wear. You are unworthy." She tossed the hairpin to Tao Yi, her exquisite face wearing a scornful expression. Ning Lanxue's face nearly contorted with fury. Shen Ruoshi turned around, preparing to leave, when suddenly a thought struck her. Turning her head, she gazed upon the kneeling figure of Kai Dai, who appeared deathly pale. "I almost forgot about you." She directed her attention to Lung Shuang. "Did I not instruct you to sever her tongue? Why allow her to remain here as an eyesore?" "Indeed." Lung Shuang approached and seized Kai Dai, yanking her to her feet. Kai Dai, tears streaming down her face, screamed in terror, "Miss, help me. Save me. Shen Ruoshi, release me. Kai Dai is my maid, not a servant of the Qi Wangfu. You have no authority to punish her." Ning Lanxue rushed forward, grasping Lung Shuang's wrist in an attempt to pry her away, yet she was as immovable as stone. "Help. I was wrong. I was wrong, Qi Wangfei. If you punish me, the Qi Wang will surely be enraged upon his return." Kai Dai wailed as she was dragged towards the door. Shen Ruoshi commanded, "Lung Shuang, let her go." At her words, Lung Shuang loosened her grip. Kai Dai, as if granted a reprieve, dashed behind Ning Lanxue, both frightened and astonished. Yet, a glimmer of malice flashed in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Ruoshi dared not act against her. After all, she belonged to Ning Lanxue. When the Qi Wang returns, I shall ensure that Ning Lanxue informs him of Shen Ruoshi's misdeeds, leading to her dismissal. Ning Lanxue, you are right. Kai Dai is not a servant of the Qi Wangfu, and my punishment of her is, in truth, quite inappropriate. Ning Lanxue raised her chin. a flicker of anger igniting in her gaze. This wretch should not presume that such words would earn her forgiveness. Chapter 15. The Peony Country's Elegance. Suited for this Prince Shinruashi, let the colorful butterfly return whence she came. We, in the Chi Wang mansion, can tolerate one idler, but not a second. Tao Yi stepped forward. Miss, the colorful butterfly emerged from the Ingchun courtyard. In that case, let her return there. Remember to deliver her personally to the matron, ensuring she is well instructed on the proper decorum. Upon hearing this, the color drained from the colorful butterfly's face. Shan Ruashi's implication was clear. She was to return to the brothel, to take on the role of the lowest-tier courtesan. She had followed Ning Lanxiu out from that place, and was all too aware of the plight of those at the bottom.
No.
She refused to go back. After much hardship, she had finally begun to enjoy a better life alongside Ning Lanxiu. With a stroke of good fortune, she might even become a concubine of the Chi Wang. She would never descend into that hellish existence. No, I will not go. I will not go. The colorful butterfly cried out, her voice filled with heart-wrenching despair. Cold Frost, irritated by her pleas, swiftly rendered her unconscious and took her away. Witnessing this scene, Ning Lanxiu turned pale. Her eyes glared with resentment at Shunruashi, yet she dared not utter a single word. Shunruashi flicked her voluminous sleeves. Let us return. Tao Yi and a throng of servants followed closely behind, making their way toward the Yuxiang courtyard. As Murongyu exited the palace, the sky had already darkened. After lunch, he and Morongheng had been retained. Emperor Rinjing tasked him with coordinating the various preparations for the flood disaster with Morongheng. He originally harbored a glimmer of hope that Morongheng would falter in his duties, allowing him to continue his relief efforts in Jinan. However, Morongheng possessed an extraordinary memory and intellect that set him apart. By the end of the day, nearly all matters had been transferred seamlessly. As he exited the palace, Morongyu spotted Morongheng also emerging. He felt a twinge of surprise. Wasn't the 9th prince residing in the Eastern Palace? Why was he leaving the palace? He sought to meet an old acquaintance. What acquaintance? Yet, Morongheng remained silent. His handsome profile was shrouded in the night, with long lashes fluttering, his expression melancholic and aloof. As the wind blew, a strand of ink-black hair brushed against his porcelain cheek, softening his originally frosty demeanor. Suddenly, Morongheng retrieved a fragrant sachet from his bosom. What do you think of this sachet, my brother Qi? Morongyu felt a mix of confusion and admiration. Nonetheless, he cast a glance and noticed the exquisite peony embroidered on it, nodding in approval. The craftsmanship was indeed first-rate. Morongheng smiled unexpectedly. I too believe the peony, with its national beauty and fragrant allure, suits me well. With that, he carefully stored the sachet back in his bosom and prepared to board the carriage. Morongyu called out to him. 9th prince, please hold. Morongheng turned around, only to see Morongyu hesitating, as if caught between words. 9th prince, I am somewhat curious. You have not shown much enthusiasm for managing flood disasters in the past. Why the sudden insistence on going to Jinan today? Vying for this task with me? Could it be that my brother has inadvertently offended you in some way? You are overthinking it, my brother. You have not caused me any displeasure. Morongheng turned his head, his gaze faint. I simply believe that Prince Qi is unworthy of this task. Morongyu's face turned green at once, yet he dared not express his anger. He could only watch helplessly as Morongheng boarded the luxurious carriage and departed leisurely. He stood there for a while, muttering a curse under his breath. A short-lived sickly wretch. I wonder how long you can remain arrogant. As twilight descended and the evening moon hung upon the branches, Morongyu had just returned to the royal residence when he was met with a sound of weeping. Disturbed by this noise, he immediately exclaimed in anger, Who is mourning? If one did not know better, they might think someone has died in this palace. A servant hurried over and replied, Your Highness, it is Miss Ning. Upon hearing this, Morongyu's anger dissipated considerably. What has happened to Lanxiu? The servant stammered, It is the princess. She went to Lanyuan today. The servant briefly recounted the punishment of Ding Lixian and the subsequent clearing of Lanyuan, leaving Morongyu both shocked and furious. Where is Shunruashi? The princess has finished her dinner and is currently resting in Yuxiang courtyard. Morongyu furrowed his brows, contemplating before heading to Lanyuan. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Ning Lanxiu hanging a white silk from the willow tree, seemingly seeking to end her life. 2 maidservants clutched her tightly, preventing her from doing so. Morongyu rushed over. Lanxiu, what are you doing?
Your Highness. Ning Lanxue turned her head, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She cast aside the white silk and plunged into Morongyu's embrace, sobbing so intensely that she could scarcely catch her breath. As she wept, she embellished the tale of Shen Ruoshi's visit to Lan Yuan, sharing every detail with Morongyu. Biting her lip, she lamented, though I lack a formal title. My affection for the prince is genuine. It is Shen Ruoshi who has audaciously seized my love. Not only has she usurped the position of princess,
But she also dares to insult me.
today she sold the colorful butterflies to the Yechen courtyard, and tomorrow will she not cast me aside as she pleases? My lord, living in such a wretched state, perhaps it would be better to perish. Morongyu felt a surge of anger, holding the weeping figure in his arms. He was torn between compassion and fury. Lan Yue, do not worry. You are mine, and no one can dismiss you at will.
What is Shen Ruoshi to me?
I shall confront her immediately and demand that wretched woman kneel and apologize to you. Ning Lanue's voice trembled, yet she reminded him, but she is your legitimate wife, albeit merely by name. With that title, she will always hold power over me. My lord, when will you cast her aside? At her words, Morongyu stiffened, recalling the events of that day in the imperial study. His gaze flickered. This matter. Lan Yue, we must consider it carefully. Ning Lanue furrowed her brow slightly, but soon suppressed her displeasure. It matters not. I trust you, my lord. I can wait. Even if I lack a formal title and face the scorn of outsiders. I care not, as long as you hold me in your heart. Hearing this, Morongyu felt an even greater pang of guilt. He helped Ning Lanue to her feet. You scarcely ate today, did you? I shall have my servant prepare dinner for you at once. You may enjoy your meal while I head to Yuxiang Garden to bring back that wretched Shen Ruoshi. I shall heed the prince's command. After ensuring Ning Lanxue's comfort, Morongyu promptly turned and made his way towards Yuxiang Garden. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to see the gates of the royal residence swing open. Wang Difu, wielding a whisk, led a procession of palace attendants behind him. The imperial decree has arrived. Morongyu was momentarily stunned but quickly approached. Lord Wang, it is quite late. Why do you trouble yourself to personally deliver the edict? Wang Difu chuckled. It is the emperor's wish. Today, the princess consort of Qi has rendered great service, and his majesty has specifically sent me to convey his rewards. Where is the princess consort? Chapter 16. The bestowal. To his astonishment, the reward was actually for Shen Ruoshi. A flicker of surprise crossed Morongyu's eyes, and he promptly sent someone to summon her from Yuxiang courtyard. Soon, Shen Ruoshi arrived, accompanied by Ling Shuang and Taoya. A multitude knelt in the courtyard as Wang Difu began to read aloud. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the princess consort of Qi, Lady Shen, possesses both virtue and talent, with a character as refined as orchids and as gentle as lilies, deeply favored by me. Therefore, I bestow upon her a pair of sandalwood and jade rui, along with 30 bolts of shoe brocade. Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, Shen Ruoshi extended her hands to receive the imperial edict. Wang Difu assisted her to her feet, speaking gently. The princess consort is indeed fortunate. His Majesty has been speaking fondly of you since his return, praising you as a splendid daughter-in-law. With that, he turned his gaze towards Morongyu. Your Highness, the Emperor has entrusted me with a message for you. Please go ahead, replied the prince. Although this Qi Wangfu is your residence, it is also Shen Ruoshi's. She is the rightful mistress of the household, and the affairs within are to be managed as she sees fit. Should you fail to govern the inner court properly, I shall oversee it on your behalf. Wang Difu's expression softened as he concluded, this is His Majesty's message. Do you understand, Prince Qi? Morongyu's countenance darkened. The meaning behind Emperor Rinjing's words was unmistakable. It was a clear indication of support for Shen Ruoshi, ensuring that she would not be treated poorly in the future. He nodded, this prince understands. Wang Difu, having delivered the decree and set the rewards aside, departed with his entourage. As soon as they left, Morongyu's expression grew somber as he turned his attention to Shen Ruoshi. She was instructing her servants to carry the rewards to her Yuxiang garden. After giving her orders, she turned and walked away without sparing him a single glance. Morongyu found her disregard quite disconcerting. He spoke up, Shen Ruoshi. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Ruoshi slowly turned her head. Is there something you need, Your Highness? She was adorned in a splendid red peony brocade skirt, her cloud-like hair embellished with pearl hairpins, accentuating her already exquisite features,
rendering her even more dignified and radiant. In the dim light of night, she exuded an irresistible allure. A flicker of astonishment crossed Murongyu's eyes, momentarily captivating him. Initially intending to confront her regarding Ning Lanxue, he found his anger dissipating considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Ruashi, I am somewhat fatigued today. Please prepare some medicinal cuisine to attend to my bath." With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed intently upon Shun Ruashi, awaiting her response. Yet, she remained silent. He pondered whether his sudden warmth had left her so astonished that she was rendered speechless. It was understandable. In the past, she would eagerly rush to offer him herbal concoctions and foot baths, which he often found bothersome. Now, in this moment of initiative, extending the gracious invitation for her to attend to his bathing, it was no wonder she appeared incredulous. With this thought, Murongyu could not help but display a trace of arrogant amusement. "Did you not hear my words? Why do you stand there in silence?" Finally, Shun Ruashi spoke. "If you wish to bathe, you should summon the servants, not seek me out." The unceremonious words instantly drenched Murongyu with a cold reality. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. "Shun Ruashi, do you comprehend the implications of your words? I am offering you an opportunity. Do not fail to recognize its value." "An opportunity to serve as a maid?" Shun Ruashi retorted with a hint of derision in her smile. "That is a privilege I cannot afford. I am weary. If the prince desires a bath, he may summon the servants of the manor. If any fail to serve adequately, I shall have them dismissed by tomorrow, especially since my father has just conveyed the message that I may assume control of the royal residence." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving Murongyu standing in the courtyard, the anger he had quelled flaring up once more. "How audacious!" Jing Lu murmured. "My lord, shall you still bathe?"
What?
"Without her, am I to be deprived of even a bath? However, the soothing herbal pouch you previously requested is only available from the princess. Then I shall do without it." Murongyu shot him a glare and retreated to his chamber. The servants quickly prepared a wooden tub filled with warm water. Murongyu shed his garments and settled into the tub. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving him in a state of agitation and exhaustion. He leaned against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. As if drawn by some unseen force, Shun Ruashi's visage suddenly invaded his mind. In the night-s embrace, her beauty was otherworldly, exuding an enigmatic allure. Murongyu felt a tightness in his throat. Just then, a soft, gentle touch on his shoulder jolted him back to reality. He turned his head to find a delicate hand resting there, gently grasping his shoulder. The atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. He froze for a moment, then a smile crept upon his lips. "You have come?" he inquired. He was generously offering Shun Ruashi such a splendid opportunity. How could she possibly let it slip away? It turned out that her earlier resistance was but a playful game of push and pull with him. He seized the hand resting on his shoulder and abruptly pulled her forward.
Splash.
A tremendous spray of water erupted from the barrel. Ning Lanxue pouted, a playful smile gracing her face as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Upon seeing the person in his arms, Murongyu's gaze faltered. "Why is it her? What troubles you, your highness?" Ning Lanxue, noticing the bewilderment in his eyes, inquired. "Nothing," Murongyu replied, his smile softening. "What brings you here?" "I heard that the imperial edict has arrived, stating that the emperor has bestowed many rewards upon Shun Ruashi." Ning Lanxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Your highness, I resent this. Why should Shun Ruashi, simply because of her superior status, receive such honors?" "No, you are remarkable. Do not belittle yourself," Murongyu comforted her absent-mindedly. "Fortunately, your highness's heart belongs to me," Ning Lanxue said, pressing her face against his neck, an intimate gesture. Murongyu's gaze dimmed momentarily. He tightened his grip around Ning Lanxue's waist and kissed her. Ning Lanxue's hands found their place on his chest, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. "Your highness, why are you so eager today?" Murongyu remained silent, merely shedding her garments. The room was filled with an intoxicating allure. Murongyu called for water once more during the encounter. Half an hour later, the two rose and donned their garments. He embraced Ning Lanxue and stepped out of the door. Upon exiting, they encountered Shun Ruashi, accompanied by her maid, right at the threshold. Murongyu's hand froze momentarily. His initial instinct was to offer an explanation. Yet, as he regained his composure, he found the impulse utterly nonsensical. As a prince, he possessed the liberty to favor whomever he chose, Why should he concern himself with Shin Ruashi's sentiments? Moreover, it was she who failed to recognize her own worth. Consider it a lesson imparted to her. Chapter 17. Eavesdropping. Shin Ruashi, what brings you here? Ning Lanxue leaned against Morongyu, her voice laced with a playful challenge. She anticipated witnessing Shun Ruashi's flustered reaction. However, to her surprise, Shun Ruashi remained remarkably composed. I have come to request something from the prince. When I married, my dowry included a 7-stringed guqin, currently in the prince's possession. I kindly ask for its return, she stated calmly. Morongyu furrowed his brows at her words. Is this the sole reason for your visit? What else would it be? Shun Ruashi replied, her expression conveying a sense of entitlement. The guqin was part of my dowry. The prince surely does not intend to keep it without reason. The guqin had been specifically commissioned by her from a renowned musician, knowing Morongyu's passion for playing. It had been included as a part of her dowry. As expected, he relinquished the instrument. Yet, he continued to ignore her, showing no signs of affection. Prior to their separation, she wished to settle such matters, lest they provoke unpleasant memories in the future. Noticing her indifferent demeanor, an unnameable ire surged within Morongyu. What is so special about a mere guqin? If you desire it, take it, he retorted. Very well, then, Shun Ruashi replied, pleased with his straightforwardness. She signaled to Leng Shuang, who promptly stepped forward, entering Morongyu's quarters to retrieve the 7-stringed guqin. Morongyu cast a curious glance at Leng Shuang.
Who are you?
I do not recall having seen you in the royal residence before. Cold Frost is a maid in the general's residence. I specifically summoned her to assist me alongside Peach Leaf. Does the prince have any objections? With so many maids in the Wang residence, is it not enough for you to command? A faint cold smile curled at the corners of Shun Ruashi's lips. Are there many maids in the Wang residence? I thought they had all perished. With that remark, she turned on her heel and walked away, not sparing a single glance at the two. Observing her unusually indifferent demeanor, Morongyu felt a sudden pang of unease in his heart. These past few days, Shun Ruashi seemed as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. What on earth is happening? My lord, Shin Ruashi is so arrogant. Did you not say she should kneel before me and apologize? Ning Lanxue, standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve with dissatisfaction. Morongyu remained silent for a moment before speaking. How many maids are there in Lanyuan? About a dozen. Why? Reduce that by half. Today, my father conveyed a message. He seeks to reprimand me. Currently, I must not exhibit a stark difference in my treatment of you and Shin Ruashi, lest my father grows even more displeased with me. Ning Lanxue's heart sank, filled with discontent. She retorted angrily, does the prince only think of Shun Ruashi? Leaving my grievances unacknowledged? Shun Ruashi has taken my belongings, struck me, and even sold my maid. As she spoke, her sense of injustice deepened, and she began to cry once more. Morongyu gently patted her shoulder. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a complete set of items to be added to Lanyuan. It is no great matter. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanxue felt even more anxious. In the past, when he witnessed her in such a state, Morongyu would erupt in fury and seek retribution from Shin Ruashi. Now, however, the reaction is rather subdued. Ning Yunxue bit her lip, her eyes flickering with a hidden light. She must hasten her efforts to ensure Morongyu swiftly dismisses Shun Ruashi. Miss, what shall we do with this zither? Upon returning to Yuxiang courtyard, Leng Shuang inquired of Shin Ruashi, holding the 7-stringed instrument. Remove it, chop it up, and burn it. Understood, Mississippi. This zither had been requested by her for Morongyu, and it reminded her of her past foolish infatuation. Disturbed, she felt a wave of annoyance. Peach Leaf brought her a bowl of hot tea. Miss, today I saw the shoe brocade bestowed by the emperor. The fabric is exquisite and likely a tribute. Something one cannot usually purchase. Let me see. Shun Ruashi approached, inspecting the materials before selecting several rolls. Set aside these few pieces for me, and store the rest with my dowry in the storeroom. Keep the key safe. Ensure no one touches it. Yes. Peach Leaf nodded, then added, however, the patterns on these 2 rolls seem more suited for men's garments. They are not quite appropriate for you, Mississippi. It is not for me to wear. I intend to make something for another. For someone else? Will the miss be making it herself? Then allow me to assist you in laying out the fabric. As the two were engaged in their light conversation, they remained unaware of Morongyu standing just outside the door, listening intently to their exchange. After escorting Ning Lanxue back, he pondered Shin Ruashi's demeanor and found it increasingly peculiar. Just as he prepared to inquire about her unusual behavior, he overheard their dialogue. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Morongyu's lips.
Ha.
Still perplexed by the abrupt change in Shun Ruashi's demeanor, it became evident that it was merely an act all along. Ultimately, she returned quietly to craft garments for him. When she would present the clothes as a gesture of goodwill, he would overlook her subtle manipulations and permit her to share his bed. After all, she possessed a certain allure that was too precious to waste. Morongyu left in high spirits. As he exited the Yuxiang courtyard, Lung Xuan leapt down from the eaves and entered the room. Miss, Morongyu is just here. Shun Ruashi did not lift her gaze. What was his purpose? I do not know. He stood outside for a while before departing, grinning foolishly as he left. Pay him no mind. Shun Ruashi measured the fabric with a ruler. Tomorrow, I plan to return to the general's residence. It has been quite some time since I last saw my father, and I wish to personally make him a garment.
Miss.
Why the sudden desire to return? Such a significant matter as the divorce must be communicated to father, and besides, I truly miss him. In her previous life, she had caused the Shin family to face annihilation, never having had the chance to see her father and brother before her demise. In this life, she was determined to cherish her loved ones dearly. The following day, as dawn gently broke, Shun Ruashi rose early. After adorning herself, she took a carriage and hurried to the general's residence. At the entrance, a servant was sweeping the fallen leaves. Shun Ruashi gazed at the bright red doors, her heart awash with a myriad of emotions. She spoke, Lu Wu. As the servant sweeping the floor glanced up, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shun Ruashi before her. A flicker of surprise soon graced her features. Miss, it's you. Why did you not give any prior notice of your return? The general has gone to court and has yet to return. Come in, quickly. Lu Wu ushered Shun Ruashi inside. Shun Ruashi replied, I shall wait in the backyard myself. You may attend to your duties.
With that, she,
accompanied by Tao Yi and Lung Shuang, adeptly navigated the corridor towards the rear yard. Upon their arrival, they were met with a cacophony of vitriol. You little wretch.
Who do you think you are to speak back to me?
The lady's belongings?
Bah.
The general's wife has been dead for countless years. Now, I, Hirong, am in charge of the backyard. Shueping knelt on the ground, her voice choked with emotion, yet her spine remained unyieldingly straight. The young lady commanded that I keep the late lady's quarters tidy. Though she is no longer here, not a single item must be missing. Where did this young lady come from? Shun Ruashi has long since married. Now, my daughter Chen Shuang is the lady of the house. Hirong screeched, her voice sharp as she jabbed her finger at Shueping's forehead. You insolent girl, dare to act recklessly again, and I shall break your mouth. Chapter 18. Shamelessness. A flicker of darkness passed through Shun Ruashi's eyes as she stepped forward. Her cousin truly had an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the sound, Hirong abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Shun Ruashi, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Oh dear, Ruashi, what brings you back so suddenly? It has been over half a year since we last met. Your cousin has missed you dearly. Shun Ruashi mused. Why hasn't my cousin come to visit me at the Chiwangfu? Hirong's expression stiffened momentarily before she replied with a smile. Is it not because I feared to intrude upon you and the young couple? Newlyweds, after all. Would my visit not dim the joy? Shun Ruashi smiled in return, though her smile did not reach her eyes. When she was 12, Hirong had come rushing from the outskirts with Chen Shuang, claiming that her entire family had perished, leaving her an orphan with no one to rely on. She had come seeking refuge with relatives. Shin Tianrong had taken them into the estate after much inquiry, eventually discovering that they were distant relatives, barely connected through a convoluted lineage spanning 3 generations. As Hirong wept and lamented, she cried out, Great General, when you ventured into the countryside, you accidentally ingested a poisonous, wild fruit. It was my mother who forced you to drink horse urine to expel the poison. You cannot now abandon this kinship simply because you have risen above. Shun Tianrong, a man of deep loyalty and compassion, took pity on the mother and daughter and offered them shelter. For the first couple of years, Hirong remained relatively well-behaved. However, as time passed and Shun Tianrong lost his wife, leaving the rear courtyard unattended, Hirong's thoughts began to wander. She soothed Shun Ruashi, persuading her to speak favorably in front of Shin Tianrong, thus transferring the management of the rear courtyard to her. From that moment on, the mother and daughter embarked on a life of domineering authority. Shun Ruashi's gaze fell upon Hirong's face, sensing a chill.
In her previous life, Murongyu had framed the general's residence with charges of treason, leading to the massacre of the entire Shin family, all based on the so-called evidence planted by Hirong and her daughter Chen Shuangshuang. Both harbored a lust for power and riches, naively believing that by betraying the general's residence, they could secure a better life. Little did they anticipate that a decree from Murongyu would soon land them on the execution ground, proving them to be both foolish and treacherous. Hirong inquired, Ruashi, "Why have you returned alone? Where is your husband?" Shun Ruashi ignored her, instructing Taoya to assist Xueping to her feet. Xueping, what grave mistake have you committed this early in the morning to incur such punishment from your cousin? Xueping, like Taoya, had served her since childhood. Later, she married Wu Kai, the son of the housekeeper, and thus did not accompany her to the Chi Wang residence. Mississippi. Xueping spoke, her voice filled with grievance. It was Madam, he who coveted the late lady's belongings, insisting on taking them for herself. I followed your instructions to prevent her from doing so, and for that, Madam, he punished me. What nonsense is this? Hirong retorted. Ruashi's mother passed away early. I've spent many years in the general's residence and have a bond with Ruashi akin to that of mother and daughter. It is only natural for me to wear the general's lady's belongings. As she spoke, Hirong tugged at Shun Ruashi's sleeve. Ruashi, don't you agree? Shun Ruashi caught sight of the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, an heirloom from her mother. Her gaze instantly turned icy. I have been married for merely half a year. And has her cousin truly taken the general's residence as her own abode? To put it kindly, you are merely a temporary guest here. To state it bluntly, you are living under someone else's roof. Over time, have you truly lost sight of your own standing?
Hey, how dare you speak to me like that?
I am your elder. In the years since your mother's passing, I have toiled for the general's household. While I may not have achieved great merits, my efforts have certainly been of value. It is only fitting that I wear this bracelet. Shun Ruashi could not be bothered to engage in further banter. Remove that bracelet from your wrist. Yes, miss. Tao Yi and Xueping immediately sprang into action, restraining Hirong and attempting to seize the bracelet from her grasp. Hirong shouted and wailed, desperately refusing to relinquish it. However, Taoya's strength proved too much, and she forcibly pried the bracelet from Hirong's wrist. With a thud, Hirong slapped her thigh and collapsed onto the ground, wailing in despair.
Oh!
Shinruashi, you thief. They say a married daughter is like spilled water. How dare you return to meddle in the affairs of the household? At my age, to endure such humiliation, I might as well hang myself in front of the Chi Wang mansion. Hirong's cries were loud, and soon enough, several servants emerged from within the residence, though they merely observed from a distance. They had long grown weary of Hirong's antics and now, witnessing Shin Ruashi confronting her, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Shun Ruashi cast a glance at her. It appears that Annie feels wronged at my general's residence. In light of this, I shall inform father today to allow you and Chen Shuangshuang to return. Upon hearing this, Hirong immediately ceased her lamentations. Ruashi, we are relatives. Must you go so far as to drive away Auntie over such a trivial matter? Have I not returned your bracelet? During my absence, did you and your mother not take liberties with the belongings of the general's residence? Absolutely not. I swear, Hirong declared, just as an irritable voice interrupted. Mother, what are you wailing about so early in the morning? Which thoughtless servant has offended you? Punish her if you must, but your ruckus has deprived me of my sleep. Chen Shuangshuang emerged from her chamber, clad in purple satin, yawning with a hint of displeasure. Her hair was adorned with an array of gaudy red hairpins, both ostentatious and gaudy. Upon spotting Shun Ruashi, she was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing back here? Shun Ruashi's expression darkened. The attire you wear, was it not mine? Miss, the moment you left, Miss Shuangshuang went to your room and claimed your former jewelry and garments as her own. Initially, she was discreet, but later she took them brazenly. Xueping immediately accused. Shun Ruashi retorted, what of my father? Is he unaware? The master did question them. But Madam He and Miss Shuangshuang asserted that it was with your consent, and the master believed them. Xueping replied, her head bowed. I was uncertain, so I refrained from intervening, for your relationship with them had indeed been quite amicable before, Xueping concluded. Shun Ruashi sighed, rubbing her temples. Previously, she maintained a close relationship with Hirong and Chen Shuangshuang, driven by her singular ambition to marry Murongyu. However, her father and two elder brothers vehemently opposed this union, deeming Murongyu an unsuitable match. Only Hirong and Chen Shuangshuang offered their support. In her naivety, she believed that these two were the only ones who truly understood her, which led her to draw near to them. It was only later that she realized their true intentions. They were eager for her to marry quickly, so they could exert their influence in the general's residence. After all, her father, the general, excelled in warfare but was woefully ignorant and disinterested in other matters. As for her brothers, the eldest, Shen Yu, had taken over their father's military command and was a renowned general, currently engaged in battles at the frontier. The second brother, Shen Che, was exceptionally gifted. Having just passed the imperial examination, he was the newly appointed top scholar, awarded a residence by the emperor himself. After her marriage, he rarely returned to the general's residence. Consequently, the courtyard had become the dominion of Hirong and her daughter. Chapter 19. I have something to say. Shin Ruashi was overwhelmed with emotions as she cast a progressively colder glance at Chen Shuangshuang. Are you returning on your own? Or shall I take action? What are you saying? Chen Shuangshuang retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Cousin, you have already left. It would be a shame to let these clothes and jewelry remain in the manor. I have no qualms about your used belongings, yet you demand their return? Do not be so unreasonable. Indeed, like mother, like daughter, both equally shameless. Shun Ruashi declared, strip her of her garments. Tao Yi and Shueping immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Chen Shuangshuang. They had longed for this moment and finally had the opportunity. What do you two wretched maids think you are doing? Chen Shuangshuang screamed in fury. Yet her protests were in vain. Soon, her exquisite garments and jewelry were stripped away, leaving her clad in nothing but a single garment, appearing pitiful and disheveled, like a madwoman. Seated in the courtyard, with hair unkempt, she was a sight to behold. Hirong, cradling Chen Shuangshuang, resorted to her usual tactic of loud, vulgar lamentations. Oh, dear. What a sin. How unfortunate are we, mother and daughter. We traveled thousands of miles to seek family, only to be bullied like this. Shuangshuang, I am so sorry. Everyone, come and witness. Shinruashi is abusing her power. Shinruashi paid her no mind. Check what else they have wrongfully taken. Gather everything for me. Yes. A throng of servants surged into the pair's quarters. As they emerged bearing jewels and porcelain, Hirong beat her chest in despair, rolling on the ground in anguish. Chen Shuangshuang, too, vociferously protested. Shinruashi, when you initially intended to marry into the Qi Wangfu, everyone opposed it, save for my mother and me who supported you. Now that you have wed so splendidly, it is all thanks to our backing. It would suffice if you did not express your gratitude, but to be so ungrateful is truly disheartening. Shun Ruashi smiled. Since you believe my marriage to be so fortunate, I shall have Qi Wang take you as a concubine and bestow upon you some of that fortune. Would you accept? Chen Shuangshuang was momentarily rendered speechless. I would never go to Qi Wangfu. Shen Ruashi gazed at her, and a memory suddenly resurfaced. In her previous life, Chen Shuangshuang was wholly intent on marrying Morong Hang, enamored by a fleeting glimpse of his exquisite countenance on the street, which compelled her to incessantly clamor to become the princess of Ling. It must be said that in the past, Chen Shuangshuang possessed a keener eye than she did. Amidst the clamor, a resounding reprimand echoed. The crowd turned to see Shin Tianrong, brow furrowed, striding swiftly toward the back courtyard. His tall stature, honed by years of military service, bore the marks of hardship upon his sun-kissed skin. Yet, his gait was vigorous, and his eyes shone with the commanding presence of a leader. Father. Shun Ruashi felt a warmth welling in her eyes as she lifted her skirts to rush toward him. The moment he saw his precious daughter, Shin Tianrong's expression brightened instantly. Ruashi, how did you return? I missed you, so I came back to see you and surprise you. Shun Ruashi smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the presence of Shun Tianrong, she couldn't help but act adorably, embodying a charming innocence. Shun Ruashi grasped Shin Tianrong's arm, eager to share a few more words, when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure clad in dark attire standing not far away by the corridor. Tall and regal, with striking features, it was Morong Hang. The Wing King had also arrived? Indeed. Shun Tianrong rubbed his nose, lowering his voice. I don't know what prompted it, but the Wing King suddenly requested to speak with me and insisted on accompanying me back to the general's residence. Who could ignore the fact that the Wing King, though appearing amiable, possessed a ruthless heart, far from being as approachable as he seemed? Furthermore, Shun Tianrong had never had much interaction with the Wing King.
Pondering this perplexing situation throughout the journey, he remained baffled as to why such an esteemed figure would seek him out. At that moment, Hirong's shrill voice pierced through. "Oh, dear cousin, you have finally returned. Just look at what Shinrawashi has done to us. Cousin, you must stand up for us." She continued, "When you consumed that poisonous wild fruit, it was my mother who gave you horse urine to drink, and you—" "Enough. We shall discuss this later. Do you not see I have a guest?" Shin Tianrong exclaimed, cutting off Hirong's words in anger. How could she bring up such an embarrassing incident in front of the Wing King? Was he not a dignified general?
At his reprimand,
The others finally took notice of Murong Hang at a distance and promptly knelt to pay their respects. Murong Hang, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Since the general has matters to attend to, I shall wait in the parlor." "Your Highness, I cannot allow you to wait," Shin Tianrong said, reluctantly releasing Shun Ruwashi's hand as he followed. Gazing at the retreating figures of the two, Shun Ruwashi's exquisite peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly.
Surenli, Mudong Hang Aprokek?
Could it be that he was aware of her return to the general's residence and had come specifically to see her? At this thought, a flicker of delight surged within her. Shun Ruwashi waited in the back courtyard for a while. During this time, she had dealt with Hirong and her daughter, instructing them to remain in their quarters and revoking Hirong's authority to manage the courtyard, temporarily entrusting the task to Shueping. Hirong had initially protested, but when Shin Tianrong returned and learned of Shun Ruwashi's arrangements, he made a decisive judgment without hesitation. "We shall do as Ruwashi says. Regardless of whether she is married or not, she will always be the legitimate daughter of our general's residence." Hirong swallowed her indignation with great difficulty. This daughter-in-law's favoritism. Shun Tianrong paid no heed to Hirong. He took Shin Ruwashi's hand, and together they proceeded to the front hall. Chun Shuang clutched Hirong's sleeve, sobbing in frustration. "Mother, it's all your fault. Why did you provoke that madwoman Shin Ruwashi? Just now, Prince Ling saw me in such a disgraceful state. My image in his eyes must be utterly ruined."
Let it be ruined then.
"Are you still thinking about Prince Ling? Everyone knows he has a short life. If you marry him, you will only be left to mourn. But I would gladly accept. Even mourning would bring immense wealth." Hirong paused, suddenly finding some merit in her daughter's reasoning. Moreover, if Chun Shuang were to marry Prince Ling, she would no longer need to endure the disdainful glances of Shin Tianrong and Shin Ruwashi. Shun Ruwashi followed Shin Tianrong's side, traversing the courtyard towards the front hall. She glanced around and could not help but inquire, "Has the King of Wings departed?" "Indeed, he has left after discussing the situation at the border with me." "Did he truly leave?" Shin Ruwashi furrowed her brow. "That scoundrel. What is he up to?" Upon entering the study, Shun Ruwashi instructed Taoya to bring forth the garment she had crafted herself. "Father, previously the emperor bestowed upon me some exquisite shoe brocade, and I took it upon myself to sew you a garment. Please have a look and see if it fits well. You made this for me." Shun Tianrong's eyes sparkled. "It fits perfectly. A dress made by my daughter must undoubtedly be a good fit." "Sir, this is a creation the young lady worked tirelessly on overnight. She hardly slept at all last night," Taoya interjected. Shun Tianrong's eyes instantly filled with concern. "Silly girl. Why exhaust yourself so? It's not as if I lack clothing. I noticed you have lost weight since your return. That scoundrel Morongyu. Is he treating you poorly?" He had also inquired about matters concerning the Chiwang residence and had heard some unflattering rumors. However, whenever he had asked Shin Ruwashi, she would simply smile and dismiss them as mere gossip, assuring him that she was doing well. Seeing her so preoccupied with Morongyu, Shin Tianrong could only fret in silence. "Father, please do not be upset." Shun Ruwashi pushed a cup of hot tea towards him. "There is something I must discuss with you." Chapter 20. I wish to divorce. What is the matter? Shun Tianrong wore a solemn expression, sipping his tea while contemplating whether this visit was yet another attempt by Morongyu to seek some favor. He had anticipated that the sudden return must surely be for a reason. "I intend to divorce the Prince Chi." With that, Shun Tianrong spluttered, tea spraying from his mouth. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Ruwashi, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" "I am quite serious, father. Previously, I lacked understanding. When you and my brothers prevented me from marrying Morongyu, I perceived it as an obstruction to my pursuit of true love. However, I have now discerned Morongyu's true nature. His intention in marrying me was merely to leverage the Shin family's influence to aid him in the struggle for power. He is exploiting me rather than loving me." Shun Tianrong's anger surged.
Was this truly his belief? So, the rumors circulating within the royal palace are indeed accurate? He keeps a courtesan and allows her to torment you, degrading you at every turn? Shun Ruashi took a sip of tea. Do not worry, father. She shall no longer be able to torment me. As you can see, I am quite well now. She smiled charmingly. At her words, Shin Tianrong finally noticed her splendid attire and dignified demeanor. Even her complexion appeared to have improved significantly compared to their previous encounters. His overwhelming fury abated somewhat. Yet his heart still ached profoundly. Tomorrow, I shall petition the emperor on your behalf. Regardless of the status of the Qi king, if my precious daughter has been wronged, I shall muster all my strength to seek justice. Father, there is no need for His Majesty to intervene in this matter. I am capable of resolving it myself. I have come to speak with you, for this is indeed a significant issue. Shun Ruashi sighed. For a woman, a divorce tarnishes her reputation, and I may never find another suitor. I will be left to remain in the estate. Father, do you consent to my decision to divorce? Should you be unable to marry again, my military household will provide for you, for a lifetime. Shun Tianrong declared, striking the table with conviction. Besides, who says you cannot marry? In my eyes, there is not a single man worthy of my precious daughter. Shun Ruashi felt her eyes welling with emotion. This was her dearest kin, who cherished and protected her. Even if she had made a grievous error, he would still bear the consequences of her choice. She said, Father, rest assured, I will handle my affairs. Until then, simply await my news. Shin Tianrong was taken aback. He gazed at Shun Ruashi, sensing that she was different today than she had ever been before. It was as if she was more reassuring. Shin Tianrong nodded. Very well. Father believes in you. After enjoying a midday meal at home and sharing some intimate conversation with Shun Tianrong, Shun Ruashi finally returned to her residence. As she boarded the carriage, Leng Shuang leaned in and whispered 3 words in her ear. Ting Yashuan. Shun Ruashi paused for a moment, then understood. She nodded, instructing the driver to change direction towards Ting Yashuan. Upon disembarking, Tao Yi intended to follow, but was halted by Shun Ruashi. You and Leng Shuang shall wait here. Tao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then, with a hint of confusion, nodded in acquiescence. Observing Shun Ruashi's retreating figure, she couldn't help but inquire, Is the young lady meeting someone? Leng Shuang replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is merely my perception. But I feel the young lady's demeanor has been somewhat unusual of late, as if. Tao Yi wrestled with her thoughts for a while, hesitating to voice them. It seemed as though she might be experiencing the pangs of infatuation. Leng Shuang turned her gaze. What do you mean by as if? She sighed. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. It pertains to matters of the heart, and judging by your frosty exterior, it's evident you are oblivious to such affairs. I have a beloved, Tao Yi exclaimed. You actually have someone you cherish? Leng Shuang nodded impassively. Tao Yi was taken aback, then felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She produced a small mirror, gazing despondently at her own cherubic face. Despite her undeniable charm and amiable disposition, she remained a lifelong singleton. Where had she faltered? Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Shun Ruashi arrived at the elegant room number 1. She extended her fair fingers to push open the door. In the expansive and refined chamber, Murong Heng sat upon a pearwood chair, a white jade chessboard set before him. With his long fingers, he poised a white piece above the board, preparing to make his move. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his dark hair, enveloping him in a soft halo, reminiscent of an ethereal being untouched by mortal affairs. Shun Ruashi was astounded, and she couldn't help but reflect on the fairness of heaven. It bestowed upon him an exquisite beauty, yet deprived him of a man's dignity. Her gaze inadvertently filled with a touch of sympathy. What's the matter? Murong Heng turned to meet her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Shun Ruashi stepped closer, letting out a sigh. When you visited the general's residence today, I thought you had come specifically to see me. Indeed, I did. Then why did you leave? You and your father haven't met in a long time. I assumed you had much to discuss privately. With her chin resting on her hand, Shun Ruashi smiled. So, the King of Wings is quite considerate? Murong Heng chuckled in return. I have always been considerate. You'll come to realize this in due time. As he spoke, his tone remained calm, devoid of any tumult. Yet, the slight lift of his elongated fox-like eyes added an air of nonchalance and mischief, prompting Shun Ruashi to entertain thoughts she knew she shouldn't. Suddenly, Murong Heng inquired, Do you play chess?
Yes.
Join me for a game. Shun Ruashi felt a twinge of skepticism. Was inviting her over merely for such a refined pastime? It seemed inconsistent with his persona. The two took their pieces and commenced their match. Shun Ruashi initially assumed he would indulge her, but to her surprise, Murong Hung pressed forward relentlessly, showing no mercy. In just a quarter of an hour, she found herself utterly defeated, with no pieces left to defend. This man truly did not cherish the delicate. Feeling a surge of indignation, Shun Ruashi pushed the pieces away. I concede. Are you upset? Not at all. Unbeknownst to herself. When confronted by Murong Hung, she inexplicably adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Murong Heng's thin lips curled slightly, seemingly pleased by her reaction. He rose and approached Shun Ruashi, reaching out to gently lift her chin, compelling her to tilt her head back, exposing her delicate neck. His cool fingers brushed against Shun Ruashi's smooth skin, momentarily rendering her motionless, before she quickly regained her composure. This was precisely the kind of behavior one would expect from Murong Hung, unrestrained, assertive, and domineering, rather than engaging in trivial games. He suddenly spoke. I shall depart for Jinan tomorrow to assist in disaster relief, and I may not return for half a month. Disaster relief? Will your body be able to withstand it? I am not so frail. But what of you? He replied slowly. Can you safely leave the Chiwang residence for half a month?
I can.
That is good. Murong Hung said, a smile gracing his lips. His complexion was pale, his gaze cool and detached, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Yet there lingered an innate wickedness in the arch of his brow. When he smiled, his emotions became inscrutable. If, upon my return, Murong Yu does not allow you to leave, it matters not. I shall have him killed. A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, quickly vanishing. Shun Ruashi should have been frightened, yet a complex array of emotions stirred within her heart. She recalled her past life. When he had presented her with Murong Yu as severed head, kneeling before her grave, his expression a blend of deep affection and sorrow, an image she would never forget. Anyone could fear him, she would not. Chapter 21. Anger. Shun Ruashi reached out and grasped his wrist, tilting her head to gaze at him. What if, in half a month, I am no longer the princess of Qi? Then I shall offer you a different identity. Murong Heng's fingers caressed her porcelain-like face. His voice resonant and melodious. You once professed your desire for me, do you not recall? He paused momentarily before continuing, I will grant you that. Shun Ruashi's heart raced for a fleeting instant. She fluttered her long eyelashes, pondering how he could utter such suggestive words with such nonchalance. Clearing her throat softly, she steadied her emotions. Rest assured, Your Highness, regarding my divorce from Murong Yu, there is no need for your intervention. If I cannot resolve such a trivial matter, how could I possibly share my future with you? Her future. Murong Hung traced her fingers, murmuring softly, yet a subtle shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes. How much time remained in his future? An hour later, Shun Ruashi emerged from Tinjiaxuan. As she settled into the carriage, Tao Yi could not contain her curiosity.
Miss.
Whom did you meet? An old acquaintance, Shun Ruashi replied casually. Then she turned to Lung Shuang, asking in a hushed tone, though your master is frail, it is not to the point of being critically ill. Why do people speak of his short life? Just moments before, in the private chamber, she had taken Murong Heng's pulse. While it was not in the best condition, there appeared to be no immediate peril. She contemplated this mystery with growing perplexity. Miss, you may be unaware that the master is not as tranquil as he appears. He harbors a hidden ailment that, when it flares, causes him immense suffering. Moreover, each episode inflicts considerable damage upon his body. What kind of ailment? This. I am not entirely certain. Only that the imperial physicians have examined him and reached the same conclusion. Shun Ruashi nodded. Royal secrets are traditionally not to be divulged. It is understandable that Lung Shuang is uninformed. It seems I shall have to inquire further with Murong Heng during our next encounter. The group meandered through the streets before returning to the residence of the Prince of Qi. Shun Ruashi had seen her father and Murong Heng today, which left her in good spirits. She entered the prince's mansion with a smile, only to be approached by a servant. Princess, you have finally returned. The prince has been waiting for you for quite some time. The smile on Shun Ruashi's face instantly vanished. What does he wish to see me for? The young servant, unaware, replied, the prince is in your Yuxiang courtyard, princess. You should hurry there. Shun Ruashi frowned slightly. He has gone to my residence. How unfortunate. She stepped forward. making her way toward Yuxiang courtyard. Upon entering, she found Morongyu seated in a mahogany chair, his icy gaze sweeping over her. "Where have you been today?" Shin Ruashi walked in and replied slowly, "I returned home for a while." "You left the palace without informing me?" Murongyu's expression darkened further. "Is the prince planning to accompany me back to the general's residence? If I recall correctly, he has publicly claimed to be unwell and unable to go out." At her words, Murongyu's countenance grew even more somber. Shin Ruashi's every word was imbued with a chilling indifference, a stark contrast to her previous gaze filled with affection for him. He found himself increasingly restless. Even if it were a game of feigned restraint, she had taken it too far. "What were you doing at the general's residence?" he inquired. "I went to see my father and delivered a newly made garment to him," she replied, her demeanor unruffled. Upon hearing this, Morongyu abruptly turned his head. "A garment? What kind of garment?" Shin Ruashi leisurely sipped her tea, choosing to ignore him. Beside her, Taoya chimed in cheerfully, "Your Highness, did the Emperor not bestow a considerable amount of shoe brocade yesterday? Our miss selected a floral pattern and had a garment made for the general overnight." It was a gesture of filial piety, and the general was quite moved. A flicker of astonishment crossed Morongyu's face. "So that garment was made for your father? Was it not intended for me? Then what else could it be?" Shin Ruashi replied coolly, casting a dismissive glance with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, tinged with a hint of entitlement. Suddenly, she laughed surely. "Your Highness does not believe that I toiled overnight to create a garment for you? How presumptuous!" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, as though delivering a stinging slap across Morongyu's face. His expression shifted to a mix of pale and dark hues. Anger surged within him, and without warning, he hurled the cup in his hand to the ground. "You are insolent. You are my consort, and from this day forth, you shall not step beyond the palace gates without my permission. Such grand authority you wield, Your Highness." Shin Ruashi gazed at the shards of porcelain on the ground, her expression growing cold. "Just yesterday, my father issued a decree that everyone in the household must respect and honor me, yet today, you confine me to my quarters. It seems that when I next visit the palace to pay my respects, I shall have to speak earnestly with my father. Are you threatening me?" Morongyu gritted his teeth. "Who are you presenting this icy, aggrieved fade for? When I do not elevate your status, you are displeased. When I show you favor, you reject it. What exactly do you intend to achieve?" "I have already stated my desire for a divorce." Shin Ruashi extended her hand, and Taoya produced the divorce papers from the side. She took them and then cast them before Morongyu. "My lord, sign this, and let it be settled once and for all. Bringing up this matter again." Morongyu's composure finally shattered. "A divorce? You dare to fantasize?" As he looked at her striking yet indifferent visage illuminated by the lantern light, Morongyu felt his anger swell to an unbearable degree, ultimately consuming his reason. "Shin Ruashi, not only will I not grant you a divorce, but I also demand that you attend to me tonight." Chapter 22. The messenger. Upon finishing his words, he abruptly rose, intent on seizing Shin Ruashi's wrist. Yet a figure swiftly intervened. Lung Shuang's expression was as frigid as ice. "Stand aside. Who do you think you are to show such disrespect to this prince?" Morongyu unsheathed a dagger from his waist and thrust it towards Lung Shuang. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing was suddenly poised at Morongyu's throat, pressing against his skin, startling him and instilling a sense of dread within. This maidservant's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He could scarcely discern how she had executed her move. "Shin Ruashi, has your maid gone mad? Tell her to step aside." Shin Ruashi turned her head. "Does the prince still wish for my company tonight?" Morongyu clenched his fists, his knuckles paling in the throes of his fury. Yet, confronted with Lung Shuang's emotionless gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. He sensed that this maid was genuinely capable of resorting to violence against him. Shin Tianrong had actually dispatched such a formidable maid to Shin Ruashi's side. Could it be that he truly believed Shin Ruashi was being wronged at the Qi Wangfu, intending to exert pressure and issue a warning? After weighing his options, he ultimately softened his tone. "If you are unwilling, this prince shall not compel you." Shin Ruashi took a sip of tea, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Lung Shuang, step back." Lung Shuang cast a cold glance at Morongyu before slowly moving aside to stand at a distance. Morongyu caressed his neck, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "A mere servant dares to threaten him?" Unexpectedly, Shin Ruashi spoke up suddenly.
The prince ought to refrain from harboring any feelings for Leng Shuang, for she does not completely submit to my will. Should any misfortune befall her, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. It is likely that Morong Hung would not hesitate to raze the Qi Wangfu to the ground.
Upon hearing this,
Morong Yu's gaze flickered momentarily. He pondered the implications. Could it be that Leng Shuang was not merely sent by Shen Tianrong, but perhaps it was also the intention of his father? If that were the case, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Morong Yu, momentarily uncertain, realized he could not act against her. He coldly declared, Shen Ruoshi, think carefully. Should you refuse today, this prince may never again set foot in your Yuxiang garden. Shen Ruoshi sipped her tea, unperturbed. Do as you wish. Morong Yu stormed away in anger. Watching his retreating figure, Leng Shuang furrowed her brow. Miss, what shall we do? It matters not. He will seek a divorce, Shen Ruoshi replied with calm determination. She had known Morong Yu for 2 lifetimes and understood his character all too well. Hypocritical, selfish, and deeply insecure, yet at times exhibiting inexplicable arrogance. He was a paradox, desiring both face and substance. If provoked at the right moment, he would undoubtedly choose to part ways with her. Moreover, calculating the time, it seemed that a significant event had transpired on Ning Lanxue's side. At this moment, in the orchid courtyard, Ning Lanxue sat upon a soft couch, her eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing the report from her servant. Did the prince truly say such a thing? Upon her return, the servant distinctly heard that the prince had awaited an hour in the Yuxiang garden, subsequently requesting the princess to share his bedchamber. However, it seemed that the princess was reluctant, prompting the prince to storm back to his quarters in a fit of anger. Ning Lanxue felt a surge of indignation. How audacious! Where had she learned such tricks? In the past, the prince would scarcely spare her a glance. Yet now he had fallen into her snare. She hurled the porcelain cup at her feet with great force. Her once delicate and gentle visage now transformed into a mask of fury. The maid, Hexiang, hurriedly knelt down to tidy the chaos. Ning Lanxue furrowed her brow.
Tell me,
Does the prince not favor me far more than that wretched Shen Ruoshi? Hexiang, taken aback, trembled and shook her head in fear. I know not, my lady. I am but a newcomer. Useless fool, be gone. Ning Lanxue seethed with rage. Her thoughts drifted to the previous maid, Kaidai. Kaidai, clever and sweet-tongued, had a way of charming her, yet she had been dispatched to the Ingchun courtyard by Shen Ruoshi. That vile Shen Ruoshi could not bear to see her thrive. Ning Lanxue was consumed with resentment, struggling to find rest throughout the night. The following morning brought a light rain. The osmanthus blossoms in the Qi Wangfu courtyard were scattered across the ground, dotting the path in a delightful display. Shen Ruoshi rose languidly, completing her morning rituals before adjusting her hair in front of the mirror. She then approached the window and opened it wide. A gentle breeze swept in, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil intertwined with the fragrance of flowers, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. The air had turned cooler. Indeed, my lady, autumn has arrived. Tao Yi stepped aside and draped a delicate cloak over her. Shen Ruoshi's gaze flickered momentarily. Today marks the day when Morong Heng departs for Jinan. The journey is long, and the weather has grown colder. I wonder if it will affect his health. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached, interrupting her thoughts. The servant clasped their hands and announced the arrival of someone from the palace, specifically Zhu Xian, the senior maidservant by the side of Consort Fong, who had come to convey a message. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi furrowed her brow. My lady, Consort Fong's summons is unlikely to bear good tidings. I am aware. Shen Ruoshi replied with a composed expression. Let her come in. She was curious to see what scheme Fong Hui was concocting this time. The servant acknowledged her command and departed. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Xian arrived at Yuxiang Garden, visibly displeased. Until now, Shen Ruoshi, as a daughter-in-law, had always shown deference and respect to Consort Fong, even extending courtesy to the palace maids. Yet today, she had not come out to greet her and had sent Zhu Xian to relay the message instead. Upon entering Yuxiang Garden, Zhu Xian found Shen Ruoshi seated at the table, having her breakfast. She merely cast a fleeting glance at her. Is there something you need?
Zhu Xin,
Holding back her irritation, replied, Consort Fong wishes to invite the princess of Qi to the palace for lunch today. Understood, Shen Ruoshi responded coolly, resuming her meal without another glance at Zhu Xian by the door. Unable to contain her frustration, Zhu Xian exclaimed, Did the princess of Qi not hear what the servant said? Shen Ruoshi paused for a moment,
narrowing her eyes. Are you addressing me, the princess? The esteemed Lady Fong has requested the princess to enter the palace and partake in lunch with her. What is the reason for your delay? Shen Ruoshi couldn't help but smile. Do you even comprehend the meaning of lunch? The hour is still early. How can there be any talk of delay? Zhu Xian appeared to disregard her words. I implore the princess to set forth immediately. It would be unwise to provoke Lady Fong. Tao Yi stepped forward, hands on her hips. How dare you speak in such a manner? Our princess is the master here, and you, a mere servant, have no right to be so insolent. Zhu Xian cast a disdainful glance at Tao Yi. I am speaking to the Qi princess. Commoners should step aside. Chapter 23. Concerned Zhu Xian cast a disdainful glance at Tao Yi. I am speaking with the princess of Qi. Irrelevant individuals should step aside. Tao Yi was about to retort when she was halted by Shen Ruoshi. Tao Yi, step back. Fuming, Tao Yi moved to the side. Zhu Xian revealed a smirk. At least the princess of Qi understands propriety, unlike certain ill-mannered servants who dare to interrupt their betters. With a sharp clap, Shen Ruoshi slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, shot a frosty glare at Zhu Xian, accentuated by her resplendent attire, which indeed exuded a certain authority. Zhu Xian felt a twinge of unease under that piercing gaze. Then, Shen Ruoshi spoke sternly. The palace has rigid rules. Yet here stands a servant who knows not her station. If your mother cannot discipline you, then I, as the princess, shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. With that, she gestured sharply. Bring forth 10 slaps and expel her from the royal residence. Zhu Xian was taken aback, astonished that the usually timid Shen Ruoshi would dare confront her so openly. She took a step back and shot a warning look at the nearby servants. Let us see who dares. I am in the service of the esteemed concubine, and it is not your place to decide. Should the concubine become enraged, you will all regret it. At her words, the nearby servants faltered for a moment. Shen Ruoshi's voice rang out with authority. Lung Shuang. Yes, came the swift reply from Lung Shuang, who then leaped forward, swiftly approaching Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian, frightened,
took a step back.
You dare. Slap, 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 slap. Cold Frost emotionlessly delivered a series of slaps to her face, landing over a dozen in quick succession. As a martial artist, her strength was considerable. Bamboo Heart soon found herself dizzy and disoriented, her cheeks swelling like steamed buns. Blood trickled from beneath her nose, the pain causing her complexion to alter drastically. You. One hand pressed against her face, Bamboo Heart trembled as she pointed a shaky finger at Cold Frost. Before she could finish her words, Cold Frost unleashed a swift kick, sending her flying out of Yuxiang courtyard.
Ah!
Bamboo Heart cried out, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Ultimately, it was the palace maid who had accompanied her who helped her to her feet, and the group fled the gates of Qi Wangfu in a state of panic. Shen Ruoshi leisurely resumed her meal, finishing her breakfast before instructing Tao Yi to prepare a few gifts for her visit to the palace. Just as they exited Yuxiang courtyard, they encountered several maidens and servants hastily emerging from Lawn courtyard. Upon seeing Shen Ruoshi, they promptly knelt in greeting. What is the matter? Why the haste? Tao Yi inquired. Princess, it is Miss Ning. A maid stammered. Miss Ning said she has a headache and feels unwell, requesting the prince to come and see her. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi clenched her teeth. That vixen is feigning illness again to lure the prince over. Can she not devise a different ruse? The maid lowered her head even further, initially thinking that Shen Ruoshi would be angered. To her surprise, Shen Ruoshi responded, Since Ning Yunxiue is unwell, we must promptly summon the prince. However, I believe it would not suffice to have only the prince attend. Remember to send for the physician from the residence as well, and ensure he examines her pulse thoroughly. The maid's face displayed astonishment. Quickly respond.
Yes.
I shall immediately send someone to fetch a physician. Shen Ruoshi nodded and turned to exit the royal residence, a smile gracing her lips as she did so. Tao Yi was perplexed. Miss, why do you concern yourself with Ning Yunshue's well-being? She is determined to become the princess of Qi. Naturally, I must lend her a hand. Shen Ruoshi replied, her smile deepening. In the palace, Fong Hui gazed at Zhu Xian, who had been carried back, listening to her incoherent wails and grievances, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The previous night, she had received a letter from Murongyu, stating that Shen Ruoshi had once again mentioned her desire for a divorce. urging her to gauge Shun Ruashi's sentiments. Thus, she had sent someone to relay the message to the Qi Prince's residence. Little did she expect such a tumultuous outcome. Fong Hui pressed her forehead, contemplating the situation. It seemed that Yu's ongoing indifference had fostered resentment within her over time. The palace maid, Chun Ran, spoke up, "Your Highness. When the princess arrives, shall you administer punishment?" "Of course." Fong Hui frowned. "What if you dotes on other women and neglects her? She devoted herself entirely to you. Marrying her was a tremendous favor, and now she dares to display displeasure?" With that, she waved her hand dismissively. "When the princess of Qi arrives, inform her that I am unwell and require her to wait outside. I shall certainly temper Shun Ruashi's arrogance, making her aware that sulking will not rekindle Morongyu's affections. It will only deepen our disdain for one another. Let her content herself with being the princess of Qi." Half an hour later, Shun Ruashi arrived at Fong Hui's Yue Hall. Upon her arrival, she was met by a palace maid who sternly declared, "Princess Qi, the Empress Fong is suffering from a headache today and is resting. Please wait here." It was evident that this was an act of provocation. Shun Ruashi had anticipated such a reception. However, she had no intention of indulging Fong Hui. "I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. If my mother is afflicted with a headache, it would be most appropriate for me to enter and examine her. Perhaps I could alleviate her ailment." With that, she stepped forward to enter the hall, only to be obstructed by the maid. "Princess Qi, you may wait. But the Empress Fong is unwell, and it is inconvenient to disturb her. What is your true intention in insisting on entering?" "I am genuinely concerned for my mother and wish to attend to her health. Yet, you continue to impede my entry. I must inquire about your true motives." Shun Ruashi retorted, her gaze sharp. "I suspect that it is your lack of decorum that has exacerbated my mother's condition. Since you refuse to yield, I shall promptly report this to Her Majesty the Empress, so she may witness the increasing disorder within the palace." As her words fell, she dramatically flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Fong Hui could no longer contain herself. She had been eavesdropping in the inner hall from the beginning, initially hoping to witness Shun Ruashi's humiliation, only to be confronted with this unexpected turn of events. If this escalated, it would serve her no advantage. "Wait," Fong Hui said, steadying the maid's hand as she slowly emerged. "What is all this commotion? I could hear your quarrel from within the hall, and it has only intensified my headache." Chapter 24. Pulse Diagnosis. She cast a glance at Shun Ruashi. "Please come in." "Yes, Mother Empress." Shun Ruashi followed closely behind her, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. "Can you no longer maintain your facade?" Upon entering, Shun Ruashi inquired, "Mother Empress, why have you suddenly developed a headache? Allow me to take your pulse." "There's no need. Your health is paramount, Mother Empress. Please let me examine you." "I said there's no need, and that is final." "Why does Mother Empress persistently refuse to let me take your pulse? Could it be that you are not unwell and are merely being difficult with me?" Fong Hui was taken aback, ready to erupt with anger, but then she noticed Shun Ruashi's bright smile. "I was only jesting. Everyone knows that Mother Empress is gentle and kind. How could she engage in such shameless acts? Isn't that so, Mother Empress?" "Fong Hui." She extended her left hand. "Since you are so intent on demonstrating your filial piety, then do take my pulse." Regardless of whether Shun Ruashi determined that she was indeed healthy, Fong Hui would steadfastly insist upon her headache, leaving Shun Ruashi with no recourse. Shun Ruashi reached out, placing her hand upon Fong Hui's wrist. Suddenly, her expression grew serious. "Mother Empress, you're—" Fong Hui had been nonchalant, but upon seeing Shun Ruashi's grave demeanor, she felt a surge of anxiety. "What is it? Your pulse seems stable, yet it suggests an underlying cold deficiency. Mother Empress, have you suffered from severe frostbite in the past?" There was... Fong Hui's gaze flickered. During her time as a palace maid to Emperor Run, she had once been punished for a mistake, forced to kneel in the snow for 2 hours during the harsh winter, resulting in a lingering ailment in her knee. However, these years of indulgence have led to a significant improvement in health. The imperial physician has examined and assured that the chronic ailment poses no serious threat. Alas, while it may not seem grave at present, age could bring unforeseen consequences, perhaps even paralysis. If you doubt my words, I shall refrain from further elaboration. What do you propose I do? After a brief hesitation, Fong Hui finally spoke. After all, during the previous incident with Wei Xinjin,
The imperial physician failed to discern the poison, yet Shin Ruwashi successfully diagnosed it. This attests to her medical prowess. The key lies in proper nourishment. I will prepare a prescription for you, Mother Empress. Simply follow it diligently. However, you must abstain from meat and greasy foods for an entire year, for otherwise, it could harm your spleen and stomach. A year without meat? Would that not render me akin to a nun? Should you be unwilling, then do not partake. It is not an absolute guarantee of paralysis, merely a 50% chance. A 50% chance. Fong Hui gasped in astonishment. Her brows furrowed tightly. And after a moment, she reluctantly waved her hand. Very well, very well. Do prepare a prescription. It is merely a year. I shall endure. Shin Ruwashi responded gently, then took up paper and brush to commence writing the prescription. She was indeed deliberate in her actions. Fong Hui does possess a constitution prone to coldness, yet it is not a grave issue. However, the prescription she composed is flawless in the eyes of the imperial physician. A year of vegetarianism shall serve as an opportunity for Fong Hui to accumulate virtue. Fong Hui pressed her hand to her forehead, pondering, but what of my persistent headaches? I have just diagnosed the pulse of Mother Empress. There is no cause for concern. However, I am suffering from a severe headache. Fong Hui sighed. Having heard that you recently quarreled with Prince Qi, even mentioning a desire for separation. Upon hearing this, I spent a restless night and my headache worsened. I understand that Prince Qi has been lavishing affection upon that Ninglan Xue, neglecting you, which has understandably caused your dissatisfaction and led to such unreasonable behavior. Nevertheless, you must learn to be content. You are already the princess of Qi. What grievances could you possibly have? Furthermore, it is commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Currently, it is only her, Ninglan Xue, but when the harem becomes filled with numerous beauties, will you not create chaos? What a disarray that would be. Shin Ruwaxi set down her brush.
So,
What Mother Empress means is that since Prince Qi wishes for Ninglan Xue to be his princess, I ought not to be upset, but rather obediently accept being dismissed and become a concubine? Fong Hui pressed her lips together. Indeed, Shin Ruwaxi was harboring anger over this matter. She must be taught to temper her temperament. Fong Hui shifted her tone. As for my headache, I consulted a master at Jian Temple, who declared that it stems from an ailment of the heart. It requires someone to observe a vegetarian diet, chant for 3 days, and transcribe the sutras 100 times in order to alleviate my suffering. Ruwaxi, I shall leave this task to you. Shin Ruwaxi remained motionless in her chair. Mother Empress, the affairs of the palace have been numerous of late, and I fear I cannot alleviate your burdens. Moreover, I have just taken your pulse, and your headache will soon improve. There is no need for me to transcribe the sutras. You refuse to transcribe sutras for me? Does the Mother Empress doubt my medical skills? I have no doubt, but transcribing the sutras is a testament to sincerity. It brings only benefits and no harm. Shin Ruwaxi internally scoffed. Indeed, it poses no harm to her personally. What is squandered is merely her time and energy. If the Empress Mother is determined to transcribe Buddhist scriptures, she could enlist the help of someone idle. I believe Ninglan Xue would be quite suitable, particularly as she is the favored one of the Prince of Qi. Who knows, she might one day bear his offspring, thereby strengthening ties with you. She would be the most fitting choice for this task. What utter nonsense you speak! Fong Hui exclaimed in fury. Not to mention Ninglan Xue's ignoble origins. She is altogether unworthy of transcribing the scriptures. Bear the Prince of Qi's child? Absolutely not. At least, not at this moment. The Empress Mother, being unwell, likely lacks the appetite for lunch. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Shin Ruwashi seemed oblivious to her rage, offering a slight bow as she prepared to depart. Stop right there. Fong Hui slammed the table, her voice ringing with anger. At this point, she truly felt dizzy with fury. Shin Ruwashi, you have become increasingly disrespectful. These scriptures must be transcribed today, regardless. Someone, restrain her and confine her to the small Buddhist hall at the back. She shall not be released until the scriptures are completed. Upon hearing this, several burly matrons immediately approached, rolling up their sleeves and advancing menacingly toward Shin Ruwashi. Chapter 25. A bustling scene. Shin Ruwashi cast a cold glance at several individuals, preparing to signal Cold Frost to take action, when suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. The atmosphere here is quite lively, Your Highness. Everyone turned their heads to see a group of people surrounding a radiant lady approaching the Yue palace. At the forefront of the gathering was a young woman clad in a vibrant red floral dress, her dark hair cascading down her back. Adorned with golden hairpins embellished with flowing pearls, her fair earlobes were graced with large, lustrous pearls. Her charming visage shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an enchanting allure. The palace attendants promptly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to Princess Manhwa." Shun Ruwashi's eyes flickered with recognition. It was none other than the daughter of concubine Qin, Princess Manhwa. Now in her blossoming youth at the age of 16, she was 2 years younger than Shun Ruwashi. While there was a resemblance to her mother, concubine Qin, the princess lacked the latter's strikingly fierce beauty. Instead, her delicate eyes sparkled with innocence, rendering her even more captivating. Fong Hui expressed her surprise. "What brings Princess Manhwa to the Yue Palace today?" "I have specifically come to see the Princess of Qi," replied Manhwa with a smile. Fong Hui furrowed her brow. "Since when have you and the Princess of Qi become such close acquaintances?" "In the past, when Shen Tianrong enjoyed a favorable relationship with Emperor Rinjing, Shun Ruashi often visited the palace during her childhood. She had encountered several princes and princesses, yet only a few were familiar to her. Among them, she held a particular fondness for Morongyu, but she had never heard of any profound connection between him and Princess Manhwa." Princess Manhwa smiled warmly. "Empress Fong, regarding the matter of noble consort Wei, my mother expressed her deep gratitude towards the Princess of Qi. Upon hearing of her arrival today, she specially instructed me to extend an invitation for the princess to visit the Fuyang Palace for a conversation." Fong Hui's demeanor was somewhat awkward. She certainly did not wish to let Shin Ruashi off so easily. However, the slap from Qin Haidang had left her face swollen for 2 days, a memory that still lingered painfully in her mind, provoking that wretched woman would yield no favorable outcome for her. With displeasure, Fong Hui stated, "Since noble consort Qin has extended the invitation, Ruashi, you should go, but do remember to return afterward, as I have not finished imparting the matters I wish to discuss with you." Shun Ruashi furrowed her brows, preparing to respond, when she felt a warmth in her palm. Princess Manhwa took her hand and curtsied to Fong Hui. "Your Highness, we shall take our leave now." After saying this, she grasped Shun Ruashi's hand, and they exited the hall together. Once outside, Princess Manhwa led her for a short distance before releasing her grip. She gazed at Shun Ruashi, her eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. "Ruashi, after all these years, you have blossomed into such a striking beauty. Truly, a peerless enchantress." However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. How did Qi Wang come to have such a fortune? Shun Ruashi, taken aback, thought to herself, has her demeanor changed rather swiftly? "Your Highness, have we met before? Have you forgotten? When I was around 5, I accidentally broke the inkstone of Prince Ling and injured my foot in the process. You applied the ointment to reduce the swelling and took the blame, saying the inkstone was carelessly broken by you." At those words, Shun Ruashi felt a flicker of recollection. Indeed, it seemed there was some truth to that memory. Princess Manhwa playfully stuck out her tongue. "This princess fears no one, except for my brother Lingwang. Just look at his frail demeanor. Yet, those eyes of his seem capable of taking a life, instilling fear in all who encounter him. Surely, it's not as dire as you claim," Shun Ruashi reminisced. She recalled her anxious confession to Morong Hang about how she had accidentally damaged his inkstone. Not only did Morong Hang refrain from blaming her, but upon noticing the ink stains on her attire, he even arranged for her to receive a new outfit. Is the princess, then, recalling past affections to come to my aid? Not solely for that reason. Princess Manhwa repressed her mirth. "To speak candidly, Lady Qi, I sought you out today with a particular request. Please, do tell, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Princess Manhwa turned and instructed her attendants to step aside, then led Shin Ruashi to a secluded pavilion. "Lady Qi, I am here on behalf of my cousin, the heir of the Wooding Marquis, Qin Qingxian," she whispered. "A year ago, during an anti-bandit campaign, he fell from a cliff, sustaining severe injuries to both legs, and has since been bedridden. I previously heard my mother mention Lady Wei's remarkable medical skills, and thought perhaps you could heal my cousin's legs." Shun Ruashi nodded slightly. She was aware of this situation. Qin Qingxian was originally a favored child of fortune. His father was the esteemed Marquis of Wooding, his aunt a favored concubine in the imperial harem, and he himself the sole legitimate heir. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he was also well-versed in both literature and martial arts, once the object of affection for countless noble ladies in the capital. However, fate had not favored him. After tumbling down the cliff, Qin Chengxian suffered severe injuries to his legs. It is said that numerous imperial physicians from the palace visited him, yet their efforts yielded little improvement. This favored son of heaven subsequently fell into silence. Since the princess has personally spoken, I shall pay a visit.
Really?
Princess Minghua's eyes sparkled with surprise. Thank you, Lady Qi. I feel a connection with you, so when we are alone, you may call me Minghua. And the princess may call me by my name as well.
Very well, Ruashi.
Moro Minghua was quite familiar. She playfully flicked her charming apricot-shaped eyes. She was not inclined to refer to anyone as the Lady Qi. That hypocritical scoundrel. Muro Mu was unworthy of such an extraordinary beauty. After enjoying lunch at Fuyang Palace, Muro Minghua sought out a palace made to deliver a message to Feng Hui. Subsequently, she led Shun Ruashi out of the palace. Tao Yi expressed some concern. Miss, are we truly leaving like this? Feng Fei will surely be furious. Muro Minghua reassured her. It's fine. I will speak to my mother and have her caution Feng Fei not to trouble Ruashi. Although my mother may not be the sharpest, her ability to suppress others is unparalleled. Shun Ruashi couldn't help but chuckle. Then I shall thank the noble Qin Fei in advance. Chapter 26. The two engaged in lively conversation as the carriage finally arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Wooding. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Shun Ruashi donned a veil upon entering the estate. With a gentle grip on the hand of Taoya, she descended from the carriage. They traversed the imposing entrance of the Marquis's estate, navigated through the front courtyard, and eventually reached the rear courtyard. It seemed that Muro Minghua had sent word ahead, for at that moment, Marquis Qin Kuang and his wife, Madame Lu Qiong, were already awaiting their arrival. Princess Minghua spoke first. Uncle, aunt, the physician has arrived. The couple turned to see the woman beside her and paused in astonishment. Is this the physician? The woman before them possessed a graceful figure and an air of dignified elegance, even with the veil obscuring her features. Her extraordinary poise suggested she was not merely a doctor, but rather a noble woman of distinction. Minghua, is this truly the miraculous physician you spoke of? Shun Ruashi gently removed her veil and replied softly, My lord, my lady, I am indeed the physician. The couple was taken aback upon recognizing Shun Ruashi. Although their encounters had been few, they were aware of her identity as the legitimate daughter of General Shun. We have met the Princess of Qi, Shun Ruashi offered, extending her hands to assist them. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am already informed about the heir's condition. If you both place your trust in me, I am willing to give it a try. Qin Kuang and Lu Qiong exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. While they were unfamiliar with Shun Ruashi's medical skills, they acknowledged her formidable lineage. Moreover, given that the imperial physicians had been unable to remedy Qin Chengxian's leg, they believed there was little risk in allowing her to attempt a solution. Marquis Qin Kuang gestured, Princess of Qi, please follow me. Shun Ruashi followed the two individuals to a spacious chamber in the backyard. Upon reaching the entrance, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, accompanied by a stream of curses.
Get out!
Don't touch me! The door of the chamber swung open, revealing a maid hastily exiting, clutching a shattered vase, her expression one of panic. Behind her trailed Li, Qin Qingshuan's wet nurse, her face etched with helplessness. Upon seeing the group, Li promptly bowed in greeting. Lu Qiong inquired, Has Chengxian lost his temper again? Sighing, she continued, The weather is lovely today. I had hoped to persuade the young master to step outside and bask in the sun, but he refuses to rise. Qin Kuang waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. He sighed deeply. Ever since Chengxian has been confined to bed, his temper has soured, and he has grown increasingly despondent. It pains me to witness him in such a state. Princess Qi, if you can truly restore Qingshuan's health, you shall be a great benefactor to our Wu Dingho residents. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do my utmost, she replied earnestly. Shun Ruashi then reached out and pushed open the chamber door. The floor was littered with broken cups and dishes. Through the curtain, a faint silhouette of a man lay on the bed, his frame thin and frail. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Qingshuan's voice emerged, icy and sharp. Did I not say to leave? What are you doing here? Muro Minghua spoke up, Cousin, it is I. I have brought a renowned physician for you. Upon hearing Muro Minghua's voice, his tone softened considerably.
Manhwa, you need not trouble yourself further on my behalf. The imperial physicians have been unable to assist me. Who else could possibly heal me? Qin Kuang interjected. There are many divine healers in the world. The inability of those who have treated you before does not signify that others shall fail as well. Lu Qiong remarked, Cheng Xian, you should give it another try. As long as one is alive, one must not relinquish hope. Living as I do now feels no different from being dead. Qin Cheng Xian's voice was laden with desolation and sorrow. Father, mother, please take your leave. I wish to rest. The two were preparing to persuade him further when Shun Ruashi suddenly spoke up. Initially, she had expected the heir of the Wu Ding Marquis to be a stalwart man, but finding him to be a self-indulgent coward was truly disappointing. Her voice was melodious, yet her words were painfully sharp. Qin Guang and Lu Qiong gazed at Shin Ruashi in astonishment. Just as they were about to interject, Qin Cheng Xian's cold voice cut through the air.
Who are you?
I am the physician here to treat your leg. You are not me. How can you comprehend the extent of my suffering? Each day, I long for an end to it all. As a doctor, how can you utter such hurtful words? Do you truly deserve the title? Does the heir genuinely wish to give up on life? What do you mean? If the heir truly finds life to be devoid of hope, there are 100 ways to seek death. Yet, your persistence until today indicates that there remains a flicker of hope within you. Shun Ruashi's voice faltered slightly. Perhaps, I am the heir's hope? Her tone was gentle, yet it carried an inexplicable strength. A flicker of light sparkled in Qin Cheng Xian's eyes as he suddenly felt his long-dormant heart stir with life once more. After a brief pause, he spoke.
All right.
This was an affirmation. Shun Ruashi took a step forward, approaching the bedside. She reached out and lifted the curtain beside the bed, letting it hang. There, lying on the bed, was a man. He had a tall and slender frame, yet appeared exceedingly gaunt. His dark hair sprawled across the pillow, and he exuded an air of despondency. Qin Cheng Xian propped himself up with one hand on the bed and slowly turned, revealing an overly pallid face. Although his visage bore the marks of illness and his gaze was heavy with gloom, his exquisite features still captivated the eye, a testament to his former handsomeness. Upon seeing Shun Ruashi before him, Qin Cheng Xian's gaze faltered in surprise. He had not anticipated that this physician would be such an enchanting woman, far more dignified and radiant than any noble lady he had encountered. Yet, recalling her earlier words, his gaze hesitated once more. She seemed to possess a strength that belied her gentle appearance. Shun Ruashi spoke. Young master, please lie down. I wish to examine your legs. As she spoke, she reached to roll up his clothing. Qin Cheng Xian replied, Is this not improper? He noted that she had styled her hair back, a clear indication that she was married. Engaging with a man as unfamiliar as him could potentially tarnish her reputation if it were to come to the attention of others. Chapter 27. The poison physician Shin Ruashi spoke softly. I am a physician. Your Highness need not worry. To me, everyone is the same, devoid of gender distinctions. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng Xian gradually relaxed his grip. Shun Ruashi rolled up his pant leg and pressed her hand on various points of his leg. With each press, she inquired, Can you move?
No.
What about here? Still no. Although Qin Cheng Xian's legs were paralyzed and immobile, he retained sensation. He watched her delicate hand kneading his leg, a subtle tingling sensation causing his ears to redden. It was his first experience of such intimacy with a woman, particularly one as beautiful as she. He felt a touch of unease. After thorough examination, Shun Ruashi reached a conclusion. Your Highness's leg has not only suffered bone damage, but also nerve injury. It is indeed challenging to treat. Qin Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. Challenging implies it can be treated? It will require an extraordinary approach, she replied. In truth, my mother's practice of medicine diverges from the norm. Rather than relying solely on herbs, we are more adept at employing poison, making poison physician a more fitting title. The nerves in your legs have long ceased to respond, so I intend to use poison to activate them first, and then administer medicine for rehabilitation. There are risks involved, albeit minor. Whether to take this gamble depends on the thoughts of both the Marquis and your Highness. I am willing. Without waiting for Qin Cheng to voice his opinion, Qin Cheng Xian readily accepted, a bitter smile curving his lips. I am utterly unwilling to live the latter half of my life in such a pitiful manner. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall take the risk. Qin Cheng Xian's narrow eyes flickered. Perhaps, as she said, she is his beacon of hope. Upon hearing Qin Cheng Xian's words, neither Qin Kuang nor Lu Qiong chose to speak further. Shun Ruashi then took a seat at the table and wrote out a prescription, instructing a servant to fetch the necessary herbs. She subsequently prepared silver needles and turned to the individuals behind her. Next, I shall perform acupuncture on the young master. Tao Yi and Lord Home remain, while the rest may leave. At these words, the others promptly took their leave. Shun Ruashi retained Tao Ye's presence as she was familiar with basic medical knowledge and could assist conveniently. Keeping Qin Kuang was to provide reassurance. Although the Marquis and his wife had agreed to let her treat Qin Qingxian, their hearts were undoubtedly filled with doubts. With Qin Kuang present, those uncertainties could be alleviated. Shun Ruashi laid out the silver needles. Young master, shortly I will introduce poison into the bathwater, but the toxicity must not permeate beyond a certain point, or it could be life-threatening. I will use the silver needle to pierce your dantian, containing the toxin to your lower body. As she spoke, she reached out and began to unfasten Qin Qingshuan's robe. His upper body was unveiled before her. Qin Qingxian felt a moment of embarrassment. It was his first time confronting an unfamiliar woman in such a manner, adhering to the propriety that men and women should maintain distance. He raised his gaze, only to find Shun Ruashi's expression clear and focused. Her fair profile was bathed in a gentle glow, akin to a saint untouched by the mundane world. Devoid of any distractions, he suddenly realized that his thoughts had become somewhat narrow-minded. Shun Ruashi reached out her hand and pressed against his abdomen, swiftly inserting a needle at the point of his dantian. Qin Qingxian immediately felt a tightening in his lower abdomen, rendering him powerless. There is no need for alarm, my lord. Initially, you may experience a sensation of numbness, but it will soon subside. She spoke softly, yet her voice carried a reassuring strength. Qin Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Ruashi then instructed someone to bring forth the prepared herbs, and she took out a dagger, sterilizing it over the fire. Next, I shall make incisions on your thighs and apply the poison. I will refrain from using anesthetics, as they would compromise the efficacy. This poison will inflict considerable pain, so you must endure it. Very well, he replied, and no sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain radiate through his legs. With a swift motion, Shun Ruashi made incisions on his thigh. She then tightly wrapped his legs with bandages, which were laced with poison. The toxic substance immediately seeped into his bloodstream through the open wounds. The excruciating pain surged violently, nearly causing Qin Qingxian to clench his teeth in agony. He let out a muffled groan, quickly stuffing a piece of cloth into his mouth as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Shun Ruashi cast a glance at him. Though she had merely mentioned the impending pain, in truth, the poison penetrated deeply, inflicting torturous suffering. To her surprise, he did not utter a single cry. He was indeed a tough man, a stark contrast to his gentle and handsome appearance. Qin Kuang expressed concern. How much longer will this last? He understood his son well. Such a pained expression could only arise from extreme torment. Shun Ruashi's voice remained calm and detached. A brief moment will suffice, rest assured, my lord. Though it may be painful, there will be no adverse effects. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Qiong was troubled. The silence within was deafening, leaving her anxious about whether everything was well. Murong Minghua grasped her hand firmly. Aunt, uncle is inside. Are you truly worried that Ruashi has fallen into the hands of our cousin? My doubts do not lie with the Princess of Qi, Lu Qiong replied, her expression clouded. It is merely that I have faced disappointment far too many times. I had resigned myself to the notion that my life would remain stagnant. Suddenly, hope has been rekindled, and I fear it may once again dissipate. Just then, her gaze was drawn to a shadow clad in dark blue, lingering outside the courtyard. Lu Qiong's demeanor chilled. Who goes there? Concealing oneself. Come forth. At her words, Su Ling Miao hesitated before stepping into view, accompanied by a young boy of 11 or 12.
I have met the lady, he said.
What brings you here? Lu Qiong's tone was icy. Su Ling Miao had once been her maid, treated with kindness, yet she had betrayed that trust by enticing Qin Kuang. In a moment of folly, Qin Kuang had succumbed to her seduction. As a noblewoman of a distinguished family, Lu Qiong's temper was fierce. She had demanded a divorce from Qin Kuang, who, in desperation, knelt and begged for her forgiveness. Initially, Qin Kuang intended to send Su Ling Miao away to the Qingshan temple, but upon discovering her pregnancy, the matriarch insisted that the blood of the Qin family must not be lost to the outside world. Thus, Su Ling Miao was retained within the household, presented to the outside world as a distant relative in need of refuge, come to serve the elderly matriarch. Her son, however, remained in the residence as a distant relative of the Qin family. Apart from the old matriarch, the Duke and Duchess of Wuding and Qin Qingxian, no one else was privy to this matter. Su Lingmiao lowered her gaze and spoke softly. I too worry for the heir. She pressed her lips together and continued. Madam, you are aware that I have studied a bit of medicine. Just now, I saw the prescription the doctor wrote for the heir, and it contains poison. Su Lingmiao knelt down. I fear that someone intends to harm the heir, and so I boldly came to inform you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong's expression remained indifferent. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply keep your lips sealed to outsiders. But this doctor was brought back by me. If Miss Biao doubts this doctor, it equates to doubting me. Do you understand? Murong Minghua interjected. Although she smiled sweetly, her eyes bore a warning. Su Lingmiao, though uncertain of the implications, nodded dazedly. Yes, I understand. She grasped the hand of the youth beside her. Wenyan, let us depart. Qin Wenyan nodded. After taking a few steps, he pondered for a moment, then turned back and clasped his hands toward Lu Qiong. Madam, if the heir's spirits improve, may I be allowed to see him? It has been a long time since we last met, and I am quite worried about him. A hint of anxiety marked his handsome face. Lu Qiong nodded. If he recovers, I shall convey your sentiments. Though Qin Qingxian had previously been indifferent towards Su Lingmiao, he had shown greater concern for Qin Wenyan. It may indeed be due to the shared blood that Qin Wenyin and he share such a harmonious relationship. After Qin Qingxian sustained his leg injury, Qin Wenyin had repeatedly wished to visit him, yet was consistently turned away. Thank you, madam. Upon hearing Lu Qiong's affirmative response, Qin Wenyin expressed his gratitude, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. He turned and followed Su Lingmiao back. Before long, the door to the side chamber was finally opened. Shun Ruashi emerged, carrying peach leaves. Murong Minghua inquired, Ruashi, how is he? This time is better than I anticipated. The young master's leg will not recover swiftly, but with additional treatments, he should be able to stand, Shun Ruashi replied. In a moment, I will prescribe another remedy to detoxify and strengthen him, detailing both the dosage and method of use. Qin Qingxian proved to be stronger than she had imagined, a true man of fortitude, and he trusted her implicitly, sparing her many unnecessary troubles. Thank you, Princess Qi. Lu Qiong grasped her hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mere thought that Qin Qingxian could stand was nothing short of a miracle. The Princess Qi is a great benefactor of our Wuding Marquise. Please move to the elegant hall. My husband and I will join you shortly. You should first attend to the young master. Very well. Lu Qiong turned and entered the chamber. Chengxian. Her voice quivered as she stepped inside. Finding Qin Qingxian leaning against the edge of the bed, while Qin Kuang was feeding him warm water, Qin Qingxian looked up, though his complexion was pale. His eyes shimmered with vitality. No longer does it bear the silence of your mother, my legs have responded. Qin Kuang also spoke up. It is true. I have witnessed it, the movement of Qingshuan's legs. It truly moved. That is wonderful, indeed. Lu Qiong's eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Qingxian slightly lowered his gaze, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After the treatment, Shun Ruashi tapped the acupoint on his knee. A healthy individual would exhibit a knee-jerk reflex. He felt little, yet he could see his legs moving, albeit imperceptibly. Though the reaction was minimal, it illuminated the abyss he had long dwelled in, as if he had received redemption. It dawned upon him that she was indeed his beacon of hope. He inquired, Father, from where did Minghua procure this esteemed healer? She is no extraordinary figure. Merely an acquaintance, Qin Kuang replied. She is Shun Ruashi, the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, now the princess of Qi. Is it she? Qin Qingxian murmured softly. He had heard of Shin Ruashi in passing before, aware of her unrequited love for the Qi prince, Mu Rongyu, a love devoid of dignity. He had little interest in such women and had never paid much attention to Miss Shin. However, he was taken aback. She was indeed a paragon of grace and intellect, entirely different from his previous notions. What a pity, he sighed inwardly, accompanied by a hint of an elusive regret. Upon arriving at the elegant hall, Qin Kuang and Lu Qiong expressed their profound gratitude to Shun Ruashi, insisting on presenting her with substantial gifts. However, Shun Ruashi declined. Together with Murong Minghua, she exited the Marquis's residence, engaging in heartfelt conversation along the way, and the more they spoke, the more they lamented the timing of their encounter. At a fork in the road, they parted ways,
Murong Minghua returned to the palace, while she made her way back to the Prince of Qi's residence. During the journey, Taoya could not help but exclaim, "Miss, the heir of the Whitting Marquis is remarkably handsome. Even after such a long period of paralysis, he still exudes an extraordinary charm. It's no wonder so many noble ladies are enamored with him." Suddenly, Leng Shuang turned her head. "How does he compare to the Ling Wang?" "Well, each has its own merits," Taoya replied, hesitant. She had only glimpsed the Ling Wang from a distance, barely catching a side profile, and had yet to see his true visage. However, that fleeting glance was already stunning enough. She presumed he would surpass the heir in beauty. But what good is that? There is no one to appreciate it.
Sigh.
What do you think, miss? Leng Shuang suddenly tossed the topic back to Shinruashi. Chapter 28. Expecting initially. She thought that a response was unlikely. To her surprise, Shinruashi answered without hesitation. The elegance of Prince Ling was unparalleled. Leng Shuang smiled. If their master were to hear such words, she would surely be overjoyed. Taoyu was taken aback. Shouldn't one compare the heir with Prince Qi? After all, the young lady's husband is Prince Qi. What could he possibly compare? Merely a puddle of mud. Shinruashi's tone grew somewhat colder. I suspect that the residence of Prince Qi is quite lively at the moment. In the orchid courtyard, Murongyu supported his head as he stepped into Ning Lanshua's chamber. Lanshua, what troubles you? He had been greatly vexed by Shinruashi the previous day, his mood soured, and thus he had consumed some alcohol, waking only now from his hangover. Just as he had tidied himself up, he was hastily summoned to the orchid courtyard. Informed that Ning Lanshua needed to speak with him. Ning Lanshua's complexion was rosy. Your Highness, today the doctor came to take my pulse. Is something wrong with your health? The doctor stepped forward. Your Highness, Miss Ning's health is generally sound. However, the pulse signifies a joyous occurrence. Congratulations, Your Highness.
What?
Murongyu instantly became alert. After a few moments of contemplation, he waved his hand. This matter I am already aware of. You may leave now, and ensure that your lips remain sealed. Do not reveal a single word. Understood. The doctor hurriedly departed. Ning Lanshua grasped Murongyu's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Your Highness, we are expecting a child. We are having our own child. Murongyu stared blankly at her abdomen. In a moment of bewilderment, he found himself unexpectedly thinking of Shinruashi. What expression would she wear if she were to learn that Ning Lanshua was carrying his child? My lord, are you not pleased? Noticing the unusual expression on Murongyu's face, Ning Lanshua felt a twinge of anxiety. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. That I momentarily forgot to speak, Murongyu managed a strained smile. His mind was in disarray. The arrival of this child had taken him completely unawares. Ning Lanshua nestled against his chest. My lord, I am so happy. I remember you once said that you loved children. When the child is born, will you teach him to read and wield a sword, nurturing him to become a man as remarkable as yourself? Murongyu, following her lead, couldn't help but indulge in a moment of daydreaming. He recalled the promises he had made to Ning Lanshua in the past, and a sense of guilt washed over him. Lanshua, since you carry my blood, might I bestow upon you the title of concubine? That is unnecessary. However, as for the position of primary wife, it matters not. It is merely a title, and I do not care for it. Ning Lanshua gently placed her hand over his lips, her delicate and gentle face radiating warmth. I have come to realize that with my status, aspiring to be your wife is indeed a lofty ambition. Even as a concubine, it might incite displeasure from the emperor, leading to discontent towards you. For now, I only wish to remain by your side. I ask for nothing more. Murongyu felt a surge of emotion. He embraced Ning Lanshua tightly. Lanshua, I apologize for the grievances you have endured. Rest assured, henceforth, I shall grant you your rightful status. As long as the prince's heart remains with me, that is all that matters. The two exchanged tender words before Murongyu finally took his leave. The moment he departed from the orchid courtyard, the shyness and gentleness that graced Ning Lanshua's face vanished in an instant. She understood Murongyu well. He was one who preferred softness over firmness. As long as she continued to display weakness and exhibit a gentle, considerate demeanor, contrasting sharply with Shinruashi's unreasonable antics, Murongyu would grow increasingly invested in her, while his disdain for Shinruashi would deepen. After all, this had always been her successful strategy. A side consort? Ha! She had no interest in such a title.
What she desired was the position of the legitimate wife. Leaning languidly against a soft couch, Ning Lanxue plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth. Has Shin Ruoshi returned? Yes, my lady. The princess has just returned to the estate. Go outside and spread the word that Shin Ruoshi should know I am with child.
Ah?
He Xiang hesitated, recalling the prince's recent instruction to keep such news under wraps, yet now Ning Lanxue demanded her to leak it. Ning Lanxue shot her a glare. Are you deaf? Hurry and relay the message.
Yes.
He Xiang, trembling, hurried out. As night deepened, Shin Ruoshi, clad in simple attire, sat beneath the glow of the lamp, her satin-like ebony hair cascading behind her, serene as a painting. A cold breeze wafted through the window, bringing with it a letter. Shin Ruoshi gazed at it with curiosity. Upon opening it, she found the characters within to be vigorous yet elegantly crafted, revealing the identity of the letter's author at a glance. In the present moment, the hibiscus flowers are in full bloom in Jinan, casting a vibrant red hue, yet possessing an air of serene elegance that is truly captivating. If you were here, you would surely appreciate it. Shin Ruoshi paused, taken aback by the tender words penned by Morong Hung. To her astonishment, she felt a rush of emotions, a delightful thrill at the sight of his sentiments.
Miss.
Lung Shuang inquired, her typically frosty demeanor softened by a rare curiosity. What has the master written? Nothing of consequence, Shin Ruoshi replied, her eyes shimmering as she tucked the letter into her sleeve. Miss, would you like to respond? Lung Shuang prompted. After a moment's contemplation, Shin Ruoshi nodded. She seated herself at the writing desk, took up a brush, and inscribed a few words before handing it over. Lung Shuang accepted it and vanished into the night through the window. Barely had she departed when Tao Yi burst through the door, her face etched with urgency. Miss, I just overheard a significant secret. What is it? Shin Ruoshi asked. It concerns Ning Lanxue. Tao Yi leaned closer, lowering her voice. She is with child. Shin Ruoshi maintained her composure. I am aware. Miss, you are not surprised or angered. Tao Yi remarked, taken aback by her reaction. Prince Qi spent the night at her residence, and it appears he dotes on her immensely. The household is abuzz with whispers that Ning Lanxue is to become the mistress of the Wangfu. Shin Ruoshi stifled a yawn. Ning Lanxue has gone to great lengths to convey her pregnancy to me, merely to provoke my ire. If I were to show anger, I would be playing into her hands. Tao Yi, I wish to rest now. You should retire as well. There is no need to expend energy over those vile individuals. The peach leaves nodded gently. Indeed, with the impending separation, concerns about her pregnancy seemed trivial. The birth of 8 treasures bore no relevance to the young lady's family. It was time to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 29. Madness. Shin Ruoshi enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. Upon waking, a servant informed her that Ning Lanxue had extended an invitation for her to join her at Lanyuan for tea. Shin Ruoshi readily accepted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Ning Lanxue could no longer contain herself. Taoya muttered, Miss, Ning Lanxue surely intends to display her superiority. Let her display. Do I fear her? Shin Ruoshi replied nonchalantly. Ning Lanxue wishes to show off. Very well. She shall drive herself to madness. After breakfast, Shin Ruoshi proceeded to Lanyuan. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld Ning Lanxue lounging in a rattan chair, attended by 2 maidservants, one serving tea, while the other massaged her legs, as if she were a revered matriarch. Upon seeing Shin Ruoshi, Ning Lanxue raised her eyebrows slightly in a provocative manner. You actually came. I am quite taken aback. However, I regret to inform you that I am currently unwell and unable to perform the customary greeting. Shin Ruoshi cast a sidelong glance at her. What is it? Are you gravely ill? Ning Lanxue's expression stiffened, suppressing her anger as she replied, Not quite. It is merely that my condition is somewhat unique at the moment. She feigned an air of mystery, anticipating Shin Ruoshi's inquiry. Yet, Shin Ruoshi merely took a seat on a nearby bench, her demeanor icy, showing no inclination to probe further. Ning Lanxue felt perplexed. Had the news of her pregnancy not reached Shin Ruoshi? Why summon me, then? Speak plainly. Not everyone idles away their time like you. I am quite busy. I invite you here for a reason. Ning Lanxue suppressed her displeasure and commanded, He Xiang, bring the tea. Was Shin Ruoshi under some strange influence today? Her words were so sharp they could infuriate anyone. When He Xiang brought the tea, Shin Ruoshi did not accept it. Ning Lanxue, feeling somewhat smug, remarked, Shin Ruoshi, This is exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea, said to be tribute tea. The prince gifted it to me. Do have a taste. I refuse. The sight of you sickens me, rendering me unable to drink. Do not be ungrateful. Ning Lanxue could no longer contain herself. She pressed her lips together, then smiled with triumph. I am with child.
Oh?
With the child of the Qi prince? Indeed. Shen Ruoxi furrowed her brow slightly, lacking the furious reaction Ning Lanxue had anticipated. Her fair fingers gently tapped on the stone table beneath her, leaving her current mood somewhat inscrutable. Just as Ning Lanxue intended to provoke her further, she suddenly caught sight of a dark figure in the distance. Her eyes reddened, and she immediately rose from the soft couch, kneeling before Shen Ruoxi. My feelings for the prince are genuine. I understand that my pregnancy is a significant blow to you, but I do not aspire to the position of princess. I only wish to remain by the prince's side. Tears streamed down Ning Lanxue's face, accentuating her delicate features, evoking a sense of heartbreak. Shen Ruoxi narrowed her eyes. Without needing to turn around, she surmised that Morongyu was undoubtedly nearby. In the past, Ning Lanxue often feigned innocence to ensnare her, inciting an increasing disdain for Morongyu. Today, she resorted to the same tactic again. Very well, she would indulge her. Shen Ruoxi slammed her hand upon the table. You wretched servant. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Prince Qi? Resorting to such base methods, it is evident you hail from a brothel. Ning Lanxue secretly rejoiced, having assumed that Shen Ruoxi had learned to conceal her feelings. To her surprise, she remained as foolish as ever. She reached out, intending to grasp Shen Ruoxi's sleeve. Listen to me. Smack. Shen Ruoxi abruptly raised her hand and struck her fiercely. A burning pain surged across Ning Lanxue's face. In shock, she lifted her gaze. You seduced Prince Qi? You vile creature. Smack. Another slap landed, sending Ning Lanxue reeling, blood streaming from her nose.
Shen Ruoxi.
A furious roar erupted from behind. Shen Ruoxi turned slightly to see Morongyu striding towards her, his expression filled with unbridled wrath. What are you doing? Morongyu confronted her, his tone sharp. Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike Lanxue? Do you truly regard yourself so highly? In the past, such words would have shattered Shen Ruoxi's heart, prompting her to weep and defend herself. Yet now, a cold smile graced her lips. Suddenly, she raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap to Morongyu's face. Smack. The sound was crisp and clear, leaving 5 distinct marks upon his handsome visage, rendering him momentarily stunned. You are equally despicable, Morongyu, as a prince of noble stature. To favor a lowly courtesan and forsake your wife is nothing short of blindness. Shen Ruoxi's voice rang out in fury, her anger nearly compelling her to strike him. In an unexpected outburst, Shen Ruoxi abruptly overturned the teacup on the table. The shattering fragments scattered across the floor, eliciting a gasp from Ning Lanxue. What are you shouting for? If you continue, I shall let the shards rain upon your head. A fierce glare from Shen Ruoxi silenced Ning Lanxue instantly. Once her frenzy subsided, Shen Ruoxi pointed an accusing finger at Morongyu and Ning Lanxue. You both repulse me. Morongyu, I have misjudged you. From this day forth, as long as that Ning Lanxue resides in the royal residence, you shall not set foot in my Yuxiang courtyard. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away, leaving Morongyu no time to react. Upon exiting the orchid courtyard, the fury in her brow dissipated, replaced by a serene demeanor. Indeed, indulging in such passionate outbursts felt remarkably liberating. With her heart devoid of any man, her spirit was invigorated. Upon returning to Yuxiang courtyard, Shen Ruoxi reclined upon the imperial couch and commanded, Peach Leaf, spread the word that I am unwell due to my anger and need solitude. I shall not receive any visitors. Miss, what if Prince Qi insists on visiting? Stop him, she replied. But miss, Prince Qi is skilled in martial arts. I cannot hold him back. If you cannot, then let Cold Frost intervene. Should he force his way, instruct Cold Frost to smash his head, telling him that since I no longer wish to live, we might as well die together. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. My goodness. Ever since she decided to pursue separation, the young lady has become increasingly liberated. Chapter 30. When returning to the orchid courtyard, observing the chaotic scene, Morongyu helped Ning Lanxue to her feet. While anger coursed through him, a sense of relief washed over him. He had initially feared that Shen Ruoxi might genuinely be resolute in her decision to part ways with him. Yet,
Witnessing her intense reaction, it became evident that she could not let him go. It was merely a case of feigned indifference to elicit his attention. 1,000 miles away in Jinan, the night was cool and tranquil. Atop a grand building, Murong Hang, draped in a dark cloak, stood at the railing, opening an envelope in his hand. The elegant, refined handwriting mirrored the character of its writer. Hearing that Jinan is often damp and chilly, and that the winged king's health is poor, lacking vitality, it is advised that he consume nourishing foods to enrich his blood, with Angelica as the foremost recommendation. His long eyelashes glistened, and a gentle light flickered in his calm eyes. Angelica. He indeed ought to return at the earliest opportunity.
What are you looking at?
Suddenly, a hand reached out from beside him, attempting to snatch the letter from Murong Hang's grasp. He gracefully sidestepped, evading the intruder. With a deft flick of his slender fingers, he folded the letter and tucked it into his bosom. Turning to face the approaching Murong Xiao, he inquired, "Why is Prince Duan still awake at such an hour? What brings you here? What else could it be?" "I was simply overwhelmed by boredom and decided to come up for a look. To my surprise, I found you lost in thought over a letter."
Whose is it?
Murong Hang did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Have you found any beauties to your liking recently?" Murong Xiao, the eldest among the princes, had lost his mother long ago and had been raised under the care of the Empress, Su Luer, since his teenage years. However, as the eldest prince, he was not particularly enthusiastic about the struggle for power. Instead, he preferred pursuits of elegance, especially the company of beautiful women. This time, he accompanied Murong Xiao to Jinan for disaster relief, driven solely by the alluring tales of the enchanting beauties of the region. Upon hearing Murong Hang's words, Murong Xiao clicked his tongue in disappointment. Though strikingly handsome, he found the allure of beauty somewhat monotonous, lacking in novelty. Turning towards Murong Hang, he remarked, "Ninth brother, I must say, at 21, you have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. It seems rather naive." He continued, "There is always a first time for everything. Once you indulge, you will find it irresistible." Murong Xiao enthusiastically offered, "I know a newcomer who is yet to be acquainted with such matters. Why not take her?" "I cannot." Murong Hang gently brushed away his hand. Murong Xiao persisted, "That is quite a predicament. If not, I have other options. I know a proprietress who possesses an array of delights." "You need not go to that place. There are tools available. Would you not consider trying?" "Absolutely not. Ninth brother, I have said I will not try." Murong Hang slightly shifted his gaze, casting a glance at Murong Xiao. His light-colored irises swept across with an innate chill, silencing Murong Xiao. Among all the princes, he was the most affable, having grown closest to Murong Hang, yet, at times, he still felt a twinge of fear. As the elder brother, it was quite an embarrassment. "Shouldn't you at least give it a try? With that cold demeanor of yours, it's no wonder you remain single," murmured Murong Xiao as he strolled towards the house, sighing along the way. "What a pity that the ninth prince possesses such extraordinary beauty. It seems he shall never find someone truly devoted in this lifetime." The rain has persisted for several days, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Shun Ruashi rested in Yuxiang Garden, remaining indoors for the next few days. Murong Yu, having not seen her, grew increasingly irritable and dissatisfied, while simultaneously appreciating Ning Lanqiue's tender and thoughtful nature, showering her with even more affection. 7 days swiftly passed. During this time, Shun Ruashi received an invitation from Lady Lu Qiong, the wife of the Marquis of Whiting, prompting her to leave her courtyard. Under the pretext of enjoying the blossoms, she visited the Marquis's residence, where she treated Qin Qingshuan's leg once more. Following this treatment, significant improvement was observed. He could now move his toes. As Shun Ruashi exited, she encountered Qin Wenin, an 11-year-old boy who, upon seeing her, immediately performed a deep bow. Shun Ruashi nodded in acknowledgement. "There is no need for such formality, young master. Madam has healed the heir's leg. She is a benefactor of the Marquis of Whiting. It is only fitting to accept such gratitude." Feeling more at ease, Shun Ruashi smiled and said, "You must be looking for the heir. Please go right in." Her smile made her already stunning visage even more enchanting. Qin Wenin quickly clasped his hands in gratitude and hurriedly entered the room.
Within,
Shun Ruashi could hear Qin Wenin's excited voice. "Cousin, you can move your toes now? That's wonderful. I just met the lady who treated you. She is truly exceptional in both talent and beauty." Before Qin Qingxian, he revealed his childishness. Shun Ruashi stood beneath the eaves, and upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced her lips. Suddenly, She heard Qin Qingshuan's voice, faintly resonating. She is indeed a rare woman, quite different from my expectations. Shen Ruoxi paused in her steps, then composedly exited the courtyard. Upon returning to the Qi Wangfu, Shen Ruoxi seated herself at her writing desk and penned a letter. She entrusted it to Leng Shuang, instructing that it be delivered to the general's residence. After a moment's contemplation, she amended her directive. No. Please take it to the scholar's residence, ensuring it is personally delivered to my second brother, Shun Che. Leng Shuang nodded and promptly set off. Following this, Shen Ruoxi summoned Tao Yi and handed her a pouch of medicine. Go, have the kitchen prepare a bowl of red bean soup for Ning Lanxue, and discreetly add this to it. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Tao Yi inquired, Miss, what is this? Just carry out the task, Shen Ruoxi replied. Understood. Tao Yi swiftly tucked the medicine into her sleeve and hurried away. Once all was accomplished, Shen Ruoxi reclined upon the soft couch, waiting in silence. That very night, her Yuxiang courtyard was besieged, impenetrable as water. Murongyu, accompanied by the estate servants, stood outside the courtyard, exuding an aura of menace. Where is that wretched Shen Ruoxi? Have her come out. Chapter 31. The poisonous woman Cold Frost stood firmly at the entrance. My young lady is unwell and will not meet anyone. Step aside. If you do not yield, I shall ensure your demise. With that, Murongyu waved his hand, summoning numerous guards from the royal residence. Cold Frost let out a cold laugh, preparing to retaliate, when suddenly, a creaking sound caught her attention. The door to the room swung open. Peach Leaf supported Shen Ruoxi as they appeared at the threshold. Shen Ruoxi donned a simple white garment, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her unadorned face bore naturally rosy lips, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her gaze was composed. What is happening? What is the matter? Murongyu, in his fury, retorted with a laugh. Do you not even know what you have done today? He pointed accusingly at Peach Leaf beside Shen Ruoxi. You instructed this vile servant to administer an abortion potion to Lan Shui, did you not? Alas, Shen Ruoxi. Lan Shui does not favor red bean soup. The moment she received it, she sensed something amiss. Upon investigation, it was discovered that 5 elements grass had been surreptitiously added. I interrogated and learned it was your maid who instructed the kitchen to prepare the red bean soup. Shen Ruoxi, did you poison her? Upon hearing his accusations, Shen Ruoxi remained calm. As the night grows deeper, perhaps the prince would care to come in and speak. With that, she turned and retreated into the inner chamber. Murongyu's expression darkened as he followed her inside, accompanied by 2 guards.
Speak. Was it you?
Shen Ruoxi sat at the table, lifted a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and then candidly admitted her guilt. Indeed, it was I who instructed Tao Yi, she retorted, her voice dripping with venom. Murongyu seethed with rage. Recalling the terrified visage of Ning Lanxue, her face pale and helpless, which only intensified the crimson fury in his eyes. How could he have wed such a malevolent woman? Yet, Shen Ruoxi appeared impervious to his wrath, instead wearing a mocking expression. What of it if I delivered her medicine? Ning Lanxue ought not to bear children. As an illegitimate concubine, she is unworthy of giving you heirs. Even if I were to terminate her pregnancy, and it became known, people would merely deem her deserving of such fate. Her voice rang with conviction. Murongyu, do not forget, I am the legitimate wife. As long as I reside in the royal residence, Ning Lanxue shall forever remain beneath my heel. Murongyu's voice turned cold as ice. Her worthiness is for me to determine. Shen Ruoxi, I advise you to temper your demeanor. Do not tarnish the last remnants of my goodwill towards you.
Ah.
But what if I choose to be unruly? Shen Ruoxi retorted, casting aside the divorce decree from her sleeve. Murongyu, you are presented with 2 choices. Either compel Ning Lanxue to terminate her pregnancy and leave the royal residence, or proceed with our divorce. Murongyu's gaze fixated on the decree, momentarily stunned. Lanxue is utterly helpless. If you force her to abort and depart, you are condemning her to death. I desire her demise. Shen Ruoxi's eyes burned with resentment. From my adolescence, I have cherished you, enduring humiliation for your sake for so long, only to see a Ning Lanxue ascend above me. This is utterly intolerable. She, Ning Lanxue, is not worthy to serve me. Yet she dares to aspire to the position of a princess? Preposterous. I am the princess of Qi. Should I desire her demise, she shall meet it. Her words are exceedingly harsh and venomous. Murongyu's countenance is particularly grim. Throughout his life, he has harbored an aversion to both relentless clinginess and malicious intent in women, and Shun Ruashi embodies both traits. Her current reaction undoubtedly treads upon his limits. Yet, Shun Ruashi remains oblivious to her own peril. What expression is that? I refuse to believe you would truly sever ties with me for the sake of a Ninglan Shiwa. If you have no business here, swiftly take your leave from my presence. I wish to rest. Her nonchalant demeanor incited Murongyu's ire. To be humiliated before Emperor Renjing and King Ling was one matter. But how dare Shun Ruashi threaten him? Murongyu felt his dignity affronted beyond measure. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand. Bring me a pen. Chapter 32, Departure. The attendant beside him promptly seized a brush. Murongyu poised the brush above the divorce decree, ready to inscribe his name. In that fleeting moment, he hesitated. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Shun Ruashi loved him without an ounce of dignity. Most crucially, after their separation, no one would desire to marry her. She was fated to remain bound to him, Murongyu, for life. When she eventually knelt before him, weeping and pleading, he would graciously grant her the status of a concubine. At that juncture, he believed she would behave herself and no longer dare to cause a scene. All of this was her own making. Should his father inquire, he would simply assert that it was she who insisted on the divorce, absolving him of any responsibility. With this in mind, Murongyu wrote his name with flourish and cast the decree before Shun Ruashi. Tomorrow, take your belongings and leave the royal residence, he declared, turning sharply, accompanied by the attendant, striding away with purpose. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and then Yuxiang courtyard succumbed to silence, once more. Taoyu was both astonished and elated. They had truly divorced? Gazing at the decree on the table, Shun Ruashi slowly extended her hand, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corner of her eyes. She regained her composed demeanor. It was no easy feat to perform this act of deep emotion and reluctance. Her dinner from the previous night had nearly returned. Rising, she carefully stored away the divorce decree. Tao Yi, Leng Shuang. Tomorrow morning, prepare to transport my dowry from the storeroom and account for it as we prepare to return to the general's residence. Tao Yi expressed her concerns. However, my lady, will we be able to depart from the royal residence so smoothly tomorrow? Fear not, I have made all the necessary arrangements. Shun Ruashi stretched languidly. I shall rest for now. Tomorrow is likely to be an eventful day. You may take your leave. Very well. The two turned and exited. The following morning, as dawn broke, Murongyu heard a persistent knocking at the door. Jinglu's voice was fraught with urgency. My lord, there is an urgent matter. Murongyu, displeased, opened his eyes. In his embrace lay the drowsy Ning Lanxue. The knocking continued outside, irking Murongyu's already frayed nerves. We shall discuss matters later. If you disturb Lanxue's rest, I shall hold you accountable, you dog servant. My lord. Ning Lanxue's delicate arms encircled his waist, her gentle touch soothing. Since there is a matter at hand, you ought to see to it, my lord. I am not in any distress. Outside, Jing Lu urgently insisted. My lord. There has been an incident at Yuxiang courtyard. Is it Shun Ruashi again? Murongyu's expression soured. What? Has she not yet come to kneel before Lanxue and apology? The princess is currently counting her dowry, claiming she intends to return to the general's residence. What? Murongyu's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. He exclaimed in anger. What trickery is she up to now? Tell her that even with such threats, I shall never forgive her, unless she comes to admit her faults of her own volition. My lord, it seems the princess is not merely threatening you. She truly intends to leave. Murongyu was taken aback, then flung aside the covers. Ning Lanxue also rose to her feet. Your Highness, may I join you? I believe that yesterday's incident regarding your separation from her must have greatly affected her. Perhaps I can persuade Shun Ruashi to reconsider, so she may cease her reckless behavior towards you. You are quite considerate. If only Shun Ruashi possessed half of your understanding, I would not harbor such disdain for her. Murongyu wrapped his arm around Ning Lanxue's waist, feeling a slight sense of solace at last. In the front courtyard of the Qi Wangfu, Shun Ruashi sat elegantly on a Zeton wooden chair, adorned in a deep purple silk gown, sipping tea while idly observing the servants bustling about, carrying various dowries from the storeroom. Large and small boxes, scattered haphazardly, filled the courtyard. After Leng Shuang completed her inventory, she approached. Miss, we are nearly done. Very well, then let us prepare to return home, Shun Ruashi replied. Just as her words fell, a flash of purple caught her eye as a figure hurriedly approached from the orchid garden. Murongyu, accompanied by his entourage, halted abruptly upon seeing the cluttered courtyard. Shinrawashi, what madness is this? Are you blind? Can you not see that I intend to return to the general's residence? At his words, Ning Lanxue stepped forward. Shinrawashi, your obstinacy will not soften the prince's heart. Having married into the Qi Wangfu, you must conduct yourself with propriety and serve the prince diligently. Only then can you earn his favor. Shinrawashi's gaze shifted to Ning Lanxue, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, devoid of any other sentiment. Suddenly, Ning Lanxue felt a pang of insecurity under her scrutiny. Shinrawashi spoke, leave. Ning Lanxue immediately displayed a wounded expression. I kindly advised you, yet you show such ingratitude. Shinrawashi, it is no wonder the prince does not favor you. Get away from me. Murongyu stepped forward to shield Ning Lanxue. Silence. Look at yourself, so vulgar. Lacking even a trace of the demeanor befitting a princess. Shinrawashi cast a look of incredulity. Has your mind become muddled? Last night, we have already divorced. I am no longer the princess of Qi.
Ha!
After leaving the Qi royal residence, where else can you go? Shinrawashi, if you humbly admit your fault, perhaps, out of past affection, I might reluctantly grant you the position of a secondary consort. Ning Lanxue gazed at her innocently. Indeed, as long as you remain compliant, we can refer to each other as sisters and serve the prince well. I believe he will surely forgive your transgressions. Must you persist in this chaos, disturbing the peace of the royal residence? Shinrawashi had no desire to waste another moment with these two detestable individuals. She turned to the servants in the courtyard. These are my dowries, not in the slightest connected to the Qi royal residence. Now that I have divorced the Prince of Qi, take these to the general's residence. Let's see who dares. Murongyu was thoroughly enraged. Shinrawashi, how long do you intend to create such a ruckus? Shinrawashi, irritated, replied, you should leave too. She furrowed her brow, addressing the bewildered servants in the courtyard. Will you take them or not? If you choose not to, it matters not. I shall return to the general's residence myself, and will send someone to collect them later. As she finished speaking, she lifted her foot to depart. At this, a flicker of panic crossed Murongyu's heart. How peculiar. Why was Shinrawashi's demeanor so resolute? Did she not realize that if she truly severed ties with him, she would be destined to live out her days in solitude within the general's residence? Stop right there. Murongyu stepped forward, attempting to grasp her arm, only to have his wrist seized by Lung Shuang. Get away. Murongyu forcefully shook her off and exchanged a few blows with Lung Shuang. Moments later, the guards of the Wang residence swiftly surrounded Lung Shuang. In desperation, Murongyu advanced again, yearning to seize Shinrawashi's hand. I command you to halt. Just as he was about to make contact with Shinrawashi, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, abruptly interrupting Murongyu's motion. He turned sharply, demanding, Who? Chapter 33. Homecoming. A series of footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a voice that resonated like a bell. Daughter, your father has come to take you home. Shun Tianrong, accompanied by several attendants, abruptly appeared at the entrance of the Qi Wangfu. Though he had surpassed 50 years, his hair was grizzled, yet his physique was robust, and his gaze sharp, a testament to a life spent on the battlefield. Murongyu was taken aback, then quickly adopted a stern expression. General, how dare you recklessly shoot arrows at my Qi Wangfu? This is an act of utmost treachery. What do you intend to do with my daughter? Upon witnessing the imposing guards of the royal residence, Shen Tianrong was filled with rage and was about to unleash his fury. Father, please hold on. A bony hand interposed itself before Shen Tianrong. Shin Che, clad in a smoke-blue brocade robe, stepped forward briskly. He was tall and handsome, bearing a resemblance to Shun Rawashi with his peach blossom eyes, yet his gaze was cold and distant, imbued with an innate sense of detachment. Father, the situation is not yet clear. Do not be enraged. Is there still a need for clarity? Can you not see Murongyu bullying your sister? Step aside, or I shall strike you down as well. Shin Che remained silent, realizing why Rawashi had insisted on delivering that family letter to him the previous night, cautioning him to keep it from Shun Tianrong's sight. Indeed, if it were not for his favorable relationship with the emperor, his father's violent temper could have led to dire consequences. He murmured softly, in the hierarchy of ruler and subjects, he is a prince. If you continue to cause a stir, even justified matters may be rendered unreasonable, ultimately implicating Rawashi.
Allow me, as a scholar, to speak. Oh, then I shall heed your words. Upon hearing the potential harm to Shinruashi, Shin Tianrong's demeanor shifted in an instant.
Shenke stepped forward.
Prince Qi. The arrow that was just shot was a momentary lapse from one of my father's subordinates, not an intention to create chaos. Morongyu, too, wished to avoid escalating the situation, as he still sought to rely on the general's estate in the future. His tone softened. However, what is the meaning of bringing so many people to my Prince Qi's residence? Ruashi is my wife. What else could I do to her? To my knowledge, Ruashi has already divorced the Prince Qi last night and is no longer the Princess Qi, Shun Che replied coldly. Therefore, we have come today to retrieve Ruashi and kindly request that Prince Qi yield. Murongyu's expression grew rather grim. Before he could articulate a response, Shun Ruashi had already flicked her sleeve and stepped past him to stand before Shun Che. Second brother, her eyes sparkled. Let us return home. Shun Che nodded and then instructed those behind him, take the dowry and return to the general's estate. The entourage promptly moved forward, efficiently lifting the dowry under Talia's guidance, preparing to leave. Witnessing this scene, Murongyu felt a pang of anxiety. General, Shin Tianrong turned back. Does Prince Qi have something more to say? My relationship with Ruashi was merely a momentary fallout, a display of temper that led to the signing of the divorce decree. In truth, we never truly intended to part ways. He stepped forward and said, in recent days, Ruashi has been throwing tantrums at the Wang residence. I initially believed she was merely seeking my attention through her antics. However, it has escalated to the general's residence, which is truly regrettable. Shun Che's expression remained indifferent. If I may inquire further, Prince Qi, what provoked Ruashi's outburst? Murongyu paused, taken aback, when Ning Lanxue emerged. She curtsied sweetly and spoke, it is entirely my fault. The commoner has known the prince for 2 years. We share mutual affections and a deep connection. After the prince married, I came to the Wang residence. I have been residing in Lanyuan, content and compliant, never harboring any unrealistic thoughts. It was the prince's consort who misinterpreted my intentions, causing disturbances in the Wang residence and creating a rift between the prince and myself. I take full responsibility. With that, she suddenly knelt down. I implore Miss Shin not to let our quarrel affect you. If you were to depart, the prince would be seen as unkind and unjust, and you would face scorn from all, which would be a grave loss. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianrong hesitated and whispered, Chair, is this the prince's confidant? I did not expect her to be rather amiable, taking the blame upon herself. Shun Che remained silent, sensing her sarcasm towards Ruashi. What? Shun Che shifted his gaze to Ning Lanxue. This is a matter between our general's residence and the prince's. What is your standing to meddle in our affairs? I prefer a subtle palate and cannot partake in tea, so I kindly ask you to keep your distance. Ning Lanxue's face turned pale. To his astonishment, Shun Che appeared refined, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. Shun Tianrong was perplexed. What has your second brother said, suddenly mentioning tea? Shun Ruashi chuckled. He is insulting someone. A perfect example of a green tea BTCH. Ning Lanxue wore a look of grievance and turned her gaze towards Murongyu. Your Highness. Murongyu felt a pang of sympathy. However, in the presence of the Shin family, he found it inappropriate to offer her comfort. Shun Che sighed. Now I understand why Ruashi is so irritable. Enduring such nonsense daily, it's remarkable she hasn't slapped her a few times. Shun Ruashi cleared her throat softly. I have done so already. The group, escorting Shin Ruashi, turned to leave the gates of the Qi Wang mansion. Upon witnessing the Shun family's determination, Murongyu grew anxious and hurried after them. Ruashi, you cannot leave. If you do, as a divorced woman, who will marry you? You will live a life of solitude. If you set aside your temper and admit your fault now, I can forgive you. Shun Che's gaze turned frigid. This is a matter for our Shin family. There is no need for the Qi Wang to concern himself. Shun Che, Ruashi is your beloved sister. Are you truly prepared to let her return, only to face scorn? As her brother, your actions are utterly irresponsible. You are condemning Shin Ruashi to a lifetime of misery. Shun Che's lips curled into a faint smirk. As a distinguished scholar, eloquent and learned, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Murongyu's shamelessness. Murongyu's peculiar thought process truly opens his third eye. What kind of enchantment has ensnared his sister to fall for such a creature? Shun Ruashi pressed her forehead. Second brother. Continuing this conversation is akin to playing the lute to a cow. Let us return home. Indeed, well said. Shin Che took her hand, ignoring Morongyu's calls and threats, and strode directly towards the carriage. Upon witnessing the Shun family's resolute decision to depart, Morongyu's fury reached its zenith. How dare the Shin family, subjects of the realm, disregard him, the Prince of Qi? With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Surround them." The guards of the prince's residence swiftly brandished their blades, encircling the carriage. Shin Tianrong's temper flared uncontrollably. "Prince of Qi, what do you intend to do? I merely wish to have a proper discussion with you, yet you choose to disregard me. Such audacity is truly remarkable." "Nonsense. You have insulted my daughter so grievously that she has been driven to seek a divorce from you. It would be a mercy not to strike you, yet you dare to obstruct my path? You intend to strike me? If you do not step aside, I shall dismantle your residence." At this, Shin Che, who was about to board the carriage, instinctively rubbed his forehead. His father's notorious temperament could easily lead to trouble. Indeed. Morongyu's expression darkened instantly. "Shun Tianrong, you dare to threaten me? I could very well report you to the emperor for your grievous disrespect. Come forth, seize him." The guards immediately drew their swords, advancing to apprehend Shin Tianrong. Chapter 34. Entering the palace, Shin Ruashi was secretly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Morongyu could be so shameless. At this moment, should she take action, setting aside the matter of divorce, her father would first commit an act of disrespect. There would be no way for her to extricate herself unscathed. She furrowed her brow and leaned forward. Since the Prince of Qi wished to converse, let them converse. There was no need for such grandiose gestures. Having said this, she turned her head. "Father, please step aside." Shun Tianrong turned around. "Ruashi, do not be afraid. I shall stand firm against the heavens falling." Observing her father's graying hair, a pang of sorrow struck Shin Ruashi's heart. Her father was already advanced in age. She could not allow him to bear the burden of her troubles any longer. Morongyu was a consequence of her own folly, and she could certainly sever ties with him. Even if it required some subtlety, she was confident she could emerge unscathed. "Father, if you continue to confront Morongyu head-on and escalate this before the emperor, it will become our fault. Since Morongyu wishes to discuss matters, let us engage in conversation. In just a few days, I will have divorced him. What is there to fear?" Shin Che also spoke up. "Father, trust Ruashi. We shall accompany her." During this encounter, he felt as though Shun Ruashi had transformed into a different person. She was no longer the confused individual she once was. Her demeanor now inspired confidence. Observing this, Shin Tianrong hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, let us see what nonsense he has to say." He took Shin Ruashi's hand, assisting her down from the carriage. At this sight, a shadow flickered across Morongyu's face. Humph. His gaze fixated on Shin Ruashi, searching for any sign of weakness on her countenance. He was not particularly afraid of offending the Shin family. Shun Tianrong and his two sons had always disapproved of Shun Ruashi being with him, yet she had ultimately become the Princess of Qi. Morongyu was acutely aware that the three men of the Shin family regarded Shin Ruashi as a treasured gem. If he could gain her favor, it would be tantamount to having the entire Shin family under his control. Morongyu walked toward Shin Ruashi. Upon reaching the carriage, he met her indifferent gaze, which ignited a surge of irritation within him. He reached out, intending to grasp her wrist. At that moment, however, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed past from a distance. This time, it did not land at his feet but grazed his cheek, pinning his sleeve to the carriage. His hand, which had been poised to assist Shin Ruashi, was abruptly halted. The silver arrowhead glimmered with a chilling light. Morongyu touched the bloodstains on his cheek, his heart sinking in shock. Who could it be? The guards of the Qi Wangfu were thrown into disarray. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and a group of individuals surged forth, encircling the royal guards. Morongyu was initially perplexed, but his face turned pale upon seeing the dark fish scale brocade uniforms worn by these newcomers. This distinctive attire belonged to the men under Moronghung, the Xuanjia soldiers. It was common knowledge that Emperor Rinjing had tacitly allowed Moronghung to maintain his own military forces, and everyone was aware that his Xuanjia soldiers were the most elite, having fought valiantly on the front lines. Indeed, under Morongyu's astonished gaze, the Xuanjia soldiers immediately parted to the sides, riding at the forefront of the crowd. Moronghung approached slowly on horseback. A man sat astride a horse, his ink-hued robe exquisitely opulent, with features as refined as a deity.
his expression as indifferent as the cold moon. His pale skin, under the sunlight, seemed to be enveloped in a gentle halo, further accentuating his inherently aloof and noble demeanor. Murong-hung halted beside the carriage. His indifferent gaze fell upon Murong-yu's face, finally rousing him from his reverie. Murong-yu gritted his teeth. What is the ninth prince up to? Seeing the sudden chaos outside your residence, I presumed something had transpired, hence I came to investigate.
Then why did you shoot an arrow at me? Oh.
Murong-heng's eyes shifted. It was a miss. Murong-yu. What nonsense is he spouting with his eyes wide open? Ignoring Murong-yu further, Murong-hung dismounted and directed his gaze towards General Shen Tianrong. General Shen, a pleasure to meet you. Though his voice remained calm and unruffled, it was imbued with a touch more courtesy. General Shen, taken aback, hastily returned the greeting. Long live the winged king. The general is startled. Murong-heng's gaze shifted to Shun Ruashi's face, lingering for a few seconds. Miss Shun as well. Shun Ruashi alighted from the carriage and curtsied. Winged king. She discreetly cast a glance at Murong-hung. A sight for sore eyes. After being confronted daily with Murong-yu's detestable visage, seeing Murong-hung now appeared exceptionally handsome. Were it not for the throngs surrounding them, Shun Ruashi would have inquired why he returned in merely 10 days, having previously stated he would be back in half a month. The ninth prince was said to be engaged in disaster relief. How could he have returned so swiftly? Murong-yu suddenly posed a question. Murong-heng casually replied, stating that the management of the flood was proceeding more smoothly than anticipated. In just 10 days, he would accomplish what others might struggle to achieve in over half a month. Murong-yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had informed Emperor Ren that the flood relief would require at least 15 days. Murong-heng's words seemed to slap him in the face. Your Majesty has already learned of your separation from Miss Shen. You and the relevant parties are to enter the palace immediately. I recall that you have an extramarital affair. You should bring her along. Murong-heng remarked suddenly, sending a shiver through Murong-yu. How could father have learned of this so quickly? And why must Ninglanxiu accompany them? He was about to inquire further about the specifics when he noticed Murong-heng turning toward General Shen Tianrong. General, I too must report to the palace. Let us go together. Very well, Prince Ling, please lead the way, Shen Tianrong replied. Murong-heng nodded, mounted his horse, and instructed that a horse be prepared for Shen Tianrong as well. They proceeded toward the imperial palace. In a hurry, Murong-yu brought Ninglanxiu along, following closely behind. Initially, he had intended to travel with Shen Ruashi, hoping to caution her against speaking indiscreetly before the emperor. However, with Murong-heng's intervention, he could not even reach her carriage. Murong-yu lowered his head, glancing at Ninglanxiu beside him. When we arrive at the palace, be cautious with your words. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Ninglanxiu replied, appearing quite obedient. Nestled in Murong-yu's embrace, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. Within the Qianyuan Hall, Murong-heng, Shen Ruashi, and Shen Tianrong entered together. Shin Che had initially intended to confront the scoundrel who had wronged his sister. However, upon entering the palace, he received word that the head of the Hanlin Academy urgently sought his presence. Unable to evade the summons, he reluctantly made his way to the Hanlin Academy. Inside the Qianyuan Hall, Emperor Renjing and Empress Su Luer occupied the principal seats, with the anxious Fang Hui to their right and the radiant Qin Haidang to their left. Upon seeing the newcomers, Emperor Renjing's gaze first settled upon Murong-heng's countenance. My dear Heng, your arduous journey to Jinan for flood control has been greatly appreciated. It is my utmost duty to alleviate my father's concerns. He commanded, bring forth a seat for the Ling King, and also provide a seat for the venerable general, who should not stand for long. Murong-heng and Shen Tianrong clasped their hands in respect before taking their places. Qin Haidang raised her almond-shaped eyes, inquiring, why is it that only the Qi Wangfei is present? Where is the Qi Wang? Chapter 35. Out of control as soon as her words fell. An announcement echoed from outside. Upon entry, Murong-yu and Ninglanxiu walked in side by side. It was Ninglanxiu's first time in the palace, and despite her best efforts to mask her trepidation in the presence of royal grandeur, her inner anxiety was unmistakable. As she prepared to pay her respects at the hall, she inadvertently stepped on her gown, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Murong-yu caught her just in time, preventing her from making a fool of herself before the court. Fang Hui's fingers tightened, filled with a desire to chastise this foolish woman. Qin Haidang chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of it all.
Was this truly the reason the Prince of Qi had divorced Shin Ruoshi? Ning Lanxue bit her lip, choosing silence. The palace was a far cry from the manor. Speaking too freely could lead to peril. Su Luer glanced at Qin Haidang, urging her to temper her words. Your Highness, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from excessive commentary today, as we are here to resolve matters, not to provoke conflict. Qin Haidang discreetly rolled her eyes, sipping her tea while observing the unfolding drama. Su Luer continued, the Prince of Qi's divorce is neither trivial nor monumental, yet it merits clarity. Ruoshi, Qi Wang, pray elucidate the situation for us. Feng Hui hastily interjected, indeed, your rapport with Ruoshi has always been amicable. How could such a sudden separation occur? Is there a misunderstanding at play? As she spoke, she subtly signaled to Murongyu. Murongyu's gaze flickered. He understood Feng Hui's intentions to align him with the general's household, seeking advantage in the future struggle for succession. Upon reflection, the decision to divorce had indeed been impulsive.
He chose to speak.
Your Majesty, this matter is but a misunderstanding. I did not intend to part ways with Ruoshi. Last night, inebriated, I engaged in a quarrel with her. In the heat of the moment, she presented the separation document to compel me, and in a fit of impulse, As I spoke, a troubled expression crossed my face. This morning, I deeply regretted my actions and intended to rectify this blunder. Not wishing to alarm the general's residence or Father Emperor, it is indeed my fault. As I said this, I turned my gaze towards Shun Ruoshi, my expression heavy with remorse. Ruoshi, it is my mistake. Please do not be angry. Let us return to the prince's residence together, shall we? I seldom concede to her, unless I have ulterior motives. Each time I soften my stance, Shun Ruoshi invariably forgives me. However, this time, she stood in the hall, her exquisite visage betraying a calmness bordering on indifference. The lady feels that the prince should clarify the presence of Miss Ning by his side. Murongyu furrowed his brow. This uncharacteristic demeanor of Shun Ruoshi left him perplexed. Was she merely throwing a tantrum, attempting to coerce him into providing an explanation to dismiss Ning Lanxue? Or did she genuinely wish to sever all ties with him? Observing Morongyu's silence, Emperor Rinjing spoke. It appears that my previous message did not resonate with you. You continue to preferentially favor this concubine. Murongyu clasped his hands in respect. Father Emperor, I assure you, I have not. I have been reflecting on my conduct these past days and have actively sought to mend my relationship with Ruoshi, yet she remains perpetually cold towards me. It cannot be solely blamed on my actions. Shun Ruoshi scoffed. The prince's gestures of goodwill amount to me preparing medicinal meals to attend to your bathing? Upon hearing this, Morong Heng, who had remained silent by the side, paused in his tea-drinking motion. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Shen Tianrong slammed his hand on the chair. Prince Qi, you are being excessively overbearing. I have never allowed my daughter to suffer even a moment in our home, yet you have subjected her to the indignity of serving as a maid. Murongyu's expression darkened. Ruoshi, my request for you to attend to this prince during his bath was merely a pretext. I sought to offer you an avenue of escape. Should I then be grateful for your condescension? Shun Ruoshi turned to him. Prince Qi once stated that I am malicious and unreasonable, and that I am truly repugnant to you. Surely, it would be more considerate for Miss Ning to take my place. After half a year of marriage, you have never spent a single night at Yuxiang Courtyard. It must be that you hold me in the utmost disdain. Perhaps it is best I refrain from further provoking your displeasure. Her words left the entire hall in astonishment, yet a smile returned to Morong Heng's countenance. Shun Ruoshi sighed. What I fail to comprehend is why, if Prince Qi finds me so detestable, he initially consented to marry me. If not for my character, could it be that the vast royal residence covets my meager dowry? Her seemingly woeful lament transformed the atmosphere within the hall to something quite extraordinary. A cold glimmer flashed in the eyes of Emperor Rinjing. Although he had never held a particular fondness for Murongyu, he had also not regarded him with much suspicion, as this son had always been the most docile among the princes. Yet, Shun Ruoshi's words now alerted him. If he harbored such contempt for Shun Ruoshi, then marrying her must have been for ulterior motives. But what could those motives be? Could it be that the vast military power of the Shin family, along with his trust in Shin Tianrong, is merely a fait for plotting greater ambitions? Murongyu also discerned the oddity in Emperor Ren's gaze. He spoke sternly. Ruoshi, cease your unfounded accusations.
I once sincerely wished to marry you, yet it was your incessant provocations that gradually led to my disappointment. The situation we find ourselves in today is not solely my fault. Shun Tianrong immediately interjected. How have you been unreasonable, Ruashi? You brought another woman back to the royal residence. Should I have welcomed her with open arms? Is it merely a matter of volume? Anyone can raise their voice. Fong Hui promptly responded, General, even ordinary men take multiple wives. As a prince, Qi Wang will undoubtedly have other women in the future. If Shen Ruashi cannot even tolerate a Ninglan Shui, what will happen then? Such a jealous disposition is not fit for a princess. Shen Ruashi nodded in agreement. Your Highness, you speak the truth. I am indeed unfit to be Qi Wang's consort, and thus, I have decided to part ways with him. It is truly a mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Fong Hui was taken aback. She cleared her throat gently. Ruashi, I understand that you are still upset with Qi Wang. Couples may quarrel, but they reconcile in the end. I shall ensure that Qi Wang apologizes to you. You need not escalate matters further. Ignoring her, Shen Ruashi straightened her posture and addressed Emperor Ren. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have long been estranged from Qi Wang. We are truly incompatible, and I sincerely wish to part ways, not out of mere pique.
Så livet full herfra.
Shun Ruashi, are you truly intent on divorcing? One must ponder deeply, for a separation is seldom a favorable conclusion for a woman. Emperor Renjing also spoke. Have you made your decision? The lady replied, I have considered it thoroughly. I genuinely wish to part ways. Upon hearing this, Fong Hui's expression changed. Morongyu's heart was also in turmoil. For so many years, Shun Ruashi had remained under his influence, her heart and mind solely devoted to him. Yet now, the unfolding of events had entirely surpassed his expectations. He had assumed that, at worst, Shun Ruashi would merely weep before the emperor, lamenting her grievances. He thought he could simply lower his stance and appease her. Yet, to his astonishment, she truly intended to sever their ties. Ruashi, do not act impulsively. We have grown up together. How could I possibly lack affection for you? I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Chapter 36. Punishment having spoken. He cast a glance at Ning Lanxue kneeling beside him. Receiving his gaze, Ning Lanxue inwardly cursed Shen Ruashi as a wretched woman, then displayed a semblance of grievance. Miss Shen, you have misunderstood His Highness. In truth, His Highness has visited me multiple times, burdened by the quarrels with you, seeking solace. He has always held you in his heart, Morongyu interjected. Ruashi, as long as you can quell your anger, I am willing to comply with any request you make. Upon hearing this, Shan Ruashi suddenly turned her head. Willing to comply with anything? Then what if the prince commands Ning Lanxue to vacate the royal residence and return to her brothel? Morongyu was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed attempting to corner him. Ning Lanxue clenched her teeth in fury. How dare this wretched woman treat her so? I agree to your terms. The unexpected voice startled Ning Lanxue. She abruptly looked up, unable to believe her ears as she gazed at Morongyu. Avoiding her wounded gaze, Morongyu felt a pang of guilt. He weighed the importance of Ning Lanxue against that of the general's residence, and he knew where his loyalties lay. As long as he could pacify Shin Ruashi, he would ensure Ning Lanxue was well cared for, even if it meant enduring her grievances for now. Upon receiving this answer, Shun Ruashi nodded. The prince has finally grasped the situation. My anger has subsided considerably. Hearing this, Shun Tianrong pinched his own skin, nearly fainting on the spot. He had thought his daughter had finally seen through Morongyu's true nature, yet it seemed she remained blind. A smile of delight spread across Morongyu's face. Then, Ruashio, cease your antics. Let us return to the palace, she said. I merely expressed that my anger has subsided. I did not imply that I would accompany the prince back to the residence. If a separation is necessary, then a separation it shall be. Morongyu thought to herself. If not for the presence of the court, she would have dearly liked to strangle her right then and there. Fong Hui, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, Ruashio. She is but a lowly servant from a brothel. Why must you stoop to her level? If she is such an eyesore to you, allow me to rid you of her. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, bring forth this wretched girl, administer 30 lashes, and cast her out of the palace. Let her not perish within these walls, lest she taint this sacred ground. A separation is utterly out of the question. She surmised that Shun Ruashio must still harbor resentment towards Ning Lanxue. Thus, It would be fitting to dispose of this lowly maid, a woman she had long despised. Upon hearing these words, Shun Ruashio's expression turned troubled. She softly replied, "Your Highness, I beseech you to show mercy. After all, Miss Ning is already with child by the Prince of Qi. Such harsh treatment may not be appropriate." As soon as the words left her lips, the hall fell into an uneasy silence. Emperor Rinjing and Su Luer both wore grim expressions, while Feng Hui appeared utterly stunned. Only Morong Heng's voice sounded cheerful. "Congratulations, Prince Qi." Qin Haiding followed suit with a mocking laugh, adding, "Then I extend my congratulations to Lady Feng." Feng Hui's complexion paled further, her anger palpable as she glared at the prostrate Ning Lanxue. Such a wretched maid, with such audacity, to bear a child. This not only offends the general's household, but also brings disgrace upon the Prince of Qi's residence. Shin Tianrong could no longer contain his indignation and rose to his feet. "Your Highness, while my daughter has been left to endure solitude in her chamber for over half a year, you have allowed an outsider to conceive. This act not only signifies the ruin of my family, but also brings disgrace upon my esteemed military household." As he spoke, he turned and knelt before Emperor Rinjing. "Your Majesty, I possess but this one precious daughter. I implore you to advocate on my behalf." Shun Ruashi, in a timely manner, allowed tears to cascade down her cheeks as she approached to support Shin Tianrong. "Father, your daughter has been unfilial and has caused you worry." The father and daughter leaned against each other, presenting a tableau of grievance and restraint. Emperor Rinjing's fury ignited. "Qi Wang, are you aware of your transgressions?" Morong Yu, in a state of dread, fell to his knees. Feng Hui hastily stood. "Your Majesty, you have been deceived by this siren. He has always shared a close bond with Ruashi. It is this vile maid who has intruded." Her anger escalated.
Guards.
"Quickly, seize this wretched maid and beat her to death." As her words resonated, several burly matrons surged into the hall, advancing toward Ning Lanxue. Upon witnessing this, Ning Lanxue's countenance turned ashen. She swiftly turned, clutching Morong Yu's sleeve. "My lord, please save me." Morong Yu bit his lip, his eyes filled with turmoil. Two matrons grasped Ning Lanxue's arms, preparing to drag her away. In a state of utter panic, she exclaimed, "My lord, you must speak. Did you not profess that I was your true love, and that Shin Ruashi was a mere obligation? You have never loved her. You even promised me the position of the legitimate wife and vowed to never let me down. Let her go." Morong Yu let out a furious roar before suddenly kneeling upon the ground. "Father, Lan Shui carries the flesh and blood of your son. For the sake of the child, I beseech you to spare her life." Upon witnessing this, Feng Hui felt her vision blur momentarily. How foolish. Ning Lan Shui is merely a woman. There are countless beauties in the world. What is there that cannot be forsaken? Yet, losing the trust of Emperor Renjing would be a fatal blow to his grand ambitions. How could her son be so oblivious? Emperor Renjing cast a cold glance at Morong Yu, and after a long pause, he extended his hand, signaling the several matron attendants who were dragging Ning Lan Shui to halt their actions. "Ruashi, this is a matter between you and the Prince of Qi. You shall decide whether to spare this woman." At these words, Morong Yu abruptly lifted his gaze towards Shin Ruashi, his fingers tightening as a flicker of anxiety washed over his eyes. Given Shin Ruashi's current cold demeanor, it was certain that Ning Lan Shui would meet her demise. Yet, to his surprise, she bowed and spoke. "Your Majesty, though Ning Lan Shui is repugnant, the child within her is innocent. I have now separated from the Prince of Qi and will no longer be aggressive. Let her remain." Emperor Renjing nodded. "You have endured such indignities and are still willing to plead for her, which is indeed rare." Shun Ruashi lowered her eyes. Allowing Ning Lan Shui to perish would be too lenient. She intended to keep this calamity within the Prince of Qi's residence, ensuring that one day, alongside Morong Yu, they would both be ensnared in an irretrievable abyss. Emperor Renjing swept a glance over the group and then spoke. "Since the divorce decree has been signed, Shun Ruashi, you and Prince Qi shall henceforth have no ties to each other, and your marriage shall be irrelevant." Shun Ruashi bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Morong Yu knelt beside her, feeling an indescribable mixture of emotions swirling within him. Alongside his fury, there lingered a hint of an unnameable sense of loss. "Prince Qi." The benevolent Emperor Jing suddenly spoke again, startling Morong Yu. "I am here. You have favored a courtesan above your wife, exhibiting improper conduct, disrespecting societal norms. and thereby bringing shame upon the royal family. Henceforth, I hereby strip you of your title as Prince Chi, suspend your salary for a year, and impose 30 strokes of the rod. Murongyu's complexion turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a single word in protest. I recognize my mistakes. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Fong Hui cried out as she fell to the ground, weeping. Your Majesty, to strip him of his title is utterly unthinkable. Yu was momentarily bewitched by this wretched woman. His crimes do not warrant such punishment. For Morongyu, the revocation of his title was a profound disgrace. Not only would his rank be diminished, but his benefits would also be severely reduced. Most crucially, Emperor Jing's decree unequivocally signified to the world that Murongyu had fallen from favor, casting a significant shadow over his aspirations for succession. Chapter 37. The time for marriage has come. Fong Hui's plea only provoked a deeper ire from Emperor Rinjing. Concubine Fong, your failure in disciplining your son is evident. Not only do you refuse to acknowledge his faults, but you also seek to shift the blame onto others. The fourth prince's disgraceful actions cannot absolve you of responsibility. Henceforth, your status shall be demoted to that of a mere concubine. Upon hearing these words, Fong Hui was momentarily frozen, her face a mask of profound shock. After more than 20 years of arduous ascent, she had finally attained the rank of a consort, only to be reduced to a concubine. Fong Hui's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, outside, Shun Che was anxiously awaiting news. After concluding his affairs at the Hamlin Academy, he hastened to Qianyuan Hall. However, Shun Ruoshi and Shun Tianrong had yet to emerge. Unable to enter, he was left in a state of distress, uncertain of the situation within.
Who are you?
A haughty voice suddenly pierced through from behind him. Shun Che turned to see a woman clad in resplendent emerald attire, flanked by several maidservants, addressing him with an air of authority. He did not recognize her, but women present in the palace generally held esteemed positions. With measured composure, he replied, I am Shun Che, the newly appointed top scholar. The top scholar of this year? Look up so that this princess may behold you, commanded Su Tianling. Shun Che raised his gaze, and the sight of his handsome visage caught her attention, causing Su Tianling's eyes to brighten. What a strikingly handsome man. Are you married? Her inquiry was undeniably impudent, eliciting a flicker of annoyance within Shun Che. He replied coolly, I am not yet married. Indeed.
Su Tianling circled around Shen Ke,
scrutinizing him with increasing satisfaction. Suddenly, she declared, this princess has taken a liking to you. I propose that you reside in my estate for a while. Shun Che furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. I am but a minister of the court, your highness. Please act with propriety. Impudent. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? My father is none other than the esteemed Prince Rong. Upon hearing this, Shun Che's frown deepened. It turned out she was the legitimate daughter of Prince Rong, Princess Tianling. No wonder she exhibited such an arrogant demeanor. With a father wielding immense power and the Empress Su Luer as her aunt, her celebrated lineage was overshadowed by her notorious reputation. The terms graceful and virtuous were entirely foreign to her character. This princess not only possessed a scandalous disposition but also had a penchant for keeping numerous lovers. In her residence within the capital, she harbored over 20 paramours. As the sole legitimate daughter of Prince Rong, she was indulged without restraint, allowing her whims to run rampant. At the Qianglin banquet 2 years prior, Su Tianling had set her sights on the then-promising scholar. She audaciously orchestrated his abduction under the cover of night, bringing him to her estate. Upon learning of this, Emperor Renjong was incensed. However, the protection offered by Prince Rong rendered his fury ineffective, resulting in a mere fade of punishment. The unfortunate scholar, whose illustrious career was just beginning, succumbed to despair and ultimately took his own life before the gates of Prince Rong's residence. Now, Su Tianling audaciously cast her gaze upon him. As Shun Che turned away, he chose to disregard her. This action ignited the fury of Su Tianling. How dare you ignore this princess? Just as she was about to instruct her guards to seize him, several attendants emerged, carrying a figure. It was Morongyu, followed closely by the pallid Ning Lanqiue. Shun Ruoshi and Shun Tianrong also stepped forward, exuding an air of calm and seemingly in good spirits. Morongyu was unceremoniously tossed onto a platform, the heavy board crashing down, eliciting a cry of agony from him. A smile flickered on Shun Ruoshi's lips. Is this the pain? Morongyu, this is merely the beginning. Father, Ruashi, are you unharmed? A voice called out, pulling Shun Ruashi's attention back. She saw Shin-che hurrying towards them from a distance. Shun Ruashi smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. I've already divorced him. Second brother, let us discuss this at home.
Good.
Shun-che sighed in relief. He took Shin Ruashi's hand and led her outside. As they passed Su Tianling, Shin Ruashi cast a glance at her, and her expression froze momentarily. It's her. Su Tianling. She would recognize that face even in ashes. In her previous life, this woman had set her sights on her second brother during the Cheonglin banquet. Yet, Shin-che had never shown her any favor. In her desperate quest to win his affection, Su Tianling resorted to underhanded tactics, but her efforts were in vain. It was only after she was cast into the cold palace by Morongyu that the Shin family, besmirched with unfounded charges, was imprisoned. Su Tianling had coerced Shin-che into becoming one of her consorts. Before his demise, he endured immense humiliation, his once flawless face marred by cruel scars. By the time the death sentence was pronounced, he was already on the brink of unconsciousness. A pang of sorrow pierced Shun Ruashi's heart, her gaze turning icy in an instant. Noticing the intensity of Shun Ruashi's stare, Su Tianling furrowed her brows in confusion. How perplexing it was for this woman to regard her with such disdain. It stirred within her a desire to gouge out those disdainful eyes. Yet, the harrowing cries of Morongyu soon diverted her attention. Clearly, a significant incident was unfolding within the Qianyuan Palace. It was prudent for her to refrain from unnecessary complications. Suppressing her discontent, Su Tianling waved her sleeve and departed with her entourage. Within the Qianyuan Palace, the anguished cries of Morongyu echoed from outside, eliciting a variety of expressions among those present. As the cries gradually diminished, Qin Haitang finally rose languidly. Your Majesty, Empress, I find myself rather fatigued. I shall return to the Fuyang Palace. Had it not been for Manhwa urging her to ascertain the situation, she would have cared little for Morongyu's trivial matters. However, she had not come away empty-handed. She had witnessed quite the spectacle. Feng Hui also rose unsteadily. This humble concubine is unwell and wishes to return as well. Qin Haitang cast a sidelong glance at her. Why the haste to return, Feng concubine? Ning Lanxue is still outside. I observed that she appeared quite startled today. She carries the child of fourth prince, and you must attend to her well. Feng Hui's jaw tightened, nearly choking on her indignation. That wretched woman. Silence did not equate to being mute. After the two departed, Moronghang twirled the blue and white porcelain cup in his hand, preparing to leave as well. However, Emperor Rinjing called him back. Hanger, do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with the Empress. Please, father, go ahead, he replied. It concerns your marriage. Su Luer interjected. Hanger, you are not a child any longer. It is high time for you to wed. Your father and I have deliberated extensively and have selected several esteemed young ladies for your consideration. Take a look. Moronghang supported his forehead, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. Father, mother, I must take my leave for now. This act of feigning illness would not suffice this time. Su Luer shot him a slight glare, then gestured for Wang Difu to present several scrolls. These are the portraits of the noble ladies. See if any of them catch your fancy. Chapter 38. The one of affection 7 or 8 scrolls were unfurled, each depicting exquisite ladies of varying styles, all renowned noblewomen in the court. Emperor Rinjing remarked, I find Lin Taifu's daughter, Lin Xiui, to be dignified, graceful, and well-educated. She merits more than a mere glance from you, Hanger. Su Luer interjected, I believe that Wan Shangshu's daughter, Wan Siyu, would also be a suitable match. However, Emperor Rinjing countered, Wan Siyu is merely 16. She is still quite young, and her vivacious nature may not provide the steadiness required for a wise companion for Hanger. Although she is spirited, she demonstrates discernment in her actions, and having known Hanger since childhood, she might share a deeper bond than others. The emperor chose not to respond further to her remarks. Hanger, you should select one of these noblewomen for yourself. Father, I have no desire to choose, Hanger replied. Dear son, your father understands your reluctance to marry due to your health over the years. However, who can predict the future? Having a virtuous partner by your side is far better than remaining solitary. In response, Moronghang stated, It is not that I do not wish to marry, but rather that my heart is already taken, rendering these noble women unnecessary for my consideration. Oh? You have someone you fancy? Which family does she belong to? Emperor Rinjing exclaimed.
both surprised and delighted. You've kept this quiet for so many years. I even doubted whether you might have a preference for the same sex. Now I can rest easy. Su Luer also smiled gently. You, my child, have always been so reticent. I had thought you were still oblivious to matters of the heart. Little did I know you have been concealing your affections from both me and your father, Murong Heng began. The woman I admire is the finest in all the realm. When the time is right, I shall personally request my father's blessing for our union. Very well, as long as you are fond of her. Your father shall support your wish, Murong Heng replied with a smile. I thank you, father, and will take my leave now. As he turned to exit, Su Luer also rose to follow him out of the Qianyuan hall. Upon reaching outside, she called after him, Hanger. Murong Heng turned around and, though Su Luer had raised him since childhood, he still referred to her as it even after she had ascended to the position of empress. Su Luer reached out to adjust his collar gently. My Hanger has grown up, harboring thoughts he no longer shares with his aunt. It seems I have only just learned today of your affections for someone. She inquired, which maiden has captured your heart? Share her name with your aunt. I promise I shall keep it from your father. It is not that I do not wish to speak, but rather that the time is not yet ripe. Not yet ripe? Does this mean the lady in question is not yet willing to marry you? At her words, Murong Heng simply shook his head lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Luer continued, if you are reluctant to discuss it, I shall not press. However, as your aunt, I must caution you. The rarest treasure in this world is a true-hearted person. Be wary of those who may harbor ulterior motives. Rest assured, aunt. Indeed. You carry out your duties with remarkable assurance, my aunt. Su Luer nodded, expressing her concern for his well-being. After a brief exchange, Murong Heng turned to depart. As she watched his receding figure, Su Luer remained in place, letting out a sigh. The palace maid, Yuji, supported her as they made their way toward the Changqiu Palace. She spoke softly, Your Highness, the Prince of Ling has matured and developed his own thoughts. This is perfectly natural, and you need not feel disheartened. From a young age, I found it difficult to comprehend Heng's thoughts, and as he grew, his intentions became even more elusive. Now that he has ascended to the status of Prince of Ling, he seems increasingly distant. Yuji glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. After all, the Prince of Ling is not your own flesh and blood. It is only natural for him to harbor differing sentiments. Your Highness should focus your affections on the Rui Wang and Princess Mingyu, for they are truly your children. Su Luer's expression darkened. Silence. Who permitted you to speak so recklessly? I acknowledge my fault. Yuji immediately knelt in contrition. Su Luer regarded her for a moment, then softened her tone. Rise. For you have served me faithfully for many years. I understand that you also have my best interests at heart, but certain matters should not be uttered lightly. Yes, Your Highness, Yuji replied as she stood and assisted Su Luer. She then shifted the topic. However, Your Highness, earlier in the court, you mentioned the prospect of Miss Wan Xiyu marrying the Prince of Ling. The Emperor appeared somewhat displeased. The imperial heart is inscrutable, Su Luer replied coolly. Wan Xingshu, Wan Xingyuan is her cousin, and his daughter, Wan Xiyu, is her niece. Emperor Renjing might have perceived her actions as an attempt to install someone in the Eastern Palace, harboring ulterior motives, and thus remained somewhat wary of her. This monarch, esteemed by all for his benevolence, is yet a reflection of the intricate nature of sovereignty, where few rulers are devoid of deep-seated cunning and pervasive suspicion. Even those closest to him may share the same bed, yet dream divergent dreams. The only one who truly penetrated the depths of his heart might be his deceased sister. Su Wan'er. Sure Yu's unwavering affection for Heng'er seems destined to remain unfulfilled this time. Su Luer furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. I have heard that Princess Tianling has entered the palace today. Replying to Your Highness, the princess has recently arrived and, as customary, has gone to visit Princess Mingyu for a chat. This child, Tianling, has been spoiled by my brother, Prince Rong. Ensure that she is closely monitored. We cannot allow her to lead Mingyu astray. This servant understands. At the general's residence. Upon returning, Shen Ruoshi found Shen Tianrong and Shen Che in high spirits. He Rong and Shen Shuang stood nearby, repeatedly on the verge of speaking yet hesitating. He Rong could no longer contain herself. Cousin, I know you are pleased that Ruoshi has returned, but permit me a word of caution. A divorced woman brings disgrace to the family name and is ill-suited to remain in the general's residence. I suggest we send Ruoshi to a tranquil Buddhist temple where she may devote herself to fasting and prayer,
thus avoiding any scandal.
Upon hearing this,
Shin Tianrong's expression fell instantly. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Ruashi is the legitimate daughter of the general's house, and as long as she desires, she may remain here for her entire life. Shun Ruashi leisurely sipped her tea. It seemed her aunt was concerned that she might affect Chen Shuangshuang's marriage prospects. Do not worry, aunt, she assured. I shall find a suitable match for Shuangshuang on an auspicious day. I believe the son of the tailor at the end of the street would be quite fitting.
what?
That man is utterly unremarkable and quite ordinary. Besides being a commoner, does he even deserve me? Chen Shuangshuang exclaimed, her indignation palpable. I refuse to marry such a person, she declared, her frustration manifesting as she stamped her foot. With a huff, she turned to Hirong, pulling her along as she stormed off. Observing their retreating figures, Shin Ruashi wore a disdainful smile. It was amusing how lofty her cousin's aspirations were, daring to covet Morong Hang. At that moment, an unexpected announcement interrupted her thoughts. It was said that the Prince Ling had arrived. Chapter 39. An impatient wait. Shin Che felt a twinge of confusion. Father, have you recently formed an acquaintance with the Prince of Ling?
How could that be?
I am merely a rough man, lacking in eloquence. How could I possibly befriend the Prince of Ling? Moreover, forming such a connection is not something one can simply achieve at will. That is indeed puzzling.
Shen que murmured.
Earlier, at the Chiwang's residence, Murong Heng clearly intervened on their behalf. Now he has come to the general's residence. Could it be that he harbors greater ambitions in seeking an alliance with the general's household? Before he could contemplate further, Murong Heng was ushered in. Shun Ruashi, as a woman of the household, discreetly withdrew. Shin Che and Shin Tianrong knelt in reverence. Long live the Prince of Ling. Murong Heng's handsome visage bore a placid expression. There is no need for excessive formalities between the Grand General and the top scholar. He stepped into the hall, holding a porcelain cup, and slowly sipped his tea. Remaining silent for an extended period, Shin Tianrong and Shin Che stood by, brimming with questions yet hesitant to voice them. Murong Heng broke the silence. I have heard that the top scholar is preparing to take office at the Hamlin Academy. Are there any adjustments you find challenging? The head of the Hamlin Academy is my esteemed mentor. All is well, Shin Tianrong replied. That is good to hear. Shin Tianrong, puzzled, thought. Why is the Prince of Ling so concerned about my son? It is truly surprising for an old minister like myself. The top scholar possesses profound knowledge. This prince appreciates talent. It is only natural to show concern, Murong Heng asserted. Shin Tianrong thought. What nonsense. Who is the Prince of Ling? He has always been the one others seek to curry favor with. When has he ever deigned to show concern for anyone else? Could it be? Shin Tianrong felt a sudden tremor within him as a bold hypothesis took shape. He scrutinized his son closely. With features as picturesque as a painting and an appearance strikingly handsome, every gesture he made radiated the poise of a refined gentleman. It was evident that he possessed a remarkable allure that could attract attention. No wonder it was said that for years, King Ling had eschewed the company of women. Everyone presumed it was a matter of physical condition, yet now it seemed it was a question of orientation. In an instant, Shin Tianrong's emotions became exceedingly complex. Just then, a messenger arrived, announcing that someone from the top scholar's residence had come to visit, requesting Shin Che's return. Shin Che could only bow respectfully. King Ling, I take my leave. Go ahead, Murong Heng replied, seemingly in good spirits, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Shin Che depart. Shin Tianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. He smiled. The king actually smiled. His conjecture was indeed correct. General, Murong Heng's voice called, pulling Shin Tianrong back from his reverie. The last time I visited, I noticed the roses in your courtyard were in splendid bloom. Would you accompany me to admire them? When the prince speaks, one cannot refuse. Your Highness, please. Shin Tianrong managed to muster a smile. The two made their way toward the courtyard. Shin Tianrong was filled with questions. Why this sudden interest in flowers? With Shin Che absent, his mind was hardly sufficient to unravel it. After pondering for some time without clarity, they had only taken a few steps when another messenger arrived, stating that the Minister of Revenue sought an urgent audience with the general. Shin Tianrong found himself in a predicament, but before he could voice his concerns, Murong Heng spoke up. Since the general is busy, you may go ahead. I shall enjoy the flowers alone, do you mind? Not at all, Your Highness. With a perplexed expression, Shin Tianrong descended. Once he left, Morong-hung gazed at the roses in the courtyard, his eyes deepening in thought. Just as he intended to proceed towards the rear courtyard, a slender figure caught his eye. Shun Ruwashio approached, stating, "If the prince wishes to admire the flowers, why not follow me? I know the best blooms in the back." Morong-hung nodded slightly. Very well. The two of them meandered along the corridor, delving deeper into the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the study, Shun Ruwashio turned and entered. Morong-hung followed, casually closing the door behind them. Shun Ruwashio smiled. "Is the prince not admiring the flowers anymore?" "I am indeed," Morong-hung replied, striding toward her. Shun Ruwashio spoke again. "Did the prince intentionally send my family away? If we meet now, wouldn't it be too perilous?" "It is indeed risky," Morong-hung admitted, grasping her wrist and, with a sudden force, pressing her against the bookshelf behind her. "However, I cannot wait any longer." The instant his words fell, Morong-hung's lips descended upon hers like a tempest. He gripped her chin with a fierce hold, as if wanting to meld her into his very being. Shun Ruwashio was utterly defenseless, compelled to tilt her head back, her hands weakly clutching his robe. The dark silk of his ceremonial garb wrinkled under her grasp, creating an alluring curve. In a moment of breathlessness, Shun Ruwashi managed to utter a few words, initially intending to deter him. Yet, her voice bore a hint of seduction, resembling an invitation rather than a rejection. Shun Ruwashi felt her cheeks flush even more. Morong-hung pressed his nose against hers and whispered, "Call me Ah-hung." Her heart raced, and she found it somewhat difficult to respond. He pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips, coaxing her softly. As she finally spoke, "Ah-hung," he encouraged, "Good girl." Her reaction seemed to please him, and for once, Morong-hung displayed a rare smile. He kissed her again before he took the liberty of straightening her clothing. The desire in his eyes receded like the tide, returning to his usual aloof demeanor, his complexion paling slightly. Concerned, Shun Ruwashi asked, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued from the journey these past few days," he replied. "I heard from Lung Shuang that you have a chronic illness, which can be quite taxing on your body. Would you mind sharing what it is?" "It has been many years. The Imperial Hospital diagnosed it as a condition I was born with, resulting in my frail health. Occasionally, I suffer from headaches, but they pass with time." He spoke of it lightly, yet Shun Ruwashi understood the profound suffering it must entail. Unable to contain herself, she grasped his cool fingers. "If I were to marry you in the future, I would ensure to take good care of you. Perhaps I could even cure you." "Do you truly wish to marry me?" he inquired. "Of course. Would you regret it, and choose not to marry me?" Upon hearing this, Morong-hung revealed a faint smile. He did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he suddenly posed a question, "Shun Ruwashi, why me?" She had previously adored Morong-yu so fervently. Even if she had lost hope in Morong-yu, why choose him, a frail being on the brink of death? The handsome Ling Wang was captivating. Who could resist his charm? Shun Ruwashi smiled softly, then lowered her gaze. "I know you must have many questions in your heart, but, Ah-hung, my feelings for you are sincere. In time, you will understand." Morong-hung turned his head, his cool fingertips gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Very well." Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Morong-hung fell ill that very night, succumbing to a fever. The imperial physician was flustered and hurried about. Cold Knight stood by helplessly, shaking his head. "Alas, my master is clearly unwell, yet insists on pushing himself. It seems he has overexerted himself, leaving him greatly weakened." After the physician departed, Cold Knight bravely approached. "Master, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If you were to collapse, what would become of Miss Shun in the days to come?" With ice resting upon his forehead, Morong-hung uttered a single word, "Scram." "As you command," Cold Knight complied, leaving swiftly. Morong-hung lay in bed, staring at the canopy above, his thoughts swirling. At times, he felt as though everything was merely a dream. For so many years, Shun Ruwashi's gaze had never settled upon him. Originally, he had wished to protect her with the limited time he had left, yet she had unexpectedly bestowed hope upon him. At the moment he was about to realize his desires, he hesitated. Her life still stretched ahead, long and uncertain. What would she do if he were absent? Morong-hung felt a heaviness in his heart and ultimately, slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 40. The banquet. At this moment, the residence of Morong-yu was far from tranquil. He endured 30 lashes, leaving his skin bruised and raw. The physician who examined him declared that he would require at least 7 days before he could rise from his bed. Morong-yu's countenance was ashen. The physical pain he suffered paled in comparison to the turmoil raging within his heart. In the span of a single day, he had lost so much: the support of the general's residence, the trust of his father, his title, and his stipend. The grand aspirations he harbored now seemed achingly distant and illusory. Beside him, Ning Lanxue wept inconsolably, her sobs only serving to heighten his agitation. "Cease your weeping," he barked, silencing her instantly. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with tears. "Your Highness, do you blame me?" Murongyu turned to meet her swollen gaze, furrowing his brow, yet ultimately yielding to compassion. "Lanxue, allow me to inquire, had I not intervened in the Qianyuan Hall today, would you have revealed my collusion to safeguard yourself?" Ning Lanxue was momentarily taken aback before raising her hand in earnest. "I swear, my loyalty to your Highness is unwavering. I would never betray you. If I were to harbor any treachery, may I meet a wretched fate. Such an oath is unnecessary. I merely posed a question." Murongyu replied wearily, collapsing onto the bed, utterly exhausted and yearning for rest. Yet the pain coursing through his body rendered sleep elusive, forcing him to endure his suffering. In that moment, a thought of Shun Ruashi crossed his mind. If she were here, perhaps she could concoct some remedy to alleviate his discomfort, instead of remaining here, uselessly weeping. The more she thought of him, the more agitated she became, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Lanxue, you appear weary today. It would be best for you to return to Lanyuan. The servants here will suffice. Please rest early, your Highness." Ning Lanxue rose and slowly departed. As she stepped out of Murongyu's courtyard, the tears on her face ceased to flow, replaced by a flicker of resentment. It was a formidable task to send that wretched Shinruashi away, yet why did her current predicament seem worse than before? Truly, it felt as if she were haunted. The autumn rain swept through, ushering in a chill in the air. The lady of the Wu Ding Marquis residence, once again, in her own name, invited Shun Ruashi to attend to Qin Qingshuan's leg. However, Shun Ruashi chose not to visit in person this time. Instead, she sent Tao Yi with the prescription to Qin Kuang, instructing him to find a trusted physician within the residence to treat Qin Qingxian. Meanwhile, she remained at the general's residence, venturing out infrequently. During this period, Shun Che, who had been absent for long stretches, returned to the general's residence daily, looking quite pleased. Murongheng also visited frequently, and both men appeared to be in good spirits. Only her father, Shin Tianrong, wore an increasingly melancholic expression, especially deepening when he encountered Murongheng. Before long, half a month had slipped by. Emperor Renjing sent out invitations for a banquet to be held in the palace, inviting court officials and noble ladies to join. This gathering was primarily intended to compensate for this year's Qianglin banquet, which had been simplified due to the severe flooding in Jinan, prompting a call for frugality from the top down. With Murongheng heading south and the flood relief efforts proceeding remarkably well, Emperor Renjing, in his joy, decided to host this banquet. Shun Ruashi also received an invitation. She ascended the carriage, accompanied by Tao Yi and Leng Shuang, preparing to enter the palace. Shun Tianrong felt a twinge of concern. "Ruashi, if you do not wish to go, then do not." "Father, I am merely seeking a divorce, not escaping from prison. Am I to refrain from meeting anyone for a lifetime?" Shin Tianrong considered this and nodded. "Very well, Ruashi. If anyone dares to bully you, return and inform me. I shall stand up for you. Tao Yi, ensure you protect the young lady and— Who is this girl?" Shin Tianrong inquired, pointing at Leng Shuang and scratching his head. "I meant to ask you last time, Ruashi, how did a stranger like her come to be by your side?" "Father, is your reflex arc a bit too long?" she replied. "This is Leng Shuang. Like Tao Yi, she is a trustworthy individual." "Greetings, General," Leng Shuang saluted. Being a martial artist himself, Shun Tianrong instantly recognized her solid training, likely of considerable skill. He felt somewhat reassured. Nodding, he mounted his horse, and the group proceeded towards the palace. Upon arrival, the two parted ways. The banquet was set in two locations. The officials gathered in the front hall, while the ladies convened in the inner palace. Along the way, Leng Shuang whispered to Shin Ruashi, "Mistress, the master has said that if anyone displeases you, feel free to vent your frustrations. He will support you." "Understood," Shin Ruashi replied. As she arrived at Yuhe Garden, she was greeted by a chorus of feminine laughter. The garden was a vibrant tapestry of lush greenery and flowing garments, already filled with numerous attendees. The moment Shin Ruashi made her entrance, the laughter in the air diminished significantly.
During this period, the affair between Shin Ruashi and Morongyu has caused quite a stir, becoming the talk of the town in the capital. At this moment, as the main character makes her appearance, the peculiar glances from the crowd are unmistakable. Some express curiosity, others admiration, some disdain, and others simply revel in the spectacle. Shun Ruashi, composed and unruffled, navigates through the throng, locating her seat and settling down. A noble lady, unable to contain her curiosity, whispers, "Miss Shin, are you aware that the fourth prince has recently taken a concubine?" "Indeed," Shun Ruashi replies with an indifferent expression. Shortly after Morongyu faced punishment, he conferred a title upon Ning Lanxiua. It was done quietly, without ceremony or prior notice to anyone. It is said that Ning Lanxiua shattered several cups that very night, weeping in a fit of rage. This information, of course, was gleaned by Lung Shuang, who had clandestinely observed from the walls of Morongyu's residence. The noble lady, clutching her porcelain cup, inquires further, "Since you are aware of this news, do you not have any words for the fourth prince? If I were to see him, I would certainly extend my congratulations," Shun Ruashi replies. Seeing that she has gleaned no scandalous gossip, the noble lady awkwardly falls silent, while internally she muses. It is well known throughout the capital that Shun Ruashi harbors feelings for Morongyu. This current aloof demeanor, has she truly moved on? Or is it merely a facade of strength? Suddenly, a haughty voice interrupts. Everyone has arrived. The crowd turns to see a graceful woman approaching, flanked by two maidservants, none other than Wan Siyu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She was adorned in luxurious shoe brocade, her feet encased in short boots meticulously stitched with golden threads, and on her head rested a resplendent golden headdress, unmistakably worth a fortune. The Ministry of Revenue presided over the finances, and the implications were abundantly clear. Every time Wan Siyu made her entrance, she was always the most splendidly dressed. Yet, no one dared to accuse her of extravagance, for she was the cousin of the Empress. As Wan Siyu approached her designated place, she caught sight of Shun Ruashi beside her, causing her steps to falter. "You are here as well?" Shun Ruashi lifted her gaze. "If you can attend, why can't I?" Their animosity dated back to their childhood, the reasons for which remained a mystery. Wan Siyu had always harbored a palpable hostility towards her. As they matured, their rivalry only intensified. Wan Siyu had even spread malicious gossip about Shun Ruashi's affections for Morongyu, making her the subject of ridicule throughout the capital, branding her as a sycophant. "I thought you would be heartbroken at home, mourning after being cast aside by the fourth prince. Yet here you are, still with enough spirit to attend the banquet? Wan Siyu, you wander about all day, yet your news is as stale as ever. I was the one who initiated the divorce with the fourth prince. I couldn't be happier. Why would I be in despair? Stop pretending. You are undeniably infatuated with the fourth prince. It must be that he rejected you. How can you speak with such certainty? Did you eavesdrop beneath Morongyu's bed?" At this retort, Wan Siyu's anger flared. "Shin Ruashi, do listen to the vulgarity of your words. They are utterly despicable." Chapter 41. Quarrel at least, that is preferable to your incessant prattle. Who claims I am infatuated with Morongyu? Has anyone witnessed such folly? Wan Siyu, is it not you who has spread these rumors? Your malice knows no bounds. Shin Ruashi cast a sidelong glance at her. "I initiated the divorce myself. Should you have any doubts, feel free to inquire with His Majesty. This matter was decided by the Emperor himself. What significance does your tantrum hold in my presence?" "You." Wan Siyu was nearly apoplectic with rage. Naturally, she dared not confront Emperor Rinjing. Her words were merely an attempt to humiliate Shin Ruashi. Yet, this wretched woman appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting an acerbic wit instead. Had the divorce driven her to madness? Wan Siyu glanced towards the entrance of Yuhei Garden, her expression shifting from fury to a mocking smile. "No need to consult the Emperor. Behold, the principal party has arrived." Shun Ruashi turned to see Ning Lanxiua approaching gracefully, clad in a peach-red silk gown, adorned with a jade hairpin and pearl earrings. She indeed bore the demeanor of a refined lady of high standing. Wan Siyu spoke up. "Isn't this the fourth prince's consort? What a pleasure to meet you. Ning Lanxiua milet Miss Swan." Wan Siyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "You know me? Your reputation precedes you. Today, I see that your elegance surpasses even the delicate beauty of peach blossoms up close." This flattery set Wan Siyu's heart aflame with delight, as she cast a glance at Shin Ruashi. Indeed,
Lady Ning is dignified and sensible, unlike certain individuals who are utterly coarse and unsophisticated. No wonder the fourth prince dotes on you.
Huffed.
Shun Ruashi let out a laugh. Wan Siyu, visibly displeased, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I find amusement in the profound bond shared between Miss Wan and concubine Ning. Perhaps they ought to pledge sisterhood to one another." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wan Siyu retorted. "How could a woman of Ning Lanshua's background possibly be worthy of such a title?" The blatant disdain in Wan Siyu's voice caused a fleeting moment of embarrassment to cross Ning Lanshua's face. She turned to Shun Ruashi. "Miss Shun, I am aware of your aversion towards me. However, fate is a capricious force. My affections for His Highness are genuine, and no amount of your discontent can alter that. Which of my eyes has witnessed your discontent?" Shun Ruashi replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. "Concubine Ning appears remarkably well-versed in etiquette today. It seems you have diligently studied your manners since the incident at the palace, where you nearly stumbled and became the subject of ridicule." Upon hearing this, the noble women gasped, covering their mouths in shock and curiosity. "Is it true, Miss Shin? Did concubine Ning almost fall last time? Perhaps she was merely overly anxious. Let us not mock her. Concubine Ning has never been trained in etiquette. It is understandable to be flustered before the emperor." The murmurs that reached Ning Lanshua's ears only deepened her sense of humiliation. She had come today with the intention of altering the noble women's perceptions of her. Yet Shun Ruashi's words had undeniably cast her as a fool. Ning Lanshua steadied her resolve. "Shun Ruashi, I am now the concubine of the fourth prince. Your disparagement is utterly disrespectful." Shun Ruashi remained unfazed. "Then feel free to report this to the fourth prince." Ning Lanshua, what purpose does it serve to report to Morongyu? Given Shun Ruashi's current reckless demeanor, it's uncertain whether Morongyu could truly contend with her. Shun Ruashi, considering the recent turmoil you have faced, I, as your side consort, shall refrain from holding you accountable. However, I am profoundly disappointed. As a noblewoman, you ought to reflect on the exemplary conduct of Miss Wan, who is cultured, composed, and possesses remarkable grace, qualities you fall woefully short of. Wan Siyu lifted her chin defiantly. "Ning consort, you must understand her plight. She's been cast aside by the fourth prince and has become a forsaken woman, inevitably harboring resentment. Nevertheless, Shun Ruashi, if you lack common sense, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out in a frenzy." Shun Ruashi secretly rolled her eyes. Ning Lanshua may lack many skills, yet she excels at employing others to do her bidding. Previously, she feigned weakness in the royal residence to provoke Morongyu, and now she has Wan Siyu to speak on her behalf. What a magnificent, unparalleled white lotus she is. As Shun Ruashi sipped her tea, she mused about yet another dim-witted individual. "Who are you insulting? Anyone who responds shall be the target of your ire." At this, Wan Siyu's face turned pale with anger. Just as she was about to retort, a cold voice interrupted. "Shun Ruashi, it has been some time since we last met, and your verbal prowess has indeed flourished." From a distance, the Grand Princess Murong Mingyu approached, accompanied by several palace maids, with Su Tianling elegantly adorned by her side. The group promptly rose. "Long live Princess Mingyu, and may Princess Tianling be blessed." Murong Mingyu replied nonchalantly, "Rise." Princess Mingyu, Wan Siyu, as if finding her anchor, instantly approached her with a look of pitiful distress.
Today,
"I arrived at the banquet with great joy, only to have my spirits dampened by the uncouth behavior of some individuals." Murong Mingyu furrowed her brow. Wan Siyu is, after all, her cousin, and she naturally felt compelled to support her. "Shun Ruashi, kneel and apologize to Siyu," she commanded. Shun Ruashi remained unmoved. "Your Highness, may I dare to inquire why I should apologize to Wan Siyu? I heard you insult Siyu. Shouldn't you apologize? She deserved my rebuke." Shun Ruashi raised her head defiantly. "Did Princess Mingyu not hear Wan Siyu insult me first? She provoked and insulted me. I merely returned the favor." Wan Siyu stomped her foot in indignation. "I spoke the truth. You are coarse and disrespectful and deserve to be cast aside by the fourth prince. Though Ning So Fei may not come from your esteemed background, she surpasses you in every way. If I were the fourth prince, I would not choose you." Upon hearing this, Murong Mingyu's gaze sharpened. Wan Siyu also wondered why Ning Lanshua was brought into this. Her lineage was a disgrace in the royal context. Murong Mingyu stated, "Shun Ruashi, any conflict between you and Ning So Fei is your affair. You should not insult Siyu."
Apologize, and we can consider the matter resolved. Wan Siu interjected, insisting on conflict. If anyone should apologize, it is her. Murong Mingyu was taken aback by Shun Ruashi's rudeness, her expression darkening instantly. Su Tianling, displeased, remarked, "Cousin, why waste your breath on her? She disrespects you. Simply follow the palace rules and give her a few slaps." Murong Mingyu pressed her lips together. With the noble ladies of prominent families observing, if she did not teach Shun Ruashi a lesson today, how could she, as the grand princess, maintain her dignity? Murong Mingyu spoke sharply, "Bring her here and hold her down. Ensure her mouth is well taken care of." Chapter 42. Disdain upon hearing the words. Several palace maids immediately stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves as they approached slowly, ready to strike Shun Ruashi. Ning Lanxue, sitting nearby, curled her lips into a faint smile. Ah, this wretched woman, let her revel in her arrogance. The maid raised her hand, aiming for Shun Ruashi's face, but at the moment the hand was about to land, a sudden scream pierced the air. Instantly, the maid was sent flying, crashing against a nearby pillar. Lung Shuang withdrew her leg and stood beside Shun Ruashi, her expression as frigid as ice. "Let anyone dare to touch my young lady." Murong Mingyu, taken aback, soon erupted in fury. "Shun Ruashi, you possess an audacity beyond measure," she shouted. "Someone seize her." With her command, a throng of guards encircled Shun Ruashi and her companions, creating a barrier in the palace. The noble women present were instantly thrown into chaos, startled by the unfolding scene. Yet, there were those who savored the misfortune, eager to witness Shun Ruashi's downfall. Lung Shuang positioned herself defiantly in front of Shun Ruashi, her face unyielding, showing no sign of capitulation. This only fueled Murong Mingyu's ire further. With a sweeping gesture, the guards drew their blades. "Oh, how delightfully raucous!" A languid voice interrupted the tense atmosphere in the garden. The crowd turned to see Empress Su Lu approaching, accompanied by a host of concubines. Qin Haitang stood to Su Luer's left, adorned in resplendent brocade, a magnificent luminous pearl gleaming atop her golden hairpin, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. From a distance, her presence overshadowed that of Su Luer, making her strikingly conspicuous. Beside her, Murong Manhwa supported her. The mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance, yet each possessed a unique beauty. Qin Haitang furrowed her brow. From afar, she could see the commotion here, which had completely dampened her spirits for the banquet. The crowd promptly knelt in greeting. Su Luer called for them to rise, and then inquired, "Mingyu, what is the matter? Why such a ruckus? Even the guards have joined." Before Murong Mingyu could respond, Wan Siu hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, it is Shun Ruashi's lack of decorum that has shown great disrespect towards Princess Mingyu. The princess is merely teaching her a lesson." Murong Manhwa cast her glance. "Mother is inquiring of the eldest princess. Why the haste to speak? It seems you alone lack proper decorum here." Wan Siu, angered, was about to retort when Murong Mingyu interrupted her. "Mother, Shun Ruashi has indeed shown me great disrespect. Look, she even struck my maid." At this moment, Feng Hui seized the opportunity. "Shun Ruashi, your lack of propriety is becoming increasingly apparent. Do you believe the palace is akin to your general's residence, where you can act recklessly? Your Majesty, Princess Mingyu has always been one to observe etiquette. The fact that she is so enraged today clearly indicates that Shun Ruashi has committed a grave offense and deserves severe punishment." Qin Haitang found this amusing. Feng Pin's words were evidently driven by personal animosity. With such demeanor and perspective, one could only wonder how she had ascended to her position. Feng Hui nearly choked on her indignation. Previously, she had relied on her docility and gentleness, allowing Emperor Rinjing to gradually abandon his prejudice against her and elevate her to the rank of concubine. However, ever since Shun Ruashi began to act irrationally, she has repeatedly been forced to reveal her true self. It is all the fault of that wretched woman. Su Luer spoke up. "Shun Ruashi, what exactly is happening?" Shun Ruashi stepped forward and recounted the entire incident in detail. She was composed and courteous, neither servile nor arrogant. It mattered little that the noble lady was subjected to such slander, but the matter of the divorce was a decision made personally by the emperor and the empress.
Now,
However, the facts have been distorted. If this were to spread, people would believe the emperor and empress were biased, favoring the noble lady, thus prompting her to adopt a firm stance and engage in a dispute. Su Luer raised her eyes to the assembly. The divorce between Shun Ruashi and the fourth prince has become a settled matter. The two are simply not fated for one another. And it is not a case of abandonment. Should anyone dare to gossip further, I shall not hold back. Do you understand? The crowd knelt and responded in unison. Su Tianling furrowed her brows and remarked, Your Majesty, although the misunderstanding regarding Shin Ruashi stems from Wanxi, her maidservant has been most disrespectful. Daring to lay hands on the Grand Princess's people, it is unreasonable not to impose severe punishment. Murong Minghua sneered. Her maid was merely zealous in her protection. Had it not been for her, Shin Ruashi would have suffered unjustly. The one who instigated this matter should be the one to be punished. Wanxi, you instigated it. And I believe you are the first who ought to face consequences. Wanxi was taken aback. This does not concern me. It is a matter between Shin Ruashi and concubine Ning. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at concubine Ning. Murong Mingyu also chimed in. Indeed, C is an outsider. Wasn't Lady Ning present when the concubine Ning last parted ways? Yet she remained silent, allowing Shin Ruashi to be misunderstood. She ought to be reprimanded. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanshue's complexion paled. These so-called noble ladies of the royal family are quick to shift the blame onto her whenever trouble arises. Now that she is also concubine Murongyu, they show her no respect whatsoever. Murong Minghua turned to look at Consort Feng. Consort Ning is, after all, your daughter-in-law. What do you propose we do? Consort Feng let out a cold huff, directing her gaze towards Su Luer. I heed the words of Her Majesty the Empress. She harbored disdain for Shin Ruashi, yet an even greater loathing for Ning Lanxue. If it weren't for that wretched woman, how could she and Murongyu have fallen to such a state? Su Luer cast a glance at Ning Lanxue, her expression frosty. Do you have any objections to the Emperor's and my decisions, Ning? Ning Lanxue, filled with trepidation, replied, This humble one does not dare. Since you do not dare, then in the future, abide by your duties and conduct yourself properly as a concubine. Do not let me hear any more unsavory rumors.
Yes.
Ning Lanxue bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her demeanor exceedingly aggrieved. This tactic may work on men, but the women in the palace see through her little charades. Qin Haidang scoffed. Who are you putting on this pitiful act for? It vexes me to see it. Ning Lanxue could only force back her tears. Su Luer ascended to her seat, taking her place first, followed by the others. Murong Minghua directly sat beside Shin Ruashi. Su Tianling spoke with a hint of sarcasm. When did Princess Minghua become so close to Shin Ruashi? No wonder she spoke in her favor today. Murong Minghua replied. Shin Ruashi is the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. She often visited the palace in her youth. Is it so strange that we have grown close? Rather than wasting time, you might as well inquire about Wanxiu and her relationship with the concubine Ning. Wanxiu exclaimed, How did I get dragged into this? I only just met concubine Ning today. I cannot claim we share a close bond. Eager to dissociate herself, she glared at a noblewoman beside her and insisted, Let us switch places. She was situated directly below Ning Lanxue and wanted nothing to do with being so close to her. The noblewoman, with no other choice, complied with her request. Meanwhile, Ning Lanxue sat nearby, her fingers nearly swollen from the pressure. Chapter 43. Usurpation. Shin Ruashi observed the restrained expression on her face and could not help but let out a scoff internally. In ordinary families, a woman who becomes a mistress and drives away the legitimate wife would be drowned in a tide of disdain. For someone of Ning Lanxue's background, the contempt would be even more pronounced. Surely, she does not believe that by ascended to the position of a secondary consort, she could erase her past misdeeds? Presently, standing at the pinnacle of scrutiny, it would be wise for her to act with discretion. Yet, driven by her insatiable ambition, she yearns to validate her status prematurely. Therefore, the humiliation she faces today is one she must endure. Murong Minghua leaned forward. Ruashi, what is your relationship with ninth brother? Shin Ruashi was taken aback. Turning to her, she found Murong Minghua's eyes gleaming with curiosity. Do not look at me like that. It was ninth brother who sent someone to speak to me, asking me to look after you. When I heard this, I nearly dropped my jaw. Is there something going on between you and ninth brother? I have indeed crossed paths with King Ling a few times, Shin Ruashi admitted, implying her acceptance of the situation. The fact that Murong Chung entrusted Murong Minghua to watch over her indicated that she was deemed trustworthy. Murong Minghua clicked her tongue. Ninth brother truly is remarkable. He has been silent for so many years only to make such a surprising revelation. I thought he had no romantic entanglements all this time, but it appears he has been harboring feelings for someone else's beloved. Cough, cough. Shin Ruashi was caught off guard. Once she regained her composure, she reached for a pastry beside her and took a small bite, finding it quite delightful. Just as she prepared to take another, she noticed a small hand moving faster than hers, snatching the pastry away. As Shun Ruashi lowered her gaze, she spotted a delicate little figure, cherubic and exquisite, clutching her pastry, crumbs adorning her lips. Those large, glistening eyes gazed up at her, melting her heart. Murong Manhwa spoke. Mingyue, how did you wander over here? This was the daughter of Consort Lan, Murong Mingyue, merely 5 years of age. Murong Mingyue shyly glanced at her, then, reluctantly, placed the half-eaten pastry back onto the plate. Shun Ruashi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She extended the pastry towards Murong Mingyue, and as she grasped the child's hand, she was struck by its icy chill. A wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to take the child's pulse, only to discover a frail heartbeat. Puzzled, Shun Ruashi wondered how such a precious little princess, who ought to be nurtured in luxury, could possibly be malnourished. Mingyue, it is unbecoming to be so rude. Return to your mother at once, called out Nye Yulan, who had noticed Murong Mingyue's absence and waved urgently. Shun Ruashi reassured her. Consort Lan, fret not. Princess Mingyue is utterly charming and delightful. Murong Manhwa lifted the child onto her lap. It has been so long since I last saw Mingyue. You've grown taller. Which pastry do you fancy? Your elder sister shall fetch it for you. Observing the affection shown towards Murong Mingyue, Nye Yulan felt a sense of relief. Qin Haidang interjected. It seems Mingyue has lost weight during our time apart, Consort Lan. I shall arrange for the palace to send some nourishing supplements to ensure the child is well cared for. Upon hearing this, Murong Manhwa placed a hand on her forehead in exasperation. My mindless beauty of a mother consort has begun again, speaking such words in public. Is she not slapping the Empress's face? Shun Ruashi concurred. Indeed it is so. All matters within the harem are overseen by the Empress. And Qin Haitong's remarks not only overstep boundaries, but also suggest the Empress's negligence in caring for Princess Mingyue. The Empress, being magnanimous and compassionate, would likely not hold a grudge against the consort. It is fortunate that the Empress is so broad-minded. Had it been someone else, they would have already clashed with my mother consort. Su Luer, seated in the high position, spoke up. Princess Mingyue has indeed become somewhat thinner than before. How have the servants at Yaguang Palace been attending to her? As she spoke, she instructed a nearby maid. The current head of Yaguang Palace is Wei Jinjin, who claims illness and did not come today. Yuji, please return and inform her to pay more attention to Princess Mingyue's diet. Upon hearing this, Nye Yulan rose. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Princess Mingyue has been quite well at Yaguang Palace. It is merely that she has been somewhat picky with her food lately, leading to her current appearance, and it is not the fault of Lady Wei. If she is indeed picky, I shall assign a few more imperial chefs to see if they can prepare dishes to suit Princess Mingyue's palate. The consort gratefully thanked the Empress. Nye Yulan stood and brought Murong Mingyue beside her. Shun Ruashi observed Nye Lanpin's humble demeanor and leaned closer to Murong Manhwa. Does the illustrious Lady Lanpin not enjoy favor, despite her radiant beauty? In the harem of Emperor Rinjing, there are few women. Nye Yulan possesses a graceful figure and stunning looks, and she is still young. Her beauty, not as resplendent and flamboyant as Qin Haitong's, possesses a delicate grace akin to willows swaying in the breeze, one that would surely stir the heart of any man. Yet, she seems to exist in the shadows. I recall when she first entered the palace, Lan Pin was favored, but later I heard it was she who shunned the attention, and gradually, the emperor ceased to visit her. Over the years, she has maintained a low profile. To avoid favor? Indeed, in the harem, not everyone yearns for excessive affection. The more ostentatious one is, the more perilous it becomes. Shen Ruashi chuckled. No wonder you always advise Consort Qin to be discreet. Alas, I cannot sway her. Hence, at my age, I remain reluctant to marry, fearing that once I leave my mother's side, with her intellect, she might be easily deceived. Shun Ruashi laughed at her jest. Then a thought struck her. How is noble Lady Wei faring now? The desperate cries of Wei Jinjin during her last departure linger vividly in her memory. She should now be called Consort Wan. However, although the emperor has granted her the title, his favor has diminished, and she has not been summoned to Yaguang Hall since. Yet, one cannot blame others. She has merely narrowed her own path. After the midday banquet, Su Luer led the ladies to the racetrack, an afternoon diversion. The ladies seated themselves in the audience, while horse trainers performed equestrian feats in the arena. Archery from horseback, galloping displays, and various artistic presentations captivated the spectators. Yet, the spirits of the noble women were far removed from the equestrian spectacle. Across the way, in the opposite stands, sat ministers and noble scions, their eyes meeting from afar. Numerous young ladies, clutching their handkerchiefs, huddled together, whispering sweet nothings while giggling shyly. They were merely discussing which gentleman across the way possessed greater charm. Among the crowd, Shun Ruashi's gaze fell upon Morong-hang, and she found him instantly. There was no need for deliberate searching. Some individuals shine like the resplendent moon in the sky. Upon their arrival, others merely become the backdrop of twinkling stars. As if sensing her gaze, Morong-hang turned his attention towards her. The Ling Prince seems to be looking at me. A sudden voice erupted beside her, filled with excitement. Behind Shinruashi, Wansiu grasped her handkerchief, her face aglow with delight. Look at your joy. The Ling Prince has always been indifferent to women. You should not read too much into it. I believe he merely glanced over, Su Tianling remarked with a teasing smile. But I perceive a certain intensity in his gaze, unlike before. Wansiu pouted.
Yet.
Recalling Morong-hang's notorious coldness, she felt perhaps she was overthinking it. Princess Tianling, is there any young nobleman across the way who has caught your eye? She inquired. Well, there is indeed one, Tianling replied thoughtfully.
Who is it?
Wansiu's tone brimmed with mischief. Whoever catches Su Tianling's fancy is surely doomed to misfortune. This shall be amusing. Chapter 44. The one in my heart. Su Tianling smiled, her gaze sweeping over Shin Che's face, laced with a heavy dose of mockery. She continued, however, it appears that my counterpart possesses a certain pride, and I doubt they would easily succumb to my charms. To serve the princess is a privilege for them. If they are unwilling, they can simply return to their own estate. Shun Ruashi turned her head. Wansiu, despite your elegant appearance, why do you fail to speak with any grace? You are surrounded by nobility. If you wish to seize, then seize. Surely, you have engaged in such brazen acts of abduction before. What I say is none of your concern, Shun Ruashi. Do not presume I lack the courage to confront you. Su Tianling retorted with a cold laugh. We are merely conversing, Shun Ruashi. Why the haste? Given that you have publicly uttered such outrageous remarks, are you truly afraid of others' opinions? My apologies. I assumed you had discarded all sense of shame and no longer cared about what others think. Su Tianling, accustomed to her arrogance, raised her hand to strike Shun Ruashi upon hearing her words. Yet, to her surprise, one of her wrists was firmly grasped. Lung Shuang held her wrist tightly, the immense strength causing Su Tianling to pause, wincing in pain. You insolent servant, what are you doing? Morong Mingyu, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Once again, this insolent servant. Shun Ruashi, is this maid of yours so disrespectful that I must punish her to restore order? It seems that the imperial sister can indeed hear everything. Morong Manhwa interjected. Just now, Su Tianling and Wansiu uttered such rebellious remarks. Yet I did not observe my royal sister speak up. Now, however, she begins to display the airs of a grand princess. Morong Mingyu's expression turned frosty. This wretched girl, Morong Manhwa, has been opposing her time and again today. She has always harbored a dislike for Morong Manhwa. Before her birth, she was the sole princess in the palace, the recipient of boundless affection. However, upon Morong Manhwa's arrival, with her sweet tongue and eloquence, their father began to favor her. Moreover, despite being the legitimate daughter of the empress, she lacked her own princess residence, while Morong Manhwa was granted one by their father. It was infuriating. Manhwa, am I not allowed to discipline a lowly maid without your interference? That is not the case. I merely find it puzzling that my royal sister does not reprimand Su Tianling and Wansiu, yet fixates solely on Shun Ruashi. What could be the reasoning behind that? Morong Manhwa smiled sweetly, yet her words were laced with sharpness. Shun Ruashi seized the moment to add, the grand princess is known for her fairness. Surely she would not favor kin over justice. Otherwise, if this were to spread, it would tarnish her reputation. Grand princess, do you not agree with my reasoning? Morong Mingyu suppressed her anger, responding with displeasure. Tianling, Siu, you both should refrain from speaking further. What kind of place is this to allow your reckless words? The two gritted their teeth, begrudgingly falling silent. Lung Shuang snorted coldly and released Su Tianling. Rubbing her aching wrist, Su Tianling glared at Shun Ruashi with venomous eyes.
This wretched woman. A grudge has been formed. Murong Minghua leaned closer to Shin Ruashi and inquired softly, "What troubles you? You reacted quite strongly just now." Shin Ruashi's eyes flickered momentarily before she spoke. "The person Su Tianling has her sights set on is my second brother, Shen Che."
Oh.
"You mean the one clad in a crimson brocade robe, the top scholar of this year?" Following Shin Ruashi's words, Murong Minghua cast her gaze in that direction. Upon glimpsing that figure, as refreshing as a clear breeze after rain, she was momentarily taken aback. Although the distance was considerable and she could not discern the man's features entirely, his extraordinary demeanor was palpable. Murong Minghua's eyes shimmered slightly, and a phrase instinctively surfaced in her mind: a youth clad in fine garments, riding a spirited horse. Meanwhile, Lung Yi leaned closer to Murong Chung, remarking, "My lord, it's that Wan Siyu and Su Tianling again. It seems they are perpetually seeking trouble with Miss Shin." He continued, "I have eyes everywhere, and I am aware of every move they make. Initially, my lord intended to support Shin Ruashi, but upon seeing that she had not suffered any loss, he refrained." Murong Chung, idly toying with a jade ring in his hand, remained silent. At that moment, someone approached with a bamboo tube filled with numerous bamboo sticks. Inside were the activities planned for the day: archery, polo, kuju, weightlifting, and various other entertainments. Those interested in participating could draw lots, and whatever they drew would determine their involvement. Murong Chung reached in and took a stick from the tube. "It seems the sun has risen from the west. Even the 9th prince has taken an interest in such pursuits," he mused. Murong Xiu leaned closer, his handsome face filled with astonishment. Murong Heng gazed at the bamboo stick in his hand. "Did you not draw one as well? With so many noble ladies present today, I naturally must make a splendid impression, vying for the favor of these beauties. What about you? Do you wish to show off for a particular noble lady?" His words were laced with jest, yet he was taken aback when Murong Heng merely twirled the bamboo stick in his hand and replied softly, "Yes." Murong Xiu nearly toppled from his seat in disbelief. Could it be? Has the iron tree bloomed after a millennium? The gossip in Murong Xiu's eyes was almost overflowing. "Pray tell, who is this fortunate noble lady that has captivated your attention?" Before Murong Heng could respond, a head suddenly poked in from the side. "Elder brother Duan, what event did you draw?" It was Murong Yao, the youngest prince, born of the empress, who had just turned 15. Emperor Renjing doted on this youngest son, and although he had yet to reach maturity, he had already been granted the title of Rui Wang. "Equestrian polo," Murong Xiu inquired. "And you?"
이드렛수유.
Murong Yao replied with a smile, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. His lips were crimson, and his teeth pearly white, making him quite the striking figure. With a simple nature, he maintained good relations with several princes, and even the aloof Murong Heng regarded him with a degree of warmth. Murong Yao then turned to the silent Murong Yu. "Fourth brother, what event did you draw?" "I drew equestrian polo." Murong Yu forced a smile towards him, but soon fell silent. His mood was rather dismal. Following the tumult of his divorce, he became the only prince among several who had been stripped of his title. Although his royal residence remained intact, preserving a semblance of dignity, those within the court had undoubtedly perceived Emperor Renjing's stance towards him, leading to a noticeable distancing from him. The esteemed officials he had once endeavored to befriend now seemed to avoid him at all costs, an overt display of their disdain. He found it perplexing. Was it truly the mere abandonment of Shin Ruashi that had such profound repercussions? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the ladies across the way. There she was, Shin Ruashi, dressed in a deep crimson gown, adorned with pearls and jewels, yet she bore an elegance that did not come across as vulgar. Her beauty served only to enhance the splendor of her attire. Within the confines of the royal residence, she had never adorned herself so lavishly, always remaining modest and unassuming, causing him to forget that she was once renowned in the capital, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the city. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more discomfort he felt within. Grasping the bamboo stick in his hand, he suddenly wondered if he were to excel today, would Shin Ruashi's gaze once again find its way back to him? This notion stirred something within him, igniting a flicker of motivation. At that moment, Murong Yao leaned closer to Murong Heng. "Brother Lingwang, how curious that you two have drawn a lot today. What did you get?" Murong Heng held the bamboo stick, a cold smile momentarily gracing his face. "Playing polo." Chapter 45, A Lack of Chivalry. "Ah? You also partake in polo? It seems I am the only one engaged in kuju." Murong Yao appeared somewhat disheartened. Murong Xiu placed the bamboo skewer on the table beside him,
leisurely sipping his tea. Old Joe, with your physique, can you truly manage polo? I fear you might fall apart after just a few jolts. Prince Wang certainly won't show you any mercy. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself, he remarked. Murong Heng also sipped his tea, his gaze indifferent. Soon, as the equestrian exhibition concluded, it was time for the royal nobles to take the stage. The first event was archery on horseback. After several rounds, Qin Liang, the adopted son of the Duke of Wooding, claimed the top prize. While the crowd erupted in applause, a sense of regret lingered among them. Had Qin Qingxian, the Duke's legitimate son, been present today, the spotlight would not have shone on Qin Liang. Let's not speak of it. Qin Qingxian has been bedridden with severe injuries for quite some time. He may never rise again. Not necessarily. I have heard that the Duke has sought the aid of a renowned physician, and the young lord's legs have improved considerably. I have heard that too. And I also heard he was to attend the court banquet today. Yet, why have we not seen him? Upon hearing the murmurs around her, Shen Ruoshi's gaze faltered momentarily. Qin Qingxian? He is here too? She pondered. After all, with the treatment he had received over these days, his legs should have healed significantly. It was indeed time for him to venture out. Shen Ruoshi scanned the area and eventually spotted Qin Qingxian in a corner. Unlike the other young nobles seated in the elegant boxes across from her, he occupied a wheelchair, positioned at the periphery of the venue. Behind her followed Qin Wenin and two attendants. As Shen Ruoshi glanced over, her gaze met his. Qin Qingxuan's lips curled into a smile directed at her. Shen Ruoshi gave a slight nod, acknowledging him. My ninth brother is actually going to participate? Murong Minghua's voice pulled Shen Ruoshi back to reality. She turned her head towards the field, where the polo match was about to commence. Opposite her, Murong Heng was handing a bamboo stick to the approaching eunuch, seemingly preparing to enter the arena. Does Prince Ling know how to play polo?
Who can say?
I certainly have never witnessed my ninth brother engaging in sports. Murong Minghua teased. Could it be that he intends to brave illness for the sake of winning a lady's smile? As the men across the field readied themselves, eunuchs approached their side with trays, passing by the ladies. The trays bore the names of the noble young men set to compete. If one believed a particular contestant would emerge victorious, they could place a wager. Shen Ruoshi placed her bet on Murong Heng, while Murong Minghua chose Shin Che. Upon meeting Shen Ruoshi's puzzled gaze, Murong Minghua grinned innocently. Is it only permissible for you to bet on my brother, while I cannot wager on yours? Shen Ruoshi replied. Which one to bet on? Why does that sound so peculiar? Shen Ruoshi, you too have bet on Prince Ling. Behind her, Wan Siyu noticed Shen Ruoshi placing a jade hairpin on Murong Heng's tray, astonished and furious. As a divorced woman, how dare you harbor aspirations for Prince Ling? Have you no shame? Shen Ruoshi shot her an annoyed glance. Does placing a bet imply that one harbors aspirations for the other? I am not the only one betting on Ling Wang. Other ladies have also placed their bets. Are you suggesting that everyone harbors impure intentions? Upon hearing this, the other ladies glanced disapprovingly at Wan Siyu. With a composed expression, Wan Siyu replied, How can it be the same? Your second brother, Shen Che, is also competing. Why did you not bet on his victory, but rather on Ling Wang? Your intentions are clearly suspect. Shen Ruoshi looked at her with an expression of disbelief. Betting naturally involves choosing the participant with the greatest chance of winning. Besides, whom I choose to bet on is my own prerogative. What business is it of yours? Wan Siyu was momentarily silenced by her retort. Murong Mingyu, feeling exasperated, turned to Wan Siyu and said, Could you please be quiet? You are only stirring up trouble. This so-called cousin of hers was utterly foolish, always seeking to provoke Shen Ruoshi without gaining any advantage. It was truly pathetic. Su Tianling interjected leisurely. All right, Siyu, cease your quarrel. Ling Wang is not a figure that just anyone can hold in high regard. What are you so anxious about? She slowly removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Shen Che's dish. Then she turned to Murong Mingyu and asked, Elder cousin, whom are you betting on? I am not particularly interested. Please choose someone at random for me. I know the one you are interested in did not attend today. Su Tianling smiled mischievously. Murong Mingyu curled her lips into a smile. You certainly do talk a lot. Interestingly, it seems our tastes align. We both have our eyes set on the same gentleman. Su Tianling was aware that Murong Mingyu had a deep affection for Shen Tianrong's legitimate son, Shen Yu. However, Shen Yu had ventured to the borders for battle 2 years prior and had yet to return. Su Tianling jested, Cousin, since you are so enamored with Shen Yu, one would think you ought to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Shen Ruoshi, your future sister-in-law. Why then is the situation so strained? She continued, as a grand princess. Must I bow to a woman who has been divorced? Does she truly deserve such consideration? Her cousin replied, Indeed, you are marrying into the general's household, which is a step down, a blessing for them. Surely, the entire household will cherish you. What significance does Shun Ruashi hold? This exchange deepened the smile on Murong Mingyu's lips. Meanwhile, Murong Heng had removed his cloak, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to enter the fray. He was clad in a fitted outfit, the dark silk fabric accentuating his tall figure, while a pale blue sash at his waist emphasized his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Presenting him as a striking figure, Murong Xiao remarked, It seems the 9th prince is well prepared to make an impression on your heart's desire. Who is this person? If you won't reveal their name, do describe them to me, and I shall guess. Very well. I shall describe them. My royal brother is all ears, she replied. An unparalleled beauty, second to none in the world. Murong Xiao responded, What kind of description is that? I have gleaned nothing and have been unceremoniously fed a mouthful of dog food. He frowned, adding, Just remember, if you remain silent, you may regret it later. When we play polo, I shall not hold back. Let us see if you can make it onto the field first, she retorted. Murong Heng cast aside his words and stepped onto the stage. Murong Xiao, perplexed, was about to follow when a servant beside him restrained him. Your Highness, please do not approach. The event you drew is not this one. Murong Xiao, still bewildered, replied, What else could it be, if not polo? He lifted the bamboo stick in his hand and saw 2 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Weightlifting. Murong Xiao. What a scoundrel Murong Heng is. Disregarding the principles of fair play. He actually swapped my draw. Chapter 46. The torn sleeve. The arena was divided into 2 preliminary matches. One led by Murong Yu and the other by the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Fan Xiaoxia. Murong Yu galloped gracefully on horseback, skillfully weaving through the field, continuously scoring goals. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, clad in a striking white outfit that accentuated his tall stature and spirited demeanor. His triumph earned him the applause of many present. A proud smile radiated from Murong Yu's face as he involuntarily cast a glance toward Shinruashi, only to find her engrossed in conversation with Murong Manhwa. Her head tilted away from him, completely oblivious to his presence. In an instant, a wave of discontent washed over Murong Yu, leaving him inexplicably vexed. Among the spectators, a noble lady could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, The 4th prince is truly magnificent. How fortunate is noble consort Ning. Ning Lanxue blushed, a coy smile gracing her lips. Yu is not typically so ostentatious. He must be in high spirits today. Does noble consort Ning usually address his highness in such a manner? Yu enjoys it when I call him that. I've always referred to him as such in private. In my moment of joy, I simply lost my composure, she admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Ning Lanxue's expression darkened with irritation, yet it only served to provoke envy among the other noble ladies present. What of the noble consort? They thought. In the inner chambers, it was the affection of her husband that truly mattered. Sensing the envious glances directed her way, Ning Lanxue felt a swell of pride. After a day of frustration, she finally had the opportunity to bask in the limelight. Her gaze remained fixated on Murong Yu, hoping he would offer her some acknowledgement to further elevate her status. However, to her dismay, he turned and retreated to the sidelines for a rest. At this moment, the second match commenced on the field. One side was led by Murong Heng, while the opposing team was commanded by the heir of the Duke's residence. The Duke's household had always regarded Murong Heng with utmost reverence. However, due to Murong Heng's frail health, the heir dared not exert himself too much, resulting in a swift defeat. Ultimately, it led to the finals. The team led by Murong Heng faced off against the team commanded by Murong Yu.
Shenke,
who was part of Murong Heng's team, felt a twinge of anxiety. Initially, he had intended to infiltrate Murong Yu's team, to facilitate a discreet sabotage and to take Murong Yu, that scoundrel, by surprise. Instead, he found himself assigned to Murong Heng's side. Though Murong Heng possessed power, charm, and cunning, he was also vulnerable. Murong Yu narrowed his eyes, filled with arrogance. 9th Prince, given your frail condition, to ensure fairness, I shall grant you 1 ball, otherwise, others might deem my victory unjust. Murong Heng grasped the reins. I believe your abilities do not warrant such concessions. Murong Yu's expression faltered. I had good intentions.
What do you mean by that?
You are unworthy. As soon as the words left his lips,
The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Shin Che nearly burst into laughter. Such a lack of decorum. Just for that remark, when Morong Hung was toppled, he would certainly risk himself to shield him. Upon witnessing this, Morong Yu ceased his idle chatter. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. After all, he had not forgotten how Morong Hung had previously seized the opportunity to manage the flood crisis at the expense of his own reputation, as well as the grudge against the Shin family that had been resolved in front of his royal residence. This time, old grievances and new grudges have been avenged together. Morong Yu brandished his ball staff and galloped forward. Morong Heng also dashed over, snatching the ball away. Morong Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly urged his horse to give chase. On the field, neither side yielded an inch, and the competition was fierce, captivating the onlookers. Time passed, and Morong Heng had already scored 2 goals, while Morong Yu's team made no progress. It was truly unexpected. The rumors of Prince Ling's poor health seemed unfounded, for his valor was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, I observed that the 4th prince was consistently suppressed by Prince Ling, which was quite surprising. Hearing the comments from those nearby, Ning Lanxue spoke up. In a friendly match among brothers, Yu need not exert himself fully. It is merely for entertainment. The implication was clear. Morong Yu was allowing Morong Heng to take the lead. Shun Ruashi sipped her tea. Is that so?
Yet.
I perceive that the 4th prince does not appear to be yielding. Rather, Prince Ling seems calm and composed, seemingly not exerting his full strength. Ning Lanxue's expression darkened. Until the end, victory remains uncertain. Shun Ruashi let out a derisive laugh and disregarded her further. On the field, fine beads of sweat began to form on Morong Yu's forehead. It was not from exhaustion, but from tension. He had not anticipated that Morong Heng's equestrian skills would be so exceptional. Fortunately, he was a frail one who could not endure for long. Otherwise, the matter of succession would be beyond his contemplation. Morong Yu exerted every ounce of effort and finally seized the ball. He quickly led his team towards the opponent's goal. Aiming to score, Morong Heng swiftly pursued him on horseback. Morong Yu was taken aback, bracing himself for any eventuality. However, he noticed that Morong Heng showed no signs of movement. Confusion washed over him. Turning his head, he caught sight of Morong Heng's slightly pale visage, and realization dawned upon him. His strength was likely waning.
Ha!
His opportunity had arrived. Not far off, Shun Che observed this scene with furrowed brows. Was the scoundrel attempting to score? That simply would not do. At this pivotal moment, he had to intervene. Shun Che calculated his angle meticulously. He had devised a plan. The instant Morong Yu aimed for the goal, he would charge forth on horseback, colliding with him to send him sprawling. Approaching the goal, Morong Yu bent down, poised to send the ball into the net. In that fleeting moment, Morong Heng suddenly swung his mallet. Startled, Morong Yu instinctively attempted to shield the ball, only to realize something was amiss. Morong Heng's strike was not aimed at the ball, but rather at the horse's leg. With a swift motion, the mallet struck, causing the horse to whinny in distress and raise its hooves high. Unprepared, Morong Yu was sent crashing down with a resounding thud. The injury on his backside tore anew, causing a pain so sharp it nearly escaped his lips in a cry of agony. Meanwhile, with a deft flick of his mallet, Morong Heng seized the ball and delivered a splendid pass toward his own team. The dynamics of the match shifted instantaneously, with all players chasing after the ball. Only Shun Che remained bewildered. He had initially intended to collide with Morong Yu, but was taken aback when his horse suddenly went wild, spooked by the commotion. The horse neighed loudly and violently bucked, sending Shun Che flying through the air. He could not contain himself, and as he was about to fall, facing a disastrous tumble, suddenly, a powerful arm grasped his own with great force. With a swift pull, Shun Che found himself enveloped in a wide and reassuring embrace. Turning his head, he met a pair of indifferent, icy eyes. At this critical moment, Morong Heng had saved him, pulling him onto his own horse. Meanwhile, Morong Heng's team scored a goal. With the sound of a gong, the match concluded. The arena erupted in a frenzy. The crowd erupted in cheers for the thrilling contest, yet amidst the jubilation, only Shen Tianrong was left unable to smile. He stared at the 2 striking figures entwined upon the horse, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. What kind of decorum was this? In his agitation, Shen Tianrong accidentally knocked over a cup of hot tea, scalding his arm and causing him to yelp in pain as he yanked up his sleeve. His vigorous movement inadvertently tore the fabric. Someone nearby shouted, "General,
Your sleeve is about to rip. Shun Tianrong thought to himself. It is not the sleeve that is torn. It is his son, who may very well be in peril. Chapter 47. The jasmine hairpin. In an instant, Shin Che widened his eyes, gazing at the strikingly handsome yet aloof face of Morong Hung, mere inches away. Startled, he hastily dismounted and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, King Ling, for your rescue. Are you unhurt? And no, I am fine, he stammered. Upon hearing this, Morong Hung merely cast a fleeting glance at him before riding away. On the ground, Morong Yu was helped to his feet and examined. Fortunately, he had not sustained serious injuries. However, the wound on his posterior had reopened, necessitating further recuperation. As Morong Hung casually rode past, he looked down at him from his elevated position. Morong Yu was seething with anger. Ninth Prince, how could that last strike have hit the horse's leg? Was it a miscalculation? It was merely a misfire, Morong Hung replied, his tone as nonchalant as a gentle breeze, which only fueled Morong Yu's ire further. A misfire, you say? I believe it was intentional. I never imagined that not only was fourth brother lacking in skill, but also in magnanimity. If you cannot bear to lose, why must you humiliate yourself? At this, Morong Yu nearly suffered an internal injury from his rage. Previously, he had only perceived Morong Hung as taciturn and indifferent, but now he realized that this individual possessed a biting tongue. The match concluded with a score of 3-0. The noble youths of Morong Heng's team received commendations from Emperor Rinjing, with rewards dispensed according to the value of the jewelry placed in their betting pools, converted into gold and silver. When Shun Che received his reward, he was taken aback. So much money won? Beside him, a young servant remarked, the top scholar is indeed fortunate. One of the bets included a priceless ruby lotus gold hairpin, which is immensely valuable. Lotus gold hairpin? Shun Che was momentarily taken aback, preparing to inquire further, but the attendant had already departed. Moreover, as the chief commander, Morong Heng was entitled to select one item from the wagers made by the noble ladies as a trophy to keep. The betting tray was presented, filled with an array of exquisite hairpins and jewels that dazzled the eye. Morong Xiao expressed admiration. Ninth Prince, has your beloved placed a bet? Morong Heng cast a glance at the tray before him and suddenly smiled. Indeed. With that, he reached out and picked up an elegant jade hairpin. Morong Xiao leaned in, eager to examine it closely, but Morong Heng swiftly tucked it into his embrace. You seem quite fond of it. If you're not going to look, then don't. Morong Xiao turned away, a hint of discontent on his face. From the imperial seat outside, Emperor Renjing burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly splendid. It has been a long time since I have seen Hanger so spirited. He reflected on the past, recalling how, in his youth, Morong Heng would accompany him in flying kites and playing kuju. However, as the years passed, he noticed Morong Heng had grown increasingly taciturn and aloof. Despite his youth, there was an unsettling sense that he had come to regard life and death with indifference, his gaze lacking its former vibrancy. Yet, today's display from Morong Heng brought him great delight. At that moment, a palace maid approached Su Luer, whispering a few words. Instantly, Su Luer's face lit up with a smile. Your Majesty, she announced, the attendant just mentioned that Hanger has chosen a jade hairpin for himself. Oh. Emperor Renjing's eyes brightened. Those wagered ornaments belong to the noble ladies. Although Morong Heng emerged victorious, his temperament suggests he may not select a partner. Even if he were to choose, it is likely that he would treat it as a mere formality, lacking genuine investment. Now that he has accepted, could it be? The thought of Morong Heng mentioning a beloved previously ignited Emperor Ren's interest. Wang Difu, swiftly investigate which noble lady's jade hairpin has been taken by my son. Wang Difu promptly accepted the command. Soon after, he returned, approaching Emperor Ren and whispering, Your Majesty, the owner of the jade hairpin is the legitimate daughter of General Shen. Shun Ruashi. Upon hearing this, the smile on Emperor Ren's face faded, and Su Luer furrowed her brow slightly. She then cleared her throat delicately. With so many pieces of jewelry, Hanger must have simply taken one at random. Emperor Ren nodded in agreement, acknowledging that one could not conclude Hanger's intentions based solely on this. He cast a glance in Shun Ruashi's direction and sighed. He did not harbor any aversion to Shun Ruashi. However, she was a divorced woman, and her former spouse was none other than Morong Yu, Morong Heng's fourth brother. Both in terms of propriety and familial relations, it would be rather inappropriate. Meanwhile,
The noble ladies who had previously wagered on Murong Hang's victory received double the rewards. At the same time, their jewelry was returned to them. Shun Ruashi glanced around and noticed her jade hairpin was absent, unable to suppress her intrigue. How did he recognize it? The Ling prince did not take my jade bracelet. A voice filled with irritation from Wan Si could be heard nearby. She deliberately placed her jade bracelet aside, a splendid piece crafted from exquisite Hetian jade, inscribed with her given name, unmistakably hers. Yet, Murong Hang did not take it. She bit her lip, consumed by frustration. Which beguiling woman-esque trinket had the Ling Wang appropriated? Turning her head, she surveyed the surroundings, noticing the noble ladies, whom she could not afford to offend, hastily shaking their heads, eager to avoid her gaze.
Shutianling, Sarpai.
Suddenly remarked that Shun Ruashi's jade hairpin seemed to be missing.
What?
Wan Siu gasped, her anger mounting. The Ling Wang must have taken it by mistake.
She,
a divorced woman, was surely not the object of his affection. Despite her words, she could not suppress the jealousy seething within her, glaring at Shinruashi as if wishing to slay her with a mere glance. The subsequent competition was weightlifting. Murong Xiao was reluctantly thrust into the fray, only to exit in utter disgrace. He covered his face, internally cursing Murong Hang countless times. For the sake of his love, he had sacrificed his dignity. What had he done wrong? Was it merely a matter of being a bit flirtatious? The final game of Kuju, however, took an unexpected turn. Rui Wang Murong Yao was suddenly struck in the leg by Guangyou, the son of the Minister of Personnel. Guangyou, tall and robust, having trained in martial arts since childhood, caused Murong Yao to tumble to the ground, incapacitated. Panic ensued on the field. Emperor Renjing waved his hand. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. A group of guards rushed forward, encircling Murong Yao, attempting to lift him, but he cried out in pain at the slightest touch, leaving them paralyzed with fear.
Yaoer.
Murong Mingyu shouted and quickly lifted her skirt to rush over. The others followed suit. Upon seeing Murong Yao clutching his leg and groaning in pain on the ground, Murong Mingyu turned in fury. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Guangyou's face. How dare you? You have injured my brother so severely. Do you not value your life? Guangyou, merely a 14-year-old boy, immediately knelt down, his expression filled with dread. Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not mean to. Do not attempt to defend yourself, cried the princess. Murong Yao, still on the ground, interjected. He did not intend for this to happen. Accidents occur in competitions. Please do not blame him. Shun Ruashi gazed at the handsome youth on the ground, her eyes softening. Although they shared the same mother, Murong Yao displayed far more compassion. Noticing that the physician had yet to arrive, Shun Ruashi knelt down beside him. Your Highness, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I take a look at your injury? Murong Yao furrowed his brow and, upon lifting his gaze, was met with the sight of an ethereal beauty. The woman's black hair cascaded like a dark cloud, adorned with a golden begonia hairpin that shimmered, while her enchanting eyes sparkled gently, resembling a pristine spring. Suddenly, Murong Yao felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Very well. Shun Ruashi observed the youth's fair, exquisite face, her heart skipping a beat. Though this visage appeared slightly more youthful than she remembered, she was certain she would not mistake him. Chapter 48. Unjust Grievance. Shun Ruashi gazed upon the youthful face of the boy, fair and exquisite as fine jade, her heart jolting within her. Though this visage appeared somewhat more youthful than she remembered, she would never mistake it. In her past life, after her demise, her spirit hovered in the ether, witnessing Murong Qing's despair as he bled to death before her grave. Ultimately, it was the very Murong Yao before her who ascended the throne as emperor. The young sovereign sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze icy and piercing, surveying the prostrate ministers at his feet. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, the corners tinged with a hint of crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity and palpable authority. This stark contrast to the boy before her, whose ears were slightly flushed, was striking. Shun Ruashi lowered her gaze, preparing to extend her hand to assess his injuries, when a hand abruptly halted her. Murong Mingyu glared at her. With your limited medical skills, can you truly heal him? Wait for the imperial physician. Princess Mingyu, both the emperor and empress have witnessed my medical abilities. You need not worry, Shun Ruashi replied. That is unnecessary. Murong Mingyu's eyes were filled with disdain. As a woman who has been divorced, it would be best if you did not touch my royal brother. At this, Shun Ruashi rose abruptly. She had no desire to exert herself in this manner. Not far off, Su Luer and Emperor Renjing approached. Upon seeing Morong Yao writhing in agony on the ground, Su Luer's gaze fell upon Shun Ruashi's face. Shun Ruashi, I have previously witnessed your medical skills. Please attend to Prince Rue, the Empress commanded. And Shun Ruashi had no choice but to comply.
Yes.
She prepared to crouch down once more, only to feel a hand grasp her collar, lifting her abruptly. Shun Ruashi raised her head and met a pair of indifferent, elongated eyes belonging to Morong Hang. He regarded her for a few seconds before turning to Su Luer. How could a woman who had experienced a divorce dare to approach the Rue Wang? Su Luer furrowed her brows. Ling Wang, this is where you err. Is it so unreasonable that a divorced person cannot treat others? This sentiment was not merely the opinion of her offspring but echoed the words of Princess Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Su Luer turned in surprise to gaze at Morong Mingyu. Morong Mingyu frowned. Mother, I did mention. This is absurd. Emperor Renjing interjected, clearly displeased. As the eldest princess, your every word and action should serve as an example. How could you publicly utter such outrageous statements? Chastised in front of everyone. Morong Mingyu pressed her lips together, her face flushed with embarrassment. Father, mother, I recognize my mistake. Emperor Renjing cast a glance at her before shifting his attention to Shun Ruashi. Shun Ruashi, attend to the Rue Wang. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Morong Hang. Was it possible that he was advocating for Shun Ruashi? To his knowledge, his son was not known for his eagerness to assist those in distress. Coupled with the previous incident regarding Morong Hang and Shun Ruashi's jade hairpin, Emperor Renjing's suspicions deepened. Shun Ruashi had little time to ponder these thoughts. She crouched down and, through the fabric, pressed on Morong Yao's leg. Morong Yao, who was typically very sensitive to pain, surprisingly gritted his teeth and remained silent, feeling that voicing his discomfort in Shun Ruashi's presence would be rather humiliating. Shun Ruashi pressed against his ankle. The Duke of Rue is indeed a true man. Despite the considerable force I applied during my examination, you remained utterly silent. Morong Yao, flattered by the compliment, felt a twinge of embarrassment and coughed softly. This injury. His half-finished sentence was abruptly cut short by a cry of anguish. Shun Ruashi, gripping his ankle, exerted a forceful twist. Unprepared, Morong Yao let out a howl, his face flushing crimson afterward. It was over. His dignified image lay shattered. With a gentle tone, Shun Ruashi remarked, Your Highness, the Duke of Rue. Your ankle is dislocated but has been returned to its proper position. However, it is somewhat swollen. A poultice of medicinal herbs will suffice for recovery. Your calf appears more severely injured, likely indicating a fracture, which necessitates treatment. You shall need to rest in bed for a while. Morong Yao blinked slowly, nodding in a daze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, presenting an adorably innocent demeanor. Beside them, Morong Mingyu voiced her discontent. Are you certain it is a dislocation? Let us not misdiagnose and cause my imperial brother further injury. Shun Ruashi lifted her gaze to respond, but was interrupted by a warm voice from nearby. Princess Mingyu. There is no need for concern. My leg injury was also treated by Miss Shin. I can vouch for her expertise. She would never misdiagnose. Qin Qingxian, pushing a wheelchair, gracefully approached the gathering. He looked toward Shun Ruashi, offering a gentle smile. Against the backdrop of his refined and warm visage, he truly appeared to be a remarkable presence. He casually remarked, Miss Shin, it has been quite some time since we last met, his words imbued with a subtle longing for their prolonged separation. Upon the utterance of these words, the gazes of onlookers towards Qin Qingxian and Shun Ruashi became somewhat peculiar. Qin Qingxian, with an air of unembarrassed confidence, felt no discomfort. Through several treatments and encounters, he had indeed developed genuine affection for her. Previously, due to her status as the princess consort of Qi, he had refrained from overstepping boundaries. However, now that she had divorced, and they were both unwed, what shame could there be in his feelings? Meanwhile, two individuals nearby exhibited displeasure. One was Morong Hung, and the other was Morong Yu. He clenched his fists, a surge of indignation boiling within him. Shun Ruashi, how remarkable indeed. Merely a short time after their separation, she had already formed a connection with Qin Qingxian. What a lack of shame. With Qin Qingxuan's assurance, Morong Mingyu found it inappropriate to voice any further objections and awkwardly fell silent. At that moment, the imperial physician arrived, Luo Gaojia, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills, particularly in orthopedics, he examined Morong Yao and arrived at a diagnosis identical to that of Shin Ruashi. Observing Morong Yao's swollen ankle, he commended, thanks to the boldness of Miss Shin, the Duke of Rue's ankle has not deteriorated further. With merely 2 days of hot compresses, it shall suffice for recovery. Shun Ruashi humbly responded, Your praise is excessive, esteemed physician Luo. At this juncture, Morong Yao, lying on the ground, suddenly interjected, Father Emperor, since Miss Shin has treated my leg, should there not be a reward? Indeed, there shall be a substantial reward. Emperor Renjing declared, waving his grand sleeves, and turned to Shin Ruashi, suddenly proclaiming, Shin Ruashi, you are poised and elegant, astonishingly talented and beautiful. How about I grant you a splendid marriage proposal? Chapter 49. Conflict. Upon hearing the news, the crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Shun Ruashi's countenance shifted subtly, just as she was about to speak.
Shenke stepped forward.
Your Majesty, it is rather inappropriate to grant a marriage so soon after Ruashi's recent divorce. Shun Tianrong nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Shun Che continued, moreover, both my father and I are quite reluctant to see her wed so hastily. We wish for her to remain at home a little longer. Shun Tianrong echoed, yes, yes. Shun Che implored, we humbly request your Majesty to revoke the decree and instead bestow another form of commendation. Shun Tianrong reiterated, yes, yes. Emperor Renjing chuckled. There is no need for such alarm, my dear minister. I was merely jesting. Bring forth a pair of golden-laid jade and agate for Shin Ruashi, as a reward for her valiant efforts in treating Prince Rue. Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, your Majesty. The emperor smiled, and, with a subtle turn, glanced at the nearby Morong Hung, who appeared impassive, his emotions inscrutable. The emperor furrowed his brow. Had he misjudged? Or was this young man simply adept at concealing his feelings? As all entertainment concluded, dusk fell, and the crowd dispersed.
Shenke,
along with this year's second and third place scholars, remained to partake in a banquet with Emperor Renjing. At the earnest invitation of Morong Manhwa, Shen Ruashi also stayed. After dining in the quaint kitchen of Qin Haitian, she selected some exquisite delicacies and tonics, requesting the two to deliver them to Princess Mingyue at Yaguang Palace. Under the silvery moonlight, the air was fragrant. Shun Ruashi and Morong Manhwa strolled along the pathway, when suddenly, she recalled something. Indeed, regarding His Highness the Rue Wang. Could you enlighten me? Is he the 11th prince? Morong Manhwa, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled gently. The Rue Wang is the offspring of the Empress. In truth, I am not well acquainted with him. However, he has always exhibited a pure and gentle disposition since childhood, endearing himself to all within the palace, including His Majesty. Is His Highness truly so innocent? Do you harbor any doubts? Not at all, Shin Ruashi replied with a smile. It is merely that the Morong Yao of the past differs vastly from the Morong Yao of today. In his previous life, he ascended the throne at the tender age of 18. Can a mere 3 years truly transform a person so profoundly? As the two approached the Yaguang Hall, a eunuch promptly approached to pay his respects. Long live Princess Manhwa. What brings you to visit so suddenly? I shall inform the two noble lords within at once. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed from within, accompanied by the wails of a child. Morong Manhwa's expression shifted slightly. There is no need. We shall enter ourselves. With that, she hurriedly led Shin Ruashi and the eunuch behind them into the hall. The sounds emanated from the quarters of noble consort Nyelan. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of pastries strewn across the floor. Wei Jinjin stood at the table with her hair disheveled, her countenance dark. Opposite her, noble consort Nyelan cradled Princess Mingyue in her arms, her expression one of alarm. It appeared that Morong Mingyue had been frightened and was now wailing. From afar, the Yaguang Hall was abuzz with commotion. What is happening here? Morong Manhwa inquired, her voice tinged with coldness as she advanced further. Upon hearing a disturbance, Nia Yulan and Wei Jinjin turned in unison. Upon seeing her, the two were momentarily taken aback. Then, Wei Jinjin's expression darkened further, her gaze landing on Morong Manhwa with a flicker of resentment. The sight of Shin Ruashi beside her only intensified her anger. You are indeed in cahoots. Shin Ruashi offered a respectful bow. Your Highness, Lady Lan. Wei Jinjin spoke coldly, There is no need for such feigned sincerity. You wretched woman. I knew from the last encounter that you and concubine Qin were in league. You conspired against me. Lady Wei, choose your words with caution. Murong Minghua interjected icily. Father has shown pity towards the Wei family, seeing you as their sole remnant, and granted you a concubine's rank after your previous loss, allowing you to preside over Yaguang Hall. If you remain ungrateful, it will surely break his heart. I do not require your insincerity. I merely find you foolish. Are you truly oblivious to the grave mistakes of the Wei family, or do you feign ignorance? Now that you are alive, you ought to strategize for your future rather than repeating such foolishness. At her words, Wei Xinjin's complexion paled. She pressed her lips together and swept away in a huff. Murong Minghua turned to signal the palace maids behind her, who promptly set down the pastries and supplements in their hands. Lady Lan, these are gifts from the Empress Dowager to Mingyue. This humble servant thanks the esteemed Empress Dowager. Nia Yulan smiled and turned to the maid beside her. Chunner, please take Mingyue to the side to enjoy the pastries. I have matters to discuss with Princess Minghua. As you wish. After Chunner escorted Murong Mingyue away, Nia Yulan took the initiative to speak. Today, I apologize for the disturbance caused to Princess Minghua and Miss Shen. Murong Minghua inquired, Lady Lan, what exactly transpired?
Today,
Consort Rong dined in my hall. Perhaps the pastries did not suit her palate, and she became a bit irritable. It was a trivial matter. You both hold the title of consort, and although she currently occupies the esteemed position of the Yaoguang Hall, she should not treat you so unkindly. Nia Yulan gazed at the night outside and replied softly, It matters not. As long as Mingyue grows up safe and healthy, I am indifferent to such trifles.
she sighed.
Adding, moreover, Consort Rong recently lost her family and her unborn child. Such profound blows are bound to leave her unsettled. I can afford to accommodate her feelings. At this point, if Murong Minghua were to take it upon herself to intervene, it would be an unwarranted intrusion, so she chose to remain silent. Shen Ruashi spoke up. Lady Lan, I noticed that Princess Mingyue appears somewhat malnourished. I will provide you with a few recipes for medicinal dishes that you can prepare for her regularly. They are not only palatable, but also nourishing and invigorating. Is that so? I am grateful to Miss Shen, replied Nia Yulan. You are too kind. The group settled down and commenced their customary pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wei Xinjin returned to her chamber, her anger palpable as she swept her sleeve, sending the fruit platter crashing to the ground. The palace maids approached to clean up, only to be met with her ire. He Hua came over and draped a cloak over her shoulders. Your Highness, please do not let your anger consume you over such trivial matters. It is truly detrimental to your health. Trivial matters? Lan Pin is fully aware of my recent loss and yet parades before me, feigning a tender mother-daughter bond with Princess Mingyue, deliberately provoking my sorrow. He Hua sighed. Your Highness, Lan Pin is the only one in the palace willing to converse with you. If you continue this way, you will indeed find yourself devoid of companionship. I have no desire to engage with them. Wei Xinjin's eyes brimmed with resentment. When I was in favor, they all fawned over me. Now that I have fallen from grace, they regard me as if I were a ghost. Such opportunistic souls. Your Highness, do not speak so recklessly. Who would dare to describe you in such a manner? I shall silence her. Upon hearing this, Wei Xinjin let out a bitter laugh. He Hua, do you truly believe I am unaware of how they speak of me? Though I seldom emerge from the Yaguang Hall, I am not deaf, they label me a madwoman. As she finished speaking, tears began to cascade down Wei Xinjin's cheeks. Your Highness. He Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was Wei Xinjin's maid of honor, alongside Lian Xiang. When they departed, their parents urged them to attend to Wei Xinjin with utmost care, declaring that within the palace, they would not only be master and servant but also sisters. In prosperity, they would share in each other's glory, and in adversity, they would bear the burden together. Who could foresee that merely a year later, the Wei family would be shattered, and Wei Xinjin reduced to this pitiable state? Lian Xiang is no more, and the child within Wei Xinjin is gone as well. He Hua gazed at Wei Xinjin's abdomen, pressing her lips together in silence. Your Highness, did we make a mistake last time? Otherwise, you would have at least one child. She braced herself for Wei Xinjin's impending slap. However, what greeted her instead was a soft, sorrowful sob. Chapter 50. The Harmony of Spouses. He Hua lifted her head and beheld Wei Xinjin, who was covering her face, tears cascading down furiously. Her eyes were filled with anguish and sorrow. intertwined with profound remorse. Indeed, she was meant to have a child. She was meant to have a child of her own. It was she herself. It was she who had inadvertently harmed the life within her womb. A wave of sobs overtook Wei Jinjin. Hua, I miss my father, and my mother and my brother. With each utterance, her tears flowed more fiercely, culminating in a heart-wrenching wail of despair. When Shun Ruashi and Murong Minghua emerged, they were met with the sound of horse weeping. In the stillness of the night, it resonated with an oppressive weight, emanating from Wei Jinjin's chamber. The two exchanged a knowing glance and silently stepped out of the Yaguang Palace. Their graceful figures gradually faded into the shadows of the night. Nye Yulan stood at the entrance, motionless for a long while. Beside her, Chanu approached to support her, whispering, Your Highness, has Princess Minghua discovered something? Nye Yulan shook her head. I am uncertain. Yet Princess Minghua is not one to pursue trivial matters. I shall refrain from discussing it. And she is unlikely to delve deeper. With that, she lowered her gaze and entered the palace. Outside, Shun Ruashi walked alongside Murong Minghua. Shun Ruashi spoke. The concubine Rong is indeed a woman of misfortune. How many of the women in the palace have met a favorable end? Murong Minghua furrowed her brow and replied, I find myself perplexed by Lan Pin's demeanor. Even in avoiding favor, such submission is unwarranted. I too find myself in a state of bewilderment. However, my understanding of the affairs within the palace is limited. Since Lady Lan does not wish for matters to escalate, it is indeed prudent to remain reticent. You are correct in your assessment. Although the palace appears opulent and resplendent, it is a realm devoid of mercy. Murong Minghua spoke softly. The scarcity of heirs within the palace can be attributed, in part, to the limited number of women in the Emperor's court, and in part, to the many who have met untimely fates. As for the reasons behind these tragedies, who can truly fathom them? Shun Ruaxi remained silent, feeling a chill seep into her heart. The deep palace resembled an abyss. It would be wise for her to keep her distance. After walking for a while, they arrived at a garden. Suddenly, Murong Minghua slapped her forehead in realization. Oh dear. I just recalled that my mother entrusted me with a matter to discuss with the Empress. I must hurry there, she said with a smile. Ruaxi, please wait here. Soon, Ling Xuan will come to escort you out of the palace. I shall take my leave first. Without waiting for Shin Ruaxi to respond, she turned swiftly and departed in haste. Shin Ruaxi stood alone in the garden, gazing at the serene lake and the flickering candlelight on either side, feeling somewhat dazed. She left just like that? As she surveyed her surroundings, just as she was about to find a place to sit and wait, she suddenly caught sight of a figure darting past. Who? She gasped. In an instant, a hand clamped tightly over her mouth, pulling her into a nearby side hall. Shin Ruaxi widened her eyes and, almost immediately, drew a silver needle from her sleeve, plunging it into the assailant's thigh twice. A muffled groan emanated from behind her. Just as she prepared to strike again, she sensed something was amiss. The faint, refreshing fragrance of sandalwood lingered between her nostrils, so elegant yet so familiar. She released his hand. Shun Ruashi turned around, only to be met with an extraordinarily handsome face. Murong Heng's indifferent gaze was tinged with a hint of mischief. So fierce. Reminiscent of a cat once kept by the late emperor. After saying this, he lifted his python robe and extracted 2 silver needles from his thigh. She was unsure of which acupoint she had pierced. Her thigh throbbed with pain and numbness, nearly causing her to falter. Shun Ruashi raised her enchanting eyes and shot him an exasperated glance. What was the Ling Wang doing in the dead of night, masquerading as a thief? Fortunately, only 2 needles had been inserted. Had she gone further, not only would he have collapsed, but he would also have been harmed in a most fundamental way. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that it hardly mattered since he was already incapacitated. A wound was a wound. She mused that he seemed somewhat bored, so she would provide him with a bit of excitement. To her surprise, the illustrious Ling Wang possessed such a childish side. Carefully, Shun Ruashi took the silver needles from his hand and placed them into her needle pouch, tucking it away in her sleeve. Before she could secure it properly, her arm was yanked, and she tumbled into an embrace fragrant with medicinal herbs. Murong Heng held her on a nearby chair, his fingers pinching her waist, his nose brushing against her neck as he inhaled gently. Shun Ruashi's body stiffened, a tingling sensation coursing through her heart racing. Murong Heng whispered, Relax, I assure you. I shall not devour you.
Shun Ruashi couldn't help but murmur inwardly, how would one even do that? She spoke as if she were capable of it. Her fingers lightly glided, resting upon Morong Hang's thigh. Having just activated your acupoints, there may be a period of soreness. Allow me to massage you. With that, she descended from his form, pressing her hands against his calves, commencing the massage from the bottom upwards. Morong Hang grasped her hand. There is no need for such humility, he stated. I am not being humble, she replied, resting her chin upon his knee, tilting her head slightly, utterly enchanting. I am overjoyed to alleviate the burdens of the Ling King. In a previous life, he had bled for her in the imperial court, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. In this life, she merely knelt to soothe his legs. It was but a trivial act. Yet after only a few strokes, Morong Hang leaned forward, one arm encircling her waist, drawing her back into his embrace. Shun Ruashi sighed in resignation. If you do not allow me to massage you, you will feel discomfort. Let it be, he murmured, his voice laced with affection. He simply could not bear to see her diminish herself, even for him. She ought to be exalted, cherished in the palm of his hand. If she were to lower herself, it should only be within the intimacy of their shared bed, not in this moment. Morong Hang gazed at the beauty nestled in his arms, his gaze growing increasingly entranced. He could not resist leaning down, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth in a gentle kiss. One hand clasped her delicate wrist while the other tenderly caressed her waist, behaving like a languorous feline toying with its prey. He seemed to revel in this intimate closeness with her. Shun Ruashi, stirred by his caresses, found her breath uneven, her ears flushed with warmth. After a while, she could no longer endure it. You feel rather warm. It's nothing to worry about. Yet it truly seems quite unusual. Shun Ruashi, upon touching his forehead, was instantly taken aback. Morong Hung, you have a fever. He nodded languidly, gazing quietly at her. His usually indifferent eyes were now veiled with a mist, rendering him, unexpectedly, adorable. Shun Ruashi coughed lightly, maintaining a stern expression as she descended from him. Give me your hand. Morong Hung obediently extended his hand. After taking his pulse, she let out a sigh of relief. It was merely a common fever, devoid of any further symptoms. No need to be anxious. Morong Hung spoke. It has always been this way since childhood. Whenever I tire, I fall ill. But a bit of medicine suffices. Were you worn out from playing polo today? Morong Hung fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Shun Ruashi frowned. Given that you have this affliction, why would you still engage in such activities? Do you truly not care for your life? Are you concerned for me? Shun Ruashi. Is that the crux of the matter? She responded helplessly. Upon hearing her reply, a glimmer of light flickered in Morong Hang's eyes. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace, once more. Shun Ruashi admonished sternly, You're still running a fever. Just let me hold you for a moment. He rarely displayed a hint of a smile. The curve of his lips unfurled like the purest white snow melting upon a green pine, dazzlingly beautiful. Shun Ruashi found herself momentarily entranced by this captivating charm. Subsequently, she obediently followed him. Morong Hung retrieved a simple yet elegant jade hairpin from his bosom. Winning the competition and obtaining your hairpin is indeed worthwhile. Shun Ruashi inquired with curiosity, How did you know this hairpin belongs to me? I have seen you wear it, he replied. Shun Ruashi was taken aback. She distinctly remembered donning that very hairpin during their meeting at the tea house. Such a minute detail, she never expected him to remember. Truly, his gaze was filled with her essence. Morong Hung spoke again. I plan to approach Father Emperor regarding a marriage proposal in due time. Perhaps we should take it slow, Shun Ruashi softly replied. I have only just divorced. It is prudent to pause for a while. Furthermore, the Emperor may not be very inclined to allow you to marry me. Today, Emperor Rinjing publicly declared the marriage proposal, and upon reflection, she felt he must have uncovered something. His willingness is of little consequence. What matters is your own willingness. She barely uttered a word when Morong Hang's kiss descended upon her. He pressed his lips against hers, intertwining their breaths. Amidst the fervor, Morong Hang's voice escaped between his lips. Do not refuse. Shun Ruashi thought to herself, I am not prepared to refuse. This audacious man should just express his desire to kiss her directly. With her head tilted back, she reluctantly succumbed to his advances. Perhaps due to his fever, Morong Hang's body radiated an unusually scorching heat, making her feel as though she might be scorched herself. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Where is Shun Ruashi?
The fourth prince has returned. I have not seen Miss Shin. The prince clearly saw Shun Rawashi arrive here. Cold Knight, what is your intention in helping her conceal this? I am unaware of what the fourth prince is referring to. It is Morongyu. Shun Rawashi was taken aback, immediately attempting to rise. However, she found herself firmly pressed down by Moronghang. With a sudden force, he pinned her against the nearby table, kissing her more passionately. Shun Rawashi leaned back, feeling helpless, and could only wrap her arms around his neck. This gesture seemed to please Moronghang, prompting him to intensify his actions. The inkstone on the table was knocked over, creating a clatter. Outside, Morongyu's voice echoed again. Is someone inside? Who could it possibly be? The fourth prince jested. Apart from my master, who else could it be? I shall go in and take a look. Morongyu insisted on entering. Shun Rawashi grew anxious, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at the man before her. Moronghang withdrew his lips from hers and leaned close to her ear. You are already divorced. Are you still afraid of him seeing? Afraid. Shun Rawashi clung to him. I fear his gaze may tarnish your reputation. Moronghang paused for a moment, his long eyelashes fluttering. In a corner where she could not see, a trace of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Outside, Morongyu was already in a heated argument with Cold Knight, nearly coming to blows. Moronghang gently set the person in his embrace down, tidying her clothing and disheveled hair before he turned and opened the door. At that moment, the desire in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a layer of distant coldness. He fixed his gaze sharply on the entrance where Morongyu stood. What is it? Upon seeing him, Morongyu was momentarily taken aback. He then declared, I came to seek Shun Rawashi, she. At that moment, Shun Rawashi, holding up her skirt, leisurely emerged from behind Moronghang. With a frosty tone, she inquired, What do you want? The sight of her incensed Morongyu. Shun Rawashi, what on earth have you been doing alone with the Prince of Ling for so long? Shun Rawashi found his indignation amusing. Pray tell, what authority does the fourth prince possess to question me? Morongyu was taken aback and soon wore a stern expression. You just parted ways with me, and now you dare to seduce the Prince of Ling. Do you not possess any sense of shame? Moronghang's gaze turned icy. Miss Shun is my guest. Your guest? Ninth Prince, what purpose could you possibly have in inviting such a woman? To receive medical treatment, Moronghang interjected. Is there a problem with that? At his words, Morongyu was momentarily speechless. Medical treatment? A man and a woman alone together, especially at such an hour. Is this the place for such matters?
Yet.
Moronghang's complexion was flushed, and his demeanor was decidedly unwell, indicating he was indeed suffering from a fever. It seemed he was genuinely unwell. However, he still found the situation peculiar. Why must medical treatment be conducted in such a clandestine manner, behind closed doors? This prince will conduct his affairs wherever he pleases. His words nearly drove Morongyu to the brink of fury. Observing Morongyu's frustration brought Shun Rawashi great delight. She offered a slight bow. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, I shall take my leave.
Moronghang not dead.
Shun Rawashi turned, descended the steps, and walked toward the exit. As Morongyu passed by, she maintained an unwavering gaze, not even granting him a fleeting glance. A surge of fury welled up within Morongyu. How dare she disregard him? This woman, who once harbored nothing but thoughts of him, had the audacity to overlook his presence. Enraged, Morongyu abruptly turned and seized Shun Rawashi by the wrist. Stop right there. The immense force caused Shun Rawashi's wrist to ache painfully. She frowned. It hurts.
What are you pretending about?
With a swift motion, the sound of a blade being unsheathed sliced through the air. Accompanied by a glimmer of cold light, a sharp sword aimed directly for Morongyu's arm. He hastily released Shun Rawashi, yet still sustained a cut. Had he not acted quickly, his arm might have been rendered useless. Ling Yi, bowing his head, gazed at his empty sheath in disbelief. You are so self-righteous. You wield my sword against a rival? Have you lost your mind? Morongyu stared in shock at Moronghang, who wielded the sword. If his doubts had lingered moments ago, they were now replaced by certainty. Moronghang's feelings for Shun Rawashi were undeniably profound. Moronghang, you truly have an interest in this wretched woman? Mind your words. If you continue to speak so filthily, I shall have no qualms about silencing you permanently. Moronghang's voice was calm, yet it carried an unassailable chill. Morongyu pressed his lips together, consumed by anger, yet he dared not act recklessly. He understood that Moronghang was indeed capable of such threats. Gritting his teeth, he simmered in fury.
I merely wish to remind you that establishing a connection with her holds no advantage for you. Morong Heng's gaze was filled with disdain. Such words seem ill-suited for your tongue. At that moment, a soft call echoed from a distance. Your Highness. Morong Yu turned to see Ning Lanxue, accompanied by a maid, standing not far away, gazing at him timidly. Shen Ruoshi revealed a mocking smile. Oh, your consort has arrived. While the fourth prince is preoccupied with the affairs of Prince Ling, why do you not take a moment to reflect upon yourself? Even if I were to divorce, I would still be of greater worth than your consort. Morong Heng frowned. What is her status that she should be compared to you? The two exchanged barbs, leaving Lung Yi beside them feeling a pang of irritation. Well, it seems that even before the wedding, the wife is already singing along with the husband? Chapter 51. Boldness. Morong Yu's face turned pale. Shinrashi, you have become increasingly vulgar, he exclaimed. Indeed, your concubine is noble, akin to a pure white lotus blooming atop a lofty mountain. Each of her words was laced with sarcasm directed at Ning Lanxue. It was a double entendre. Morong Yu was seething with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He was already aware of the events that transpired at Yigarden today. Ning Lanxue had utterly lost face. Even though she had been elevated to the status of a concubine and had been taught the ways of etiquette, she remained the subject of disdain. Even Wan Siyu dared to openly express her distaste for her, unwilling to sit in her company. This was a humiliation for Ning Lanxue, but for him, it was a grave affront as well. Your Highness, you are injured. Ning Lanxue approached, her expression paling as she noticed the blood on Morong Yu's arm. She cautiously lifted his arm, attempting to inspect the wound. However, witnessing her timid demeanor ignited an inexplicable fury within Morong Yu, leaving him exceedingly agitated. It was all because of her that he now found himself bereft of dignity. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he declared, It's merely a scratch. It is of no consequence.
Yet.
I am fine. Were you not with Mother? What brings you here? Mother said she needed to rest.
So I came to find you, she replied.
Upon hearing this, Morong Yu immediately discerned that his mother held a low opinion of Ning Lanxue, which only intensified his irritation. He cast a dark glance at Morong Heng and Shen Ruoshi before turning on his heel and swiftly departing from Yigarden. Ning Lanxue was momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, she followed suit. Observing the figures of the two, Shen Ruoshi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Wasn't their bond supposed to be as steadfast as gold? She was eager to witness how long this pair of infatuated lovers could sustain their affection. After parting ways with Morong Heng, the palace attendant escorted Shen Ruoshi to the palace gates. Cold Frost and Peach Leaf had been waiting there for quite some time. Miss. Peach Leaf draped a white cloak with green plum blossoms over her shoulders, expressing concern. The night breeze is strong. Please take care not to catch a chill. Has my second brother not arrived yet? Not yet, Mississippi. The Emperor values talent, and my second brother, being the newly crowned top scholar, undoubtedly has numerous social engagements. Then we shall wait, Shen Ruoshi replied, casting a worried glance towards the direction of the Golden Lawn Hall. She instructed Cold Frost. Could you check on why my second brother hasn't emerged yet? Cold Frost nodded slightly before vanishing into the shadows of the night. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Shun Che staggered through the darkness, making his way towards the exit, supported by his attendant Ah Chong. Second young master, you've had too much to drink. Please take it slow. It's merely a bit of wine, nothing to fret over. The hour grows late. I must return swiftly. As the two made their way, Ah Chong, clutching his stomach, suddenly found himself walking in an awkward manner. Shun Che turned his head. What are you doing? In the time it takes to enter the palace, have you secretly turned into a eunuch? No, second young master. I urgently need to relieve myself. Then go to the restroom. I shall wait for you here. Are you certain? Ah Chong looked at his flushed face, a hint of worry etched on his features. A smile graced Shun Che's lips. Am I a grown man?
To be trifled with?
Hurry back then. Very well, second young master, do not wander off. Ah Chong swiftly departed. Shun Che leaned against a flowering crabapple tree, gently closing his eyes as he awaited Ah Chang's return. After a while, the sound of footsteps finally reached his ears. He slowly opened his eyes. Why did you take so long? You. Upon seeing the person before him, Shun Che found his words caught in his throat. It was not Ah Chong who stood before him. Instead, a group of individuals had arrived, led by a woman of noble attire and haughty demeanor. She looked quite familiar. It was Su Tianling. In an instant, Shun Che was jolted from his drunken stupor. Princess Tianling, he acknowledged. The top scholar seems to be enjoying himself quite thoroughly. Lingering here so late. What brings you to this place? A serene smile spread across Su Tianling's lips. She had been conversing with Morong Mingyu until now, and was just preparing to leave the palace when she stumbled upon this unexpected fortune. The night was dark, and the area was devoid of others, leaving only Shun Che alone and inebriated. Truly, the heavens were aiding her. Shun Che responded coolly, I am merely waiting for someone. He had no desire to entangle himself with this notorious princess, hence his indifferent demeanor. However, Su Tianling clearly had no intention of letting him go. It seems the top scholar has indulged a bit too much. How fortunate, as I am on my way home, allow me to escort you back. That will not be necessary. Yet Su Tianling appeared to have not heard his refusal. She gestured to those beside her. Go. Support the top scholar and escort him out of the palace. The attendants behind her immediately advanced, surrounding Shun Che. Startled, Shun Che quickly realized that Su Tianling intended to forcibly take him back to her residence. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Su Tianling, I am a court official, the son of the Grand General. Do you dare to employ force against me? Su Tianling laughed derisively. And what of it? My father is still the Prince of Rong. The Grand General, Shen Tianrong, had long since retired and wielded little power now. Currently, it was his legitimate son, Shen Yu, who held the reins of authority. Yet Shen Yu had been absent from the borders for 2 years. The mountains were high and the roads long. Could he possibly manage the affairs of the capital? With a subtle gesture, Su Tianling commanded, bind him. The attendants immediately moved to restrain Shun Che. He had initially intended to resist, but he was merely adept in a few ornamental moves and, being intoxicated, found himself without the strength to fight back. In an instant, he was subdued by several men. Alarmed, he spotted patrolling guards nearby and was about to call for help when Su Tianling stuffed a cloth into his mouth, stifling his cries. She laughed with delight. Do not be alarmed, top scholar. You possess exquisite looks, and this princess will surely cherish you. You shall not be mistreated. Shun Che's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This woman was utterly audacious. If he were to be ravaged by such a beastly woman, it would be better to perish. Just as despair enveloped Shun Che, he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Ah, Su Tianling, what a coincidence. Su Tianling abruptly turned around and beheld Morong Manhwa standing behind her, hands clasped behind her back. Wearing an enigmatic smile, Su Tianling narrowed her eyes. Princess Manhwa, what brings you here? A wretched servant has crossed my path, and I was about to administer a lesson. It would be prudent for you to leave, princess, lest you witness something unpleasant. Su Tianling subtly instructed her attendants to obstruct Shun Che, hoping to expedite Morong Manhwa's departure. However, to her surprise, the princess stepped forward. Such an exhilarating scene, I cannot resist witnessing it, Su Tianling. Step aside. Chapter 52. The rescue. Su Tianling remained unmoved. Her expression somewhat grim. Princess Manhwa, this is a matter of my family. It is best if you do not intervene. Observing Su Tianling's resolute stance, Morong Manhwa's gaze sharpened, her suspicions deepening. Just as she pondered this, a young servant hurriedly approached, instantly kneeling before them in greeting. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked, I was sent to find my young master. Have either of you seen him? Morong Manhwa inquired, Who is your young master? Shun Che, the current top scholar, he replied. At this revelation, both Morong Manhwa and Su Tianling's expressions shifted dramatically. With a slight raise of her brow, Morong Manhwa glanced behind Su Tianling. So, this grand spectacle is all about the top scholar, whom you deem a villain. Hearing this, Ah Chong, bewildered, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? When did my young master become a villain? Su Tianling revealed a smile devoid of warmth. Princess Manhwa, this matter does not concern you. If you choose to ignore it tonight, I assure you that a grand gift will be delivered to you on the morrow. Morong Manhwa scoffed lightly. Su Tianling, you truly possess audacity, daring to abduct someone within the palace. What rare treasures have I not encountered? Your gift holds no allure for me. Her tone grew frosty. Release him. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave the palace tonight. Was she meddling in affairs that did not concern her? Su Tianling clenched her fists, anger surging within her. Ultimately, however, reason prevailed over fury. This is the palace. If a disturbance were to arise, she would gain nothing. Su Tianling's gaze darkened.
Addressing the attendants behind her, she commanded sternly, "Release him. We shall take our leave." With that, she swept her sleeves and departed in indignation. Once they had left, Murong Minghua turned to face Shinche. He removed the cloth from his mouth, easing the numbness in his restrained arm, and bowed to Murong Minghua. "I am deeply grateful for Princess Minghua's act of rescue," he stated. Although his attire was slightly disheveled, he maintained an air of composure and elegance, akin to a graceful jade. "Second young master," a Chom exclaimed, rushing forward to cling to his leg.
It is truly you.
"How have you become such a villain? You frighten me to death. Get away from me." Shenche kicked him aside, then turned to Murong Minghua. "Princess Minghua, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. I shall not impose further.
Farewell."
"Wait," Murong Minghua called out, halting him. "Is this the cold demeanor you exhibit after I saved you? Stand there. I have words for you." Shenche had no choice but to remain rigidly in place. Murong Minghua stepped closer, circling him a few times before exclaiming, "In previous years, the flowers of talent were indeed remarkable, yet this year, the top scholar shines even brighter. No wonder Su Tianling has been preoccupied with thoughts of you." Shenche remained silent, his eyes downcast, and his brow furrowed tighter. Just as one rogue woman departed, another appeared. Yet this time, it seemed no one would come to his rescue. What a world this has become. He endured and persevered until he could bear it no longer. Shenche suddenly raised his head. "Princess Minghua, my humble self." Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered a visage of unparalleled beauty. Her skin was fair as snow, her eyes sparkling with life, and her delicate features adorned a heart-shaped face, exuding an enchanting and vibrant allure. Shenche was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. If she were to ravage him, it wouldn't he be entirely disadvantageous? Murong Minghua gazed at him with a playful smile. "What do you wish to say?" "My humble self. I am profoundly grateful for the princess's act of salvation. If there comes a time in the future when my life can be of assistance, I shall exert every effort." "That is your promise," Murong Minghua replied, her smile deepening. "Then, should I seek your help in the future, you must unconditionally fulfill one request of mine. As long as the princess does not ask me to commit any immoral acts, I shall certainly strive to meet your demands." "Then it is settled." The smile at the corners of Murong Minghua's lips widened. "The night grows deeper. You should return now, and I shall have someone escort you and your servant out of the palace." With that, she signaled to several guards behind her to ensure Shenche's safe passage. She then subtly turned, making her way towards the inner palace. As she departed, Shenche noticed a jeweled lotus hairpin glimmering in her raven-black hair, casting a dazzling light under the flickering candle flames. At the palace gates, Shan Ruashi waited for a considerable time. At last, she was joined by Lung Shuang. She stroked her chin, her expression contemplative and perhaps tinged with a hint of delight. Shun Ruashi inquired, "Why are you the only one here? Have you seen my second brother?" "When I arrived, the young master was being kidnapped." "What? Fortunately, you were there. Did you deal with his captors?" "Not exactly. I didn't have the chance to intervene." She perched on the wall, witnessing a classic tale of a damsel rescuing a hero. Lung Shuang glanced behind Shinruashi. "The young master has arrived. You might as well inquire directly." Shan Ruashi turned and, indeed, saw Shin Che approaching swiftly with Ah Chong. Shun Che appeared flustered. "Ruashi, my apologies. My brother was delayed by some urgent matters. We must leave at once." He made to board the carriage. Shun Ruashi stopped him. "Brother, what has happened that has you so flustered?" "It's a long story," Ah Chong interjected. "Miss, it was terrifying. The young master was nearly abducted by a rogue woman. Thankfully, another woman appeared and rescued him." Silence. "That was Princess Minghua. How can you possibly compare her to someone like Su Tianling?" Shun Che reprimanded Ah Chong before tugging at his ear. "It's your fault. Your sudden urgency last night nearly caused me a calamity. One cannot blame me for a natural call, and besides, if blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon you for being so alluring. I suppose you won't be receiving your wages this month." From their exchange, Shun Ruashi finally grasped the situation. "Su Tianling dared to directly abduct you in the palace? What audacity that woman possesses, relying on her father, the Prince of Rome, while she remains oblivious to the numerous heinous deeds she has committed." Upon hearing these words, Shun Ruashi furrowed her brows, a flicker of coldness gleaming in her eyes. The current political landscape is primarily divided into two major factions, Prince Morong-hang and Prince Su-sheng. Although the general's manor wields military power, it is presently stationed at the borders under the command of her elder brother. Within the court, the prevailing influence still lies with Morong-hang and Su-sheng. The Su family has been prominent in the court for 3 generations, having produced 3 empresses. Not only have they amassed formidable military strength and authority, but their status is also unparalleled. Emperor Renjing is known for his benevolence, which fails to suppress the Prince of Rong, though no one dares to voice it aloud. They all understand the truth. Morong-hang's health is frail, and his days are numbered. Once he passes, the fate of the realm remains uncertain. Shun Ruashi remarked, "Fortunately, we have encountered Princess Manhwa. Brother, you must be cautious moving forward." "Do not worry, I am quite well," Shin-che replied, reaching out his hand to assist her onto the carriage. Shun Ruashi nodded, placing her hand in his palm. Just as she was about to mount the carriage, a sudden voice called out, "Miss Shun." Chapter 53 Waiting for you. She turned her head and noticed a magnificent carriage slowly approaching from the shadows. As the curtain was lifted, the countenance of Qin Qingxian, reminiscent of a clear breeze and a bright moon, came into her view. A servant helped him down from the carriage and seated him in a wheelchair. Qin Wenin pushed him forward, directing their path towards Shun Ruashi. Shun Ruashi greeted them. "Young master and cousin, what a coincidence to encounter you here at such a late hour." Qin Qingxuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Before he could respond, Qin Wenin interjected, "Miss Shen, it is rather unfortunate. We have actually been waiting here for quite some time."
"Oh?"
Shun Ruashi turned to Qin Qingxian in surprise, only to see him smile and say, "Do not heed his words. We haven't waited long at all." He averted his eyes slightly, feeling a touch of discomfort. "Previously, when you were alone at night, I feared that my visit might lead to misunderstandings that could tarnish your reputation." Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi felt a warmth blossom within her heart. She inquired, "Did the young master seek me for something?" "Thanks to you, my leg has improved significantly. I have long wished to express my gratitude in person, yet have not found the opportunity." As she spoke, he extended his hand, and Qin Wenin presented him with an exquisite wooden box. Qin Qingxian accepted it. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Miss Shin will not find it unworthy." Just as Shun Ruashi was about to decline, she heard him add, "It is not a precious gift, but given the immense favor you have bestowed upon me, it would trouble my conscience if you were to refuse it." At his words, Shun Ruashi paused momentarily. Shun Che stepped forward and said, "Since the young master has spoken, I shall accept this on behalf of Ruashi." Qin Qingxian displayed a smile, replying, "That is splendid. Today, the top scholar shines with vigor, truly dazzling. I have heard that you are soon to take up your post at the Hamlin Academy. We shall have to address you as Lord Shun henceforth." Shin Che chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me. Am I to be regarded as spirited for collapsing into Morong-hang's embrace, or for nearly being ensnared by Su Tianling's sack?" It had indeed been a troubling day. After delivering the items, Qin Qingxuan's gaze lingered on Shun Ruashi for a moment before he remarked, "It is getting late. I shall return to the Marquis's residence now." Qin Wenin pushed him gently, and the two prepared to depart. Shun Ruashi interjected, "Wait a moment." She approached and said, "Young master, there are a few words I wish to discuss with you privately." Qin Qingxian nodded. After dismissing those around them, he inquired, "Miss Shin, what is it?" "I have not visited the Wuding Marquis' residence for a personal consultation in several days. Tomorrow, I shall come to the Marquis' residence myself. But I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential." Qin Qingxuan's eyes brightened. "Very well." However, he soon felt puzzled, unsure why this matter needed to be discussed privately with her. Yet she must have her reasons. Once Qin Qingxian had departed, Shun Che asked, "Ruashi, what did you speak of with him?" "I shall personally examine the young master's leg tomorrow," Shun Ruashi replied. Shun Che was taken aback for several seconds. "Ruashi, surely you do not harbor any feelings for Qin Qingxian?" "It is not that second brother speaks harshly. His condition remains uncertain, and you must tread carefully." "Second brother, you are overthinking. My relationship with the heir is entirely innocent. I harbor no unscrupulous thoughts towards him." "Then why must you go in person?" "I find myself somewhat uneasy regarding the heir's legs." Shun Ruashi furrowed her brows, calculating the days. "The recovery seems painfully slow. It strikes me as rather peculiar. Do you suspect foul play?" "Let us hope I am merely being overly cautious." Indeed, she was suspicious, which is why she chose to speak privately with Qin Qingxian. informing him of her intention to visit the following day, requesting discretion to avoid alarming anyone.
With a sigh.
Shun Ruashi was about to board the carriage when a sharp voice called out, Shun Ruashi. Turning, she saw a carriage speeding towards her. Before it had fully halted, Morongyu leaped out. Shun Ruashi's brow twitched. What was this all about? His persistence was suffocating. Without sparing him a glance, she turned to leave. Morongyu caught up to her. Shun Ruashi, stop right there. His face was etched with anger. You truly are something else. Just moments ago, you were enticing King Ling in the palace, and now you are clandestinely meeting with Qin Qingxian. I knew you were intent on severing ties with me. It seems you have already found someone else. Shun Che stepped forward. I am here, and the heir is accompanied by his servants. Our meeting is entirely above board. How can it be deemed clandestine? Shun Ruashi retorted. Second brother, he is blind to the truth. What is the point in explaining anything to him? Let us return home. Stop right there. Tell me, when exactly did you become entangled with those two? Shun Ruashi replied with a single word, leave. Morongyu trembled with fury. Unable to restrain himself, he made a move towards Shun Ruashi. Cold frost intervened, engaging him in combat. Morongyu quickly found himself at a disadvantage, his injured arm powerless against cold frost's strength. Shun Ruashi, compel this insolent wench to release me, or I shall accuse you of grave disrespect. Shun Ruashi approached, her gaze fixed upon his face. At the sight of her eyes, Morongyu felt a stir within him. Just as he prepared to speak, Shun Ruashi extended her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Shun Ruashi, how dare you? What is there that I would not dare? You have harassed me time and again. My refraining from informing the emperor is already a courtesy. Do you wish to push your luck further? You accuse me of harassment. Morongyu exclaimed in disbelief. Shun Ruashi scoffed. Is it not true? Each time. It has been you who sought me out for rebuke. Her gaze shifted to the distance, where Ning Lanxue was being assisted down from a carriage. A smirk playing on her lips. Fourth prince, I implore you to maintain your dignity. We are already divorced. If you continue this relentless pursuit, do you not wish to part with me? Who would lament your absence? Is that so?
Ha!
You behave like a dog, leaping at me whenever you see me. I thought perhaps you regretted our separation. Upon hearing those words, Ning Lanxue paused, her expression exceedingly grim. Morongyu was even more infuriated, exclaiming, What utter nonsense! Just the sight of you irks me. Why would I feel any remorse? Shun Che turned his gaze, saying, Fourth prince, I must speak fairly. Every time you encounter my sister, your eyes seem glued to her. If I had known it would come to this, I wonder why you bothered in the first place. With that, he swiftly climbed into the carriage. Lung Shuang shook off Morongyu and leaped onto the carriage, pulling the reins. The vehicle sped away, leaving Morongyu standing in place, nearly choking with rage. He turned and met Ning Lanxue's tear-filled gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. You should not be out here. The wind is strong. Come inside the carriage, he said, taking the initiative to enter. Ning Lanxue gritted her teeth and followed him inside. Chapter 54. Anger within the carriage. The maid Green Branch knelt beside Morongyu, applying a soothing ointment to his swollen face. Subsequently, she began to tend to the wounds on his arm. Your Highness, the injury on your arm is rather deep. You must refrain from exerting yourself. The wound has reopened and requires rebandaging. Please bear with it. Morongyu glanced at her and casually remarked, You must be newly entered into the manor. Ding Lixian has a discerning eye. Having recruited a maid of both beauty and medical skill, Green Branch felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. This humble servant thanks your highness for the compliment. Ning Lanxue approached and snatched the bandage from Green Branch's hands. You may step outside. His highness has me. With her head bowed, Green Branch exited. Morongyu, puzzled, inquired, Since when did you acquire medical knowledge? This minor task of bandaging I have merely observed and learned. I wish to attend to your highness personally, she replied. No sooner had she finished speaking than Morongyu winced in pain. He was already in a foul mood from earlier frustrations with Shun Ruashi, and now, Ning Lanxue's clumsy handling ignited his irritation.
How are you managing this?
If you cannot bandage properly, do not attempt it. Let someone else take over. If Shun Ruashi were here, she would undoubtedly handle it far better. The thought only heightened Morongyu's agitation. Green Branch, he barked. Green Branch re-entered and efficiently completed the bandaging. Ning Lanxue, having been scolded, was soon in tears, leaning against the carriage window in silence. Observing her distress stirred a conflicting emotion within Morongyu. He lowered his voice. I am not in a good mood today. I may have spoken a bit too hastily. Please do not cry, Ning Lanxue suddenly interjected. Your Highness, do you regret parting ways with Shinruashi? Morongyu was taken aback. What do you mean? From what I have observed, every time you see Shinruashi, you become flustered. Do you still harbor feelings for her? I have never had any affection for her. How could I possibly have lingering feelings? Then why is it that upon seeing her with another man, you lose all sense of reason? Ninglankwitz onger floret. She had endured countless humiliations for him these past few days. Yet, even though Morongyu showed no concern for her, his gaze remained fixed on that wretched Shunruashi. How could she not be incensed? Morongyu was momentarily stunned, then his expression darkened. Lanxue, how have you changed? You used to be gentle, considerate, and understanding, but now you shout at me like a shrew. So, Your Highness, do you still have feelings for Shinruashi or not? I have said there are none. So there are none. If you do not believe me, so be it. Morongyu retorted angrily, then leaned back in the carriage, falling silent. The words Ning Lanxue had just hurled at him gnawed at his mind, deepening his agitation. Upon returning home, Morongyu alighted from the carriage first. His face clouded as he retreated into his chamber. Meanwhile, Ning Lanxue went to the orchid courtyard. It was the first quarrel they had shared after all this time. Once back in her room, Ning Lanxue shattered every cup and dish within reach. Wretched woman. Indeed, she is a wretched woman. Despite the separation, her lingering presence was unbearable. How could she not seek an end to her existence? Ning Lanxue's visage contorted in rage, devoid of any trace of her usual grace and fragility. He Xiang and Lu Ji knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. After a moment, He Xiang mustered her courage. Esteemed concubine, given your condition, it would be unwise to let your temper flare so. With a resounding slap, a stinging blow landed on He Xiang's face. Day after day, your foolishness vexes me. Knowing my state, how dare you not bring me a cup of hot tea? Yet, gazing at the shards scattered across the floor, He Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears. She longed to retort, but dared not utter a sound. Rising, she implored, esteemed concubine, please do not be angry. I shall fetch you tea at once. She turned and fled. Lu Ji remained on the ground, extending her hand to gather the broken pieces. Just as she picked up a few, a foot came down upon her hand. The sharp shards pierced her tender flesh, eliciting a cry of pain.
Ah!
She looked up to meet Ning Lanxue's frigid gaze, her body trembling. Esteemed concubine, have I offended you in any way? I am at fault. Please do not be angry. Do you even comprehend your misdeeds? Ning Lanxue pressed, intensifying her grip. Lu Ji's cries grew more pitiful as crimson seeped from beneath her hand, tears streaming down her face. The young maid, round and endearing, appeared even more heart-wrenching in her sorrow. Ning Lanxue songer intensifiet. She released her foot from the fingers of the girl beneath her and instead kicked her in the chest. LZH was sent sprawling to the side, quickly suppressing her pain to kneel properly. Your Highness, I have wronged you. I was entirely at fault, please.
Do not be angry.
If you wish for my anger to subside, then you ought to mar that deceitful visage of yours. How dare you show such a face to me? What? LZH's face drained of color in an instant. Ning Lanxue sat elegantly in her rose chair, her feet crossed, wearing a look of amusement. Do it yourself. Mar your own face, or tomorrow, I shall have Ding Lexian sell you to the brothel.
No.
Your Highness, I implore you, spare me.
Please.
LZH knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking her head in supplication. Ning Lanxue let out a cold laugh. Are you frightened now? Weren't you quite eager when you were seducing the prince? I did not. I truly did not seduce the prince. LZH's head was already bleeding from her bowing. Yet, Ning Lanxue remained unmoved. She cared not whether it was true or false. After enduring such grievances, if she did not find a few lowly souls to vent her anger on, she feared her health would suffer. Seeing that Ning Lanxue showed no signs of mercy, LZH gritted her teeth, trembling as she picked up a shard of porcelain, slowly bringing it closer to her own face.
Outside.
He Xiang hurried to Ding Lixian to procure a fine set of tea utensils, then hastened towards Lan Yuan. In her haste, she nearly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was Morongyu, and she quickly knelt in fear, begging for mercy. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was dark, and I could not see clearly. I implore your mercy.
Murongyu furrowed his brows. Why are you so flustered? It is the consort. She wishes to have tea. And I came to fetch the tea set. What? Does the orchid courtyard lack even a fine tea set? How are you servants managing your duties? Murongyu felt a surge of anger, then said, Rise. I too am headed to the orchid courtyard. Let us go together. After he had left Ning Lanxue alone and returned to his chamber that evening, he reflected and realized that he had indeed been somewhat neglectful of her today. Feeling a sense of guilt, he decided to visit the orchid courtyard. Heixiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed behind Murongyu as they made their way towards the orchid courtyard. As the two stepped into the courtyard, a piercing scream echoed through the air.
Ah!
Murongyu halted, glancing at Heixiang, whose face had turned pale. What is happening? I do not know. It was fine when I came out. Upon hearing this, Murongyu waved his sleeve and quickened his pace. Upon entering the room, he was met with a scene of chaos. Tables and chairs lay overturned, fragments of cups scattered by the threshold. In the center of the room, Luftsi was on the floor, clutching her face and groaning in agony. Ning Lanxue sat opposite her, looking down with a cold, triumphant smile on her usually gentle face. Lanxue? Murongyu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 55. Uneased Ning Lanxue abruptly lifted her gaze and caught sight of Murongyu at the doorway. A fleeting look of panic crossing her face. She quickly rose to her feet. Your Highness, how? What are you doing? Murongyu interrupted her, his voice sharp with inquiry. Your Highness, please save me, Your Highness. Upon seeing Murongyu approach, LG seemed to grasp at a lifeline. She crawled towards him, raising her head in desperate appeal. Upon witnessing her face, Murongyu's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. The once delicate and radiant visage was now marred, drenched in blood. A grotesque gash snaked from the corner of her eye down to her chin, utterly horrifying. Murongyu pointed at her face, incredulous as he looked at Ning Lanxue. Did you do this? LG was in tears. Your Highness. Your Highness. Ning Lanxue knelt down, her voice trembling.
It is all my fault.
I was in a foul mood today, and, seeing you show favor to LG in the carriage, I grew envious. I returned and questioned her about her intentions. This girl insisted she harbored no ill thoughts, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she took a shard of porcelain and marred her own face to prove her unwavering loyalty. Ning Lanxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of deep remorse. I wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Saying this, she grasped LG's wrist tightly. LG, why are you so foolish? You are my most trusted maid. How could I not believe you? I merely had a slight change in mood today. Meeting Ning Lanxue's misty, tear-filled gaze, LG felt a chilling dread settle deep within her heart. She could not help but tremble, yearning to reveal the truth. However, she sensed Ning Lanxue tightening her grip on her hand, instinctively increasing the pressure. She was being threatened. Luji felt a constriction in her throat, as if ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill spreading throughout her body. She bit her lip, ultimately refraining from uttering the truth. Your Highness, it was my impulsiveness that startled you. As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Lanxue immediately clutched her abdomen. Your Highness, I feel a tightness in my stomach. It is so uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Murongyu grew anxious. He commanded Jinglu, quickly, summon the court physician. Without hesitation, he bent down, lifting Ning Lanxue and placing her onto the bed. She bore his flesh and blood. Nothing must happen to her. The matter of Ning Lanxue's pregnancy was critical. The servants in the manor promptly became agitated, rushing to tidy the room and calling for the physician. Lu Ji stood by, clutching her bloodied face, yet no one paid her any heed. Soon, physician Zhang Qi arrived, carrying his medicinal box. He took Ning Lanxue's pulse. Remaining silent for a considerable time, his brow slightly furrowed. Murongyu was deeply concerned. What was the matter? Zhang Qi rose and addressed him. Your Highness, the side consort is experiencing excessive liver fire, resulting in a disturbance of her pregnancy. She must maintain a cheerful disposition and refrain from any agitation. She needs to rest in bed. A sigh of relief escaped Murongyu. It was a relief to know she was safe. He then turned to Lu Ji, his tone laced with anger. In the future, refrain from recklessly seeking death. Your life is of little value, and you have frightened the side consort, endangering the child she carries. Can you bear the consequences? Green Branch lowered her head. Yes. Ning Lanxue tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, let it be. Do not blame her. This girl is merely impulsive. As long as the child is unharmed, that is what matters. Murongyu waved his hand at Green Branch. You may go. With reddened eyes, Green Branch retreated. Ning Lanxue grasped Morongyu's fingers and whispered, In truth, my anger is not directed at Green Branch, but rather at the fear that your heart may no longer belong to me. Do not entertain such thoughts. I have only you now. If my heart were not with you, where else could it reside? What about in the future? Will there be only me in your life? At her words, Morongyu did not respond directly. Instead, he caressed her face. You should rest well. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare a bowl of bird's nest soup for you shortly. Do not let your mind wander. Confirming that her condition was stable, Morongyu then left with his attendants. As soon as they exited the orchid courtyard, he turned to Jinglu and commanded, Investigate the cause of Green Branch's distress. Yes, Your Highness. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jinglu inquired, Your Highness, do you have feelings for that girl? What nonsense. What is my status to concern myself with a mere maid? A glint of darkness flashed in Morongyu's eyes. I must ascertain whether the injuries on her face are as the side consort described, or if there is something more concealed. He was indifferent to the worthless life of a maid. What truly mattered to him was Ning Lanxue. Recently, some of her actions had taken him by surprise. The memory of that pure, kind, gentle, and considerate woman seemed to drift further away. He needed to ascertain whether the woman he had lavished affection upon at such great cost was truly worthy of it. Within the room, Ning Lanxue cast a languid glance at the trembling He Xiang beside her. Go outside and keep your mouth shut. You know what should and shouldn't be said, correct? I understand, my lady. Please rest assured, I shall speak of nothing. Leave then. Yes, I shall take my leave. He Xiang departed, her spirit seemingly lost. Once she was gone, Ning Lanxue immediately turned to the side where Dr. Zhang stood. Dr. Zhang, what was that look you gave me earlier? Am I truly in danger of losing the child? Upon hearing this, Zhang glanced toward the door, ensuring no one was listening, before lowering his voice. Your Highness, the matter is quite serious. The prince was just here, and I did not dare speak freely. What exactly is happening? The child in your womb is no longer with us. At these words, Ning Lanxue's mind went blank for several seconds. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, it's gone? I feel perfectly fine. How could it just disappear? Please, do not be agitated, Zhang replied, visibly troubled. The fetus, being 3 months along, is often fragile and susceptible to unforeseen circumstances, including the possibility of ceasing development, as may have occurred in your case. You have experienced a miscarriage. A miscarriage? Ning Lanxue was filled with disbelief. But I haven't seen any signs. It is merely a matter of time. Soon enough, you will experience bleeding and will miscarry. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanxue's eyes widened in shock as she leaned against the edge of the bed, her face devoid of color. It's gone. Her child is gone.
No.
Absolutely not. Without this child, she has lost her leverage. Feng Hui already looked down upon her, and she had hoped to give birth to a son to elevate her status, to secure her position through maternal influence. And then there was Morongyu. Ning Lanxue furrowed her delicate brows tightly. In the past, she had believed that Morongyu held some genuine affection for her. However, his current attitude towards that wretched Shen Ruashi left her utterly perplexed. She truly feared he might learn of this matter. How long until I miscarry? This is uncertain. It could be a few days, perhaps half a month, but it should not exceed a month. Very well, I understand. In any case, keep this matter to yourself for now. Zhang Qi nodded. Since the side consort entered the residence, she has treated me with great kindness. Rest assured, I will safeguard the secret. As long as you know. Ning Lanxue retrieved a pair of gold bracelets from her dressing box and handed them over. Zhang Qi's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted them. Thank you, side consort. You may leave now. When you depart, inform Ding Lixian to take care of that vile maid Luaji tonight. Perhaps it is her presence that annoys me and provokes my anger. Only then would she experience a miscarriage. Zhang Qi nodded repeatedly before withdrawing. Ning Lanxue leaned against the bedside, caressing her abdomen, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. This child, if not brought into the world, must not be lost in vain. She was determined to extract the utmost value from it. Chapter 56.
Embarrassment. The following day dawned bright and clear, a splendid day indeed. Within the general's residence, an esteemed guest had arrived. Murong-hung sat gracefully in the pavilion of the rear courtyard, one hand delicately twirling a chess piece, lightly tapping it against the white jade chessboard before him. Opposite him, Shin Tianrong rested his hands on his knees, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling. It seems you have been visiting my humble abode quite frequently of late. Have I? Murong-hung replied with an air of nonchalance. This is only the middle of the month, and counting this visit, you have graced us with your presence 8 times. Shin Tianrong exclaimed. Pray tell. Is that not the case? Moreover, you not only come but also bring gifts, which leaves me quite apprehensive. One does not offer undue kindness without ulterior motives.
Yet.
He would never dare voice such thoughts directly to Murong-hung. Shin Tianrong forced a smile. Your Highness, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave.
What do you propose?
Should the Grand General have affairs to attend to, you may depart, Murong-hung replied, his handsome visage remaining composed. I shall wait a while longer.
Wait?
For what? Shin Tianrong inquired, puzzled. To wait for my son, Murong-hung stated, revealing a surprising persistence. Yet, such steadfastness would yield no fruit. Apart from the impropriety of their association, his son Shin Che hardly exhibited any tendencies that would suggest such inclinations. Grand General, a voice called, interrupting his thoughts. Shin Tianrong looked up to see Murong-hung continuing. Did you not mention you had matters to attend to? It would be best for you to leave promptly. Then I shall take my leave, Shin Tianrong responded, his mind swirling with unspoken concerns. What is this matter? Is it his home, or that of Prince Ling? To be urged to leave by an outsider in one's own abode is quite absurd. As he was about to depart, Shin Tianrong could not help but remind, Your Highness. Prince Ling, Shin Che has recently taken up his duties at the Hanlin Academy and is seldom at the general's residence due to numerous affairs.
With that,
he clasped his hands and turned to leave. Cold Night cast a puzzled glance at Murong-hung. My lord, why does the general mention Master Shin? I am uncertain.
Murong-hung deeply absentee.
As he placed a chess piece, he suddenly caught sight of a veiled woman approaching, carrying a bowl of steaming tea, her waist swaying gracefully. Dressed in vibrant attire and adorned with an array of jade hairpins and crimson ornaments, she appeared rather cumbersome. Stop. Cold Night immediately intercepted her. Are you a maid of the general's residence? I am not a maid. I am a distant cousin of the general's family. I heard that His Highness, Prince Ling, had arrived and I came to serve him tea, she retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone.
Cousin?
Cold Night furrowed his brows, recalling that he had heard of Shin Tianrong's distant relative coming to visit. Could it be this young lady? Knowing my identity, why do you not step aside? Chen Shuangshuang said, somewhat irritated. Noticing that Murong-hung showed no reaction, Cold Night moved aside. Chen Shuangshuang could hardly contain her joy. The prince had been visiting the general's residence frequently of late, and she had long sought an opportunity to approach him, but had found none until today. She held the tea delicately and approached Murong-hung. The closer she got, the faster her heart raced. The man before her possessed a pale complexion and indifferent eyes. Rather than exuding any signs of illness, he emanated an air of aloof nobility that made it difficult to gaze directly at him. With such striking features and esteemed status, even if he were a fleeting spirit, he would still be worth pursuing. Chen Shuangshuang felt a surge of anxiety. Today, she had adorned herself meticulously, donning a veil to cultivate an aura of mystery, hoping to capture Murong-hung's attention. She wondered if he might spare her a lingering glance. Clearing her throat, she spoke with a feigned shyness. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, I bring you tea. As she spoke, she attempted a bashful curtsy towards Murong-hung. However, the weight of the ornate hairpin caused her to lose her balance, and she stumbled. Not only did she fall, but the tea she held also splattered.
Ah!
Chen Shuangshuang let out a shriek. Cold Night swiftly rushed forward and expertly caught the tea before it spilled further. He cast a cold glance at Chen Shuangshuang, relieved that he had been observing this peculiar woman. It was indeed a mishap. Ouch! 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 As the tea splashed onto her hand, she yelped, scrambling to her feet and hopping in place. In her flustered state, the veil was torn away. Upon seeing the face beneath the veil, Cold Night couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. With such looks, was there really a need for pretense? Chen Shuangshuang shook her hand, glaring at the reddened skin. Filled with indignation, she turned her head and glared at Lung Yi, exclaiming, What is the matter with you?
You went to fetch tea, yet neglected to attend to me. Did you not see that I fell? Leng Yi frowned. How audacious. If that tea had spilled on His Highness, the Ling Wang, do you comprehend the consequences? Just as Chen Shuangshuang was about to respond, a flash of tender green fabric caught her eye. Shen Ruoxi, accompanied by Tao Yi and Leng Shuang, approached gracefully. She cast a glance at Chen Shuangshuang, who was foolishly donning a veil from a distance. Initially, she believed Chen Shuangshuang merely sought attention, but she was astonished to find her even more foolish than anticipated. In a gentle voice, Shen Ruoxi addressed, Your Highness, it is the fault of this humble servant for not properly managing the household, allowing the servants to offend you. Please forgive us. However, Chen Shuangshuang became agitated at once. Servants? Cousin, we are relatives. Chen Shuangshuang, you have committed a grave error. Kneel before me. Chen Shuangshuang sprang up in disbelief. What? You wish for me to kneel? Shen Ruoxi, since your return, you have been so overbearing. It is utterly excessive. Shen Ruoxi spoke again, Tao Yi. Tao Yi swiftly approached, forcefully restraining Chen Shuangshuang, then delivered a kick to her knee. With a thud, Chen Shuangshuang knelt upright. Anger flared within her as she lifted her gaze, only to be met by the cold tip of a sword. Leng Shuang held her sword firmly, her chilling gaze rendering Chen Shuangshuang speechless. Shen Ruoxi's voice dripped with sarcasm. Your rudeness nearly harmed His Highness, the Ling Wang. In the palace, you would have long been dragged out and punished with a cane. A staff to death? Is it truly that severe? She hails from the countryside, having languished in the general's estate for so long, and has not truly learned any decorum. Chen Shuangshuang's lips quivered slightly, her complexion devoid of color. She dared not utter a single word. Shen Ruoxi turned her gaze towards Morong Hung, bowing respectfully. Long live His Highness, the Prince of Ling Mission. It is a pleasure to see you again. Murong Heng's expression remained placid, yet his gaze softened. His eyes traveled along her exquisite visage, resting upon her delicate green RU skirt. Ever since their separation, it seemed she had taken a greater liking to such charming hues. Quite delightful. Chapter 57. What are you doing? His Highness the Ling King was startled, and my general's mansion is not entirely composed of such foolish lackeys. Today, it seems, the prince has been entertained by a farce. Shen Ruoxi turned to Taoya, instructing her to fetch the finest tea from the estate to serve to the Ling King once more. The maid acknowledged her command with a crisp reply and hurried off to retrieve the tea. Shen Ruoxi exchanged a few pleasantries with Morong Hung, all the while ignoring Chen Shuangshuang, who knelt quietly to the side. When Taoya returned with the tea, Shen Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Chen Shuangshuang. Chen Shuangshuang,
You may leave now.
go to Xueping to receive your punishment, and from now on, unless I command otherwise, do not appear in Xiaomyun. Chen Shuangshuang attempted to speak, but upon seeing the icy demeanor of the cold-faced attendant beside Shen Ruoxi, she ultimately bit her lip and cast a reluctant glance at Morong Hung before she fled. Leng Yi interjected, Miss Shen, pardon my intrusion, but your so-called cousin is rather unremarkable. Indeed. Both Chen Shuangshuang and her mother were foolish, yet blissfully unaware of their shortcomings. Then, why do you still keep them in the mansion? The time is not yet ripe. Shen Ruoxi replied, a flicker of sharpness gleaming in her eyes. In her previous life, He Rong and Chen Shuangshuang had conspired to harm the general's mansion. In this life, merely expelling them from the estate would be too lenient. Individuals like them, lacking intellect yet harboring lofty ambitions, would inevitably bring about their own downfall. When that time comes, all she would need to do is to provide a gentle nudge. Shen Ruoxi furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Upon regaining her composure, she found Morong Heng gazing at her intently. She straightened her expression. Why are you looking at me like that? I have never seen such a fierce side of you. Are you frightened, King Ling? Hearing her words, a slight smile graced Morong Heng's lips, amused by her remarks. Not at all. I simply find you to possess a unique charm in this demeanor. Such words, uttered from the typically aloof King Ling, were indeed astonishing. Leng Yi, standing nearby, nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. He felt it would be inappropriate to linger any longer. My lord, perhaps I should guard outside, he suggested. Are you still here?
Muzong Hang Ziplit.
Fine. I shall take my leave. As he departed, Leng Yi did not forget to forcibly drag away Leng Shuang, who was eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the pavilion, a gentle breeze wafted through. With autumn's arrival, the weather had turned cooler. and Morong Hang's complexion had noticeably deteriorated in recent days. Shun Rawashi broke the silence. Has King Ling been experiencing any discomfort lately? There are daily inquiries for your well-being at the palace. Morong Hang responded, when we are alone, I have mentioned that you may call me Ah Hang. Shun Rawashi's gaze flickered slightly. She was unaccustomed to such familiarity. Sensing her hesitation, Morong Hang spoke softly, it is of no consequence. When you enter the Eastern Palace in the future, it will not be too late to call me that. His words stirred an inexplicable flutter in Shun Rawashi's heart. Steadying herself, she inquired, what brings you to the general's residence so early today? I am preparing to meet Father Emperor, but I wish to see you first. In the pale depths of Morong Hang's eyes, a subtle flicker of unease passed by. I wish to confirm once more, Shun Rawashi, you truly do not regret marrying me? Not at all, Shun Rawashi replied without hesitation. Do you have feelings for me? Morong Hang inquired suddenly. Shun Rawashi froze momentarily, and then fell into a prolonged silence. Observing her reaction, the heart that had been tightly wounded began to sink slightly. He felt a tinge of self-mockery. What she had offered exceeded his expectations by far. Yet he still yearned for her heart. Was he being too greedy? If I were to say, I should indeed harbor some affection, Shun Rawashi finally spoke. Meeting Morong Hang's slightly bewildered gaze, she felt a flicker of discomfort. She merely reiterated, I believe I hold feelings for His Highness, the King of Wings. Initially, her interest had been born from guilt and heartache stemming from a past life, compelling her to seek out Morong Hang. However, through their time together, she had come to witness a side of him that was seldom revealed, his tenderness, meticulousness, thoughtfulness, and loyalty, which made her genuinely feel the warmth of being loved. Upon reflection, she realized she had developed a certain fondness for her interactions with Morong Hang, even finding herself lost in reason amidst his passionate kisses. It was indeed a flutter of emotions, a budding affection. Although she was uncertain of its depth, she was at least confident in her feelings. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Rawashi sensed that her words might lack sincerity, so she reiterated, if His Highness does not believe me, I can. I trust you. Morong Hang suddenly spoke, and on his face, which resembled the coldness of the bright moon, a gentle warmth emerged. With a smile that was both unrestrained and joyous, he captivated Shun Rawashi, momentarily dazzling her with his striking features. She averted her gaze slightly, clearing her throat to divert the conversation. During this time, I have crafted some incense at home. I shall have Tsang Shuang bring it to you shortly. Lighting it in the hall will provide a soothing effect for the mind and spirit. You can make incense? He inquired, his eyes brightening.
I once learned a bit about it.
Shun Rawashi, to have you as my wife would be my fortune for 3 lifetimes, Morong Hang remarked. Why was I not aware before that His Highness, the Prince of Ling, possesses such a sweet tongue? Sweet or not, you ought to know, he replied. Shun Rawashi responded. It's the first time I've encountered someone so earnestly flirtatious. Outside, Lung Yi stood by the Cheong garden, observing Lung Shuang across from him, and asked, how have you fared while being with Shun Rawashi recently?
Quite well, she replied.
And what do you think of Shun Rawashi as a woman? The young lady is both courageous and resourceful, elegant and charming. In my opinion, there is no one in the capital who can surpass her. Is that truly the case? Lung Yi was taken aback. He leaned closer to Lung Shuang, lowering his voice. It rumored that Shun Rawashi is infatuated with Morong Yu to the point of obsession? Such a sudden transformation seems suspicious, does it not? Lung Shuang glared at him. Who are you calling foolish? You've only been following Shun Rawashi for a short time, and already you're defending her. What kind of enchantment has she cast upon you? Get away. Cold Frost delivered a sharp kick to his knee.
Ouch.
Cold Night clutched his knee, hopping in pain. Observing his grimacing expression, Cold Frost paused momentarily. Did it hurt? What do you think? Are you unaware of your own strength? Cold Night replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Cold Frost cast a sidelong glance at him, and seeing that he did not seem to be feigning, she approached him. Where are you hurt? However, as she drew near, Cold Night suddenly lowered his head and planted a kiss on her cheek. A mischievous smile flickered across his handsome face. Just teasing you. A hint of embarrassment crossed Cold Frost's features, and she swung a punch at him, which he effortlessly blocked with his palm. With a grin, Cold Night retrieved a delicate white jade hairpin from his pocket. A gift for you. Cold Frost glanced at it dismissively. I never wear such trinkets. As a shadow guard, she preferred a pragmatic appearance and had never adorned herself with jewelry. Yet,
Cold Night seemed unfazed by her rejection as he deftly inserted the hairpin into her hair. It looks quite lovely. Cold Frost's eyes flickered, and a faint blush appeared on her typically stoic face. Are you certain? Absolutely. It looks more beautiful than on any other woman. Their gazes locked, filled with tender affection. Cold Night leaned slightly closer, and just as their lips were about to meet, a startled voice interrupted from nearby. What are you two doing? Chapter 58. The medicine is problematic. The two turned their heads and beheld, not far away, Tao Yi, her eyes wide with astonishment, frozen in place. Her large eyes were filled with shock. She had just procured some exquisite by Luo Chun tea and was on her way back when she stumbled upon the scene, nearly causing her heart to cease. Cold Frost's expression stiffened, and instinctively, she delivered a kick that sent Cold Night sprawling.
Ah!
Cold Night cried out, "Are you attempting to murder your own husband?" Cold Frost composed herself and turned to the still dumbfounded Tao Yi. "Why are you walking without making a sound?" Tao Yi retorted, clearly. You two were lost in each other's eyes, entirely oblivious to your surroundings. As she observed Cold Night rising from the ground, a sudden realization struck her. She turned to Cold Frost. "Cold Frost, you mentioned having a beloved last time. Could it possibly be?" "Yes." Cold Frost's face grew slightly uncomfortable. Tao Yi continued, "But how could you be associated with someone by the side of the Ling King?" "Cold Night is my senior brother." Upon hearing this, Tao Yi was enlightened. No wonder their names bore such resemblance. So, it was like this. Regaining her composure, Tao Yi looked at the two before her. You please continue. I shall fetch some tea for the young lady." With that, she made to dash towards the pavilion, only to be halted by Cold Night.
Stop.
Tao Yi was startled. "What is it?" "I merely happened to witness your affair. You wouldn't resort to silencing me, would you?" Cold Night cleared his throat softly. "My master has urgent matters to discuss with Miss Shun, and it is inconvenient for outsiders to intrude at this moment." "Urgent matters?" Tao Yi felt a flicker of doubt. What could possibly require a solitary man and a woman to converse? As she pondered, she caught sight of Shun Ruashi and Murong Heng approaching side by side. Both possessed exquisite beauty, akin to jade branches and crystal trees, reminiscent of begonia blossoms after a rain. Their harmonious presence resembled a pair of exquisite figures from a painting, utterly captivating. Tao Yi instinctively narrowed her eyes, sensing an unusual atmosphere enveloping the two. As they neared, an untrimmed branch protruded from the roadside. Murong Heng naturally reached out to gently push the branch aside for Shinruashi, allowing her to pass unhindered. Their seamless understanding of one another resembled that of a married couple of many years. Tao Ye's body stiffened, and with a thud, the tea basket slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She hastily crouched to retrieve it. "Your Highness, forgive me, miss. I was careless. Why are you so clumsy today?" Shinruashi inquired with a smile. "Get up, the tea leaves Haven tea spilled. But the tea His Highness must depart for pressing matters and shall forego the tea. Please escort His Highness out and bring the incense I previously asked you to prepare as a gift for him."
Yes.
Tao Yi nodded. "Your Highness, please follow me." After acquiring the incense and seeing Murong hang off, Tao Yi swiftly returned to Cheong Garden. Upon entering the room, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Miss, I implore you to speak candidly. Is there something between you and His Highness the Lingwang?" Tao Yi struggled to find the right words. Shinruashi, however, remained remarkably composed. "You shall soon discover the truth," she replied enigmatically.
Soon?
"What shall I uncover? What pressing matter lies ahead?" Tao Ye's curiosity surged. Yet Shun Ruashi maintained her tranquil demeanor, as steadfast as an ancient sentinel. "Tao Yi, kindly organize the medicine box for me. Lung Shuang, please arrange for the carriage. We shall visit the Wooding Hofu." Within the Wooding Hofu, Qin Chengxian sat in the courtyard, instructing servants to prepare the finest tea and delicacies available. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered a thorough cleaning of his quarters and had freshly bloomed hibiscus flowers brought in. The blossoms, in hues of white and pink, adorned the courtyard beautifully. Qin Wenyan observed with intrigue. "Young master, why this sudden display of grandeur? Are we expecting esteemed guests?" "Indeed," Qin Chengxian replied, a hint of mystery in his voice. "Who might it be?" Recalling Shun Ruashi's earlier instructions, Qin Chengxian slightly shook his head. "You will soon find out." As his words faded, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air. It was Lu Qiong, accompanied by Shun Ruashi, making their way toward him. Lu Qiong wore a broad smile.
Miss Shen, what brings you here in person today? As a physician, it is my duty to concern myself with my patients. I should have visited earlier, but circumstances delayed me. I hope the lady will forgive my absence. You are a benefactor of our Wudding Hofu. There is no need for such formalities. Lu Qiong was filled with joy. The court physician had declared that Cheng Xian's leg was improving and his spirits were notably brighter. Shun Ruashi smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze toward Qin Qingxian, who sat in a wheelchair, clad in a pale moonlight-colored long gown. Though he still appeared somewhat frail, his eyes sparkled with vitality, no longer resembling the despondent figure she had first encountered. Your Grace, he said, Miss Shen, please take a seat. Do indulge in some refreshments. No, I have come today to examine your leg, Your Grace. Please allow me to proceed. Thank you for your trouble. A sense of disappointment flickered within Qin Qingxian. He had hoped for a more extended conversation with her. Upon returning to his chamber, he was assisted in settling onto the bed. Shun Ruashi conducted her examination and then smiled. Your Grace, your leg is in quite good condition. After a few more treatments, you should no longer require the wheelchair. Really? Of course. Shun Ruashi turned and added, I possess some additional remedies that I would like to discuss with you and your lady. At her words, Lu Qiong immediately looked toward the others. You may all leave us. The others withdrew, and the room was soon left with only Lu Qiong and Qin Qingxian. Miss Shen, what remedies do you speak of? Lu Qiong inquired. Without directly answering, Shun Ruashi asked, Has your lady been administering the medicine to your grace according to my prescriptions these past few days? Indeed, it has been taken punctually every day. Is there a problem? Miss Shen? A solemn expression crossed Qin Qingxuan's refined features. Shun Ruashi let out a sigh. Madam, there appears to be an issue with the medicine. What? Lu Qiong immediately grew anxious. What sort of problem has arisen? Could it be that someone has poisoned him? Shun Ruashi replied, Indeed, the air has been poisoned, but it is not the work of an outsider. Both you and the heir are aware that I initially employed poison to stimulate his leg nerves during the treatment, followed by an antidote. However, I have now discovered a considerable residue of the poison. If the antidote were taken in the prescribed manner and dosage, such a situation would not have arisen. Lu Qiong promptly responded, The medicine from Chengxian has consistently been administered according to your prescription. Every herb in the formula, its dosage and variety, must be precisely measured. A slight deviation could lead to significant discrepancies in efficacy. The one tampering with it, I suspect, must possess some knowledge of medicine. Chapter 59. Framing upon hearing the news, Lu Qiong's expression suddenly turned icy. She furrowed her brows. Miss Shen, is there any hope for Qingxian's leg? There is hope, but the heir may have to endure some suffering, Shun Ruashi replied promptly. That's all right. As long as I can recover, I can bear any pain, Qin Qingxian interjected immediately. Shun Ruashi nodded and began to lay out her silver needles. I will first alleviate the poison for the heir. A glimmer of concern flashed in her eyes. Had she not arrived in time, just half a month later, the poison would have infiltrated his organs, rendering any remedy futile. Previously, upon realizing Qin Qingxuan's feelings, she had intended to avoid suspicion and refrained from coming in person. Unbeknownst to her, this decision had led to his current plight. Thus, she bore a share of the responsibility. Upon hearing that there was hope, Lu Qiong finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She opened the door and summoned the steward of the estate.
Lu Obao.
Immediately call for the physician Du Yishan and the servants responsible for administering medicine to the heir. Gather them all in the courtyard. Lastly, she added, and summon Su Lingmiao as well. Luo Bao acted swiftly, and soon the courtyard was filled with people. Su Lingmiao arrived late, her pale purple dress fluttering as she anxiously glanced at Lu Qiong. Seeing her face like ice, she ultimately dared not inquire further. Qin Wenin followed closely, nervously grasping Su Lingmiao's sleeve. Mother, what is happening? Why has the lady summoned you to the courtyard? I am not sure. Su Lingmiao clutched her sleeve, a sense of foreboding settling within her heart. She clasped Qin Wenin's hand and said, Wenin, no matter what happens later, do not be afraid. I am here. Qin Wenin gazed at her and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. The door creaked open, revealing Shun Ruashi stepping out. Following her was Leng Shuang, who was pushing the pale-faced Qin Qingxian. Lu Qiong appeared somewhat anxious. Qingxian, you are still weak. You should return and rest. It's nothing. Qin Qingxian lifted his gaze and swept his eyes over the people in the courtyard, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes.
He was determined to witness for himself who among those who had been by his side had betrayed him. Seeing Qin Qingshuan's insistence, Lu Qiong refrained from further protest. She instructed Luo Bao to interrogate the other servants of the residence outside. Then, her gaze hardened as it scanned the individuals standing in the courtyard. The dosage of the medicine the young master takes daily has been tampered with. Who among you is responsible? Step forward now, and you may yet preserve your life. At her words, the crowd stirred restlessly, and one by one, they knelt. Madam, I am wronged. The young master's medicine is always prepared by the house physician Du Yishan. I am merely responsible for brewing it. Indeed, madam. My colleague and I take turns guarding the young master's medicine pot, and we dare not be negligent. I assure you, there has been no mistake. I have served the young master since childhood with utmost loyalty. I swear it. Please, madam, see the truth. The crowd clamored in protest of their innocence, leaving Lu Qiong with a headache. She barked, silence, and then turned her gaze toward Du Yishan, who stood nearby. Du Yishan, you serve as the physician of the residence. And for these past days, you have been attending to Cheng Xian's leg. What do you have to say? Du Yishan, now over 40, has spent 2 decades in the service of the Wu Ding Marquis' household. Due to his lameness, he has been fortunate to receive care from the Qin family, allowing him to lead a decent life. Upon hearing Lu Qiong's words, he immediately replied, Madam, the medicine has all been personally gathered by me, strictly adhering to Miss Shen's prescriptions. There can be no error. If you harbor doubts, you may examine the accounts of Manager Lu. I have consistently procured the medicine from there. The accounts may confirm that you indeed gathered that amount of medicine. Yet who can assure me that it was entirely administered to my son? Madam, please consider this. The gratitude I owe you and the Marquis is immeasurable. If I were to harbor any ill intentions, may the heavens strike me down. Du Yishan's expression was resolute. Moreover, as a man rendered useless, I owe my very existence to the Marquis' generosity. Why would I wish harm upon the heir? I truly have no motive to do so. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong furrowed her brow. Indeed, Du Yishan lacked motive. Yet perhaps he could be acting under someone else's orders? However, throughout all these years, Du Yishan had been steadfast, diligent, and honest, never rumored to have any dealings with others for personal gain. It was precisely due to his unwavering loyalty to the Marquis' family that he was entrusted with the care of Qin Qingshuan's leg. There is no need for Dr. Du to hastily swear an oath, Shin Ruashi interjected gently from the side. Her voice was soft yet carried an undercurrent of unwavering strength. Hearing of Dr. Du's remarkable medical skills, one might wonder why, during these days of treating the young master's leg, he has not discovered that the young master has been poisoned. At this remark, Du Yishan's expression faltered momentarily, his gaze dropping slightly. I presumed it was merely residual medication, a normal occurrence, especially since the young master's leg is improving. I thought. Silence. Lu Qiong interjected with an expression of anger. Du Yishan, having studied medicine since childhood, how could you commit such a grave error? Speak. Were you instructed by someone to act in this manner? Madam, I indeed failed in my duties, yet my intentions were never to harm the young master. Du Yishan knelt upon the ground, supporting his lame leg, and fervently bowed his head before Lu Qiong, his demeanor exceedingly agitated. Seeing that Lu Qiong remained unmoved, he turned to Qin Qingshuan. Young master, I have watched you grow since your childhood, and if I may be so bold, I have no wife or children, and I regard you almost as my own son. How could I harbor thoughts of harming you? Qin Qingshuan furrowed his brow slightly, his face as serene as a clear autumn day, though his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Dr. Du, I place my trust in you. Du Yishan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young master. I trust you, yet you treat me as a fool. Is this how you honor my trust, Dr. Du? Qin Qingshuan's brow tightened, a chill evident in his gaze. You were aware of my poisoning, yet hesitated to disclose it. This is indeed perplexing. Do you believe I am beyond harm, or do you secretly wish for my demise? Du Yishan was taken aback, hastily gesturing in denial. My lord, I sincerely wish for your well-being. How could such thoughts cross your mind? What could possibly be the reason? Qin Qingshuan's tone grew more severe. Despite his current pale complexion and confinement to a wheelchair, the inherent authority of his noble status remained undiminished. If you choose not to speak, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Upon hearing this, Du Yishan felt a twinge of panic. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a hushed tone. My lord, In truth, I am not familiar with the poison used by Miss Shin. At this, Lu Qiong's eyes widened in disbelief.
What do you mean by that?
I do not possess much knowledge regarding poisons.
Du Yishan.
When I summoned you to discuss the prescription, did you not claim to have a considerable understanding of poisons and to be competent in this matter? I lied. In reality, I do not comprehend poison at all. I said that out of fear that the lady and you would deem me useless and lose faith in my abilities, thus never employing me again. Lu Qiong was incensed. For such a trivial matter, you dared to deceive us. Du Yishan, I have offered you considerable support throughout my years in the Wuding Marquette. My lady, I acknowledge my error. Du Yishan's expression was one of deep remorse. I believed that as long as I had Miss Shin's prescription, I could follow it precisely and avoid mistakes. Later, when it was discovered that the young lord had been poisoned, I was uncertain if it was indeed a normal occurrence, and I hesitated to speak up. Having said this, he bowed his head deeply in contrition. I acknowledge my fault. I am unworthy of the young lord and the Wuding Marquette. I beseech you, my lady and my lord, to forgive my transgressions. Lu Qiong's countenance turned ashen. Though filled with anger, she understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to identify the individual who had targeted Qin Qingxian. Lu Qiong turned her gaze. Miss Shen, you previously mentioned that the person who harmed Qingxian possesses some medical knowledge? Indeed, Shen Ruoshi replied in a measured tone. My poison is highly potent. If the antidote is not administered in precise quantities, the young master would immediately sense something amiss. The perpetrator meticulously controlled each dosage of the antidote, ensuring the young master remained oblivious to any significant irregularities. Coupled with Dr. Du's ignorance, this ruse has persisted. Had I not come in person today, it might have reached an irreversible point, leaving both the madam and the young master unaware of the true circumstances. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingxuan's expression grew grave. By that time, he could be beyond saving, and others might even attribute the issue to Shen Ruoshi's treatment, thereby implicating her and potentially souring the relations between the general's residence and the Marquis of Wuding's household. Contemplating this, Qin Qingxuan's countenance darkened further. He then turned his attention to Du Yishan, who lay on the ground. Dr. Du, you have committed a grave error. If you possess any knowledge regarding this matter, now is the time to disclose it. Doing so may spare you from severe repercussions. Otherwise, do not blame the Marquis of Wuding for his ruthlessness.
Du Yishan apparaît fearful.
Young master, I have already stated. I speak nothing but the truth. This incident is my folly. I never harbored any intention to harm the young master. Lu Qiong interjected. During your treatment of Qingxuan's leg, did you encounter any peculiar occurrences? At her words, Du Yishan froze momentarily, his gaze instinctively darting towards Qin Wenin. Lu Qiong's eyes flashed with intensity. Why are you looking at Wenin? Du Yishan trembled slightly and quickly replied, My lady, I did not. I am merely a bit anxious. You need not offer any defense. Even without your words, I harbor suspicions about him. Lu Qiong's voice was frigid. Su Ling Miao and her son are the most likely individuals within this household to harm Qin Qingxian. The Duke of Wuding has only one legitimate son. Should Qin Qingxian perish, Qin Wenyan, the illegitimate child, would undoubtedly be legitimized. Qin Wenyan stood to the side, startled and apprehensive upon hearing this. My lady, do you suspect me of harming the heir? He anxiously glanced at Qin Qingxian. Heir, I assure you, I have merely been frequenting your courtyard more often of late. But it is only because I wish to see you more. After all, you are the only one in this household, besides my mother, who treats me well. Lu Qiong interjected, Your closeness to Qingxian gives you the greatest opportunity to act. But I know nothing of medicine, nor do I recognize any medicinal herbs. Lu Qiong scoffed, You may be ignorant, but your mother is not. Su Ling Miao was once her maid, and is well aware of her medical prowess. She possesses considerable knowledge of poisons. My mother? She would never. Qin Wenyan's eyes widened, his expression fervent. My lady, my mother is gentle, kind, and well-educated. She would never commit such a vile act. Furthermore, she has no grievance with the heir. Why would she wish to harm him? Lu Qiong's brows knitted together, a surge of anger welling within her. Why would she wish to harm Qingxian? I shall tell you, it is because... My lady,
Su Ling Mia interjet ugenti.
Interrupting her words, Madam, you have watched this child grow up. His heart is pure, and he would never engage in such heinous acts. Could it be that you are capable of such deeds? Lu Qiong's eyes glimmered with intensity.
I have heard that you and Du Yishan hail from the same place, which makes you compatriots, does it not? Might it be that you are in collusion, conspiring against Qing Xian? Su Lingmiao immediately shook her head. Madam, I am innocent. Du Yishan hastily denied it as well. Madam, although I share a hometown with the young lady, we are complete strangers, having only met a few times in the manor. How could there be any collusion? Just as he finished speaking, the steward, Luo Bao, approached with a coarse maidservant. He clasped his hands respectfully. Madam, young master, I have interrogated some of the servants outside and uncovered certain clues. As he spoke, he gestured to the maidservant beside him. The maidservant stepped forward. Madam, it pains me to utter these words, but the gravity of the situation compels me to speak. With a glance at Du Yishan and Su Lingmiao, she sighed deeply. Upon seeing the maidservant's expression, Su Lingmiao's delicate face turned pale, devoid of color. The maidservant continued, Madam, one evening not long ago, while I was attending to my duties in the rear courtyard, I suddenly heard sounds from behind the rockery. Curious, I went to investigate. And what I witnessed was truly unspeakable. A pair of shameless individuals were engaged in inappropriate conduct behind the rockery. What astonished me even more was that these two were none other than the young lady and Dr. Du. As her words left her lips, shock rippled throughout the courtyard. The crowd gazed in shock at Su Lingmiao and Du Yishan, a flicker of disdain slowly creeping across their faces. Lu Qiong inquired, Is there any evidence? Indeed. An old woman stepped forward, producing a pair of bracelets from her bosom. After discovering their indiscretions, the young lady implored me to keep the matter confidential. Bestowing these bracelets upon me, I considered it a disgraceful affair, one that would tarnish the reputation of the Marquis's household, and thus I remained silent. Lu Qiong seized the bracelets, casting a cursory glance before her expression darkened further. These were the very bracelets given to Su Lingmiao by the matriarch upon the birth of Qin Wenin, among her few precious possessions that she had always worn.
Now, her ristlei bare.
With a sharp sound, Lu Qiong flung the bracelets before Su Lingmiao. What else do you have to say? Su Lingmiao bit her lip. Madam, it was I who did it. Suddenly, Du Yishan spoke up, his weathered face etched with gravity. Madam, it was I. All of this was my doing. Please do not place the blame on the young lady. Lu Qiong shot him a sidelong glance. What motive do you have to harm Qing Xian? Is it not because Su Lingmiao directed you? She retorted sharply. Su Lingmiao, confess. Did you orchestrate this? If you remain silent, I shall promptly send your son, Qin Wenin, out of the Marquis's residence to be sold into slavery. Madam, I confess. I shall reveal everything. Su Lingmiao knelt on the ground, inching forward on her knees. Madam, it was a moment of folly that led me to attempt harm upon the heir. Thus, I sought to seduce Dr. Du. Madam, I recognize my grave error. I implore you not to take out your wrath on Wen Yan. Chapter 60. Confession. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qiong sprang to her feet and delivered a sharp slap across Su Lingmiao's face. Wretched servant. I knew this matter was connected to you. Miss. Du Yishan exclaimed in shock, swiftly enveloping Su Lingmiao in his embrace. Witnessing the swelling on her cheek, his eyes brimmed with concern. He then turned and bowed repeatedly before Lu Qiong. Madam, it is all my fault. I have long been enamored with Miss, and I am aware she has yearned to vindicate her son. In a bid to win her favor, I took it upon myself to act in this manner. Everything is my own doing. I implore you to spare Miss. Shan Ruashi observed the two, her expression subtly restrained. To her surprise, Du Yishan had genuinely devoted himself to Su Lingmiao. Yet, what of the latter? Su Lingmiao knelt on the ground, utterly oblivious to Du Yishan,
Who was bowing his head until it bled.
Instead, her gaze was fixed, dazed, upon Qin Wenyuan. The 11-year-old boy stood nearby, pale-faced, as he absorbed the unfolding scene. His disbelief evident as he turned to Su Lingmiao. Mother, is this true? Did you truly entice this unremarkable man and engage in such deeds? Su Lingmiao's eyes flickered, her face betraying a flush of shame. Observing this, Qin Wenyuan took a step back, his eyes instantly reddening. Lu Qiong's voice sliced through the air. Du Yishan and Su Lingmiao have engaged in illicit conduct, attempting to harm the heir. Deliver both to the Dali Temple for rigorous interrogation. At her words, Du Yishan grew even more frantic. Madam, I beseech you, spare Mrs. Life. This entire situation is a result of my own recklessness. It is I. Madam. Qin Wenyuan knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face.
I am aware that my mother has committed a grave sin, madam. I am willing to bear the blame for her. Please spare her. As he spoke, he continued to bow deeply. Wen Yuan. Su Ling Miao swiftly pulled him into her embrace. She bit her lip, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Mother, I am sorry for you. It is my fault. It is her fault. She should not have taken advantage of the Marquis's drunkenness all those years ago, allowing her son to live a life shrouded in shame as an illegitimate child. She has wronged Qin Wen Yuan. Therefore, let her atone for her sins. It is the fault of the mother, and she shall bear it alone. No, I have grown up alongside my mother for all these years. She has cared for me with such affection, protecting me from harm. In winter, she would endure frostbite to make shoes for me, and in summer, she would fan me through the night to shield me from mosquitoes. You are the best mother in the world. Qin Wen Yuan's voice trembled. The mother and son clung to one another, their cries echoing in despair. Lu Qiong furrowed her brow, her expression turning cold. Had she known this day would come, why did she act as she did in the beginning? Su Ling Miao, for the sake of her son, could she truly scheme against another's child? Mother. Qin Chengxian spoke up. Spare Su's life. Lu Qiong frowned. Chengxian? Qin Chengxian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Qin Wen Yuan. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Wen Yuan is innocent. He is the illegitimate son of the Marquis's household, shrouded in secrecy, devoid of a father. His greatest reliance rests upon Su Ling Miao. Should Su Ling Miao perish, he would be utterly alone. Your Highness. Qin Wenyan's countenance brightened. He hastily bowed deeply to Qin Chengxian, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. As he spoke, he joyfully tidied Su Ling Miao's disheveled hair. Mother, this is wonderful. Your Highness. Su Ling Miao turned to gaze at Qin Chengxian, her eyes brimming with remorse and gratitude. Unable to restrain herself, she gently wiped away her tears. Lu Qiong flicked her sleeve with determination. Dui Shan attempted to harm the prince. Such a crime warrants execution. Luo Bao, take him away and have him draft a confession for the Ministry of Justice. As for the Su family, escort them to the back courtyard for further deliberation. Dui Shan's lips trembled, and upon hearing that Su Ling Miao could be spared, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. He hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiong. Thank you, madam. Thank you. I confess I accept my guilt. If only Su Ling Miao could be saved, my own death would be inconsequential. After Dui Shan was dragged away, Su Ling Miao found herself confined in the woodshed of the back courtyard. Once the matter concluded, Lu Qiong turned to Shinruashi. Miss Shun, I apologize for the unsavory events that have transpired in the residence. Your methods are formidable, madam. I admire your decisiveness, Shinruashi replied slowly. I too bear some responsibility in this affair. Had I come personally, the prince would not have had to endure such tribulations. Indeed, it is the lax discipline of the Marquis's residence that has allowed those with ulterior motives to exploit the situation. Fortunately, your arrival today has turned potential calamity into safety. Lu Qiong sighed, then scrutinized Shenruashi carefully before suddenly smiling. Miss Shun, I have something to say that may come as a surprise. Please do not hesitate, my lady. Miss Shun, if you are willing, I would like to adopt you as my goddaughter. In the future, Cheng Xian will be your elder brother. What do you think? She affectionately grasped Shun Ruashi's hand. To be frank, through our recent interactions, I feel a deep affinity with you. If you agree, I will have an additional daughter, and you will be free from any gossip when visiting the Marquis's residence. Before Shun Ruashi could respond, Qin Chengxian interjected immediately. That is out of the question. He added, Mother, Miss Shun is the legitimate daughter of the General's household and already has 2 elder brothers. My presence as an additional brother is unnecessary. Lu Qiong was taken aback, but quickly recovered, laughing. Then I have overstepped. Miss Shen, let us consider this conversation as if it never took place. Shun Ruashi replied. If the lady feels a connection with me, you may call me Ruashi. Very well. Ruashi, Lu Qiong agreed. Qin Chengxian suddenly spoke up. So, may I call you by your name directly? Shun Ruashi maintained her calm demeanor. I find that I connect with the young master, as if we are longtime friends. It seems the young master shares the sentiment. Thus, addressing me by my name is entirely appropriate. Friends, you say? Qin Chengxian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He then inquired, Shun Ruashi, did you find the pine smoke ink I gifted you last time to your liking? He had specifically inquired and learned that Shun Ruashi, while in the pavilion, had a penchant for traditional painting. Thus, he presented her with a treasured ink. An imperial ink of exceptional rarity. Shun Ruashi remarked, the ink gifted by the heir is splendid, but alas. I seldom engage in painting these days and truly have no use for it. I have bestowed it upon my second brother, who treasures it dearly. I have expressed my gratitude to the heir on his behalf. She had given it to Shun Che? Qin Chengxian felt a tinge of disappointment, yet managed a smile. As long as she is pleased. Shun Ruashi continued, your leg has healed, my lord. You ought to rest more. The lady of the house still has domestic matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. After bowing, Shun Ruashi departed with Tao Yi and Leng Shuang. Once they left, Lu Qiong turned her gaze towards Qin Chengxian, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chengxian, could it be that you harbor feelings for Shun Ruashi? Chapter 61. My misery. Qin Chengxian remained silent, his gaze quietly following the direction in which she had departed. His expression conveyed everything. Only after she had vanished from sight did he retract his gaze. He spoke softly, I possess affection, yet it seems she is indifferent. Lu Qiong was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but laugh. Oh, my dear child, after all these years, it is evident that you have someone dear to your heart. If you truly cherish her, I shall ask your father to propose to her at the general's residence tomorrow. That would not be prudent, Qin Chengxian replied, shaking his head. Since she harbors no feelings for me, it is premature to propose. I shall wait a while longer. As he pondered, a strong desire to rise surged within him. Setting aside the fact that she currently held no affection for him, he felt unworthy of her altogether. When Shun Ruashi exited the marquis's residence, she observed the household servants escorting the disheveled Du Yishan, preparing to take him to the Ministry of Justice. Du Yishan, dragging his injured leg, was roughly shoved by several men. He stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, only to be heftily pulled back up. Upon spotting Shun Ruashi, his eyes brightened, and he suddenly called out to her, Miss Shun. Shun Ruashi turned around, witnessing Du Yishan struggling to retrieve a jade bracelet from his sleeve. He extended it toward her. Miss Shun, if my cousin were still alive, could you please deliver this to her? I have long wished to give it to her, yet I feared she might disdain it. Now, if I do not offer it, I may never have another chance. Tears brimmed in Du Yishan's eyes. Before, when facing the prospect of being sent to the Ministry of Justice by Lu Qiong and impending death, he did not shed a tear. Yet now, upon the mention of Su Lingmiao, he is overtaken by sorrow. It seems he has truly been touched by genuine feelings. Shun Ruashi extended her hand to accept the jade bracelet. If I have the chance to see her again, I will convey your message. Thank you. I am deeply grateful. Du Yishan's eyes brimmed with gratitude before he was pushed away by others. Shun Ruashi then boarded the carriage waiting at the entrance. She gazed at the jade bracelet in her hand before tucking it into her sleeve. She then instructed Leng Shuang, please visit the newly opened Wu's spice shop in the northern part of the city. I wish to purchase some spices to take home. Yes, miss, Leng Shuang replied, guiding the carriage forward at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, within the palace, Murong Hang sat in the Qianyuan Hall, waiting. After a brief moment, he finally caught sight of a figure adorned in bright yellow entering the hall. Emperor Rinjing, clad in a golden dragon robe embellished with 5 claws, hurried his steps.
항해야.
Have you been waiting long? Not long at all, just a quarter of an hour, Murong Hang replied. Did father visit the imperial study to see Prince Rong, Sucheng? Indeed. Emperor Renjing paused momentarily before continuing, let us not speak of it. It is yet another incident instigated by Su Tianling, and this time it has escalated absurdly. At the last banquet, she actually attempted to abduct Shin Che, who is none other than the top scholar of the current dynasty.
Shenke?
If it weren't for Manhwa's timely intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. I have commanded Su Tianling to personally visit the general's residence to apologize and to receive 20 lashes as punishment. Murong Heng, the Prince Rong has always cherished this daughter. Would he truly be willing to part with her? You have hit the nail on the head. Emperor Renjing's countenance darkened. This punishment is already lenient enough. Yet today Su Xin came to say that Su Tianling has fallen ill and cannot leave her quarters. He sent the servants from the manor to the general's residence to offer an apology on her behalf, claiming that Su Tianling is aware of her transgressions and asking me to absolve her of punishment. The more he pondered, the angrier Emperor Renjing became. He extended his hand and struck the armrest of the dragon throne. Wang Difu immediately stepped forward to present him with a cup of tribute tea. Your Majesty, please calm your temper. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Morong Hang's eyes. What is Father Emperor thinking? Emperor Rinjing sipped his tea and sighed. Although Su Tianling has acted excessively, she ultimately did not commit a grave error. Moreover, the Su family has rendered exceptional service. When I ascended the throne, Su Sheng contributed significantly, and now he has personally come to plead on my behalf. It would be inappropriate for me to impose a harsh penalty on Su Tianling. Father Emperor's considerations are valid, yet this action may dishearten the general's residents. I shall instruct the head of the Hamlin Academy to offer more guidance to Shin Che. And furthermore, Su Sheng has assured me that he'll confine Su Tianling at home for reflection. Father Emperor is benevolent. Morong Hang coldly uttered 4 words, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet the chill in his gaze remained unmitigated. Presently, Su Sheng's merits overshadow the emperor's authority, and Emperor Renjing can no longer suppress him. Such occurrences have transpired multiple times. However, excessive benevolence, at times, is not a virtue for a sovereign. By the way, Hanger, what brings you here today? Emperor Rinjing recalled the matter at hand. Coincidentally, his father also wished to discuss something with him. Your Majesty, please speak first, Morong Hang replied. You mentioned previously that you have someone in mind. I would like to inquire if the one you favor is Shun Ruashi? Upon hearing this, Morong Hang held the porcelain cup and affirmed, indeed. Is it truly her? Emperor Rinjing was taken aback, and then his brows furrowed with a hint of concern. Shin Ruashi is not entirely compatible with you. How can she be incompatible? She is the daughter of the Grand General, Morong Hang countered. However, she is a divorced woman, the emperor remarked. Yet I am destined for a short life, the prince replied. Do not speak such nonsense, Hanger. There are no absolutes in this world, and with so many renowned physicians, it is possible that someone could heal your condition, Emperor Rinjing said. Morong Hang remained silent and instead expressed, whether you agree or not, if you do not consent, I shall spend my life in solitude. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow, revealing a look of desolation. With poor health, a short life, and loneliness, my plight is truly miserable. The emperor pressed his hand to his forehead. After a pause, he relented. Very well, Hanger. If you genuinely wish to marry Shin Ruashi, your father will not stand in your way. Morong Hang immediately rose to his feet. I am grateful, Your Majesty. I humbly ask for your blessing to wed Ruashi. Do you intend to marry her now?
Yes.
Morong Hang looked up, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features. In truth, I came here today precisely for this matter. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Emperor Rinjing shook his head. Shun Ruashi had recently undergone a divorce, and her previous union was with Morong Yu. Bestowing her a new marriage at this juncture would likely invite public scrutiny. Morong Hang raised his gaze, and the amber depths of his eyes revealed a glimmer of coldness. A slight smile graced his lips. I am indeed curious to see who would dare to voice their objections. Observing his resolute demeanor, Emperor Rinjing found it difficult to interject. Although he believed Shin Ruashi to be an unsuitable match, it was the first time in many years that Morong Hang had shown genuine affection. Thus, he deemed it appropriate to support his son's desires. Very well, I shall select an auspicious date to grant your union, allowing Shin Ruashi to become your concubine.
Concubine?
Morong Hang chuckled softly. Father, what I offer Shin Ruashi is the esteemed position of a principal wife, and there shall be none but her. Emperor Rinjing was taken aback. He drummed his fingers upon the armrest of the dragon throne before speaking slowly. Your decision will undoubtedly provoke unfavorable commentary, which may be detrimental to you, Hanger. I believe you should reconsider this matter. My heart is resolute, and I have expressed all I wish to convey. I implore you to reflect upon it, Father. With that, he performed a respectful bow. Father, I take my leave. With a flick of his sleeve, the dark robe cut a sharp arc through the air. Morong Hang turned and strode toward the palace exit. Upon reaching the door, he encountered Su Luo approaching with a retinue of palace maids. Chapter 62, A More Suitable Candidate Huang? A gentle smile graced her dignified face. I heard today that you visited the palace. Your aunt was just thinking of meeting you. As she spoke, she extended her hand. Yu Ji presented an exquisite food box from the side. Su Luo took it and offered it to Morong Hang. You used to adore the pastries Aunt made. Do have a taste. Morong Hang glanced at the food box but did not take it. Yu Ji could not resist urging him. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager was eager to prepare these for you upon hearing of your visit today. She was rather hurried and even scalded her fingers. Yu Ji. Su Luo shot her a disapproving look, causing Yu Ji to immediately fall silent.
Morong Heng observed the fingers holding the box. Did Aunt injure herself? It is not an injury, merely a slight burn. Those around her are making a fuss over nothing. Since I reside in the Eastern Palace, if Aunt wishes to make pastries, she may send them over. There is no need for such haste. Indeed, Aunt understands. Su Lua replied with a smile, shaking her head. This child claims to dwell in the Eastern Palace, yet he has been elusive of late. It has become quite difficult to see him. Murong Heng reached out to take the food box, his slender fingers lifting the lid. Inside lay an assortment of pastries, all of his favorite flavors. He picked up a osmanthus cake and took a bite. The taste was delightful. Aunt's culinary skills had indeed improved. If you enjoy them, do come to visit Aunt more often. Very well. Murong Heng nodded slightly, then handed the food box to the attendant behind him, Leng Yi, and departed. Su Luer also stepped into Qianyuan Hall. Upon seeing her cheerful demeanor, Emperor Renjing inquired, "What brings such joy to the Empress today?" She replied with a smile, "I just encountered Hunger outside the hall, and he praised the pastries I made, complimenting my culinary skills." The Emperor chuckled. "I thought it was something significant. It turns out Hunger merely lauded you." A hint of a smile graced Emperor Renjing's face as he continued, "Do you know why Hunger came to seek me today? Your Majesty, please enlighten me." "Hunger desires my blessing for marriage." At this, Su Luer expressed her surprise. "Marriage? Which esteemed young lady does he wish to wed?"
Shinrawashi.
"Shinrawashi, you say?" Su Luer slightly furrowed her brow. It was unexpected yet somewhat anticipated, for she had sensed something during their last outing at the racetrack. She gently inquired, "What is your opinion on this matter, Your Majesty?" After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Renjing responded, "If Hunger wishes to marry Shinrawashi, do you think I should acquiesce?" Su Luer, playing with the beads in her hand, replied thoughtfully, "From a public standpoint, Hunger's decision seems ill-advised. Marrying a woman who has recently divorced the fourth prince would undoubtedly invite scandal and tarnish their reputations. However, from a personal perspective, Hunger has finally found someone who stirs his heart. As his parents, it would be somewhat cruel to obstruct his happiness." Emperor Renjing nodded in agreement. "What the Empress says aligns perfectly with my own considerations." Su Luer responded, "If Hanger truly wishes to marry, I believe it would be prudent for His Majesty not to impede this desire. I have watched this child grow. He has always possessed a cool demeanor, seemingly inaccessible to others. Should he find someone who understands his temperament, it would indeed be a fortunate occurrence." Suddenly, Emperor Renjing turned his head, a smile gracing his lips. His gaze filled with curiosity. "Did you not once wish for Wansiyu to wed Hanger?" "I did entertain such thoughts previously, for Wansiyu has long harbored affection for Hanger. I envisioned bringing the two together. However, now that Hanger has found someone he truly admires, I see no reason to force matters." The Empress genuinely considers Hanger's well-being. Emperor Renjing cast a fleeting glance her way, then lightly tapped the armrest beside him, falling silent. Observing this, Su Luer hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Does His Majesty have another opinion on the matter?" Emperor Renjing's gaze deepened, a glimmer of insight shining through. "In truth, I have a suitable candidate for Hanger's future consort." He spoke slowly. "Lin Xiui, the daughter of Grand Tutor Lin Wei, is far more fitting than Shinrawashi." Su Luer lowered her eyes. "Does His Majesty imply?" Suddenly, Emperor Renjing remarked, "It seems Hanger has not yet encountered Lin Xiui. He should have crossed paths with her at court banquets, though he may not have taken notice. Then let us ensure he does." Emperor Renjing continued, "Lin Xiui is not only intelligent and graceful but has also attracted the attention of countless noble suitors in the capital. Yet, she remains unwed, as Grand Tutor Lin has mentioned that she holds Hanger in high regard, which is why she is yet to marry. Perhaps if Hanger were to meet her, she would find her even more agreeable. Lin Taifu was once my companion in study and has shared a bond with me since childhood. If Hanger were to forge a connection with her, it would indeed be a delightful affair." Having said this, he slightly turned his head towards Su Luer and stated, "Empress, I entrust this matter to your capable hands. I recall that in a fortnight, it shall be your birthday, which presents a perfect opportunity for Hanger to become acquainted with Lin Xiui." Su Luer acquiesced. This humble servant obeys. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Lua returned to her residence in Changqiu Palace. As she walked along the path, a weary sigh escaped her lips. Yuji inquired with concern, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" "It is nothing, merely a sense of fatigue from sitting for too long," she replied. Yuji supported her, and after a moment, could not restrain her curiosity. "Your Highness,
I do not quite understand. Shen Tianrong shares a favorable relationship with His Majesty. Marrying his daughter as the princess consort seems no different than marrying Lin Taifu's daughter, does it? It is indeed different, Su Luer chuckled lightly. For Lin Taifu bears no military power. Yu Ji was momentarily taken aback, then hesitated before responding. I comprehend, yet I still find myself somewhat puzzled. The intricacies of the harem and the court are deeply intertwined. Some matters are best grasped in part, without delving too deeply. Su Luer gently played with the prayer beads in her hand, her eyes shimmering with a soft glow. In this lifetime, my only wish is for my children to be safe and prosperous. After Shun Ruashi departed from the Marquis's estate, she proceeded to the apothecary, meticulously selecting various aromatic ingredients. By the time she completed her selection, the sky had already begun to darken. As she was about to return in the carriage, a sudden sight caught her attention. A group of officials had encircled the apothecary across the street, blocking the path ahead.
Shen Ruoji commanded, Tao Ye.
Go and inquire about the situation. Tao Yi disembarked and, after a brief moment, hurried back. Miss, I have learned that the apothecary is being interrogated by the officials, who demand the account books for the medicinal materials supplied to the heir of the Wooding Marquis. Shan Ruashi's mind raced as she connected the dots. Is the owner of this apothecary surnamed Liu?
Tao Ye nodded in affirmation.
With this revelation, Shan Ruashi felt a sense of certainty wash over her. It appeared that Dewey Shan had sourced his medicines from this very establishment. The official's inquiry likely aimed to ascertain the existence of any other accomplices. Let us wait, she decided, remaining seated in the carriage, holding the jade bracelet gifted by Dewey Shan, examining it closely. Unbidden, her mind drifted back to the events that transpired within the Marquis's residence earlier that day. The more she reflected, the more she sensed an underlying disquiet. Once the officials departed, she alighted from the carriage and made her way to the apothecary. Chapter 63. The enigma's several apprentices were diligently organizing the medicinal herbs when they noticed her arrival. What medicine does this young lady require? They inquired. Where is your shopkeeper? She replied. At this, a middle-aged man, who had been busy with an abacus, looked up. Upon catching sight of Shun Ruashi's exquisite beauty and gentle demeanor, his expression softened slightly. Are you seeking me, young lady? The shopkeeper. I have just learned that the officials have come to investigate the accounts related to the Duke of Wooding. I wish to ask you a few questions. The shopkeeper, Liu, immediately narrowed his eyes. What do you wish to inquire about? Fear not, I am quite familiar with the Duchess of Wooding. She sent me here, and she is aware that this matter does not concern you. I merely wish to clarify some details with you, she reassured him. Hesitating for a moment, Liu finally said, Speak your mind. The court physician, Du Yishan, stated that all the medicine for the young master was sourced from your shop. Did Du Yishan come personally for the medicine? Not quite. Dr. Du has difficulty with his mobility. He has always sent someone else to collect the medicine, Liu replied. Shun Ruashi inquired, Is that so? Can you describe the appearance of the person who collected the medicine? To her surprise, Liu shrugged. The individuals who come for the medicine vary each time. I cannot recall every detail. However, they appeared quite ordinary, likely being apprentices of Dr. Du. He paused and continued, though. There was one individual who came to collect the medicine that was rather unusual. Shun Ruashi, intrigued, asked, What made that person so uncommon? The visitor was a rather refined young man, his demeanor and conduct exuding an air of cultured elegance, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary servant. Rather, he resembled a scion of a prominent family, leaving a lasting impression on me. Shun Ruashi inquired, Was that young man around 11 or 12 years of age, possessing a handsome visage, with a mole beneath the right corner of his eye? Indeed, do you know him? Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi nodded and subsequently asked, Did he exhibit any unusual behavior while collecting the medicine? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and replied, Not at all. That young gentleman was exceptionally courteous, attentive, and astute. He even reminded us to ensure our accounts were accurately recorded. It was he who pointed out that a few coins of red peony were missing, a detail overlooked by the new apprentice who was attending to him. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat perplexed. Miss, why do you inquire about this? Oh, it is of no consequence. Thank you for your candidness, Shun Ruashi smiled, before taking her leave with Tao Yi and Leng Shuang. As soon as they exited, she hastily ascended the carriage. Leng Shuang turned back to the Ho residence. At the Ho residence, the atmosphere was dim and somber. The secluded rear courtyard was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the flickering glow of 2 candles. A shadow glided through the night, gently making its way to the backyard. With a soft creak, the door to the firewood room swung open. A faint light spilled in, rousing the occupant within. Su Ling Miao, somewhat disheveled, lifted her head, her senses heightened. Who is it? The door was swiftly shut, and soon after, a candle was lit within the firewood room. Qin Wennin's delicate and serene visage emerged under the light. Su Ling Miao's expression brightened with joy. Wennin. Mother. Qin Wennin approached her, and then knelt down. Su Ling Miao, in a state of urgency, asked Wennin, "Has the lady released me?" Qin Wennin did not respond directly. Instead, she expressed, "Mother, I am grateful to you today for shouldering all the blame on my behalf." Su Ling Miao was taken aback, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She sobbed, "Wennin, I have long warned you not to harm the heir. Shouldn't we, mother and daughter, live peacefully in the Marquis's residence? The heir treats you so well, and with your intelligence, you are bound to succeed in due time." "That is not the same," Qin Wennin interrupted. "Mother, the heir is ultimately the heir, while I am merely a nominal cousin, dependent on the generosity of the Marquis's household for my future. Despite being Qin Kuang's son, why should my treatment differ so drastically?" Su Ling Miao lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow welling in her eyes. "It is all my fault. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the Marquis's inebriation all those years ago. It was I who brought this upon you, making you a bastard. Indeed, it is your fault. Therefore, mother, it is only right that you bear this burden for me today." At these words, Su Ling Miao's complexion paled slightly. Deep down, she felt remorse towards Qin Wennin. Yet, hearing him directly attribute blame to her left her heart trembling with coldness. "But mother, I truly did not expect you to submit to that cripple, Duishan." A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Wennin's eyes. Su Ling Miao whispered softly. At that moment, he discovered that the air was poisoned and was eager to inform the lady. However, fearing that she might uncover the truth and put herself in danger, he hesitated. "I understand that mother acts out of concern for me, yet I feel unworthy of her efforts. For your sake, mother's sacrifices are entirely justified." Su Ling Miao grasped his hand and said, "Thankfully, Duishan did not utter a word today. Wenyuan, it is a relief that you are unharmed." Qin Wenyuan scoffed. "I had observed him glancing in your direction upon entering the estate, initially mistaking his interest for mere lust. Little did I know he was genuinely smitten. Yet, he is hardly deserving of such feelings. It is truly repulsive." Su Ling Miao remained silent, her thoughts drifting to the various ways Du Yishan had defended her today, stirring a complex emotion within her. She spoke softly. "In truth, Dr. Du is not a bad person. Are you feeling sympathy for him?" "No." Su Ling Miao shook her head. She merely thought that Du Yishan is also a pitiable soul. With a sigh, she continued, "Now that the lady has spared me and you are safe, Wenyuan, please refrain from harboring any misguided intentions. Let us reside peacefully in the Wooding Marquis's residence and live our lives well, shall we?"
Indeed.
"I should not entertain such thoughts at this moment." Upon hearing this, Su Ling Miao felt a sense of relief. Yet, she soon heard Qin Wenyuan say in the future, "We must plan with greater meticulousness. It appears that I am still too naive and may have disappointed that esteemed individual." A shadow of gloom, uncharacteristic of his youth, passed over Qin Wenyuan's handsome face. He had calculated quite well. With Qin Qingshuan's demise, the position of the heir was left vacant, presenting him with a splendid opportunity. Moreover, he could deftly shift the blame onto Shinruashi, inciting discord between the general's residence and the Marquis of Wooding's household, thereby furthering the agenda of that esteemed individual. Yet, to his dismay, Shinruashi unexpectedly appeared without a word, thwarting his plans entirely. Su Ling Miao furrowed her brow. "Wenyan, at this juncture, you must tell mother the truth. Who exactly is this esteemed figure you have entangled yourself with? This matter is one mother need not be privy to. In the game of power, one must risk peril to achieve greatness. I refuse to live in such a subservient manner, mother. I shall certainly contest for the position of heir." Wenyan. Su Ling Miao, seeing that she could not persuade him, felt a pang of anxiety. "Today you have escaped by mere fortune, but such luck cannot be relied upon repeatedly. Be obedient and remain in the Marquis's residence. Mother will always be by your side." Qin Wenyan, however, appeared to find her words amusing. "Mother, have you lost your senses? You are now the perpetrator of the prince's murder. How could you possibly remain in the Marquis's household?" Chapter 64. Despair. Su Ling Miao's heart sank.
What about me?
Today, when the Lord returned, I overheard the conversation between him and the lady. They plan to send you to the countryside estate. Mother, you must understand that those who go there have committed grave mistakes. Once they enter, they become criminals for life and can never escape. Upon hearing this, Su Ling Miao's expression froze momentarily. She bit her lip. At least you are still alive. Although you may not be able to leave, if you ever miss me, you can come to see me. Qin Wenyin stared at her in silence, and then seemed to let out a sigh. Mother, you are truly naive. Su Ling Miao felt somewhat puzzled by his words. In the next moment, she heard Qin Wenyin say, Mother, you cannot survive. Su Ling Miao's mind went blank for a few seconds. She widened her eyes.
Wenyin, what do you mean by that?
If you become a criminal, then my life is also ruined. I would be unable to take the imperial examination, let alone pursue an official career. How could I aspire to achieve anything? Qin Wenyin sighed again.
Today,
I barely managed to protect you, preventing the lady from turning you over to the authorities. I thought we could escape the fate of being criminals, but who would have thought that in the end, you would still be condemned? Su Ling Miao felt as if something within her had collapsed. Trembling, she said, You pleaded with the heir today. Was it merely to prevent me from becoming a criminal, so as not to implicate you? Of course. It is not only that. You are my mother, and I sincerely wish for you to live. Then why do you want me to die now? Qin Wenyin pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The flickering candlelight cast a sharp arc across one side of his face. His handsome features bore an expression so calm it bordered on indifference. After a long moment, he spoke slowly, Mother. If you were alive, my life would be utterly ruined. Would you wish to witness such a fate? As he spoke, Qin Wenyin reached out and removed the golden hairpin from Su Ling Miao's head, placing it gently in her hand. His voice was low. Mother, please grant me this. When he was born, the matriarch had gifted him a gold lock. Later, at the age of 5, he had pawned that lock to exchange for this very hairpin for Su Ling Miao. When the youthful Qin Wenyin had presented the hairpin to her, she had wept and laughed, holding him tightly, repeatedly calling him her dear son. This hairpin had been one of the few rays of light in her bleak and hopeless existence. Yet now, Qin Wenyin intended to use it to end her life. Su Ling Miao trembled, tears streaming down her face. Her heart felt desolate, overwhelmed by a profound despair that weighed heavier than the thought of facing a death sentence. It pressed down on her, nearly suffocating her. Qin Wenyin called out again, Mother. Su Ling Miao snapped back to reality, turning to look at the young man before her. Slowly, she reached out, caressing his face, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Is it that if Mother were to die, you would live better? Qin Wenyin fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Su Ling Miao managed a sorrowful smile, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her youngest son, the one she cherished deeply, now demanded her life in exchange for his future, since he wished for her demise. Su Ling Miao abruptly raised her head and seized a golden hairpin. With gritted teeth, she plunged it fiercely into her throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Some droplets splattered onto Qin Wenyuan's brow, causing his pupils to tremble momentarily before returning to their usual state. Su Ling Miao's eyes widened in despair and excruciating pain, forcing her to clutch Qin Wenyuan's sleeve tightly. A rasping sound emanated from her throat, as if attempting to utter a final lament. Yet, only an increasing flow of blood surged forth. Her gaze remained fixed, hollow and despondent, upon the shadowy ceiling above. The light in her eyes gradually faded. In the dim, desolate woodshed, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged silence, Qin Wenyuan softly called out, Mother. There was no echo. The flickering candlelight cast a shadow on the wall, rendering him solitary and ominous. Slowly, Qin Wenyuan extended his hand, gently grasping Su Ling Miao's. This hand had once fanned him in summer and warmed him in winter. Now, its warmth was gradually dissipating, ultimately transforming into a lifeless, cold body. Mother, thank you. Qin Wenyuan whispered softly. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and then slowly rose, making his way towards the door. As he pulled the woodshed door open, he was momentarily halted by the sight before him. Unbeknownst to them, the courtyard had become densely populated with onlookers. At the forefront stood Qin Kuang and Lu Qiong. Seated in a wheelchair was Qin Qingxian, accompanied by the long-absent Shen Ruoxi. A wave of foreboding washed over Qin Wenyuan, and in the next moment, his eyes brimmed with tears as he flung the candle he held aside and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. My lord, my lady. Please, save my mother. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong's expression shifted. She instructed the steward beside her, Luo Bao, take some people inside to investigate. Luo Bao nodded and, accompanied by 2 servants, ventured into the woodshed. After a short while, he emerged, his face grave. My lord, my lady, Su Lingniao is dead. Dead? Qin Kuang furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Qin Wenyuan, whose tears streamed down his face. He sobbed, no, it can't be true. My mother cannot die. His voice was filled with sorrow, yet no one responded. Lu Qiong fixed him with a cold gaze. Qin Wenyuan, what brings you here? I was worried about my mother and came to check on her, but I found her in despair, wishing to end her life. I couldn't stop her. Lu Qiong's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Su Ling Miao did not seek death when her crimes were exposed today. I even offered her a chance at redemption. Why would she choose to end her life now? Qin Wenyuan, I have always considered you quite astute, yet today you present such a feeble fabrication. Qin Wenyuan was taken aback. Is the lady suspecting me? Lu Qiong remained silent. However, the piercing gaze had already conveyed everything. Qin Wenin appeared somewhat anxious. He turned to Qin Qingxian beside him and inquired, where's the heir? Do you doubt me as well? Qin Qingxian regarded him intently and suddenly spoke, Wenin, I shall ask you once more. Do you truly lack knowledge of medicine? Qin Wenin was taken aback, then pressed his lips together and replied, I do not understand. Are you genuinely ignorant? I do not understand. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment glimmered in Qin Qingshuan's eyes. In a hushed tone, Qin Wenin asked, what do you mean by that, heir? Shun Ruashi interjected, cousin, it is rather coincidental. Today, as I passed by the apothecary run by the shopkeeper, he mentioned you, stating that you had previously assisted Du Yishan in procuring medicine and even reminded the apprentice about the shortage of red peony. If you truly know nothing of medicine, how could you recognize medicinal herbs? I have indeed accompanied my mother and become acquainted with a few medicinal ingredients, and I have assisted Du Yishan in acquiring them.
But what does that signify?
Qin Wenin gazed intently at Shinruashi. Miss Shin, having grown up in the marquise, I have always been treated kindly by the heir, and I have reciprocated with the respect and closeness one would show an elder brother. Do not hastily judge me based on the words of others. At this, Qin Qingxian smiled, tinged with sarcasm. Is it truly a hasty judgment? Heir, do you not trust me but rather believe an outsider? Qin Wenin looked at Qin Qingxian, his eyes filled with immense shock and sorrow. After a moment, he seemed to let out a self-deprecating laugh. I am now devoid of my mother. Yet you still harbor such doubts about me. Is it not enough that you have driven my mother to her demise, but now you wish for my death as well? He suddenly drew a dagger from his sleeve, directing it towards his own chest. Qin Qingxian furrowed his brows. What do you intend to do? Since none of you believe me, I have no choice but to take my own life as a testament to my innocence. Chapter 65. I confess. As Qin Wenin closed his eyes, preparing to plunge the dagger into flesh, he heard Shin Ruashi's voice calmly interject. Young master, while the dagger appears aimed at the heart, it is actually misaligned by a mere 3 points. This position will not endanger your life, precisely calculated. Qin Wenin opened his eyes, fury igniting within him. How could you harbor such malicious thoughts about me? You are a truly terrifying woman. He turned to Qin Kuang. My lord, I believe it is Shun Ruashi who is suspicious. It is possible that she intentionally poisoned the air. Young master, there is no need to be so quick to anger, Shun Ruashi replied, her tone calm yet resonant. Have you considered that Du Yishan, in his willingness to bear all blame, seeks merely a glimmer of hope for Su Lingmiao? If he were to discover that Su Lingmiao was murdered by you, do you truly believe he would continue to conceal the truth? Qin Wenin paused, a moment of confusion crossing his features. Observing his reaction, Qin Kuang's expression hardened instantly. Luo Bao, send someone to the Ministry of Justice to inform Du Yishan of the situation here and ascertain his response. Luo Bao acknowledged and turned to depart. But Qin Wenin's voice suddenly interrupted. No need. He lifted his gaze and slowly rose. The 11-year-old boy, though still bearing the innocence of youth, possessed eyes as cold as a frozen pond. He regarded Qin Kuang. In your resolute pursuit to condemn me, it is evident that you have never regarded me as your son. As the words left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lu Qiong remarked, Wenyan, are you aware that? Of course, I have known for 3 years that I am not merely a young master,
but rather the illegitimate son of the Marquis's household. Qin Wenyan's voice was not loud, yet it stirred a tempest among the crowd. Lu Qiong bellowed in anger. The poisoning of Qing Xian is indeed related to you. Qin Wenyan responded with a cold smile. Yes, I tampered with the young master's medicine. I wished for his demise. Qin Chengxian tightened his fingers, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. Qin Kuang seethed with rage. You are indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, just like your mother, born with malice. Are you not innocent at all? My dear father. Qin Wenyan gritted his teeth. For all these years, I have witnessed your disdain for me. Had you possessed even a modicum of paternal affection, I would not have reached this point. I have nothing and must strive for everything on my own. I do not regret my choices. Qin Kuang's gaze darkened slightly. He spoke softly. I have never harbored feelings for Su Ling Miao. Your birth was, in truth, a mistake. Were it not for the lady's magnanimity in keeping you, where would you be today? Father. Qin Chengxian interrupted him sharply. Enough, cease your words. Qin Kuang's expression grew grave. Then, he commanded sternly. Take Qin Wenyan to the Dali Temple for thorough interrogation. Such a young age yet possessing such deep scheming. Surely there is someone behind him orchestrating this.
Ha!
The Marquis of Wooding truly embodies righteousness over kinship, decisively ruthless. Qin Wenyan scoffed, his expression darkening, with a flicker of shadowy intent in his eyes. There is no need to trouble the Lord any further. I confess, I conspired against the heir, and such a crime deserves execution. With that, Qin Wenyan, who had originally held the dagger against his chest, slowly moved it to his neck. He gazed at Shen Ruashi. Miss Shen, tell me, if I were to make a cut here, would there be any chance of survival? Before Shen Ruashi could respond, Qin Wenyan continued. It should be a certainty of death, wouldn't it? Qin Chengxian furrowed his brow. Wenyan, do not act impulsively. Qin Wenyan looked at him, parted his lips as if to say something, but ultimately only managed a sorrowful smile. Heir, I have but one request. Please allow my mother and me to be buried together. With those words, he gently closed his eyes, his hand trembling as he gripped the dagger tighter. Blood instantly spurted forth, staining the night. The slender figure of the youth swayed before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The courtyard fell silent for a few moments. Then the calm voice of Lu Qiong broke the stillness. What transpired here today must not be mentioned outside. Should any information leak, there will be no mercy. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison. Understood, madam. Low bow, find a decent coffin and take care of the two. Inform outsiders that Su Ling Miao and her son succumbed to a strange illness, she commanded. Yes, madam. Low bow directed the servants to carry Su Ling Miao's body out as well. She was covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled, her hand tightly clutching a blood-stained gold hairpin. Shen Ruashi approached and Lu Qiong spoke. As the scene unfolded, the atmosphere was steeped in brutality. I shall have someone escort you to the front hall for a moment of respite. It is of no consequence. Shen Ruashi gazed at the lifeless form of Su Ling Miao on the ground, crouching slightly to retrieve a jade bracelet from her bosom. Dui Shan had hoped she would deliver this bracelet to Su Ling Miao, yet upon their reunion, she found that the latter had already succumbed to fate's cruel embrace. Shen Ruashi gently took Su Ling Miao's hand and adorned her with the bracelet, a token of the love and protection bestowed upon her by another. Following the conclusion of the affairs at the Ho residence, Shen Ruashi chose not to linger, bidding farewell to Lu Qiong and Qin Kuang as she prepared to return to the general's manor. Qin Chengxian accompanied her to the threshold, seated in his wheelchair. His gaze soft and warm as he regarded her. I am truly grateful for your assistance today in alleviating the poison and uncovering the truth. Since you regard me as a friend, there is no need for thanks between friends, she replied. Qin Chengxian lowered his eyes, absent-mindedly stroking his knee, before offering a faint smile. To be honest, I anticipated you might feel apprehensive today. As a healer, I have witnessed my share of gruesome scenes. With time, one grows accustomed to such sights. Besides, in my previous life, I endured a veritable hell. Such scenes do not inspire fear, merely a sense of melancholy. As Shen Ruashi stepped into the carriage, she urged, My lord, you should return to your residence. You have just recovered from the poison and ought to rest. It is of no matter. I shall watch you depart, he replied. Thus, Shen Ruashi said no more, turning to take her seat within the carriage. Lung Shuang deftly maneuvered the vehicle, vanishing into the depths of the night. Only after the shadow of the carriage had vanished from sight did Qin Chengxian grasp the armrest of his wheelchair, instructing the servant beside him. let us return. The young attendant promptly began to push the wheelchair back into the Marquis's residence. Upon entering, a sudden gust of chill swept over him. Qin Chengxian instinctively touched his knees, feeling the cold penetrate to his very bones. Previously, it was always Qin Wenyan who would accompany him outdoors. Despite his own despair over his paralyzed legs, Qin Wenyan would ensure he wore knee guards during the colder months. What if one day the heir's legs recover? They must be protected, he would often remark. At that time, Qin Chengxian believed Qin Wenyan's intentions were genuine. Little did he know, he was the very person who wished for his demise the most. How utterly ironic. Chapter 66. The hidden beauty in the golden chamber. The carriage had traversed a distance before it suddenly came to a halt. Shen Ruashi felt a flicker of confusion. Had they arrived so soon? Outside, there was an eerie silence. Just as she was about to lift the curtain to take a look, a melodious and captivating voice reached her ears. We have arrived. Shen Ruashi paused momentarily. Beside her, Tao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss, am I imagining things? How did Leng Shuang's voice turn into that of a man? Do not speak nonsense, Shen Ruashi replied, lifting the curtain. Before her stood a remarkably handsome face.
Mu Zhonghang.
Clad in a snow-white robe, his ink-black hair elegantly secured by a jade crown, stood in the gentle breeze, exuding an otherworldly aura as if he were a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. For the first time, Shen Ruashi felt utterly captivated by a man. Behind her, Tao Yi curiously peeked out. Upon realizing that the person beside the carriage was indeed Morong Heng, she hastily prepared to assist Shen Ruashi in dismounting and paying her respects. Yet, Morong Heng reached out his hand towards Shen Ruashi.
Come.
Shen Ruashi hesitated for a fleeting moment. She surveyed her surroundings and heard Morong Heng assure her. This is the entrance to my residence. No one will witness us, so there is no need for concern. Cold Knight, who was accompanying them, rolled his eyes inwardly.
So,
they were no longer considered ordinary people, were they? At his words, Shen Ruashi extended her hand, allowing her fingers to rest gently in his palm. As she descended from the carriage, she gazed at the gilded characters of the Ling Wang mansion at the entrance, unable to restrain her astonishment. Rumors abound regarding the emperor's singular favor towards His Highness, the Prince of Ling. It appears that such claims hold merit, as not only has he been granted residence in the Eastern Palace, but he has also been bestowed with a royal mansion, truly an enviable situation. Morong Heng guided her towards the royal residence. Behind them, Tao Yi hurriedly dismounted from the carriage and seized hold of the nearby Leng Shuang. Miss and the Prince of Ling. Leng Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, she affirmed, confirming her suspicions. Tao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. When did this occur? How was I completely unaware? No wonder the miss so resolutely parted ways with that scoundrel Morong Yu. It turns out she has found a far superior choice. Truly, my lady is impressive. Having digested this monumental piece of gossip, Tao Yi hastily lifted her skirts and followed into the prince's mansion. As Shen Ruashi entered the estate, she was greeted by intricately carved beams and resplendent decorations, far more opulent than Morong Yu's residence. However, the number of servants was noticeably fewer, predominantly male, with scarcely a maid in sight. The further she ventured inside, the broader her view became. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, she beheld a dimly lit lake, a long bridge gracefully arching over the water, meandering in its path. Delicately crafted lanterns adorned the railings on either side of the bridge, extending towards the center of the lake. At the heart of it stood an elegant and splendid pavilion. Shen Ruashi was taken aback, surprised to find that the Prince of Ling possessed such refined taste, having constructed such a beautiful pavilion. This structure had previously been unoccupied, but it seemed that recently, he had deemed it worthy of use, and had it tidied up. What purpose does this serve? Morong Heng lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon her stunningly beautiful face, and suddenly broke into a smile. A gilded cage for a lovely bird. Shen Ruashi felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a warmth enveloping her fingers. Morong Heng took her hand. Shall we take a look inside the loft? Shen Ruashi gazed at her fingers nestled in his palm and gently nodded. The two walked across the long bridge and arrived at the entrance of the loft. The first floor was illuminated by candlelight, adorned with numerous exquisite porcelain pieces. Directly opposite hung a large ink painting, the calligraphy bold and vigorous, akin to a soaring dragon. Shen Ruashi recognized it as Morong Heng's own work. Ascending to the second floor, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The spacious room was even brighter than the first floor. However, the source of light was not from candles, but from an array of enormous luminous pearls, scattered throughout the room in various sizes. Each one was worth a fortune. Turning to Murong Hang beside her, Shin Ruashi expressed her astonishment. "Isn't this a bit extravagant? Do you like it?" he inquired. "Well, I do like it," she admitted. "Then it can hardly be deemed wasteful." Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi's heart raced once more. He always had a knack for delivering unexpected sweet nothings. Who could resist such charm? It was said that King Ling was cold-hearted and emotionless. Surely, that was nothing but a rumor. Yet, her gaze drifted to a spot below his abdomen, and an unsettling feeling stirred within her. "What a pity. What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Shun Ruashi averted her gaze and coughed lightly, remarking, "This loft is extraordinarily beautiful. I find myself somewhat astonished. The view is splendid." Murong took her by the hand and led her to the window, drawing it open. As Shun Ruashi gazed out, she beheld the entire courtyard of the royal residence laid before her. On the tranquil surface of the lake, a small boat lay anchored, while the lanterns flanking the long bridge reflected delicately upon the water. The gentle breeze stirred, causing the reflections to waver, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. Shun Ruashi was captivated by the scene. An arm encircled her waist. Murong held her close, enveloping her in his embrace. "Are you cold?" he inquired. Leaning against him, Shun Ruashi felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Not cold. I believe you are somewhat chilly." Just as Murong finished speaking, he coughed a few times. Shun Ruashi pulled his hand down and turned to face him, observing his pale skin with a hint of exasperation. "It seems that His Highness, the Prince of Ling, is the one who is truly cold. You are colder. Quite stubborn, aren't you?" Shun Ruashi fixed her gaze upon him and then smiled. "Indeed, I am cold. Would it be too much to ask for the Prince of Ling to warm my hands?" With that, she slipped her hands into his embrace, playfully teasing him with a tickle. Yet, she was met with no reaction from Murong. Shun Ruashi exclaimed, "What is this? You're not ticklish at all." A bit miffed, she withdrew her hand, but as soon as she moved her arm, she felt a sudden tightening around her wrist. Looking up, she was met with his narrow, profound gaze. "You are warmed. I am still not." Shun Ruashi blinked in surprise. "Shall I close the window then?" Murong remained silent, his grip on her wrist tightening abruptly. Shun Ruashi stumbled forward, only to find her waist ensnared by a powerful hand. The other hand grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. She felt a fleeting, moist brush against her lips. Realizing the nature of the contact, Shun Ruashi's face instantly flushed crimson. Murong pressed against her delicate nose, sensing the shift in her demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His mouth glided over her porcelain-like cheek, slowly descending into a deep, lingering kiss. Shun Ruashi's back pressed against the windowsill, her head involuntarily tilting back. The entanglement persisted, long enough for her legs to weaken and her rationality to wane. In a daze, she seemed to hear someone calling for the Ling Wang. In a moment of breathlessness, she turned to glance outside. There, at the far end of the bridge, a small figure waved their arms. Intermittent shouts of "Your Highness." Ling Wang drifted toward her. Someone was calling for him. It was unnecessary to respond. Yet, Shun Ruashi's earlobes turned scarlet. "We are by the window, we might be seen. From this angle, he cannot see us." Nevertheless, mindful of her concerns, Murong slightly released his hold on her waist and closed the window. Chapter 67. In a state of intoxication, Shun Ruashi finally managed to catch her breath. Just as she prepared to tidy her garments, she felt a tightening around her waist. A hand drew her into an embrace. Murong kiss descended upon her once more. Shun Ruashi's eyes widened slightly. Was it not enough? This. Although it was inappropriate, she hadn't anticipated his insatiable desire. On the shore, Xiao Yuzi watched anxiously as the figure at the window of the loft vanished, his heart racing with trepidation. Had he unwittingly interrupted his master's intimate moment? Positioned too far away, he could discern nothing of the happenings by the window. Only a vague silhouette. It was rumored that the eldest daughter of the general's residence was entangled with the Ling Wang. Surely, he hadn't disturbed their rendezvous? Xiao Yuzi cradled his head in despair. Alas, he had no intention of calling upon his master at such a time, yet no one else dared approach. Cold Shuang and Cold Yi had coerced him into this unfortunate task, and he was too intimidated to resist. If only Chung Feng were here to coax him into coming, he could bear the brunt of it. As Xiao Yuzi wallowed in frustration, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. Why are you calling for His Highness, the Ling Wang? Turning around, he beheld a charming young lady with a round face seated on a nearby stone, regarding him with curiosity. May I ask who you are, miss? My name is Tao Yi, the personal maid of Shin Ruwashi, the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Xiao Yuzi's eyes brightened. Miss Tao Yi, could you please go to the loft and inform my lord? Just say that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Wan Siyu, has come to find him. I shall not go, Tao Yi replied resolutely. In a moment, if she encounters an alluring scene, she will find herself in a predicament of considerable magnitude. Tao Yi was puzzled. What could Wan Siyu possibly want from the Ling Wang at such a late hour? I am uncertain. She appears to have indulged in a bit too much wine and is in a rather disheveled state, clamoring to see His Highness the Ling Wang. We cannot simply cast her aside, for if something unfortunate were to occur, it would be challenging to explain. Thus, I had no choice but to inform the Ling Wang. The Ling Wang is preoccupied with my young lady. He ought to let her stay wherever she feels comfortable, Tao Yi remarked with irritation. Upon hearing that Wan Siyu had her sights set on His Highness, she felt compelled to protect her mistress's newfound affection. Observing this, Xiao Yu let out a sigh. I shall go and dissuade her once more. Tao Yi promptly rose, stating, I shall accompany you to witness the spectacle. To assess the situation. She excitedly took a few quick steps but lost her footing momentarily. With a swift motion, she found herself teetering at the water's edge. Tao Yi cried out, her body tilting backward. Just as she was about to plunge into the water, a hand grasped her firmly. Xiao Yu exerted his strength, pulling her back to safety. Are you all right? Tao Yi clutched the fabric of his attire, gazing at Xiao Yu's somewhat handsome visage, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson.
I'm fine.
Weren't you going to check on Wan Siyu? Come, let us proceed. Indeed. Tao Yi joyfully followed behind, her hand pressed against her rapidly beating heart. A hint of delight gracing her features. The young lady has the Ling Wang, and Leng Shuang has Leng Yi.
He.
She is also in the game. As the two entered the front yard, they were met with an irritable voice. Where on earth is my cousin, the Prince of Ling? Did I not instruct you to search for him promptly? Cold Night endured with patience. Miss Wan, my master is in the presence of esteemed guests. What esteemed guests? I see it is merely Shan Ruwashi. Wan Siyu pointed at Cold Frost. Do not think I am unaware. Is she not the maidservant beside Shin Ruwashi? I remember distinctly from the last palace banquet. Pray tell, where has Shin Ruwashi taken my cousin? Her face was filled with indignation. What a shameless act. She has just divorced the fourth prince, and is already hastening to entangle herself with my cousin. Does she not reflect on her own worth? Cold Frost drew her sword. Perhaps I should simply stab her and be done with it. Cold Night intercepted her. Have you lost your mind? She is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Did you not witness her insult the young lady? Wan Siyu jumped up. Are you still intending to strike me? You vile maid, dare you? Cold Frost scoffed. Swinging her sword. With a swift motion, she slashed a large gash in Wan Siyu's sleeve. If you continue to bicker, next time it shall be your face. Wan Siyu's complexion turned pale, followed by a shriek. Vile maid, I shall fight you. She charged at Cold Frost, but her two maidservants clung tightly to her. Miss, please regain your composure. We are at the Prince of Ling's residence. Release me. I shall kill her. As the maid struggled to restrain Wan Siyu, Xiao Yuzi swiftly dashed forward, clasping her legs. Miss Wan, please remain calm. If His Highness Ling Wang sees you in this state, it would tarnish your reputation. Upon witnessing this, Tao Ye's anger flared, and she bit her lip in frustration. She charged forward and kicked Xiao Yuzi away. Let me handle this. How can a grown man be entangled with Wan Siyu like this? What a disgrace. The courtyard descended into chaos. What are you all doing? A cold voice suddenly cut through the commotion. It was not loud, yet it commanded immediate attention. The crowd turned to see Morong Hang, clad in a snow-white long robe. Standing a short distance away, his narrow eyes gleaming with cold light. Master. Both Leng Yi and Leng Shuang immediately knelt. Wan Siyu's eyes brightened. Cousin Ling Wang. However, in the next moment, a slender figure emerged from behind Morong Hang. It was Shin Ruwashi. Wan Siyu's expression darkened instantly. She shoved Xiao Yuzi aside and pointed at Shin Ruwashi, her voice laced with fury. Cousin Ling Wang, why is this woman here? Shin Ruwashi maintained an air of calm. Is there a problem with enjoying the moonlight? What moonlight? I see you are deliberately trying to seduce Cousin Ling Wang. What business does a young lady have wandering here at such a late hour instead of staying at the general's residence? What a disgrace. Tao Yi couldn't help but retort. And what about you? Miss Wan, are you not also here? That is entirely different. What relationship do I have with cousin Ling Wang? How can Shun Ruashi possibly compare to me? Tao Yi laughed in disbelief. You, indeed cannot compare. Murong Heng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wan Siyu's face instantly brightened with joy. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed him speak again. To compare with you is to diminish one's own worth. Wan Siyu's expression immediately froze. Cousin Ling Wang, you. I am not so familiar with you, so please refrain from such affectionate terms. Murong Heng cast a cold glance at her. Get out. Ling Wang. Your Highness. Wan Siyu bit her lip, stunned by Murong Heng's indifferent gaze. Her eyes quickly brimmed with tears. Under normal circumstances, she would not dare to utter another word upon sensing Murong Heng's displeasure. However, having consumed alcohol that night, her mind was somewhat clouded, and her courage had swelled. She wiped her tears and pointed a finger at Shinruashi. What kind of enchantment has this woman cast upon you, Your Highness Ling Wang? You are of unparalleled nobility, and she is a divorced woman, unworthy of you. Chapter 68. The rebellious daughter. Murong Heng's gaze narrowed slightly, and displeasure was evident on his handsome face. Wan Siyu was about to speak when suddenly a figure rushed in from outside, moving so hastily that they stumbled over the threshold. It was Wan Gan, the Minister of Revenue. Struggling to stabilize his corpulent frame, he adjusted his official hat and unleashed a furious roar at the frenzied Wan Siyu. Siyu, what madness are you indulging in? In an instant, he dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. The motion was seamless, inadvertently dragging Wan Siyu down with him. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, I beseech your forgiveness on behalf of this rebellious daughter. My failure to educate her properly deserves punishment. Please, Your Highness, spare me. He prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to breathe. Having just enjoyed his dinner, he had been leisurely at home in the Lioli Pavilion, admiring his newly acquired exquisite porcelain. However, upon hearing from a servant that Wan Siyu was causing a ruckus at the prince's residence, he was so startled that he dropped his porcelain, shattering it into pieces, and hurried over in a panic. Who would have thought this troublesome ancestor could provoke anyone? After lying on the ground for quite some time without receiving any response from Murong Heng, a bead of sweat formed on his forehead before he finally heard the prince's voice.
Rise.
He exhaled in relief and helped Wan Siyu to her feet. Wan Siyu pouted. Father, why are you here? If I didn't come, would you not turn the world upside down? Reeking of alcohol, a young lady like you. Out drinking at such a late hour and causing chaos at the prince's residence. Have you lost your mind? As he spoke, he gave Wan Siyu a shove. Hurry. Apologize to His Highness, the Prince of Ling. Scolded by Wan Gan, Wan Siyu's mind cleared slightly. With her gaze lowered, she bowed to Murong Heng, seeking his forgiveness. Murong Heng paid her no heed, instead turning his attention to Shinruashi. Were you frightened? Shinruashi clutched her chest, appearing as delicate as a wilting flower. I was indeed quite scared. Observing this, the astute Wan Gan seized Wan Siyu by the arm. Apologized to Miss Shin. At his words, Wan Siyu bristled with indignation. Father, why should I apologize to her? Coldly, Shuang replied, You publicly insulted my lady. Merely being asked to apologize is a generous concession. What did I say that was wrong? Shinruashi is a divorced woman. Does she not possess a modicum of self-awareness in daring to covet His Highness? Silence. Wan Gan exclaimed, exasperated. Your indiscreet insults towards Miss Shen are your fault. Apologize at once. Father, why do you keep siding with her? I am your daughter. At this, Wan Gan nearly spat blood in frustration. How could it be that, at such a moment, Wan Siyu remained oblivious? This girl was either in denial about the prince's attitude towards Shinruashi or simply utterly foolish. He realized that his daughter was a blend of both. Murong Heng's indifferent gaze fell upon him. Wan Gan, your daughter intruded into my royal residence late at night, causing considerable distress to my mood. It seems that the only way to instill some discipline in her is to punish her for this grave disrespect. With that, he slightly parted his thin lips. How about 30 strikes with the rod? Upon hearing this, Wan Gan's face drained of color. He hastily knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head towards Murong Heng. Your Highness, spare her. My daughter has never endured hardship. 30 strikes could very well take her life.
Wan Siyu stood frozen in place, sobering up and stunned. It wasn't until Wan Gon leaped to his feet and delivered a resounding slap to her face that reality struck. Rebellious daughter, apologize to me. Wan Siyu touched her cheek in disbelief. Father, you struck me? Throughout her life, it was her mother who had been strict, while her father had always been indulgent, protecting her at every turn. Yet now, he was punishing her for Shinruashi. You have committed a grave error. My strikes are a mere leniency. Wan Gon, perceiving Morong Hang's indifferent demeanor, steeled himself and delivered another resounding slap to Wan Siyu's face. Apologize. This was the first time Wan Siyu witnessed such fury from her father. Yet, confronted by the fiery gaze of Wan Gon, she felt a tinge of fear. Regardless of her reluctance, she had no choice but to relent, lowering her head towards Shinruashi. I was wrong, Shinruashi. I should not have spoken disrespectfully to you. My words were foolish. And I take full responsibility. Shinruashi cast a glance at Wan Siyu. Although Wan Siyu was dim-witted, her father was quite astute. She had no desire to be unyielding in her stance. To her knowledge, Wan Gon was affiliated with Morong Hang. If she continued to press the issue, it might jeopardize his relationship with Morong Hang. With this thought in mind, Shinruashi offered Wan Gon a faint smile. It seemed that the young lady had indulged too much in drink, spouting nonsense. Since she had already acknowledged her fault, to pursue the matter further would appear somewhat aggressive. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Shin. Wan Gon's expression brightened, and he hurriedly bowed to her. By all accounts, as the eldest daughter of the general's household and a junior, Shinruashi did not require him to bend his knee. However, one could never predict what the future might hold. Given Morong Hang's distinctly special treatment of her, it was possible that their roles might shift in time. Once Shinruashi had spoken, Morong Hang waved his hand. Minister Wan, please take your leave. I am weary. Yes, your highness. I take my leave. Wan Gon breathed a sigh of relief, bidding farewell to Morong Hang and Shinruashi before hastily dragging Wan Siyu out of the royal residence. The two scrambled into the carriage. No sooner had they settled in than Wan Siyu burst into tears. Father, why do you side with outsiders and even strike me? My face is swollen. What were you thinking? Why did you cause such a ruckus at the Ling Wang residence? Do you wish to tempt fate? Wan Siyu wrung her handkerchief, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Today, I dined with Princess Tianling and several noble ladies, indulging a bit too much in wine. Princess Tianling remarked that Shinruashi must be coveting his highness, the Ling prince, urging me not to falter and to seize the opportunity before her. Thus, you decided to abandon all reason and come here to trouble your father, did you? I initially intended to express my affections to the Ling prince, but to my dismay, Shinruashi was also present. Indeed, Princess Tianling's words proved true. She outmaneuvered me, and it infuriates me. Wan Siyu's delicate visage was marred by ire. Van Gun, suppressing the urge to kick her, firmly pressed his knee. He could not strike his own daughter. In a deep voice, he cautioned, "You must abandon this notion at once." The Ling prince's demeanor toward Shinruashi is clearly exceptional. He is not someone you can aspire to. In the future, conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from provoking Shinruashi. Why should I not aspire to someone just because she is a divorced woman? Wan Siyu retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, you are part of the Ling prince's faction and a trusted minister, while mother has ties to the empress. Surely, I have an advantage over Shinruashi. If you and mother lend your support, I am certain I can marry his highness. Silence. Wan Gon felt a throbbing pain in his head. You do realize I serve beneath the Ling prince, do you not? I am a subject. He is the master. I possess no grand background, having relied solely on my own skills and foresight to attain my current position. Now, I am entirely dependent on the Ling prince. Do not jeopardize my standing. Moreover, your mother is merely a distant relative of the empress, and there is hardly any closeness between them. Attempting to leverage familial ties is futile. You would do well to abandon such hopes. Chapter 69. Memories. After a few words, Wan Siyu fell into a contemplative silence. She pouted, "So I have no hope?" With a dismissive tone, Wan Gon replied, "There is no hope. After following King Ling for so long, I know that when it comes to his marriage, no one can influence him. It's entirely dependent upon his own desires. Clearly, he has no interest in you." Having said that, Wan Gon seemed somewhat pleased. If you possessed even half the intelligence of your father, you wouldn't make such foolish choices.
You ought to learn from me.
Learn to flatter you? You ungrateful daughter. Are you trying to provoke me? Are you going to hit me again? You've already left my face swollen. Wan Siyu pouted, her expression filled with grievance. Seeing Wan Siyu's face swollen like a steamed bun, Wan Gon felt a twinge of compassion. It was the first time he had struck her, although she had indeed deserved it. There is a fine ointment for reducing swelling in the manner. I will have someone apply it for you when we return. Understood, father. However, could you please keep today's incident from mother? If she finds out what I did tonight, I will certainly face her wrath. Very well, but you must promise your father to steer clear of Su Tianling in the future. She is not a person of good character. Associating with her will only lead to your misfortune.
All right.
Wan Siyu pouted slightly in response, yet inwardly, she remained unconvinced. No matter how dubious Su Tianling might be, she was still preferable to Shen Ruoxi. This enmity had firmly bound her to Shen Ruoxi. The carriage swayed gently as they arrived at the minister's residence. The father and daughter discreetly prepared to slip in through the back door. As the door swung open, Wan Gon was met with the sight of several servants blocking his path, armed with staffs and awaiting his arrival. He paused momentarily, questioning their presence. What are you doing here? Master, why did you choose to take Siyu through the back door? A sharp voice interjected as Chao Yuzhen emerged from the crowd. Her expression stern. Wan Siyu's face paled in shock. Mother? Chao Yuzhen scoffed. I heard you visited the Lingwang Manor today? Wan Siyu stiffened in fear. Mother, how did you know? The Lingwang sent someone to inform me.
Ha!
I always thought your wits were somewhat lacking. But who would have imagined you would dare to commit such a foolish act? Chao Yuzhen commanded, bring me a staff, take the young lady to the ancestral hall, and let the family discipline her. The servants promptly obeyed, seizing Wan Siyu and ushering her towards the ancestral hall. She cried out in desperation, Father, Father, save me. You are the head of the family. Clearing his throat, Wan Gon hesitated. My lady, I believe. Chao Yuzhen turned sharply, her gaze fierce. Do you have an objection? Husband? Wan Gon managed a strained smile. Not at all, my lady. I believe you should fetch a sturdier staff to ensure she remembers this lesson well.
Indeed.
You speak wisely. Chao Yuzhen replied, taking a thicker staff before departing with Wan Siyu. Soon, the anguished wails of Wan Siyu echoed from the ancestral hall. Vangansikadepli. Alas. His Highness the Wing King specifically sent someone to convey a message, which is to teach Wan Siyu a lesson. He cannot intervene. My daughter. Please be more mindful in the future. At the Wing King's residence, after Wan Gon departed with Wan Siyu, Shen Ruoxi glanced at the sky and spoke. It is getting late. I must return to the general's residence. Murong Hang responded, Are you leaving already? At this hour, it is indeed time to depart. Murong Hang remained silent, merely casting a glance at the onlookers standing nearby, their eyes glinting with curiosity. Under his frosty gaze, they instantly suppressed their eager expressions. Lung Yi hastily interjected, Ahem, Miss Shen, I believe our master still has matters to discuss with you. You ought not to leave. We should be the ones to go. With that, he dragged Lung Shuang away in a hurry. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. And I too, I must take my leave. He turned and slipped away.
Tao ye stamput herfut.
Wait for me. She quickly followed after them. Shen Ruoxi turned to Murong Hang. Now that everyone has departed, Your Highness, is there anything you wish to say to me? Let me think. Murong Hang took her hand, his gaze softening slightly. Do you remember what you said to me when we first met? The first meeting? Shen Ruoxi pondered, but could not recall. What did I say? Murong Hang's eyes flickered momentarily. It is nothing, it was a long time ago. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. As long as you are mine now, that is all that matters. Half an hour later, Shen Ruoxi emerged from the Lingwang mansion. She stepped onto the footstool and settled into the carriage. Lung Shuang took the reins and turned back towards the general's residence. After the carriage had traveled a considerable distance, Shen Ruoxi could not resist lifting the curtain. She discovered that Murong Hang was still standing at the entrance of the mansion, his gaze fixed in her direction. A surge of warmth flooded her heart. Mississippi. Tao Yi stammered beside her. Shen Ruoxi turned her head. What is it? Mississippi. Could you teach me how to make sachets? I admired the ones you crafted. They were both beautiful and practical, and I would like to learn. Very well. I shall teach you another day. Thank you, miss. Tao Yi exclaimed with delight. She had already envisioned embroidering mandarin ducks on the sachets, determined to seize her own love. Leaning against the carriage interior, Shen Ruoxi closed her eyes, seeking solace.
Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted back to Murong Heng's earlier words. What had she said to him during their first encounter? As the carriage jolted along, her mind wandered. Suddenly, memories resurfaced. It was a winter's day when she was 5 years old. Accompanied by her father, she had arrived at the palace, where a maid led her to the imperial garden to play. Alone in the courtyard, she busily built a snowman. Just as she was engrossed in her task, she noticed a figure standing beneath the eaves. A little boy, a few years her senior, clad in exquisite snow fox fur, topped with a matching white hat, held a small hand warmer in his hands. Dressed in pure white, his complexion mirrored the color of his attire. Yet, it could not conceal the innate elegance that radiated from within. That face, as if sculpted from white jade, appeared cool and aloof, resembling a porcelain figure. This was the 8-year-old Murong Heng, and Shun Ruashi was utterly captivated at that moment. Murong Heng gazed intently at her.
Who are you?
I have never seen you before. She chuckled lightly. I am Shun Ruashi, the legitimate daughter of the Grand General. With a sparkle in her eyes, she added, Young master, you are truly handsome. Are you a eunuch? She had heard from her father that those who served in the palace were called eunuchs if male and palace maids if female. Although she did not fully grasp the concept of a eunuch, Murong Heng appeared momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What if I am? He replied. Then I declare that starting today, you shall be my exclusive eunuch. From now on, you will accompany me, and I shall ensure you are well-fed and comfortable. Shun Ruashi beckoned him. Come here and help me build a snowman. Chapter 70. It turns out it was him. Murong Heng hesitated for a moment, then set aside the hand warmer and stepped into the snowy expanse. Shun Ruashi placed a freshly rolled snowball into his palm, noticing him flinch slightly at the contact. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Have you never encountered snow before?
They do not allow me to touch it, he replied.
How unfortunate. You must be the most pitiable little eunuch, Shun Ruashi expressed with sincere sympathy. She patted her chest reassuringly. Do not worry from now on, as long as you are by my side. You can do whatever you wish. You shall heed only my commands and belong solely to me. Do you understand? I understand, Murong Heng replied, crouching down to take the half-rolled snowball from her hands, joining her in crafting a snowman. Once their task was complete, Shun Ruashi grasped his hand, noticing the pallor of his lips. Little eunuch, your lips are turning white. Are you cold? Not cold, Murong Heng managed to smile, adding, But have you ever considered that perhaps I am not a eunuch at all? Shun Ruashi looked up at him. If you are not a eunuch, then who are you? As she blinked in contemplation, a sense of unease washed over her. How could such a refined young eunuch exist? Clad in fine fox fur and possessing delicate features, he bore no resemblance to a servant, but rather to a master. The masters of the palace. Shun Ruashi's eyes widened in realization.
You cannot possibly be
the Emperor's son? Murong Heng nodded slightly. Indeed, your lack of respect towards me has prompted me to consider punishing you. Shun Ruashi's body stiffened, nearly causing her to kneel in alarm.
I
am uncertain. My father once said that ignorance is no excuse. However, that cannot be the case. I am a prince, and when I declare a punishment, it shall be enforced. Shun Ruashi. Murong Heng propped his chin on one hand, deep in thought. What crime shall I impose upon you? Just as tears were on the verge of spilling from Shun Ruashi's eyes, a hand gently rested upon her head, playfully ruffling her hair. Henceforth, your sole obligation shall be to heed my words and belong exclusively to me. He chuckled. Rest assured, by my side. I shall ensure you are indulged and well cared for. You will want for nothing. Shun Ruashi. But is this not what she had previously asserted? How did she suddenly find herself in such a subservient position? Well, very well then. She reluctantly acquiesced. At that very moment, a voice filled with alarm suddenly pierced the air. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Shun Ruashi turned her head to see 3 figures clad in blue rushing toward them. The foremost individual, somewhat older and dressed in a traditional coat, hastened to Murong Heng's side, frantically calling out several times. He then pressed a small hand warmer into Murong Heng's hands, his face a canvas of worry and ire. Your Highness, with your precious life and delicate constitution, how could you be amidst the snow? As he spoke, he directed an exasperated glare at the 2 young eunuchs trailing behind. I instructed you both to stay close to His Highness, yet not only did you lose sight of him, but you also allowed him to come into contact with the cold snow. How do you serve His Highness in such a manner? You shall go and receive punishment yourselves.
Wei Gonggong, Murong Hang said slowly. Do not blame them. It was I who instructed them not to follow, wishing to wander alone. Alas, my prince, if anything were to happen to your precious self, it would truly break this old servant's heart. As he spoke, Wei Tingshan wiped his hands and reached to feel Murong Hang's forehead, only to find it burning with fever. His face paled in alarm. Your Highness, you have a fever. Quick, summon the imperial physician. The two young eunuchs nearby, upon hearing this, immediately scurried away, one to fetch the doctor and the other to summon a palanquin. Murong Hang brushed his hand away. There is no need for such alarm. I shall return to the palace myself. With that, he placed one hand behind his back, preparing to depart. As he walked away, he turned back and gently pinched Shin Ruashi's soft cheek. I am called Murong Hang. You may come to the East Palace to find me in the future. Shin Ruashi nodded. Murong Hang smiled faintly and walked away with an unhurried grace. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly swayed and collapsed into the snow. Wei Gonggong's terrified voice rang out, Ninth Prince. Shin Ruashi stood frozen for 3 seconds before turning on her heel and running away. It is none of my business. In the time that followed, she often accompanied her father to the palace and gradually became acquainted with other princes and princesses. Yet, she was not particularly fond of interacting with them, as she preferred to spend her time with Murong Hang. However, she soon realized that the others rarely approached him. He always stood apart, exuding an air of aloofness. Only she dared to tease him. Until one day, she recklessly dashed into the imperial garden, nearly colliding with a woman adorned in splendid attire. The woman furrowed her brows. Where did this child come from, lacking all decorum? A nearby young eunuch replied, Esteemed Lady Fong, this is General Shin Tianrong's legitimate daughter, Shin Ruashi. She frequently visits the palace to play.
Oh?
Fong Hui scrutinized her with keen eyes, and her expression softened considerably. Shin Ruashi, what in your haste are you up to? Esteemed lady, the peach tree in our courtyard has borne fruit, and I wish to present some to His Highness, the Ninth Prince. To Murong Hang? Fong Hui narrowed her gaze, then smiled. His Highness is quite delicate, attending to his needs with greater care than other princes. I fear he may not be able to enjoy these peaches.
Is that so?
But I promised him that the first ripe peach would be for him. Shin Ruashi hesitated slightly. Fong Hui suggested, why not offer the peaches to the fourth prince instead? The young gentleman over there practicing swordplay is named Morongyu. He possesses a delightful character and is quite handsome. I am certain you would take a liking to him. Shin Ruashi remained silent, noticing her indecision. Fong Hui adopted a stern countenance. Shin Ruashi, the ninth prince is not like ordinary princes or princesses.
As you can see,
few dare approach him due to his delicate condition. He is prone to illness. If any harm were to come from your peaches, both you and your father would face dire consequences. Dire consequences. Shin Ruashi was so startled that she nearly dropped the peaches. Fong Hui was quite pleased with her reaction. Recognizing the significance of the situation, you must remember to keep your distance from His Highness the Ninth Prince. Among the princes, the fourth prince is the most amiable. It would be wise for you to cultivate a closer relationship with him, and surely you will find harmony together. Holding a peach, Shin Ruashi cast a fleeting glance towards Murong Hang, then nodded and departed, cradling the fruit as she went. That peach was gifted to Morongyu. From that moment on, she no longer sought out Murong Hang, but instead grew increasingly close to Morongyu. As she gradually matured, the memory of their childhood encounter began to fade with time, and she had long since forgotten it. Emerging from her reverie, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. It turned out that she had initially known Murong Hang. Perhaps Fong Hui had advised Morongyu early on to befriend her. At first, Morongyu had indeed treated her well. However, as she matured and developed her own romantic feelings, she easily fell under the spell of his feigned gentleness, her heart and mind consumed solely by Morongyu, leaving Murong Hang forgotten. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, granting her a second chance. In this lifetime, she vowed never to let go of Murong Hang again. Chapter 71. The onset of illness before the residence of the Ling Prince, Murong Hang stood in the night, gazing intently in the direction where Shin Ruashi had departed. Remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. Beside him, Xiao Yuzi tugged at Lung Ye's sleeve. What do you think the prince is still looking at, now that the person has gone far away? Lung Yi clicked his tongue in response. Though the prince appears to be here, in truth, he has already departed. What do you mean?
The prince's heart has already followed Shinruashi. Xiao Yuzi was momentarily speechless. You seem to know quite a bit. Of course, I am fortunate enough to have a beloved, unlike you, Lung Yi replied, a tone of uncontainable pride evident in his voice. Xiao Yuzi fell silent. He was a eunuch. How could he possibly comprehend matters of love between men and women? As the two conversed, Morong Heng finally stirred at the entrance. He flicked his sleeve and turned, making his way into the residence. After taking only a few steps, his body suddenly swayed. He reached out a hand, grasping the door frame for support. The expressions of Lung Yi and Xiao Yuzi changed dramatically, and they quickly approached him. They observed the jade-like countenance of Morong Heng, his brows tightly knitted, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. The pallor of his skin was marred by the prominent veins in his neck, revealing his torment. Xiao Yuzi was alarmed. The prince's ailment has flared up again. Lung Yi spoke sternly. Quickly, assist our master inside. The two supported Morong Heng as they crossed the threshold, hastening toward his chamber. Xiao Yuzi commanded the nearby servants, hurry and summon Zheng Jin. Zheng Jin was the deputy director of the Imperial Medical Institute, and he had been the attending physician for Morong Heng's illness. Suddenly, Lung Yi had a thought. Wasn't he Shinruashi skilled in medicine? Perhaps she could examine the master. Since Zheng had entered with seemingly no significant progress, it would be better to consult Shinruashi. A dead horse can be treated as a living one. Very well, I shall go at once. Just as Xiao Yu was about to call Shinruashi back, a deep voice suddenly commanded, stop. Xiao Yu turned around to meet the cold gaze of Morong Heng. There is no need to summon her, he said, pressing his fingers against a nearby pillar, his nails turning an alarming white. His eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. Shinruashi must not come over. Even if she were to treat him, now is not the time. Xiao Yu felt a surge of anxiety. But my lord, is my word no longer of consequence? Morong Heng's voice grew even colder. His already formidable aura intensified, and as the illness flared, a crimson streak spread from the corner of his eye, rendering him even more terrifying. Xiao Yu instantly felt paralyzed with fear. Lung Yi, steeling himself, spoke up. But my lord, do you wish for her to witness you in this state? At those words, Lung Yi fell silent, then shook his head. Every time the master fell ill, he was filled with dread, let alone Shinruashi. If she were to witness the master in such a condition, she might never again dare to face him. Since you are aware, take me to my chamber. There is no need to call Zheng. I have 2 pills left from the last time he prescribed for me. Bring one to me. Morong Heng's voice was a touch hoarse, as he endured the increasingly intense agony that gripped his body. Indeed, as the cold night descended, he hurriedly supported Morong Heng and entered his chamber. Beside the bed in the room lay a hidden compartment. With a gentle twist, the adjacent wall slowly revealed a dimly lit chamber. The walls within were mottled, adorned with 2 chains. Morong Heng stepped inside, and cold night secured his hands in shackles. Each time he succumbed to his affliction, Morong Heng would lose his rationality. Consumed by a murderous intent, these chains served to prevent him from inflicting harm upon others or himself. Little Yu dashed in, presenting medicine to Morong Heng's lips. He parted them and swallowed. The sensation of pain alleviated slightly, yet soon, crimson began to seep from the corners of his lips. Little Yu's eyes widened. Your Highness, you are bleeding. Leave at once. Cold Night interjected with a commanding voice. Master, allow me to remain by your side this time. Leave, came the sharp retort. Following this, more crimson flowed, staining the corners of his eyes and tainting his pupils. He cast a glance at Cold Night, his bloodthirsty gaze imbued not only with coldness, but also a hint of lethal intent. Under Morong Heng's penetrating stare, Cold Night felt a chill creep down his spine. He gritted his teeth. Master, I shall wait outside, ever ready to serve. He turned and exited. As the door closed with a resounding thud, the room was enveloped in an overwhelming silence. Morong Heng was acutely aware of a searing pain radiating from the soles of his feet, as if myriad venomous creatures were gnawing at his bones. A restless force stirred within his blood, tearing at his sanity. His vision darkened, becoming increasingly obscured. Only an overwhelming impulse surged through his veins, igniting within him a desire to obliterate everything. He clenched his teeth tightly, the inside of his mouth coated in a viscous substance. Scarlet blood trickled down from the corner of his lips, though he could not see his own reflection. Morong Heng was acutely aware of his appearance. At this moment, he must resemble a malevolent spirit. Shunruashi. The three characters suddenly surfaced in his mind. If Shunruashi were to witness him in this state, would she still choose to marry him? Outside, Lung Yi stood at the door, listening to the sound of chains rattling within, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Zheng Jin's medicine was losing its efficacy. Initially, it had indeed alleviated the master's agony, restoring his sanity. However, it seemed that was no longer the case. Furthermore, it was rumored that the side effects of this medication were quite severe. He wondered how his master would fare this time. As Lung Yi pondered, a sudden thud echoed from within, causing his expression to tighten.
Master?
There was no response. Xiao Yuzi, standing nearby with his hands tucked away, wore a look of alarm. Why has the prince fallen silent? We should check. Without hesitation, Lung Yi turned and forcefully kicked open the door, both men rushing inside. Upon entry, their pupils constricted. There stood Morong Hung, half suspended against the wall, the chain on his right side having been violently torn away. The area around his wrist was a gruesome sight, blood oozing down in steady droplets. His head hung low, the jade crown having long since fallen, dark strands of hair cascading down to partially obscure his strikingly handsome, yet cold visage. Lung Yi gasped in shock. Master? The two hurried forward, their concern mounting as they assessed the scene. Murong Heng lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment. Xiao Yunzi trembled as he cautiously checked beneath Murong Heng's nostrils, his taut nerves finally relaxing upon confirming the presence of breath. Thankfully, there was still life. Lung Yi hastily laid Murong Heng down and began to assess his condition. The pulse was faint, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness, an occurrence never before witnessed. Panic began to set in. Xiao Yunzi urged, "We must head to the palace. Quickly prepare the carriage and have the physician accompany us. We must depart at once." Understood. Xiao Yunzi dashed out in haste. Lung Yi, cradling Morong Heng, swiftly followed suit. The night was as dark as ink. The grand and imposing imperial city stood silently at the heart of the capital, exuding an air of solemnity and tranquility. A carriage approached rapidly from afar, the sound of the spirited horses' whinnies shattering the stillness. The gate guards barked sternly. "Who goes there? Are you unaware that the palace gates are locked at this hour? Trespassing is a capital offense. His Royal Highness, Prince Ling, has urgent matters to attend to within the palace. Allow passage." The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Lung Yi produced a bright yellow insignia. The guards, upon seeing the emblem, were taken aback and promptly knelt. "We humbly welcome His Royal Highness." With a wave of his hand, they granted passage. The carriage sped away, leaving a faint trail upon the cobblestone street. Soon, the direction of the Eastern Palace was illuminated with flickering candlelight. Chapter 72. Not yet 3 years beneath the cloak of night, within a lofty chamber elsewhere. A window was flung open, and a shadow leapt inside, kneeling upon the floor. In the dimly lit center of the room stood an imposing armchair, upon which sat a man, his demeanor relaxed, yet his expression frosty. He toyed with a translucent glass lamp in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the figure kneeling before him. "What troubles you? Master, news has just arrived from the palace. It is reported that King Ling has returned to the East Palace. At this hour, the palace gates must have already been locked, no? Indeed, however, King Ling possesses a special token granted by the Emperor, allowing him to enter and exit at any hour." "I am well aware of that," the man replied slowly, yet, despite his privileges, he would not hasten back unless compelled by dire circumstances. A hint of amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. "It appears his health has once again faltered. Send someone to the Imperial Hospital to gather more information." Understood. The kneeling figure lowered his head in acknowledgement before adding, "Moreover, Qin Wenyan of the Wooding Marquis has met his demise. Has the matter been exposed?" "It was nearly successful. In a short while, Qin Qingxian would have succumbed to poison. But the sudden emergence of Shunruashi has disrupted the entire scheme, leading to an unfortunate failure." The man's eyes betrayed impatience. A failure is simply a failure. In the game of power, victors and vanquished are distinct. There is no need to provide excuses for the weak. Qin Wenyan was indeed clever, yet he was also far too naive and overly confident. His defeat comes as no surprise. Forget it. I initially sought to test his potential, hoping to utilize him in the future, a mere pawn in my game, easily replaceable. As he toyed with the exquisite glass cup, the man's gaze grew somewhat frigid. However, this Shunruashi, after parting ways with Morongyu, has become increasingly unpredictable. Recently,
The winged king has been seen in close company with her. Upon hearing this, the man drained the precious liquid from the cup with a light chuckle. It was intriguing, for he had never shown interest in women before. Moments later, as if a thought crossed his mind, he inquired, "The queen's birthday is approaching. Have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you?" "It has been handled," replied the other, though with a hint of hesitation. "Master, will the birthday gift be too ostentatious?" A smirk flickered in the man's eyes. "She holds the esteemed title of queen. Any display of grandeur is hardly excessive. The mere concubine Qin Haitang cannot compare to her. And the Fuyang Palace pales in magnificence next to her Changqiu Palace. The queen's gentle nature has led her to endure, but over time, others may mistakenly believe she lacks support." The man beneath him immediately bowed his head in understanding. "I comprehend." He rose and retreated with a respectful gesture. That night, a gentle autumn rain fell. Murong Heng burned with fever throughout the night. He felt as if engulfed in searing flames, yet deep within his bones, an intense chill radiated. He endured this torment of ice and fire for the entire night. Finally, when he awoke, he saw several figures standing by his bedside. Upon noticing his open eyes, Emperor Renjing let out a sigh of relief. "Hanger, you have finally awakened." "Father," Murong Heng spoke softly. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his palm. Turning his head, he saw Su Luer gently grasping his fingers, her graceful and radiant face bearing a trace of weariness. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red, and her expression was tinged with emotion. "Hanger, you truly frightened Mother Empress last night." Last night, Murong Heng had been unconscious and had been vomiting blood. The entire Imperial Medical Institute was thrown into a state of alarm. They had spent the entire night on edge, nearly convinced he would not awaken. Emperor Renjing sighed. "Your mother was exceedingly worried, kneeling in the Buddha hall all night, praying without a moment's rest." Su Luer wiped away her tears. The emperor hardly rested either. But thankfully, Hanger is well now. She revealed a comforting smile. "I knew it. Hanger is blessed and will surely awaken." Murong Heng's expression grew solemn. "I am unfilial, causing you both such worry." He propped himself up, attempting to rise. At once, Wei Tingshan supported him, placing a pillow behind him. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Murong Heng's inky hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his already pale face appeared even more frail. Yet, his eyes still shimmered with a faint chill, exuding an innate majesty. He cast a glance around the chamber, his gaze ultimately settling on Jing Jin, the presiding physician from the Imperial Medical Institute. "Dismiss the onlookers. Zheng Jin, stay." The crowd quickly retreated, leaving only the emperor, empress, and the kneeling Zheng Jin. Murong Heng began to speak. Zheng Yuan asked, "How is my health, your highness?" "Prince Ling, may you enjoy boundless fortune. You are now safe and sound. How much longer do I have to live?" Zheng Jin was taken aback, but dared not respond.
Hanger.
Emperor Renjing interjected. "The imperial physicians have mentioned before that one cannot predict longevity. However, as it stands, there should be no significant issues within the next 3 years. Father, I am well aware of my own condition. This recent illness is markedly different from past occurrences. I can feel my vitality waning rapidly, as if I have brushed against the threshold of life and death." Zheng Jin knelt before him. "Your Highness, I dare not speak presumptuously. I pardon your transgression, yet you may speak freely." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jin hesitated momentarily before saying, "Prince Ling's current condition has indeed severely affected his health. If he were to suffer several more episodes, I fear." Su Luer frowned. "What do you fear?" "I fear less than 3 years." "Preposterous." Emperor Renjing bellowed. "Henner is still so young. How could it be less than 3 years?" "Such nonsense." Zheng Jin, terrified, bowed his head. "Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions." Suddenly, Su Luer thought of something. "Is it possible that the medicine you provided for Henner has been taken excessively, thus affecting him?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is true. Medicine can be poison in excess, and considering this is, in essence, a toxic substance, it naturally impacts Prince Ling's health. After all this time, have you not considered other methods to alleviate Henner's symptoms?" "I am but a mere minister, and unfortunately, I have no other solutions at present." Upon hearing this, Emperor Renjing waved his hand irritably. "Leave. Leave. Every time you utter those words, they vex me," he declared sternly. Regarding Prince Ling, the entire Imperial Medical Institution must keep their lips sealed.
If even the slightest whisper escapes, I shall hold you accountable. The subject is well understood, and I shall certainly remain tight-lipped. Minister Zheng retreated in trepidation. Su Luer furrowed her brow, grasping Morong Heng's hand, and hesitantly inquired, Hanger, are you still taking the medicine Zheng Jin provided you? Yes. Mother feels. Perhaps you should cease its consumption. That medicine is harmful to your health. If you continue, If I do not take it, I may lose my sanity and descend into madness. Is that what you wish to witness, Mother? Morong Heng calmly withdrew his hand. This is my own choice. Mother need not speak further. With that, he gently closed his eyes. I am somewhat weary. Emperor Renjing furrowed his brow, letting out a soft sigh. Empress, let us depart together. Allow Hanger to rest more. Su Luer had no choice but to rise and leave with him. Alone in the chamber, Morong Heng fell silent. Less than 3 years. He had originally thought that at least 3 years would pass without trouble. Yet it has come so swiftly. Was his decision to marry Shin Ruashi truly the right one? In the days that followed, Morong Heng did not visit the general's residence. He merely sent someone to inform Shin Ruashi that he was occupied and would not be coming often. Shin Ruashi felt a pang of confusion and subtly inquired about Shin Tianrong. Shin Tianrong frowned. How could I possibly inquire about the matters concerning His Highness the Ling Wang? However, his absence from the general's residence likely stems from your second brother's recent busyness at the Hanlin Academy. Shin Ruashi was puzzled. What does this have to do with my second brother? Shin Tianrong sighed. There are certain matters that I cannot articulate too plainly. You must discern them for yourself. After saying this, he shook his head and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. With little to glean from Shin Tianrong, Shin Ruashi resolved to visit the Ling Wang's residence herself, only to be informed that the Ling Wang had returned to the Eastern Palace. She made several attempts to see him, yet each time she was met with disappointment. After encountering barriers for the 4th day, she boarded her carriage, her expression disheartened. She then turned to Lung Shuang, who felt a pang of unease under her gaze. She rubbed her nose. Miss, please do not look at me like that. I have been by your side all this time, yet I remain oblivious to the situation. I understand, Shin Ruashi replied, prompting Lung Shuang to release a sigh of relief. Men, once they have obtained something, often take it for granted. It becomes habitual. Lung Shuang hesitantly spoke. Miss, the master is not that kind of person. Shin Ruashi chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting. Her expression then turned serious. Something must have happened to the Ling Wang, hasn't it? Lung Shuang fell silent. In truth, although she was not beside Morong Heng, the intelligence among the shadow guards was continuously exchanged. Morong Heng's health had indeed deteriorated significantly. Shin Ruashi spoke softly. If you can convey a message to the Eastern Palace, please tell the Ling Wang this. What message? Should I, Shin Ruashi, firmly decide upon an individual, I shall remain steadfastly devoted throughout this lifetime. If he trusts me, let him behold my presence. If he does not. Cold Frost felt a twinge of anxiety. What shall I do? I shall confront him directly. Cold Frost replied. Understood, Mississippi. The carriage gradually departed from the Ling Wang manor. After Shin Ruashi's departure, a figure emerged from the shadows, observing the receding carriage, lost in contemplation. Swiftly, he turned and vanished into the night. Jing Lu hastened towards Morong Yu's study, his expression hurried. Fourth Prince, I have seen her. It is indeed Shin Ruashi. Upon hearing this, Morong Yu's countenance stiffened, and soon a flash of anger crossed his face. So it is truly her? Recently, he had heard rumors suggesting that Shin Ruashi was growing closer to the Ling Wang. Recalling the incident in the palace, when she had been alone with Morong Heng, his suspicions deepened, prompting him to instruct Jing Lu to keep watch. He did not expect the rumors to hold truth. Jing Lu remarked, Shin Ruashi has sought the Ling Wang for several consecutive days. It appears there is indeed something brewing. How shameless of her. A woman who has recently divorced, to hastily pursue Morong Heng. Jing Lu cautiously added, Your Highness, if you regret letting Shin Ruashi go, perhaps you might consider speaking with her? Which of your eyes perceived that I am unwilling to part with her? Morong Yu retorted sharply. Then, what are you doing now? At this, Morong Yu paused, then exclaimed vehemently, She was once my legitimate wife. Now she engages in such disgraceful conduct. Am I not to be tarnished by her actions? Morong Yu was besieged by an inexplicable rage. With a swift motion, he hurled the cup beside him with great force. Wretched woman. I should never have let her go so easily. It appears that everything was meticulously plotted.
He was in a state of turmoil. "Begone all of you. Depart at once. Your Highness, please calm your anger." Jing Lu hurriedly exited. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Ning Lanxue at the doorway. Chapter 73. Jealousy. She adorned herself with exquisite makeup, accompanied by a maid who carried a ginseng soup. Jing Lu was taken aback. "Esteemed consort, have you come to deliver ginseng soup to His Highness?" "Never mind. I noticed His Highness appears to be in a foul mood. I shall return another day." Ning Lanxue replied coolly before turning to leave. The moment she exited Morongyu's courtyard, her expression immediately darkened. He Xiang cautiously inquired, "Esteemed consort, are you not going to see His Highness? Did you not notice His Highness's displeasure? Going now would only bring me embarrassment." "Then, please keep the ginseng soup away from me." Ning Lanxue abruptly waved her hand. With a loud splash, the soup spilled entirely onto He Xiang's forearm, causing a sharp pain to surge through her.
"Ah!"
She cried out, her hand trembling, causing the tray to crash to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. "Esteemed consort, forgive me. I failed to carry it properly. I beg for your pardon." He Xiang knelt down, disregarding her reddened wrist, repeatedly bowing in apology. Ning Lanxue's eyes were filled with disdain. "You cannot even hold a soup steady. Your foolishness gives me a headache. Kneel here for 2 hours and reflect on your actions." With that, she turned her back, leaving with a cold gaze. Recalling the words she had overheard at Morongyu's door, Ning Lanxue bit her lip tightly. Shunruashi. Once again, Shunruashi. Even after their divorce, it seemed as though Morongyu had been bewitched, growing increasingly unable to let go of her. It was truly maddening. Ning Lanxue caressed her abdomen, her eyes glinting with a vengeful light. "Just wait a little longer. The queen's birthday is approaching. When the time comes, she will ensure that Shinruashi is utterly incapacitated." 7 days later, on the occasion of the queen's 34th birthday, the usually understated royal lady extravagantly organized a grand celebration this year. Invitations flurried into the residences of the court ministers like snowflakes, beckoning them to the palace for a banquet. Early in the morning, Shunruashi meticulously adorned herself and, with gifts in hand, boarded the carriage. As she sat in the carriage, the thought of entering the palace and seeing Moronghung filled her heart with delight. Shunruashi reached into her sleeve, where a letter resided, one that Moronghung had sent through a messenger a few days prior. It contained but 2 succinct lines: "Together in old age, never apart. In morning and evening, longing for each other." Lung Shuang informed her that Moronghung had recently caught a chill and was preoccupied with various matters, thus unable to seek her out. Naturally, Shunruashi harbored doubts about this explanation. When they finally met, she would personally inquire of Moronghung. Within the carriage, Shunruashi was not the only one consumed by youthful yearning. Tao Yi cradled a newly crafted sachet, her expression fraught with anxiety. This was her first attempt at embroidering a sachet, and she was uncertain whether Xiao Yu would appreciate it. What would his reaction be upon receiving it? The very thought filled her with anticipation. The carriage swayed along the way, and soon they entered the imperial city. Just as Shunruashi alighted from the carriage, she noticed another lavish carriage approaching from behind. Morongyu and Ning Lanxue descended from the vehicle. Upon her first appearance, Morongyu's gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon her. Shunruashi turned her head slightly, catching sight of Ning Lanxue, who was playfully leaning against Morongyu, caressing her own abdomen. "Your Highness, I believe I just felt the child within me stir." Morongyu reached out, gently touching her small belly. "You are with child now. Please take care." "Your Highness is so considerate, I am aware." The two leaned against each other, exuding an aura of deep affection. Taoya, supporting Shunruashi, whispered softly, "Miss Ning Lanxue is intentionally showing off before you." "Let her be," Shunruashi replied, her expression unchanged. Calculating the days, her child is merely 2 months along. Can it truly move already? I suspect the placenta has grown in her head. Taoya chuckled softly. "What you say is quite true." Shunruashi held her head high, striding toward the Jiaotai Hall. Observing her leisurely demeanor, Morongyu's expression darkened further. "Your Highness," Ning Lanxue tugged at his sleeve, "I feel somewhat anxious. Would you accompany me to the Jiaotai Hall?" "With you by my side, I feel reassured." Ning Lanxue joyfully tucked her fingers into his palm. Chapter 74. Miss Lin feeling the warmth of her palm, Morongyu hesitated for a fleeting moment. He gazed at the gentle and bashful lady beside him, his eyes flickering.
Previously, he had instructed Jinglu to inquire about the circumstances surrounding LG and Ning Lanxue on that fateful day. However, Jinglu informed him that by the time he arrived, LG had already met her demise, by her own hand. Ding Lixian remarked that LG, in a moment of impulsivity, had marred her own beauty and, upon returning in despair, had chosen to end her life in the dead of night. This matter seemed to fade into obscurity, yet within Morong-Yu's heart lingered a seed of doubt. Was Ning Lanxue truly innocent? Your Highness, Ning Lanxue's voice called, pulling him back from his reverie. What is it? Nothing, I am merely feeling a bit sentimental. Ning Lanxue bit her lip, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. We once shared an unbreakable bond, hand in hand, admiring the splendid vistas together. You even personally adorned my brows, promising a lifetime of togetherness. Yet now, she sighed, now I find myself relegated to the status of your concubine, and lately, I feel an ever-growing distance between us. My heart is filled with trepidation, Your Highness. Do you truly still hold me in your heart? At her inquiry, Morong-Yu's heart trembled. Unconsciously, he recalled their past moments together and the promises they had once exchanged, instantly feeling a pang of guilt. Indeed, during his days of neglect, it was Ning Lanxue who had guided him, serving as his confidant.
Now,
He had not only failed to grant her the rightful position of main consort, but had also cast doubt upon her. This was utterly unjust. Morong-Yu firmly grasped her hand. Lanxue, my recent preoccupations have caused me to overlook you, but rest assured, my love for you remains unwavering. You shall always be the singular one in my heart. As long as you hold me dear, nothing else holds significance. Ning Lanxue wiped away her tears and smiled. The two of them strolled hand in hand towards the banquet hall. Upon arriving at the Jiaotai Palace, Shan Ruoshi found the festivities had yet to commence. The noble women of the palace were gathered in the rear garden, eagerly awaiting the event's beginning. Within this garden stood an elegant arched bridge resembling a waning moon, spanning a serene lake. On either side of the water, one was graced by the presence of esteemed officials and the sons of nobility, while the other was occupied by unmarried ladies. Shan Ruoshi crossed the bridge, making her way toward the ladies. As she approached, she sensed a momentary pause in the gazes directed at her, followed by a collective glance away. Tao Yi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Miss, why do I feel that these noble women are regarding you with unusual eyes? Has something transpired? Shan Ruoshi remained silent, her gaze shifting until it landed on Wan Xiu, who sat beside Su Tianling, feigning elegance as she sipped from a porcelain cup. Upon meeting Shan Ruoshi's eyes, Wan Xiu froze. What are you staring at? I've done nothing, she exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Why so flustered, Wan Xiu? Your attempts to conceal your guilt are rather transparent, Su Tianling remarked with a casual glance and a subtle smile. To avoid suspicion, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Shan Ruoshi, your actions are clear to you. The same words were returned to Princess Tianling. Shan Ruoshi shot her a frosty glance before choosing a seat for herself. Peach Leaf appeared somewhat displeased. Miss, it seems that someone has spoken ill of you again. They are whispering behind your back, she remarked. Shan Ruoshi maintained a calm demeanor. Let them be. One cannot silence the multitude. Leng Shuang, standing behind her, coldly interjected, if we cannot silence them, then let us make an example. Today marks the Empress's birthday. Do not provoke trouble. Understood. Within the vast pavilion, the noble ladies engaged in lively conversation, while Shan Ruoshi quietly sipped her tea, remaining silent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the pavilion. Someone exclaimed, Miss Lin has arrived. Hearing this, Shan Ruoshi's movements faltered for a moment. Miss Lin? Turning her head, she beheld a lady approaching, accompanied by two maidservants. Clad in a cerulean dress adorned with cloud patterns, she wore a floral hairpin embellished with dangling tassels. Her eyebrows arched gracefully like willow leaves, her complexion fair as jade, and her lips appeared as tender as fresh peaches. She was undeniably a beauty. Shan Ruoshi recognized her as Lin Xiui, the daughter of the esteemed Lin Taifu, Lin Wei. Before marrying Morong-Yu, Shan Ruoshi and Lin Xiui were renowned in the capital as the twin beauties. It was said that among the noble ladies, their beauty was unparalleled. However, the admiration for Lin Xiui far surpassed that for Shan Ruoshi. For not only was Lin Xiui strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable talent and a noble character. While Shan Ruoshi was often perceived as lacking in intellect, in recent years, Lin Xiui became infamous for her irrational infatuation with Morongyu. Upon reflecting on this, Shen Ruashi couldn't help but feel a pang of self-loathing. Miss Lin, I have heard that you are afflicted with a cold. Have you recovered? I possess some excellent cough medicine. Should you require it, I can have it delivered to you. The calligraphy you gifted me previously has garnered high praise for my brother. If you have the time, I would be delighted to host you at my residence. As soon as Lin Xiui arrived, she was surrounded by a throng of noble ladies. A testament to her popularity. Lung Shuang remarked softly, Miss, Lin Xiui has always held a special affection for her master. She remains unmarried solely because she wishes to wed him. Shen Ruashi sighed. Indeed, she is quite captivating. Tao Yi quickly interjected, It's nothing, Mississippi. In terms of appearance, I believe you are even more enchanting than she. Shen Ruashi replied, I was referring to Prince Ling Taoyi. Shen Ruashi pursed her lips, her mind conjuring the image of Morong Heng's strikingly handsome visage. Despite being a frail figure, he still seems to attract admiration. One can only imagine how it would be if he were in good health. Xiui. Su Tianling suddenly called out to her, Come sit over here. Lin Xiui turned at the sound of her name and, upon seeing Su Tianling, gracefully approached with her maid. Greetings, Princess Tianling. We are quite familiar with each other. So there is no need for such formalities. She instructed her maid beside her. Please serve tea to Miss Lin. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Xiui replied with a smile, maintaining decorum and a respectful distance. Although she had known Su Tianling for many years, she did not harbor any fondness for her in her heart. Su Tianling is notoriously infamous. Associating with her would only tarnish one's reputation. However, as a princess, she must be afforded respect. Wan Xi's expression was displeased. Miss Lin seems to have little fondness for tea. Your Highness, perhaps it would be best not to impose. Lin Xiui harbored feelings for Morong Heng as well, rendering her a rival in love. Naturally, Wan Xiu held no positive impression of her. Su Tianling did not respond. She sipped her tea and suddenly remarked, What a coincidence today, as both renowned ladies of the capital are present. Xiui, you and Shen Ruashi once captivated the city together. Might you wish to extend a greeting? Lin Xiui glanced in Shen Ruashi's direction, then turned away. There's no need. I am not well acquainted with Mission. The scandal surrounding Shen Ruashi's divorce from Morongyu had stirred considerable gossip, and she was certainly aware of it. However, she felt no interest in the matter, merely viewing her shared fame as a source of disgrace. Upon entering the pavilion, she had quietly observed Shen Ruashi. Despite the latter's tarnished reputation, one could not deny her striking beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes bright, and her teeth pearly white. Her naturally rosy lips added to her allure. With a dignified yet captivating appearance, she outshone Lin Xiui, further diminishing any favorable sentiments Lin might have harbored. Chapter 75. Untroubled, yet unafraid, Su Tianling remarked. You were previously afflicted by the cold, perhaps unaware at home. I heard that after Shen Ruashi's divorce, she has been frequenting the entrance of the Ling Wang's residence. I wonder what scheme she is concocting. Is that truly the case? Asked Siyu, who had witnessed it firsthand, and other noble ladies were also privy to the information. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiui was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. His Highness the Ling Wang is a paragon among men. It is only natural for Miss Shen to admire him. I do not perceive any threat in that. She found the notion rather amusing. Shen Ruashi has just parted ways with Morongyu, and yet she dares to pursue the Ling Wang? She ought to reflect on her own worth. How utterly ludicrous. Once Lin Xiui finished her statement, Wan Xiu could not restrain herself. She hasn't merely visited the Ling Wang's residence these past few days. Just the other night, she boldly intruded upon it. Wan Xiu's voice rose sharply, instantly capturing the attention of the other noble ladies. Shen Ruashi dared to storm the Ling Wang's abode? How could she engage in such shameless behavior? Indeed, did not His Highness the Ling Wang cast her out? Siyu, what exactly transpired? Pray, enlighten us. The crowd clamored for answers. Confronted by their inquiries, Wan Xiu appeared somewhat uneasy. Before arriving, her father and mother had repeatedly cautioned her against provoking Shen Ruashi, lest she face their wrath. Recalling the punishment she had previously endured, her voice dropped a notch. In truth, I did witness it, though the specifics elude me. As her words settled in, the disdainful glances directed at Shen Ruashi intensified. Tao Yi was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Miss, they are simply intolerable. How can one endure such behavior? Shen Ruashi let out a cold laugh. Her avoidance of trouble did not signify her fear of it. Once provoked, one should not expect her to be courteous. Wan Siyu, I am quite curious. How did you witness my late-night visit to the Lingwang's residence? Wan Siyu was taken aback. Did you sneak over the walls of the Lingwang's estate? Nonsense, I did not. Indeed, you did not scale the walls. Rather, you drunkenly trespassed into the Lingwang's residence and collided with me while inebriated. As the words left her lips, gasps of astonishment filled the air, and all eyes turned toward Wan Siyu. Lin Xiui inquired, Miss Wan, did you really invade the Lingwang's estate while intoxicated? Wan Siyu's face flushed crimson. She slammed her palm on the table. That was due to the effects of alcohol, rendering me disoriented. Shunruashi, how did you come to be at the Lingwang's estate? You have yet to provide an explanation. Shunruashi cast her a sidelong glance. I was attending to the Lingwang's health. Is there a problem with that? Attending to his health? I possess considerable medical expertise. The Lingwang, feeling unwell late at night, specifically summoned me for assistance. Who could have anticipated your intrusion and baseless gossip? Shunruashi's eyes were frosty. It seems the 2 slaps from Lord Wan did not sufficiently rouse you. You still dare to utter such nonsense. If His Highness the Lingwang were to learn of this, you would likely face severe consequences. Wan Siyu's body stiffened at the memory of her previous ordeal, leaving her utterly speechless. Su Tianling then took over the conversation. Shunruashi, you are indeed sharp-tongued. However, I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness. No matter what schemes you employ to approach the Crown Prince Ling, it is ultimately in vain. You are unworthy of him. Matters between the esteemed princess and His Highness the Crown Prince are not for you to fret over. This statement sent ripples through the crowd. Shunruashi's words. Did they not clearly indicate her affections for the Crown Prince? Su Tianling furrowed her brow.
Shunruashi.
How audacious you are to harbor such thoughts about the Crown Prince. Yet, Shunruashi remained unfazed. Thoughts? We have already exchanged affection and intimacy. What is there that cannot be imagined? Just as Su Tianling was about to hurl further insults, Lin Xiui spoke softly. Your Highness, engaging in futile arguments with such a person is merely a waste of breath. Why lower yourself to her level? Shunruashi raised an eyebrow. Such a person? Miss Lin, I have always maintained a respectful distance from you. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiui sat upright. Miss Shun, I wish to remind you that your shameless declarations of affection for His Highness the Crown Prince are rather unbecoming. I have heard that Miss Lin has rejected numerous noble suitors who have come to court her, remaining in her chamber solely because she harbors feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince and refuses to marry. Shunruashi laughed. If Miss Lin has pined for His Highness for so many years, then are you not even more shameless than I? Since they wish to provoke her, they should not blame her for losing her composure. Lin Xiui's expression darkened. Unlike you, I have not engaged in such disgraceful acts as intruding into the Crown Prince's residence at night. It is often said that Miss Lin possesses both beauty and intelligence, yet one cannot help but notice her lack of wit. What did you say? If I had truly dared to breach the gates of the Ling Prince's residence, I would have been met with a flurry of blows and would not be sitting here conversing with you in safety. Since I ventured there and returned unscathed, it must be for a legitimate reason. After Shunruashi's words fell, the crowd suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, given the temperament of His Highness the Ling Prince, how could he possibly allow her to leave unharmed? In an instant, doubts began to arise regarding Wan Siyu's assertions. Lin Xiui, suppressing her displeasure, endeavored to maintain her lofty demeanor. Is it true that Miss Shin merely attended to the prince's ailments? Yet, Shunruashi replied, I have nothing to disclose. Lin Xiui was infuriated by this response. How could this woman differ so greatly from the rumors that portrayed her? With a stern expression, she ceased to speak further. Within the pavilion, a momentary calm ensued. Before long, Princess Murong Mingyu and Princess Murong Minghua arrived. Murong Mingyu made a beeline for Su Tianling, who was accompanied by Murong Mingshan. Meanwhile, Murong Minghua, holding Murong Mingyu's hand, approached Shunruashi's side. Murong Mingyu cast a glance at the group. What is amiss? From a distance, I observed what seemed to be an argument, and now you are quarreling with Shunruashi? Su Tianling spoke with evident disdain. Your Highness, you may not be aware, but Shunruashi is indeed deluded. She has taken a fancy to the Ling Prince's cousin and even quarreled with Xiui, accusing her of shamelessly coveting him. Has she lost her senses to utter such words? Murong Mingyu's expression was laced with derision. A divorced woman ought to weigh her own worth. It's simply laughable. Upon hearing these words, Wan Xiu furrowed her brows. Su Tianling's statement, in truth, was devoid of fairness, as it omitted the context that Lin Xiui had originally accused Shen Ruoxi of being shameless. However, due to her disdain for Shen Ruoxi, she chose to remain silent. Lin Xiui maintained a calm demeanor. I too am at fault, for I should not waste my breath on someone of her ilk. There is no need to be angered by Shen Ruoxi, Lin Xiui. Today, it seems your long-cherished wish is about to be fulfilled. At this, the others nearby were momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, what do you mean? Yesterday, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between father and mother regarding the marriage of Prince Lin Xiui. It appears your long-standing aspiration may soon be realized. At these words, Lin Xiui's hand, which held the porcelain cup, trembled slightly, nearly betraying her composure. She suppressed her overwhelming joy. Your Highness, is this truly the case? Chapter 76. Overwhelming charisma. Wan Xiu widened her eyes in disbelief and jealousy. Your Highness, are you certain? The crown prince was the man she wished to marry, yet he had been stolen away by Lin Xiui. Is there any doubt in my words? Princess Murong Mingyu raised her teacup, addressing Lin Xiui. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Thank you, Your Highness, but it is premature to celebrate, as this matter is not yet settled, Lin Xiui replied, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, though her eyes sparkled with an undeniable joy. After sipping a few more cups of tea to steady her heart, she turned her gaze towards Murong Mingshan beside her. Princess Mingshan, it has been quite some time. Indeed, I accompanied my mother to Baohua Temple to pay respects. Murong Mingshan responded, her expression displaying a hint of discomfort. Her mother, Ning Yingying, one of the 4 imperial consorts, had recently clashed with Consort Qin, inciting the emperor's displeasure, which led to her being sent to Baohua Temple for penance. Concerned for her mother's well-being, Mingshan chose to accompany her. Fortunately, the emperor could not bear to be parted from her mother, and, seizing the opportunity of the empress's birthday, brought her back. Murong Mingyu cast a sidelong glance at her. Speaking of which, Mingshan, you have reached the age for marriage, yet there has been no progress. How about I request a suitable match from mother for you in a few days? I would prefer to stay by my mother's side for a few more years. There is no need for that, Murong Mingshan replied with a smile. Elder sister, considering you are even a year older than I, if a marriage proposal were to be discussed, it should rightly be for you first. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Murong Mingyu's expression was tranquil, while Murong Mingshan remained silent, turning her head to sip her tea slowly. A hint of bitterness lingered in her heart, the man she yearned to marry. It seemed that this lifetime would not grant her that wish. Meanwhile, Murong Minghua sat beside Shen Ruoxi, smiling as she inquired, what is the matter? Have you quarreled with Su Tianling and the others again? Shen Ruoxi sighed, it's your 9th brother's fault. His charm is simply too overwhelming. I am still without a title, yet I find myself embroiled in jealousy. Murong Minghua chuckled, shall I speak to 9th brother about your grievances? No need for that. I can handle these trivial matters myself. Shen Ruoxi replied, lowering her voice, Minghua, what exactly is going on with Prince Ling? I cannot say much. The Imperial Medical Institute keeps their information tightly under wraps. However, I visited 9th brother in the East Palace, and you can rest assured that he is currently well. Well, that brings me some peace of mind, Shen Ruoxi exhaled, feeling relieved. Murong Minghua observed her with a flicker of concern in her eyes, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining. The truth was, when she visited Murong Hang, he was not in good condition, his complexion as pale as fragile jade. Were she to reveal this to Shen Ruoxi, it would undoubtedly cause her distress. Suddenly, a small hand reached out and tugged at Shen Ruoxi's sleeve. She looked down to see Murong Mingyue, who had placed a piece of candy in her hand. This is a candy made by my mother, the little princess said. Do try it. Thank you, Princess Mingyue, Shen Ruoxi responded, grasping the soft little hand before her. Her heart swelling with warmth. Princess Mingyue, allow me to take your pulse. Very well. Murong Mingyue extended her hand. Shen Ruoxi placed her fingers gently, probing for a moment. Subsequently, her expression softened considerably. Princess Mingyue appeared much improved compared to before. It seemed she had been well nourished these past few days, and with a little more care, she would be perfectly fine. The Empress Dowager mentioned that it was all thanks to the medicinal diet provided by Miss Shen last time. Murong Mingyue grasped her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. You possess both beauty and kindness. My mother adores you, and so do I. Thank you for your generous affection, Princess Mingyue, Shen Ruoxi replied. unable to suppress a smile. As she withdrew her hand, she playfully pinched her soft, cherubic cheek. By the way, where is concubine Lan? The Empress Dowager said she had some matters to attend to, and asked me to come here first with the 10th princess. At this, Shun Ruashi nodded and refrained from further inquiry, savoring the tea and snacks while awaiting the commencement of the birthday banquet. In the Yaguang Palace, within Nia Yulan's chambers, a silk outer garment lay discarded on the floor, accompanied by a man's belt and outer robe. The grand bed in the center of the room was draped with curtains. The man's eyes brimmed with longing. Lana, what brings you here? What if someone sees? Nia Yulan's voice trembled with fear. Fear not. Do not be anxious. Nia Yulan bit her lip. This is the inner palace. What if? What if we are discovered? Lana, I miss you terribly. It's unbearable. The man leaned in, pressing his lips tightly against hers. The room was enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy.
Outside.
Wei Xinjin approached Nia Yulan's quarters accompanied by her maids. Chunner, the guard outside, was momentarily taken aback and quickly rose to her feet. Lady Rong, what brings you here? Where is Nia Yulan? Replying to Lady Rong, my mistress is currently in her chamber arranging her appearance in preparation for the Qiaotai Hall. I shall accompany her, otherwise, when we arrive, the Empress and the other consorts may presume that I am at odds with her and subject her to undue pressure. With that, Wei Xinjin attempted to enter. Chunner hurriedly obstructed her path. Lady Rong, my mistress is presently in a somewhat inconvenient situation. Please wait a moment. I shall promptly inform her. What sort of inconvenience? Madam, she is currently occupied. Allow me to convey a message first. I kindly ask for your patience. Wei Xinjin regarded Chunner with suspicion. Why do you continue to impede my entrance? Step aside. With a forceful shove, she pushed Chunner aside and strode into the palace. As she entered, she immediately spotted Nia Yulan parting the beaded curtain, hurrying towards her. Sister Rong, what brings you here? I intended to go with you to the Qiaodai Hall. Time is of the essence. Why are you still lingering inside? Wei Xinjin cast a glance at Nia Yulan, surveying the surroundings. Where is Princess Mingyue? I have not seen her. I sent Mingyue and Princess Manhwa ahead. Nia Yulan replied softly, adjusting her slightly disheveled hair. Sister Rong, please step outside and enjoy some tea while you wait. I shall tidy up and join you shortly. Wei Xinjin scrutinized her, her gaze lingering on Nia Yulan's neck. There was a hint of crimson, undeniably ambiguous. Before Wei Xinjin could scrutinize further, Nia Yulan tugged at her collar and turned to enter. Observing her retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation crossed Wei Xinjin's eyes. She then turned and stepped outside, casting a sidelong glance at Chunu. Were there others within the chambers of Lan Pin? Chapter 77. Prince Rong. Chunner lowered her head. Presently, all the ladies of the imperial harem had gone to the Jiaotai Hall, leaving no one to attend to the Empress. Is that so? Wei Xinjin averted her gaze, her eyes filled with contemplation. Just moments ago, Nia Yulan's demeanor had been decidedly unusual. Her eyes glistened, brimming with emotion. A bold hypothesis emerged in Wei Xinjin's mind, yet it seemed too absurd to entertain. After some time, Nia Yulan emerged from behind. Sister Rong, have you been waiting long? You are usually quite efficient. What has caused such a delay today? Wei Xinjin rose and cast a glance at her. Nia Yulan's neck was adorned with a layer of powder, and she wore a necklace that closely hugged her skin, seemingly attempting to conceal something. Nia Yulan's expression remained tranquil. I did not sleep well last night, and felt rather fatigued today. I was concerned about making a mistake at the Empress's birthday banquet, so I took a moment to rest, which caused a slight delay. She smiled and said, Sister Rong, let us hasten our departure. The two of them then exited the Yaguang Hall together. Shun Ruashi and Muro Minghua had been conversing for quite some time when they finally received word from the eunuchs and palace maids that it was time for everyone to proceed to the Jiaotai Hall. The group rose and made their way towards the hall. Within the Jiaotai Hall, seats had been arranged according to rank and status. Shun Ruashi settled beside Shen Tianrong. Emperor Renjing and Empress Su Luer occupied the principal seats, with the Empress adorned in splendid attire for the occasion. Dressed in a resplendent yellow palace gown adorned with a myriad of birds, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin embellished with precious jewels, and styled with a radiant phoenix hairpin, Shun Ruashi observed that Su Luer's beauty was indeed striking, albeit often concealed by her usual simplicity. Beneath the Empress's throne sat the concubines led by concubine Qin, alongside princes and princesses. Meanwhile, under Emperor Renjing's authority were the court officials, seated quietly.
Shun Ruashi cast a discreet glance across the hall. Under the Empress's domain, Qin Haidang presided, accompanied by two concubines, the virtuous concubine El Shui and the wise concubine Ningying. On her previous visit, Shun Ruashi had not encountered these two. Concubine El Shui, a descendant of loyal generals, had lost her father and brothers on the battlefield a decade prior. The emperor, grateful for her family's loyalty, bestowed upon her the title of virtuous concubine. Over the years, she had devoted herself to following the empress in prayers and frequently ventured to temples to offer blessings for the emperor, embodying a graceful and unassuming presence within the palace. Shun Ruashi's gaze settled upon the wise concubine Ningying, the most favored lady in the harem alongside concubine Qin. During her time as the princess of Morongyu, Feng Hui had once confided in her about Ningying. It was then that she realized Ning's resemblance to the late Empress Su Wan'er. This connection had allowed her to maintain favor despite her occasional excesses and indiscretions. The emperor often turned a blind eye to her transgressions. Beneath the wise concubine Ning, Feng Hui occupied her place. Shun Ruashi shifted her attention to Morong Hang's seat, which remained conspicuously empty. He was absent. However, the position of the chief minister remained vacant, designated for Prince Rong. His consort, Shui Yuan, had already arrived, adorned in splendid attire, exuding a graceful demeanor. Her delicate features bore a resemblance to Su Tianling, yet possessed an alluring charm that surpassed her. Shun Ruashi paid little heed to Prince Rong, her thoughts solely fixated on Moronghang. Why had he not yet arrived at this hour? Could it be that he was still unwell? Lost in contemplation, a sudden commotion outside the hall captured her attention, followed by the high-pitched voice of a eunuch announcing, "Prince Ling has arrived." The assembly turned in unison. Shun Ruashi's heart stirred, and she swiftly lifted her gaze. At the entrance, a figure clad in dark robes appeared, followed by the tall silhouette of Moronghang stepping into view. With one hand clasped behind him, he strode into the hall, his dark python robe accentuated by a white jade belt at his waist, further emphasizing his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding an air of distinction. The courtiers immediately rose and bowed in deference. He gestured for them to rise. His handsome and refined visage remained composed, his gaze inherently cold, yet strikingly sharp. After an extended absence from the Eastern Palace, speculation had run rampant among the ministers. Now, witnessing his calm appearance, their thoughts gradually settled. Moronghang stepped forward, addressing, "I pay my respects to father and mother, wishing for father's longevity and mother's health and prosperity." Emperor Renjing responded, "Why have you arrived so late today? If you delay any longer, your father may just have to punish you." Though his tone bore reproach, his eyes were filled with paternal affection. Moronghang spoke, "Father, I beg your forgiveness. I have been eagerly awaiting the birthday gift for the Empress, which caused my tardiness."
"Oh."
"I shall be most curious to see what rare treasure you have prepared this time," replied Emperor Renjing with a hearty laugh, before gesturing for him to take a seat. Moronghang cupped his hands in respect and turned to his designated place. Shun Ruashi observed him closely. Upon sitting down, Moronghang lifted his gaze and directed it towards her. His eyes, typically indifferent, now seemed to pierce through the distance, as if he were gazing directly into her heart. Shun Ruashi's long lashes fluttered, her heart racing with an inexplicable joy. However, in the next moment, she sensed another pair of eyes upon her. Turning slightly, she found Morongyu beside Moronghang, his gaze fixed intently on her, brows furrowed and expression profound, as if he had something to convey. The fluttering of Shun Ruashi's heart came to an abrupt halt, tranquility washing over her, tinged with a hint of nausea. She turned her face away, feeling slightly vexed. After a brief pause, Emperor Renjing furrowed his brow in concern. At this hour, why has Prince Rong still not arrived? Princess Rong, Shui Yuan immediately spoke up, "Your Majesty, the prince has urgent matters to attend to and will be delayed. I ask for your understanding." "This is more than just a slight delay," Su Luer gently interjected. "Your Majesty is quite right. I shall ensure to speak with him later," urging him to self-impose a penalty of 3 cups. "Indeed," the emperor replied. Emperor Renjing replied softly, his expression remaining unchanged. Shun Ruashi, holding a cup, exhibited a flicker of emotion. She had never encountered this Prince Rong before, yet he was known for his arrogance and unrestrained demeanor. If Moronghang could be described as individualistic, then this man was indeed disregarding of others.
Such a subject.
The emperor retained for the sheer inability to manage him. "Prince Rong has arrived." With the eunuch's announcement,
A tall and commanding figure emerged before the assembly. Su Sheng, donned in a deep violet-black dragon robe and short boots intricately embroidered with golden threads, strode into the hall, his wide sleeves flowing. Shun Ruashi's gaze fell upon Su Sheng's face, momentarily taken aback. She had always envisioned Prince Rong as a burly man, yet he possessed an unexpected allure. His elongated eyes, high nose, and crimson lips accentuated his striking features. At the age of 32, he exuded a refined elegance and bearing, a charisma that spoke of time's passage, and a natural regal presence. He clasped his hands in salute to Emperor Rinjing and consort Su Luer, stating, "Long live the Emperor, and may the Empress live for 1,000 years. I apologize for my tardiness, due to pressing matters." Emperor Rinjing responded with a smile, "Prince Rong, with your busy affairs, your lateness is understandable to both myself and the Empress." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Sheng rose, just about to take his seat when a soft voice interjected from the side. "Mother has just remarked that Prince Rong's lateness warrants 3 cups as self-punishment."
Mo Jong-han.
With a playful glint in his fox-like eyes, added with a hint of languid amusement, "It seems Prince Rong must indulge in a few cups." Chapter 78. Mediation. Sua Sheng's gaze shifted, locking onto his counterpart's eyes. Murong Heng, undaunted, met his stare with an air of calmness, even gesturing for Xiao Yuzi to pour wine for Prince Rong. Instantly, Xiao Yuzi filled 3 cups and presented them before Sua Sheng. "Your Highness, please." Sua Sheng made no move to accept. A palpable silence enveloped the hall as the onlookers held their breath. It was evident that Murong Heng was displeased with Sua Sheng's tardiness, intent on undermining his spirit. Yet, would Prince Rong truly endure this affront? Sua Sheng gazed at the wine before him, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand and lifted the cup. "Today is Her Majesty the Queen's birthday. Since she has spoken, I must accept my punishment." With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the wine in one swift motion. 3 cups emptied, he then clasped his hands together and returned to his seat. Once seated, a subtle tightening of his lips revealed a flicker of coldness across his visage. Shui Yuan leaned closer, holding out a handkerchief. "Your Highness, you've spilled some wine on your tire. Allow me to assist you." Sua Sheng turned his head, his icy gaze settling on her face, causing Shui Yuan to momentarily falter. "I shall handle it myself." He took the handkerchief from her grasp and wiped away the remnants of wine from his garment. Shui Yuan's gaze fell, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Soon after, the performers took the stage. With flowing sleeves and the sound of music filling the air, the hall of Jiao Tai became a scene of warmth and harmony. After the entertainment concluded, Emperor Renjing clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent, truly excellent." His scholarly visage radiated joy. "Bestow rewards." The assembly promptly knelt in gratitude. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Luer remarked, "Yet, despite the splendid songs and dances, something seems to be amiss. I have seldom heard the captivating strains of stringed instruments." The emperor chuckled in response, "That is easily remedied. I have heard that Lin Taifu's daughter, Lin Xiui, is both graceful and wise, possessing unparalleled beauty and talent. She excels at the pipa. On this auspicious occasion of the Empress's birthday, Lin Xiui, would you grace us with a performance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiui rose gracefully and approached. The palace attendants had already brought forth the pipa. Lin Xiui bowed respectfully, a gentle smile illuminating her enchanting face. "I hope to not embarrass myself," she said. As she settled down and prepared to play, Emperor Rinjing interjected, "Merely playing the pipa may become tedious. Prince Ling, I am aware of your exceptional skills on the guqin. Why not join Lin Xiui in a duet to enhance the experience?" At this, Lin Xiui was momentarily taken aback, but a wave of exhilaration surged within her. Previously, she had harbored doubts upon hearing Murong Mingyu's hints about impending good fortune, but now, sensing the emperor's intentions, it became evident that he sought to unite her with Prince Ling. After years of yearning, could her dreams finally be realized today? The others in the hall also perceived the subtle hints, their expressions shifting in response. Shun Ruashi, seated in her place, slightly furrowed her brows. "Miss, what is the matter? Is it not you whom Prince Ling favors?"
Disperet.
This reflects the emperor's intentions and does not necessarily represent the sentiments of Prince Ling.
Yet,
Who would dare to defy the emperor's wishes? If he wishes to arrange a marriage, then Prince Ling cannot oppose the edict. Tao Yi was utterly distressed. However,
Shun Ruashi remained remarkably composed. She slowly lifted her gaze, directing it towards Morong Hung. The others in the hall also turned their attention to him. Morong Hung sat upright in his seat, his expression inscrutable. With a slight bow, he spoke. Father, it has been a long time since I last played the guqin. If I were to play recklessly, I fear it would lead to embarrassment. Su Luer replied gently. Prince Ling is being modest. Who does not know of your unparalleled guqin skills? Today is the birthday celebration of our esteemed palace, and if you refuse, Mother will surely be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Morong Hung furrowed his brows and suddenly supported his head with one hand. The attentive Xiao Yitzi immediately understood and rushed to assist him. Your Highness, what troubles you? I am feeling dizzy, likely a remnant of my recent illness. My body is still somewhat frail, he replied, raising a fist to his lips and coughing heavily. He then bowed again. Mother, I am unwell today. If you wish to hear me play, I will visit you in your Changqiu palace once I have recovered, ensuring that you enjoy it to the fullest. With this, both Emperor Rinjing and Su Luer found it inappropriate to press further. Su Luer smiled. Since Prince Ling is unwell, let us not insist. Shun Ruashi raised her cup to her lips, nearly suppressing a laugh. It seems this illness of his could prove quite advantageous at critical moments. In the hall, Lin Xiui slightly lifted her gaze and looked at the handsome yet aloof man seated among them, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Alone, she embraced the pipa and began to play. Her fingers danced deftly across the strings, producing delicate tones that fell like blossoms, resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. The atmosphere in the chamber was soon enveloped by her enchanting music, as the audience became entranced by the sound of her pipa. Upon the completion of her performance, Su Luer praised her, declaring that Lin Xiui truly lived up to her renowned reputation. Listening to this piece had brightened the mood of the palace. Your Majesty, this piece is titled Peony. May you, like the peony, embody unparalleled beauty and grace, Su Luer said, her radiant face beaming with joy. Emperor Rinjing turned to her, noticing her pleasant demeanor, and could not help but feel a stirring in his heart at the sight of her charming profile. He took Su Luer's hand and gazed towards Lin Xiui. Well played. You shall be rewarded, he stated before asking Lin Xiui, what reward do you desire? Lin Xiui bowed respectfully. It is an honor for me to perform for your Majesty and the Empress. I would not dare to presume upon your generosity. You are being overly modest, he replied. I see you have reached the age for marriage, yet remain without a suitable match. Perhaps I should bestow upon you a favorable union? At these words, Lin Xiui felt her heart race. This implied a public betrothal? Indeed. Emperor Rinjing turned to face Morong Hang. Prince Ling, Lin Xiui is dignified and virtuous. What manner of man do you believe she should be matched with? The emperor's intent was unmistakable. He sought to unite Morong Hang with Lin Xiui. In that instant, everyone held their breath, awaiting Morong Hang's response. Shun Ruashi sat beside Shen Tianrong, her fingers tightening around the cup. As far as she knew, Morong Hang had previously expressed his intention to marry her to the emperor. Yet he had not received the imperial decree. The current situation was quite evident. The emperor did not regard her as a suitable match for Morong Hang, but rather wished for him to marry Lin Xiui. A slight pang of anxiety gripped Shen Ruashi's heart, but she quickly found solace. Given her circumstances, it was only natural for the emperor to disapprove of her marrying Morong Hang as his primary consort. As long as she and Morong Hang shared a mutual understanding, that was sufficient. Not far away, Morong Yu's gaze was fixed intently upon Shen Ruashi. Noticing a fleeting look of disappointment on her face, he felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Ha! Shen Ruashi, that wretched woman, did she not desire to marry Morong Hang? It seemed her wishes would not be fulfilled. He had always thought, who would fancy a woman who had been divorced? The corners of Morong Yu's lips curled up slightly. If she could exhibit a modicum of awareness, he might even consider allowing her back into the estate. Observing Morong Hang's prolonged silence, Morong Xiu leisurely held his cup, wearing an expression that suggested he was relishing the unfolding drama. Ninth brother, do respond swiftly, he urged. Chapter 79. Disparate treatment. Morong Hang lifted his gaze, casting a cool glance at him, before speaking. Since Father Emperor has spoken, I indeed have a recommended candidate. He continued, the heir of the Wooding Marquisate, Qin Qingxian, possesses an admirable demeanor and is well matched with Miss Lin, making him quite suitable. The innocently named Qin Qingxian responded with bewilderment. He cleared his throat softly. Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. My leg has not yet fully healed, and I cannot afford to delay Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Murong Heng shifted his gaze to the side, where Murong Yao stood. The Rui Wang had also reached the age for marriage. Yet his temperament was rather carefree and lacking in steadiness, thus he required a mature and dignified princess consort. Amidst the jesting, Murong Yao exclaimed. He hastily waved his hands. Ninth brother, that is not appropriate. I am still quite young and have no intentions of marrying. Moreover, I have never met Miss Lin before. Such a hasty betrothal would be most imprudent. Furthermore, Murong Yao's gaze darted briefly toward Shinruashi, and a slight flush graced his handsome features. He murmured, and Miss Lin is not the type that captures my heart. We are not suited for one another. Murong Heng interjected. I recall that eldest brother previously expressed a fondness for gentle and delicate beauties. I believe Miss Lin embodies those qualities perfectly. Buffed. Murong Xiao sputtered out his drink. Coughing a few times, he awkwardly replied, While I do have an appreciation for beauties, I am already betrothed. I can only take a secondary consort, and I fear Miss Lin would not wish to be a concubine. It would be unwise to impose such a burden upon her. Upon witnessing the scene, Murong Heng let out a sigh of regret. He turned his gaze towards Emperor Rinjing, contemplating that his thoughts were solely directed towards these few candidates. Since fate had not favored them, it would be prudent for His Majesty to refrain from hastily arranging a marriage. His firm stance left Emperor Rinjing with little recourse to respond. One might have expected Murong Heng to express his refusal in a more gentle manner. Yet he had taken an unexpected turn, clearly indicating his discontent with the situation. Standing amidst the gathering, Lin Xiui felt her cheeks flush crimson, as if they might bleed. She bit her lip tightly, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to flee. Murong Heng, fully aware of Emperor Rinjing's intentions, feigned ignorance and pointed her out to other suitors, all of whom rejected her. How could she, a woman of esteemed reputation, endure such humiliation when noblemen from the capital had once vied for her hand? She pressed her lips together and declared, Your Majesty, I wish to spend more time with my parents and do not wish to marry just yet. Emperor Rinjing replied, If that is the case, then consider it my overreach. Please take your seat. Lin Xiui turned and returned to her place. At that moment, Su Tianling spoke up. Since Miss Lin has graced us with a pipa performance, why not invite Miss Shen to also present a piece in celebration of the Empress's birthday? Upon hearing this, Shun Che was taken aback and quickly interjected, Your Highness, Miss She has not played string instruments for many years, and she has come unprepared. To suddenly perform might be rather abrupt. Su Tianling replied with a smile. Moments ago, Miss Lin demonstrated her improvisational prowess, yet when it comes to Shun Ruashi, the disparity seems rather pronounced, does it not? Shun Tianrong slammed his wine cup on the table. The princess is unaware that Ruashi devotes herself entirely to the art of medicine and has not invested time in such pursuits. Su Tianling narrowed her eyes. So, what you imply is that Shun Ruashi is incapable. Just as Shun Tianrong was about to respond, Shun Ruashi grasped his arm. She lifted her gaze towards Emperor Rinjing. I must confess, I am not well versed in the art, particularly in string instruments. However, today marks the Empress's birthday celebration, and I am willing to make an earnest attempt to honor her.
Shu Tianling interjected immediately.
In that case, Your Majesty, Empress, let us not disregard Miss Shun's heartfelt intentions. Emperor Rinjing nodded. What piece will you perform? In reply, the young lady stated, I have a rudimentary understanding of the pipa. As she spoke, a murmur rippled through the hall. Who in the capital does not know that Lin Xiui excels at the pipa? Her recent performance was akin to celestial music. Is Shun Ruashi not setting herself up for humiliation by taking the stage now? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Luer's eyes. This is indeed intriguing. Bring forth the pipa. Shun Ruashi stood to proceed. Shun Tianrong lowered his voice. Ahem, fret not. If your performance is lacking, who would dare mock you? I shall handle them. Father, must you not harbor a bit of faith in my abilities? I can indeed play. Have you forgotten? At her words, Shun Tianrong momentarily faltered. In that brief distraction, Shun Ruashi had already made her way to the center of the hall. Shun Tianrong furrowed his brows. Shun Ruashi had always been exceptionally intelligent, mastering skills more swiftly than others. Indeed, she could play the pipa, yet that was 6 years ago. After such a lengthy hiatus, it was likely that peculiar sounds would emerge. With her emotions in disarray, Shun Ruashi had already taken her seat in the hall, grasping the pipa. Beside her, Murong Xiao shook his head, his handsome face etched with confusion. It was often said that while Shun Ruashi possessed beauty, her intellect was lacking. This seemed to hold true, as she had previously fixated on the fourth prince and was now at odds with Lin Xiui, unaware of her own limitations. He then turned to Moronghang. Ninth brother, do you not agree? Yet, he was met with a pair of icy eyes, leaving Morong Xiu momentarily stunned. What was amiss? Moronghang turned his gaze, preparing to speak when a melodious voice broke through. Your Majesty, I can play the Xiao and would be delighted to perform alongside Miss Shin. Emperor Rinjing waved his hand. Granted. Upon hearing this, Moronghang's expression darkened. He slightly shifted his gaze, resting his forehead as he looked at Lung Yi beside him. Lung Yi instantly understood his intention and feigned surprise. What? Prince Ling, you're not feeling dizzy, and yet you wish to play the zither? At these words, the gaze of everyone in the hall turned toward Moronghang. Moronghang responded. Who taught you to speak in such a manner? Su Luer looked at him. Does Prince Ling wish to perform with Shin Ruashi? Moronghang replied. I believe the sound of the Xiao does not harmonize well with the pipa. The guqin would be a more suitable choice. Having spoken, he turned to Shin Ruashi. What does Miss Shin think? Shin Ruashi, cradling her pipa, turned to face him, meeting his gaze, which was as clear as crystal, yet profoundly deep, stirred her heart. Since he showed no fear, why should she hesitate? A faint smile played upon her lips as she nodded slowly. This humble servant believes that His Highness, the Prince of Ling, speaks wisely. The moment the words escaped her lips, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Beside her, Qin Chengxian suppressed his astonishment, a bitter layer washing over him. It appeared that Moronghang also held feelings for her. Given that Shin Ruashi had spoken thus, his continued resistance seemed rather absurd. Lowering his gaze, Qin Chengxian subsequently withdrew. The palace attendants then brought forth the guqin. Moronghang rose and approached. As he passed by Morong Xiu, he waved his grand sleeve, splashing the wine from the table onto his brocade robe. Morong Xiu nearly lost his composure, gripping his wine cup, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was intentional. The ninth prince was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. But who could have anticipated that the person he admired was Shin Ruashi? Moronghang entered the hall and took a seat beside Shin Ruashi. One was resplendently beautiful, the other exuded a cool elegance. They appeared remarkably well matched. Emperor Rinjing observed the pair seated before him, lightly tapping the armrest, a thoughtful expression gleaming in his eyes. To think that Hunger would regard Shin Ruashi with such significance was somewhat unexpected. Just as he was about to commence, Moronghang suddenly interjected.
Wait.
Chapter 80. The gift. Just as the proceedings were about to commence, Moronghang suddenly interjected. Hold on. He slowly turned his head, casting a faint glance with his amber eyes towards Su Tianling in the hall. Su Tianling, having practiced the art of dance for many years, why not step forward and perform for us? Su Tianling was taken aback, her expression quickly shifting to displeasure. Why should she be compelled to dance? She was no courtesan. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, my dancing skills are rather lacking. If you desire a performance, the dancing maidens possess far superior skills, making them far more suitable. To ask you to dance is not merely to showcase your talent, but to honor your deep respect for Her Majesty. Your insistence on declining raises questions about your intentions. Moronghang replied, his tone remaining calm yet unyielding. Su Sheng raised his gaze. Prince of Ling, your words are utterly absurd. Tianling has long frequented the palace and shares a close bond with the Empress. Her devotion is evident, and heaven bears witness to it. Then, in that case, performing a dance for the Empress would be quite effortless, would it not? Moronghang's tone remained indifferent, showing no sign of retreat. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Emperor Rinjing intervened. Su Tianling, today marks the Empress's birthday. You should present a dance as a token of your sincerity. Just as Su Tianling was about to respond, Shusheng interrupted. Tianling's skills are not refined enough for such a grand occasion. If your Majesty wishes to see a performance, I would personally select a group of dancers from the western regions to entertain you. His words were a blatant disregard for Emperor Rinjing's authority. The courtiers were taken aback, each one holding their breath in apprehension. The Emperor's expression visibly darkened. Yet, Su Sheng appeared oblivious, his slender fingers cradling the wine glass as he leisurely savored the exquisite nectar within. Observing the unsettling atmosphere, Su Luer hastily interjected, Tianling, it has been a long while since I last witnessed your dance. Today, in celebration of this joyous occasion, I implore you to grace us with a performance alongside Ling Wang and Shin Ruashi. At this, Su Tianling remained motionless, instinctively casting a glance towards Su Sheng. A momentary pause flickered across his sharply defined features before he set down his glass. Since both the Emperor and Empress have spoken, he declared, Tianling, you shall enliven today's birthday banquet. Reluctantly, Su Tianling rose, acknowledging her duty. This humble servant obeys. Watching Su Sheng's retreating figure, Emperor Rinjing lowered his voice, seemingly teasing. Indeed. The Prince of Rome and the Empress share a profound sibling bond. My words pale in comparison to yours, dear sister. Su Luer's heart tightened. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence. The Prince of Rome, accustomed to indulgence from a young age, may lack restraint, yet his loyalty to you is unwavering. I swear it before heaven. Merely a casual remark. Empress, there is no need for alarm. Emperor Rinjing replied gently, though the hand that had clasped her fingers slowly withdrew, returning to his side. In the hall, Murong Heng picked up the guqin, slightly turning to direct his gaze towards Shen Ruashi's face. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word, an unspoken understanding flowed between them. Seating herself, Shen Ruashi grasped the pipa, her delicate fingers, akin to jade shoots, poised above the strings. Amidst the curious and expectant gazes of the assembly, she plucked a string. The motion, seemingly gentle, resonated with an overwhelming vigor. A moment of astonishment swept through the crowd. The music began to play softly, gradually swelling like a tide, filling the grand hall. Concurrently, a melodious sound of the guqin emerged. Murong Heng's long, jade-like fingers caressed the strings, his handsome visage imbued with a sharp intensity. Merely seated there, he became a captivating sight. The guqin's melody was both ethereal and powerful, perfectly blending with the pipa's tune. The two instruments, one gentle and one robust, harmonized flawlessly. As the piece reached its climax, it shattered like a silver vase, scattering pearls and jade, leaving every listener in awe. Su Tianling gritted her teeth, attempting to dance in rhythm with the two. However, the complexity of the piece made it challenging for her to keep pace. As the performance concluded, while the two executed a flawless finish, she nearly lost her balance. The hall paused for a few seconds before the joyful exclamation of Emperor Renjing broke the silence. Excellent, he exclaimed, applauding heartily. It has been a long time since I have heard such a stirring and grand melody. It is performed splendidly, rivaling, if not surpassing, Lin Xiui's pipa piece. Shen Ruashi, I had no idea you were so exceptionally talented. Shen Ruashi offered a modest smile. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely bask in the brilliance of His Highness. The Prince of Ling. Yet Murong Heng interjected, Miss Shen's pipa playing is truly extraordinary. I am merely embellishing her performance. Their mutual admiration sparked envy in the heart of Leng Yea, who stood nearby. Oh, not even married yet, and already showing off. What is the name of this piece? Shen Ruashi curtsied gracefully. In response to Her Majesty the Queen, this piece is titled Map of Mountains and Rivers, extolling the grandeur of the landscape and the beauty of a prosperous era. As this humble servant plays, I wish for the flourishing of our nation, the tranquility of the people, and for the Emperor and Empress to enjoy blessings that endure through the ages. This performance and its accompanying words elevate the atmosphere significantly, starkly contrasting with Lin Xiui's peony. Lin Xiui, seated nearby, felt her previously relaxed demeanor shift to one of discomfort. She had anticipated that Shen Ruashi would embarrass herself, only to find that the true misstep was her own. Observing the esteemed individuals standing together in the hall, Lin Xiui clenched the handkerchief tightly in her grasp. This woman must have come today with the intent to vex her. Well spoken indeed. Upon hearing Shen Ruashi's words, Emperor Rensing was greatly pleased and took the lead in applauding. The courtiers, regaining their composure, followed suit, clapping in admiration. Suddenly, a myriad of gazes fell upon Shen Ruashi. Previously known only for her beauty, her less than favorable reputation was transformed by this stunning performance, altering the perceptions of many within the court. Su Luer felt a wave of delight. The twin beauties of the capital truly lived up to their name. Shen Ruashi, your performance today has pleasantly surprised me. Rewards are in order. Su Luer bestowed precious agate and jade upon both Shen Ruashi and Murong Heng, and also granted Su Tianling a cloud-patterned silk. Su Tianling accepted the gifts with a somewhat awkward expression, preparing to leave, only to meet Murong Heng's cold gaze, which left her feeling a sudden unease. Prince Ling? Murong Heng suddenly spoke, it is my fault. Su Tianling was momentarily taken aback. Not only she, but others in the hall were equally stunned. Then, they heard Morong Hang speak. I once thought your claim of lacking skill was merely an expression of modesty, yet it appears to be the truth. In the future, I shall ensure that you do not perform in such settings. Su Tianling's expression instantly froze, soon overwhelmed by a profound sense of embarrassment. Had it been anyone else, she would have readily chastised them. Yet, this was Morong Hang, a figure she dared not provoke. She pressed her lips together, her countenance dark as she descended. Morong Hang and Shen Ruashi returned to their respective places. As the banquet progressed, Emperor Renjing, in high spirits from the wine, composed a poem on the spot, afterwards presenting Su Luer with an exceptionally rare necklace of blue pearls. Each pearl was plump and lustrous, shimmering with a gentle blue hue under the sunlight. Empress, I specifically sought these from the South Sea for you. It is said that blue pearls are a rarity, found once in a decade. Your gentle and dignified demeanor makes you the perfect match for these pearls. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful, Su Luer replied with a smile, accepting the gift with both hands. With the emperor's gesture, others began to present their congratulatory gifts as well. Murong Xiu offered a relic blessed by a revered monk. Murong Yao presented a rare painting that Su Luer had long sought after, and Murong Yu gifted her a precious agate. After all the gifts were presented, Prince Rong placed his goblet heavily on the table and stepped forward. Your Majesty, in celebration of your birthday, I too have brought a gift for your consideration. With that, he gestured subtly. Suddenly, several individuals entered the hall, bearing an enormous gift that they proceeded to advance towards the interior with deliberation. The present was shrouded in a red fabric, meticulously stitched with golden thread, evoking an air of mystery. Su Luer inquired with a smile, "What is this?" Su Cheng extended his hand and lifted the crimson cloth. In an instant, a towering jade tree, measuring 2 meters in height, emerged before the assembly. Its branches, crafted from exquisite jade, were adorned with clusters of red pearls, each a rare treasure of immeasurable worth. The dazzling brilliance of the tree rendered the other gifts in the hall utterly insignificant. The onlookers were momentarily awestruck, and after a brief spell of astonishment, they fell into a hushed silence. Seated nearby, Shun Ruashi's gaze flickered. While the gift was indeed magnificent, it was excessive. The blue pearls presented by Emperor Renjing had set a precedent. Thus, other attendees had been cautious with their offerings, striving to convey sincerity without overshadowing the emperor's grandeur. This, she mused, was the proper conduct of a subject. Yet, Su Cheng's gift far surpassed that of Emperor Renjing, verging on a blatant disregard for the imperial authority. She sighed inwardly, reflecting on the well-known reputation of Prince Rong, who is said to be arrogant and dismissive of others. The adage proved true, as Emperor Renjing's expression was indeed grim. He squinted, reclining in the dragon throne, fixated on the jade tree below, remaining silent for an extended moment. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Su Luer, inquiring, "What do you think of this gift?" Su Luer lowered her eyes. Gifts are indeed rare treasures. Yet I have always been accustomed to simplicity. The gift from Prince Rong is excessively opulent. I believe it would be more fitting to exchange it for something else. In Su Sheng's elongated gaze, a wild spirit flickered. As the Empress, revered as the sovereign of the harem and the epitome of maternal grace, she is deserving of even the most extravagant offerings. Upon hearing this, Emperor Renjing smiled faintly, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Since Prince Rong has expressed his sentiments, the Empress shall accept it. Her appreciation for understated elegance means that even a solitary lavish ornament within the palace would be a delightful addition. Su Luer reluctantly acquiesced, "I understand." A smirk played on Su Sheng's lips. "I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your Majesty, wishing you longevity and boundless years." With that, he elegantly waved his sleeve and returned to his seat. Following Su Sheng's presentation of the gift, no one dared to approach. At that moment, Murong Hung gradually rose and approached the hall. "My humble tribute has also arrived. I beseech the Empress to review it." With a gesture, he signaled to Lung Yi, who stepped forward to present a wooden box. Upon opening it, a peculiar flower was revealed. This flower, with only a few blooms, displayed 4 petals, each in a distinct hue: red, white, yellow, and purple. Instantly, the attention of the assembly was captivated. Even Emperor Renjing expressed astonishment. "Ling Wang, what kind of flower is this?" Murong Hung began to speak slowly.
This flower is known as jints, possessing an exceptionally resilient vitality, yet it remains quite rare. Found solely along the borders of northern Yu. Aware of the Empress Dowager's fondness for cultivating flowers and venerating the Buddha, I hastened to have this flower delivered from afar, hoping it would please her. As his words fell, the atmosphere within the palace shifted to something rather unusual, particularly for Su Sheng. His countenance momentarily stiffened, and the coldness in his expression deepened. It is well acknowledged that Northern Yu is Su Sheng's domain. The Su family's military has been entrenched in Northern Yu since the reign of the late emperor, and although the current emperor holds the military seal, he is utterly incapable of mobilizing it. In Northern Yu, Su Sheng wields absolute authority.
Yet now,
Murong Hang's assertion that he procured this flower from Northern Yu is unmistakably a declaration to Su Sheng that even in his realm of control, such treasures can be effortlessly obtained. This revelation poses a significant threat and provocation to Su Sheng. Chapter 81. A clouded mind. As Murong Hang's words fell, the Emperor Renjing's eyes sparkled with mirth. The flower was indeed exquisite and enchanting. The Prince of Ling had shown great thoughtfulness. His handsome visage radiated with vitality. Prince Rong, what do you think of this gift? Su Sheng raised his gaze and fixed it upon Murong Hang, then replied with a smile, the Prince of Ling is truly considerate, sending this flower with such urgency from afar. However, I have many soldiers in the northern territories. If you desire anything, merely convey it to your uncle. There is no need for such elaborate efforts. Indeed, it was not much trouble, Murong Hang replied, his beautiful fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. With a crack, the wine cup in Su Sheng's hand was squeezed, forming a fissure. The Emperor Renjing's countenance beamed with delight. Bestow. Grant a generous reward. Among the numerous gifts today, the congratulatory present from the Prince of Ling pleases me the most. Thank you, Father Emperor. Murong Hang clasped his hands in gratitude and gracefully took his seat, exuding unparalleled elegance with every gesture. This subtle contest brimming with undercurrents undoubtedly favored Murong Hang. Tao Yi stood nearby, exceedingly exhilarated. The Prince of Ling is so dashing. Lung Shuang turned her head, inquiring, what are you plotting? I have no such schemes. I merely harbor a pure admiration for the Prince of Ling.
besides,
My affections lie with another, Tao Yi confessed, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the young Yu beside Murong Hang, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After the banquet, the queen retained the guests, declaring that the autumn air was delightful, and it was an opportune moment for the noble ladies and talented gentlemen of the palace to gather and enjoy the flowing wine and melodic tunes. The attendees rose and proceeded to the imperial garden, a creation of the late emperor. Within the garden flowed a natural river, flanked by pavilions and gazebos. Enigmatic rock formations and rare flora adorned the landscape, making it an ideal locale for gatherings of literary minds and refined souls. As they awaited the arrival of Emperor Ren and Su Luer, Murong Hang sat beside the water pavilion, his pallid complexion betraying his recent illness. Numerous courtiers surrounded him, eager to engage in conversation. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, today you exude an extraordinary elegance that leaves us in awe. Upon hearing your exquisite, it was akin to celestial music. I possess a remarkable antique guqin, which would be a mere waste in the hands of a commoner like myself. If it pleases you, I shall have it sent to the prince's residence, without delay. Recently, I learned of your highness's ailment, and I sought the finest Ganoderma to aid in your recovery. Knowing of your condition, I was restless through the night, even consulting a renowned physician, hoping to attend to your needs. A throng of courtiers bowed and vied for Murong Hang's attention. Yet, the man at the center of the crowd merely raised his hand slowly, his handsome visage remaining composed and serene. After a moment's pause, he lifted his gaze slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of indifference. I am somewhat fatigued. At these words, the crowd hastily bowed in respect and withdrew. Xiao Yunzi approached, draping a cloak over Murong Hang's shoulders. Your Highness, take care of your health. Murong Hang responded with a casual tone, his gaze leisurely settling upon a slender figure in the pavilion below. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a call. Turning to see Murong Xiao standing beside him, curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Leaning closer, Murong Xiao lowered his voice. Ninth Prince, be honest with Wang Ge. Today in the hall, your steadfast defense of Shinruashi, do you harbor feelings for her? No sooner had he spoken than another figure approached, Murong Yu. Murong Xiao's expression soured. Fourth brother, why don't you step aside for a moment? I have something to discuss with the ninth prince. Yet, Murong Yu interjected,
What a coincidence. I too have inquiries for him. Murong Xiao retorted. What is your urgency? Allow me to ask first. His curiosity was evidently piqued. With a serious demeanor, Murong Yu pressed on. Ninth Prince, your performance in the hall today, specifically playing the zither for Shin Ruashi. What precisely does it signify? At this, Murong Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Then he fanned himself with his folding fan, unable to suppress his amusement. Ah, how delightful. It seems we are posing the same question. With Murong Yu asking, this becomes all the more entertaining. Hearing this, Murong Hang merely chuckled dismissively. Murong Yu's displeasure intensified. What is so amusing? I find it amusing that fourth brother's perception appears rather lacking. You. Is my affection for Shin Ruashi not glaringly obvious? The moment those words escaped his lips, Murong Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, while Murong Xiao became increasingly animated. Oh my, you've admitted it? Murong Yu struggled to contain his rising ire. The ninth prince, Murong Cheng, regarded Shin Ruashi as indeed beautiful, yet undeniably unsuitable for him. She is dull and tedious, malicious and envious, utterly unworthy of being a refined lady. Furthermore, I have just divorced her, and she has already entangled herself with you. Such a woman surely harbors a fundamentally fickle nature. Upon hearing this, Murong Cheng's slightly upturned fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. He spoke coldly. I retract my earlier statement. It is not that your vision is poor, but rather, you are blind. Murong Yu, filled with indignation, retorted, you would speak to me this way for the sake of a woman. You should consider yourself fortunate that I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, it would not merely amount to mere words. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Murong Cheng's eyes. In truth, it was I who pursued her, and I must warn you, fourth brother. Should you dare utter another disparaging word about Shin Ruashi in my presence, do not blame me for forgetting our fleeting fraternal bond. Murong Yu's spirit jolted, deeply displeased. However, recalling the injury he had sustained from Murong Cheng's previous attack, he hesitated to confront him fully. You must think carefully. Shin Ruashi has been with me, and she is not of unblemished character. Can you truly endure this? Upon hearing this, Murong Cheng's anger dissipated. Instead, he lazily leaned against the railing of the water pavilion, a faint smile playing upon his handsome features. The hint of disdain in his expression made Murong Yu feel a twinge of guilt. What was he smiling about? Did he perhaps know that he had not consummated his relationship with Shin Ruashi? Murong Xiao, having observed the unfolding drama, cleared his throat gently to mediate the situation. Fourth brother, I must say, you have already divorced Shin Ruashi. Whatever happens between her and the ninth prince is their affair. Regretting now is futile. Why trouble yourself further? Murong Yu furrowed his brows. When have I expressed regret? Then, what is this jealousy you display all about? I am not jealous. A surge of anger welled up within Murong Yu, eager to contest, yet the icy gaze of Murong Heng rendered him momentarily speechless. He appeared frail, yet beneath that facade lay a formidable spirit. To provoke him further would likely result in one's own misfortune. I have said all I need to, ninth prince. Reflect on it carefully. Are you suggesting I emulate you and visit a brothel to find a courtesan? Murong Yu bit his lip in frustration. If you choose not to listen, so be it. He flicked his sleeves and departed. As he turned, he caught the sound of Murong Heng's soft laughter. I am merely unwell. I did not anticipate that the fourth prince would lack clarity of thought. Murong Yu halted, nearly overcome with indignation. After he left, Murong Xiao shook his head repeatedly. It is said that Prince Ling is taciturn, yet he possesses a sharp tongue. But tell me, do you truly harbor genuine feelings for Shin Ruashi? Chapter 82. Conversation. Murong Heng remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly to gaze at the pavilion across from him. Shin Ruashi was quietly admiring the scenery of the garden nearby. Dressed in a pale blue skirt adorned with silver patterns and embroidered butterflies, her hair, as dark as a stormy cloud, was adorned with a delicate hollowed orchid hairpin, glistening charmingly in the sunlight. A hint of tenderness flickered in Murong Heng's eyes as he softly uttered 3 words, she is worthy. He then turned his attention. By the way, Prince Duan, why didn't the princess accompany you today? Why mention her at all? Murong Xiao's smile faded, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. The Princess Duan, Liang Jiro, was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rites. Although she was virtuous and composed, her appearance was rather plain. 3 years prior, during a lantern festival, Murong Xiao unexpectedly fell into the water and was saved by Liang Jiro, who performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
She saved his life, but lost her own reputation in the process. The benevolent emperor bestowed their marriage, making her the Princess Duan. However, Morong Xiao, notorious for his appreciation of beauty, held a strong disdain for his legitimate wife. Morong Xiao remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. A new courtesan has arrived at the Manhwa Tower, reputed to be an extraordinary beauty. Would you care to accompany your brother to witness her?" "No interest," came the reply. "Indeed, your heart is now entirely captivated by a certain beauty." Leaving no room for others, Morong Xiao teased, before slightly turning his head to glance at the distant fluttering of swallows and warblers. Contemplating something, a momentary daze flickered in his usually carefree eyes. Not far away, Shun Ruashi strolled leisurely, taking her time to admire the breathtaking rock formations within the imperial garden. The peach leaves beside her pulled at the neighboring foliage with a hint of resentment. "Miss, those young ladies have gathered again, whispering amongst themselves. I suspect they are speaking ill of you behind your back. There's no need for suspicion. It is undoubtedly true. Do you know why I ventured so far? I simply find their prattle tiresome," Shin Ruashi replied with a smile. "The scenery here is so splendid that I refuse to squander my energy on a gaggle of gossamongers." She turned and continued walking a few steps further when her gaze fell upon a pair of elegantly embroidered black short boots. Lifting her eyes, she was met with an extraordinarily handsome face, Suwa Sheng. Shun Ruashi's smile faded as she curtsied. "I pay my respects to Prince Rong." Suwa Sheng's gaze was fixed intently on her face, and for a moment, he remained silent. Even without looking up, Shun Ruashi could feel the intensity of his stare. She was not fond of this sensation. His eyes were piercing, as if they aimed to dissect her piece by piece. "Why does Miss Shin appear so reserved? Am I a monster, perhaps?" Suwa Sheng's tone bore a hint of teasing as he lifted his chin. Shun Ruashi slowly raised her head, meeting his gaze with a demeanor that was neither haughty nor submissive. Suwa Sheng smiled slightly. "Indeed, a rare beauty. No wonder the aloof Ling Wang, who typically shuns the company of women, holds you in such esteem." Shun Ruashi's eyes flickered, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. Suddenly, Suwa Sheng extended his hand. "Upon hearing of Miss Shen's remarkable medical skills, this prince finds himself somewhat fatigued of late. Would you be so kind as to take my pulse?" Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi grew increasingly cautious. Just as she was about to seek a reason to decline, a deep and melodious voice resonated. Uncle's eyes bore a dark hue, and his expression was fierce. "In my opinion, it seems he suffers from excessive liver fire and should consume lighter fare while avoiding anger." Murong Hung stepped closer, his gaze fixed upon Su Sheng, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do you find wisdom in my words, uncle? Has Hung learned to diagnose ailments by following Shin Ruashi? A rudimentary understanding, one might say." Su Sheng's eyes flickered between the two before he chuckled, remarking that it appeared Hunger had truly developed feelings this time. "Soon, as the uncle, I must prepare for your wedding gifts." Murong Hung laughed in response, assuring that he would certainly invite his uncle to partake in the joyous occasion. "Then I shall wish you both a lifetime of happiness and abundant descendants in advance." At this, Shun Ruashi's expression subtly shifted. It was common knowledge that Murong Hung was incapable of human intimacy and would not bear offspring. The Prince of Rome was striking a blow to the heart. Yet, Murong Heng's demeanor remained remarkably unperturbed, exuding an unusual calm. "Thank you for your auspicious words, Prince of Rome." Su Sheng's chiseled features bore a stern expression as he let out a hearty laugh. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed. Once Su Sheng's figure vanished from sight, Murong Heng's expression gradually turned cold. Shun Ruashi found herself at a loss for words to comfort him, offering only a few soft coughs. "Rest assured, even if you are, ahem, I would never hold it against you." Murong Heng turned his head, his enchanting eyes fixed upon her. Suddenly, he reached out and gently flicked her forehead. Shun Ruashi covered her forehead, yet she beheld his tender smile. "I do not mind his words." He glanced at the young Yuzi and Lung Yi beside him. "Step aside. I have something to discuss with Miss Shin." The two bowed and promptly withdrew, while Tao Yi and Lung Shuang also discreetly distanced themselves. Once they departed, Murong Heng's gaze softened immediately. He inquired, "Were you startled just now?" "No, but Prince Rong, he differs from my expectations." Shin Ruashi replied, somewhat puzzled. "Speaking of which, he is your uncle. Why is your relationship so strained? Have you ever heard the saying? What is it? Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain." Murong Heng slowly remarked, Prince Rong's ambitions are glaringly obvious, yet I stand as his obstacle. It is only natural that he harbors disdain for me. His gaze paused momentarily. Moreover, I have heard that Prince Rong has long held a grudge because my mother perished during my birth, believing I was the cause of his sister's demise. Thus, I have never received his affection. Morong Heng seldom spoke of his biological mother. Since reaching adulthood, this was the first time he had shared such thoughts with another. Shun Ruashi suddenly recalled the pale, lonely little boy from her childhood, and her heart ached for him. It is not your fault, however. I did not anticipate that Prince Rong would be so concerned about his sister, the late Empress. Morong Heng chuckled lightly. I do not believe this rumor. My uncle, in the face of power, regards familial ties as negligible. Although Su Tianling is his daughter, she hardly captures his heart. How much less so for a sister? Shin Ruashi appeared puzzled. Isn't it said that Prince Rong dotes on Su Tianling? Morong Heng gazed into her eyes earnestly. In truth, rumors are often the least reliable. Shun Ruashi remained silent, inexplicably reminded of the unfounded rumors surrounding him. She composed herself and inquired, by the way, since you have not seen me for such a long time, do you have a serious ailment? Not at all. Morong Heng's gaze flickered slightly. I merely endured a bit of hardship. It is nothing significant, so there is no need for concern. A bit of hardship? Shun Ruashi's heart tightened. She could only imagine that he must have suffered excruciating pain. Yet he spoke of it so lightly. Yet, during his time of greatest distress, she was not by his side. In a gentle tone, Shun Ruashi said, I received the letter you sent me. As she touched the neatly folded letter in her sleeve, a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Your Highness, I have always wanted to reply to you, but I believe it is more appropriate to convey my thoughts to you in person. Morong Heng lowered his gaze.
Please speak.
Chapter 83. A misunderstanding. Morong Heng lowered his gaze. Speak, he urged. Shun Ruashi slowly began. We shall not witness the fading of our years together, but only share the dawn with you. At her words, Morong Heng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes igniting with fervor. So, she was aware of his apprehensions. Shun Ruashi's gaze was as tranquil as water. Your Highness, this is my response. Do you comprehend? Morong Heng remained silent, his eyes fixated on her rosy lips, unmoving for a long while. The turbulent emotions that had long lain dormant within him surged forth suddenly. He felt a surge of exhilaration, so intense that he yearned to perform some act to quell the unrest within his heart, such as encircling her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace. As they exchanged glances, a profound silence enveloped them, yet the atmosphere between them was anything but ordinary. Many onlookers took note of the scene. The noble ladies cast furtive glances in their direction, engaging in hushed whispers. Lung Yi stood by the rockery, arms crossed, shaking his head. My lord is being too ostentatious. It seems many are gossiping about you. Cold Frost maintained a stoic expression. Whoever gossips shall have their tongue severed. How can you speak of such brutality? Lung Yi chuckled. Perhaps I shall be the one to carry it out. Xiao Yuzi, feeling acutely envious, momentarily wore an expression of exasperation. Could you not display your affection elsewhere? I can hardly bear it. Lung Yi nonchalantly chewed on a blade of grass. Then why not take your leave? Fine, I shall leave. Xiao Yuzi retorted, shaking his head as he turned to depart. Tao Yi pondered for a moment before turning and following him. Xiao Yuzi, she called out urgently, halting him in his tracks. Xiao Yuzi turned around. What is it? Miss Tao Yi? As she slowed her pace and gazed at Xiao Yuzi's handsome visage, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. Summoning her courage, she discreetly glanced around to ensure no one was observing and swiftly produced a fragrant sachet from her bosom, presenting it to Xiao Yuzi. This is for you. For me? Xiao Yuzi replied, somewhat perplexed as he accepted it, inhaling the delightful aroma. He waved his hand dismissively. No, I really cannot accept this. A chill swept through Tao Yi. You don't like it? While I do appreciate it, as a servant, the scent would be too strong and might disturb the master. It truly would be inappropriate, so I must decline. Tao Ye's face paled dramatically. What did you just say?
Huh?
I mentioned that a strong fragrance might disturb the master. Not that, the previous sentence. Tao Ye's voice trembled. You said you are a servant? Indeed. Ever since His Highness the Ling Wang took residence in the East Palace, I have been by his side attending to him, and it has already been 6 years. Holding the sachet, Xiao Yuzi gazed at the embroidered mandarin ducks, unable to suppress a smile. This depiction of ducks is rather peculiar, yet Quite charming. Ducks? That is a pair of mandarin ducks. Tao Yi corrected him, a hint of irritation in her tone. After speaking, she paused, momentarily taken aback. Little Yuzi was taken aback. Mandarin, ducks? His dark, glistening eyes fixated on Taoya, revealing a profound astonishment. Being a eunuch, he had not considered the situation in an ambiguous light. Rather, he was merely curious as to why Taoya had suddenly gifted him a sachet. Now, it all became clear. It turned out that she was holding the sachet. Little Yuzi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Taoya, even more so, was engulfed in a mix of shock and heartache. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention earlier that you are a eunuch?" "You didn't ask," Little Yuzi replied helplessly, speaking softly. "Besides, it's quite obvious since I serve beside His Highness the Ling Wang. I thought you were aware." Taoya stamped her foot in frustration. "But cold night also follows His Highness. I assumed you were the same." Words failed her. Taoya felt her heart plummet into an abyss of despair. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her. She had harbored her feelings alone for so many days, only to realize in the end that it had all been a misunderstanding. It was utterly humiliating. Noticing her eyes glisten with unshed tears, Little Yuzi panicked. Miss Taoya, please don't cry. Rest assured, I promise I won't tell a soul. Let us pretend this never happened. You needn't feel embarrassed." Taoya bit her lip. "Are you truly a eunuch?" "What reason would I have to deceive you?" Taoya's heart sank completely. Biting her lip, she abruptly turned to leave. Little Yuzi hurriedly stepped forward. "Miss Taoya, your sachet." "I don't want it anymore." Peachleaf forcefully yanked the fragrant pouch towards her and hurled it away before hastily fleeing. Xiao Yuzi stared at her retreating figure, momentarily stunned. He then slowly turned and walked a short distance to retrieve the pouch from the ground. Brushing off the dirt that clung to it, he gazed at the crookedly embroidered mandarin ducks, shaking his head in resignation. Subsequently, he tucked it into his embrace. Not far away, within a pavilion, Ning Lanxue stood by the railing, her expression darkening as she observed Shen Ruoshi standing alongside Morong Hang. She had underestimated that wretched woman, not anticipating that even after their divorce, she would manage to get close to the feathered king. Ning Lanxue was resolute in her determination to thwart Shen Ruoshi's ambitions. Touching her abdomen, a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. He Xiang, her handmaiden, stood with her head bowed, softly responding. Ning Lanxue instructed, "Go and inform Shen Ruoshi that I have something of great importance to discuss with her, and ask her to come to this pavilion for a conversation." He Xiang hesitated for a moment, sensing something amiss. Ning Lanshua's sudden summons to Shen Ruoshi seemed foreboding. Yet, this was the palace. What mischief could possibly arise? "Did you not hear my words? I momentarily lost focus. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed concubine." He Xiang immediately knelt, her body trembling. Having spent time by Ning Lanshua's side, she had become acutely aware of her venomous nature and was filled with trepidation towards her. "Look at your fearful demeanor. Should someone witness you like this, they might think I have mistreated you." Ning Lanshua's expression darkened. "Get up," she commanded. "Yes, it is my fault." He Xiang trembled as she rose. Suddenly, Ning Lanxue extended her hand and rested it upon her shoulder, causing He Xiang to blanch in fear. Yet, Ning Lanxue merely smiled faintly. "Do not worry. This side consort merely wishes to have a proper conversation with Shen Ruoshi. There is nothing more to it. Go summon her for me." "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing this, He Xiang calmed slightly and turned to leave. Observing her retreating figure, Ning Lanxue wrinkled her brow in disdain. She was not genuinely comforting He Xiang. Rather, she feared that her flustered demeanor might arouse Shen Ruoshi's suspicions and jeopardize her plans. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoshi had just concluded her conversation with Morong Hang and was preparing to rest at a nearby waterside pavilion when she suddenly noticed a maid hurriedly approaching. The maid dropped to her knees. "Miss Shen, He Xiang?" Shen Ruoshi furrowed her brow. "What brings you here?" Chapter 84. The unusual must be understood. "Miss Shen, do you still remember me?" He Xiang raised her head, her voice tinged with excitement. Among the many maidservants in Morong Yu's residence, she had spent only a brief period in Yuxiang courtyard, yet she was surprised to find that Shen Ruoshi still recalled her. In comparison to Ning Lanxue, Shen Ruoshi, her former mistress, was infinitely kinder to those in her service. It was a pity that Morong Yu, blind to the truth, favored that venomous woman, Ning Lanxue. "I remember you served in my courtyard. You have lost quite a bit of weight since we last met," Shen Ruoshi remarked.
You are now attending to Ning Sifei, I presume? Yes, I am currently in the service of Lady Ning, He Xiang replied softly. Miss Shen. Lady Ning mentioned, she has something important to discuss with you, and hopes you will join her in the pavilion. As soon as her words fell, Tao Yi immediately expressed her displeasure. Lady Ning seeks our miss. It can hardly be a good thing. He Xiang, you once enjoyed the favor of Miss in Yuxiang courtyard. How can you now assist Ning Lanxue? Shan Ruashi interrupted her, saying, He Xiang is merely a maidservant. She must obey her mistress's commands. We cannot place the blame upon her. Indeed, Tao Yi nodded, though she pouted slightly. She had been struck by a significant blow today, and her mood was rather poor, leading her to speak impulsively. Miss Shen. He Xiang was deeply touched. Shen Ruashi, with her clear sense of right and wrong, did not allow her feelings towards Ning Lanxue to cloud her judgment, but instead spoke up for her. If it were Ning Lanxue. He Xiang instinctively shivered, and then turned her gaze toward Shen Ruashi. Are you going to the pavilion? Tell Ning Lanxue that I have nothing to say to her and do not wish to go. Understood. He Xiang slowly rose. Just as she was about to leave, Shan Ruashi suddenly remarked, It seems Ning Lanxue has been pregnant for 2 months now, hasn't she? Indeed. Given her current condition, the fourth prince must be paying her considerable attention. Who is responsible for her daily dietary incense? Well, He Xiang hesitated, puzzled as to why Shen Ruashi inquired about this. Yet she still answered, Originally it was my responsibility, but recently she has found me clumsy and has taken to preparing the incense herself. I see. Shen Ruashi replied, You may return now. He Xiang nodded and turned to leave. Leng Shuang said, Miss, what scheme is Ning Lanxue concocting? Who knows? It certainly cannot be anything good. Shen Ruashi pondered for a moment and then said, Leng Shuang, observe closely those who approach me today. Ning Lanxue may be plotting something. Have you perceived something, miss? Shen Ruashi lowered her voice. Actually, when she drew near earlier, I caught a whiff of the incense she wore. My sense of smell is quite acute, and I detected a faint fragrance reminiscent of musk. Musk? Tao Ye's eyes widened. How can she use musk while pregnant? Could it be that someone intends to harm her? Shen Ruashi shook her head. At present, she was the only concubine in the residence, making it unlikely for anyone to conspire against her. Moreover, I had just inquired with He Xiang, who mentioned that recently, Ning Lanxue had been using incense that she herself had prepared, further diminishing the possibility of harm from others. Tao Yi frowned, saying, Using musk on oneself, has she lost her senses? In any case, unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. Let us proceed with caution today. Upon hearing this, both Tao Yi and Leng Shuang nodded in agreement, promptly acquiescing. Shen Ruashi leaned against the railing of the waterside pavilion, lifting her gaze to the sky. A quarter of an hour had already passed. Why had the emperor and empress not yet arrived? In the Changqiu palace, Yuji parted the beaded curtain and slightly bowed towards the resplendent figure within. Your Majesty, the Prince of Rome has arrived. As her words fell, accompanied by the sound of firm footsteps, Su Xing entered. His handsome countenance bore a hint of coldness. The moment he beheld Su Luer, the frost melted away, and his demeanor softened. Your Majesty, Su Luer turned her head. What brings you here to the inner palace? I am about to depart for the northern region of Yu, and the emperor specifically permitted me to come and seek your leave. Su Luer was taken aback by this revelation. When do you depart? Tomorrow at dawn. I must return today to make preparations. I understand. Su Luer waved her hand, signaling for the others in the hall to withdraw. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with the Prince of Rome. The attendants nodded and exited the chamber. Once the others had departed, Su Luer gracefully seated herself upon a nearby soft couch, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of concern as her brows knitted together.
Su Sheng.
What on earth do you intend to do? Su Sheng slightly rose, the veneer of politeness dissipating as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What is your intention, second sister? You are acutely aware of what I mean. At today's banquet, your demeanor was excessively extravagant. Presenting me with such a lavish gift in public, what will the ministers think? And what will the emperor think? Su Sheng fixated on her. Are you concerned for my safety? Or do you merely wish to preserve the emperor's face? Su Luer offered no response, merely stating, do not engage in such acts in the future. In the inner palace, devote myself to the pursuit of spirituality and horticulture and require no ostentatious gifts. At her words, Su Sheng chuckled softly. I see no ostentation in this gift.
You, as the mother of the nation, are deserving of all the wealth and honor this world can offer. If the emperor is unwilling to bestow it upon you, then I shall. You are but a subject. Su Luer's expression hardened for a rare moment. How can you utter such treasonous words? If the emperor were to hear. Thus, second sister, you remain concerned for me? Su Sheng interjected, a flicker of amusement gracing his otherwise stern countenance. If such were the case, you need not worry. The emperor has contemplated my downfall for quite some time. If he wished to act, he would have long since done so. He is encumbered by too many concerns now, while I hold substantial power. He cannot touch me. Having said this, he regarded the woman on the soft couch, a mixture of emotions flickering in his eyes. He intoned solemnly over these years. Have you ever regretted your decision to enter the palace? Su Luer turned her gaze towards the window. With long lashes lightly fluttering, her gaze was subtle. The benevolence of His Majesty enveloped me. He cherishes and respects me. In this lifetime, I have found fulfillment, my greatest desire being for my children to live in health and happiness.
Ah.
Su Sheng seemed to have heard the most ludicrous jest. The world proclaims him as magnanimous and kind-hearted, yet in truth, he is the most hypocritical of all. When my elder sister entered the palace, he professed his love for her, only for her to meet such a tragic fate. You, do not speak further. Su Luer furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. If you genuinely wish for my well-being and that of the Su family, it would be prudent to act more discreetly in the future. Within the harem, there is no need for you to advocate on my behalf. I have my own plans. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng's profound gaze slightly dimmed. Thus, it is even better. He lowered his eyes and slowly remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Su Sheng lifted his gaze, casting a deep glance at her before turning to depart. Just as he stepped out of the Changqiu Palace, he noticed a tall figure approaching from outside the hall. Murong Yao, accompanied by a small servant, was making his way towards them. Upon seeing Su Sheng, he called out, Uncle, Your Highness, the Rui Wang. Prince Rong slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Chapter 85 Request Murong Yao inquired, Is it true that my uncle is temporarily leaving the capital to bid farewell to Mother Empress? Indeed. I shall set forth early tomorrow morning. The mountains are high and the roads long. Please take care of your health, uncle. A trace of concern flickered in Murong Yao's eyes. He then turned with his attendants and stepped into the Changqiu Palace. Su Luer was adjusting her appearance, preparing to head to the Imperial Forest Garden when she heard that the Duke of Rui had arrived. Quickly, let him in, she instructed, a gentle smile gracing her face. As Murong Yao entered, his eyes, akin to obsidian, sparkled with clarity. Mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately, he said. Su Luer laughed lightly. Why is it that today both of you have matters to convey to me? She gestured for those around her to leave. Once the palace attendants had withdrawn, Murong Yao stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully. Mother, I wish to request your assistance in arranging a marriage for me. You wish to wed? Su Luer exclaimed in surprise. At the age of 15, Murong Yao had never shown interest in women, having sent away the maidens assigned to his service. Although she had previously mentioned to Emperor Renjing the possibility of him taking a consort, he had firmly declined. Yet now, he suddenly expressed a desire for marriage.
Su Luer's smile faded momentarily.
My dear Yao has grown up and found someone special. Whom do you wish to marry? Murong Yao lifted his gaze. General Shen's legitimate daughter.
Shun Ruashi.
Su Luer's smile vanished completely. Does Mother Empress disapprove? Murong Yao asked, furrowing his brow. It was merely an accident. Heng'er has feelings for her. So, why must you marry her now? Shun Ruashi possesses both exceptional talent and beauty. It is only natural that I